Chapter 792. Boom boom boom. Loud explosions rang out incessantly. In the sky, Gu immortals were fighting everywhere. Since they found the true inheritance ground, the demonic path, Gu immortals were always pragmatic. They did not hesitate for long before someone flew down. Since Dongfang Naganori chose the immemorial ruined bat's corpse as the wisdom path inheritance ground, he naturally had his reasons. The phantom beast army was alerted. Like a huge black cloud, it rose up from the demonic path Gu immortals' feet. These phantom beasts had strange appearances. They did not fear death. But they were good at dodging. Several desolate beast-level phantom beasts blocked the demonic path Gu immortals. Phantom beasts have always been rare. They can only be found in places with dense space path Dao marks. There are actually so many here? Hei Lulan fought as she cursed. She lost self-strength Immortal Gu. Her battle strength fell sharply. Although she could use Strength Chi Immortal Gu to replace it and use the Strength Path Phantom Giant Killer move, it was not good for her to show herself now. Thus she was quite helpless in dealing with them. Don't be anxious. Fairy Li Shan consoled. Phantom beasts can turn phantom and avoid all attacks. The Phantom Path of Gu Masters was inspired by Gu Immortal Su Wuxia from Phantom Beasts. As long as no ancient desolate beast-level phantom beasts appear, we will be able to enter the immemorial ruined bat's corpse sooner or later. Just as she said this, a large group of phantom beasts flew over. Long, Wind, Literature, WX. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, blocking in front of the two as he activated Myriad Self-Giant Hand. A Strength Path Giant Hand appeared, its 5 fingers stretched out as it grabbed at them. Strength Path Giant Hands were heavy and powerful. But as it clawed down, the battle results were weak. This group of over 1,000 phantom beasts only lost dozens of them. Most of the phantom beasts had blurry figures, only a few translucent traces were left on the spot. When Fang Yuan slowly retracted his Strength Path Giant Hand, these phantom beasts appeared again. They turned solid and charged at Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Fairy Li Shan, who was beside him, waved her hand. A huge sea of fire rained down. The flames burned in the air for several miles, forming a barrier in the air. The void beast charged into the sea of flames. He used the same trick again. He turned invisible and avoided the burning flames. His charging footsteps never stopped. However, just as they rushed out of the edge of the sea of fire, Fang Yuan had been waiting for a long time. He raised his hand and clenched it. Puchi. This time. Fang Yuan gripped it firmly. Hundreds of virtual beasts were crushed into a bloody pulp, instantly losing their lives. The hand slowly opened and blood and bone fragments fell like rain. Between the 5 fingers there was blood. There were over 1,000 foe beasts in this group. However, most of them died on the spot after being grabbed by Fang Yuan. The remaining foe beasts lost their will to fight in the face of the majestic Fang Yuan and fled in all directions. With a flip of his hand, Fang Yuan killed this group of foe beasts. However, he was not pleased with himself. Instead, his expression turned grave as he said, "These ordinary foe beasts are still manageable. They can only turn illusory for a short period of time. As long as we cooperate well, we can get rid of them. The truly troublesome ones are the desolate beast-level foe beasts." Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lulan nodded slowly. They observed their surroundings while also paying attention to the battles afar. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan, the 2 rank 7 Gu immortals, were fighting against 2 desolate-level foe beasts each. Desolate-level foe beasts were extraordinary indeed. They could turn illusory for a long period of time. Thus, even though they only had rank 6 battle strength, they were very difficult to deal with. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan could not deal with them in a short period of time. But the two were experienced. After fighting a few times, they recognized the situation and calmed down. They started to deal with the foe beasts calmly. In contrast, Lu Qingming's side was in danger. A desolate-level foe beast suddenly turned phantom. Its speed increased as it charged towards Gu Immortal Han Dong, who was beside Lu Qingming. Han Dong was caught off guard. He was trapped inside the phantom beast's body. After turning phantom, Han Dong could not touch the phantom beast, while the phantom beast could not harm Han Dong. But at the next moment, the phantom beast turned solid. Han Dong was trapped inside the phantom beast's body, thus he fell into its stomach. The phantom beast roared proudly. It flew up and brought Han Dong away from Lu Qingming and Su Guang. Lu Qingming, Han Dong, and Su Guang were known as the traveling 3 elites. When they worked together, they could match rank 7 Gu immortals. But they were working together. It was not as good as fighting alone. Once Han Dong left, the remaining 2's battle strength fell. They were no longer as strong as before. The 2 were anxious. They quickly chased and tried to save Han Dong. The phantom beast that swallowed Han Dong fell down rapidly. It endured Lu Qingming and Su Guang's attacks and did not turn phantom. Han Dong was also attacking inside its stomach. This phantom beast was attacked from both inside and outside. Halfway through its flight, it was already exhausted and coughed out blood. How can this phantom beast be so stubborn? When they fought earlier it was very slippery, but when it was attacked, it would turn phantom and dodge. Quickly turn phantom. Su Guang shouted anxiously. Lu Qingming's expression was grim. Can't you tell? There must be a mastermind behind this. Dongfang Naganori, I underestimated you. In the ruined hall, the nebula that Dongfang Naganori left behind looked at the sky with his arms behind his back. His body was shining with dazzling starlight. His thick body was shrinking at a visible rate, becoming thinner. This was the style of the number 1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains. Even though he was dead, the methods he left behind could be used and even manipulated this phantom beast army, to stall for time for the inheritor behind him. Faster, faster, faster. Behind him, Dongfang Yuliang was sweating profusely. He squeezed out all of his potential to complete this Gu formation. This Gu formation was the final test. After passing it, he would obtain the immortal Gu left behind by Dongfang Naganori, the essence of the wisdom path inheritance. In the air, seeing that the desolate level phantom beast was about to bring Han Dong back to the headquarters, Su Guang, who could not catch up, showed a look of despair. To think that Dongfang Naganori had such an excellent enslavement path method, he hid it so deeply. Brother Han Dong is in danger now. What do we do now? Enslavement path, wisdom path and soul path are close to each other. They are almost inseparable. It is not surprising. Lu Qingming's eyes shined with determination. But when you were alive, Dongfang Naganori, we were wary of you and could retreat for you. But now that you are dead, you want to use this method to deal with us. You are underestimating the heroes of the world. As he spoke, his body shook, and he stretched out his arms with all his might, like a large bird spreading its wings. At the next moment he retracted his arms in front of his chest. He did not bend his elbows at all. He placed his palms together in front of his chest. With a crisp pa sound, a gust of wind shot out from the palm, instantly stirring up a gale. The winds danced, forming wind blades that filled the sky. Tens of thousands of them. The wind blades gathered into a lump. They formed into a huge dark green ball of vines. They tangled together as they charged towards the desolate level phantom beast. It appeared. Brother Lu's immortal killer move, entangled wind. Su Guang's expression shook. He knew the power of this immortal killer move. If it landed on the phantom beast, blood would splatter everywhere. Blood would definitely be spilled and they would successfully rescue Han Dong. And this entangled wind was powerful and ingenious. It was Lu Qingming's famous move. He could use it at will and split it apart with a single thought. Precisely so, when it landed on the phantom beast, it would turn phantom and the entangled wind would land on Han Dong instead. Lu Qingming could use his own strength to split the entangled wind in time. Once the entangled wind was split, even though the attack range would increase, its power would also be scattered. Han Dong would be able to endure it. But right at the moment of success, a vine dragon flew towards the entangled wind. Free scholar, don't even think about it. Su Guang saw this and glared furiously. He quickly used his killer move to block the vine dragon. Another water lotus suddenly bloomed in the direction where the entangled wind fell. This was the help of the rank 7 Gu immortal Pai Shuihan. Lu Qingming snorted coldly. The entangled wind dispersed. A small portion of it fell into the water lotus in time. Most of the wind blades went around the water lotus and gathered behind it, forming a smaller entangled wind that continued to charge towards the desolate level phantom beast. However, right at this moment, a strength path giant hand stretched out from the clouds and grabbed the entangled wind. With a loud sound, the strength path giant hand and entangled wind both disintegrated. Using this gap, the void-level desolate beast successfully flew towards the palaces below. A ripple flashed in the air as it vanished. His plan failed. Su Guang shouted in anger. He turned around and looked at Fang Yuan in anger. I will kill you. Fang Yuan snickered coldly, hooking his finger at Su Guang. Su Guang was about to attack when Lu Qingming flew over and stopped him. Calm down, Su Guang. Lu Qingming's eyes were bloodshot. We will definitely take revenge for this, but the urgent matter now is to save Han Dong. Thinking of Han Dong, Su Guang suppressed his anger as he clenched his fists. Veins could be seen on his forehead. Brother Lu, you are right. Only by finding Han Dong, the three of us can work together and have rank 7 battle strength. Before that, there were only the two of them left. if they tried to find trouble with a rank 7 battle strength like Fang Yuan, they would only be humiliating themselves. After the two conversed, they turned around and attacked the palaces below. The palaces did not move at all, they were only an illusion. Space rippled as 3 new desolate-level phantom beasts flew out, blocking Su Guang and Lu Qingming. But this time, Su Guang and Lu Qingming were anxious to save Han Dong. They used their full strength without holding back. The 3 desolate-level phantom beasts were forced to retreat. Pai Shuihan saw this and snickered. This was the result he wanted. Demonic Path Gu immortals were wary of each other. Until the final moment, no one would use their full strength. With Lu Qingming and Su Guang leading the charge, everything would be much easier. Most importantly, they lost their rank 7 battle strength. There will be one less true competitor. At the side, Free Scholar smiled. He dealt with the desolate-level phantom beasts while looking at Pai Shuihan and Fang Yuan. Especially when he saw that Fang Yuan and the rest were still standing together without any desolate-level phantom beasts around them, a solemn expression flashed in his eyes. It is not a good thing that these 3 are so relaxed. Free Scholar willed as he led the desolate-level phantom beasts towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan was already very observant. His gaze turned cold as he looked at this scene. He retreated as he stretched out his hands. 2 large handprints flew out with a loud rumble. They attacked the unfettered scholar without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, a 3rd giant hand appeared behind him, protecting him. He can use 3 hand seals at once? Free Scholar's body froze. He felt even more wariness. Just as they were fighting and plotting against each other, an elderly Gu immortal silently appeared in the palace that Dongfang Yuliang was in. His eyes shined with divine light as he looked at Dongfang Naganori's nebula, as well as Dongfang Yuliang, who was working hard, before looking at the huge Gu formation on the walls and floor of the palace. Good formation, good formation. Even I, Kenyang Laojun, am seeing this for the first time. He praised. Chapter 793. Who are you? Dongfang Yuliang was very shocked when he saw Kenyang Laojun. Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong were on guard. The aura that Kenyang Laojun naturally emitted made them feel fear. Dongfang Naganori's nebula slowly turned around and said calmly to Kenyang Laojun, "You also want to inherit my star path inheritance?" Kenyang Laojun was slightly stunned. He then sized up Nebula and said with a surprised tone, "Oh, I also have this qualification? You can pass the test. You are a capable person. Appearing now means you are fated with the inheritance. If the wisdom path inheritance that I, Dongfang Naganori, left behind is passed to those wretched and useless people, wouldn't my reputation be tarnished? Future generations will laugh at me, a grand wisdom path immortal who can't even make a mess of his funeral arrangements?" Nebula paused for a moment before continuing, "Since you are an outstanding talent, you naturally have the qualification to inherit my wisdom path inheritance. However, this child was chosen by me when I was alive. He is currently undergoing the test. You cannot obstruct him. If he succeeds, you will have no chance. If he fails, you will have a chance to try. Dongfang Naganori, you are indeed the #1 person in Northern Plains. You have courage." Kenyang Laojun could not help but size up Dongfang Naganori's nebula. He sighed and said honestly, "I originally planned to snatch it, but since that is the case, there is no harm in waiting." Kenyang Laojun was powerful, but this place had already been arranged by Dongfang Naganori. Even if he snatched it, he would only obtain an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. One had to know that the more complete a wisdom path inheritance was, the more valuable it was. Since there was a possibility of obtaining a complete wisdom path inheritance, Kenyang Laojun naturally didn't want to miss it. His gaze shifted from Dongfang Naganori's nebula to Dongfang Yuliang. After a slight pause on Dongfang Yuliang, it shifted to Tan Wufeng and Dong Pokong. Tan Wufeng and Dong Pokong had been on high alert ever since they appeared. Kenyang Laojun's gaze was extremely calm, but Tan Wufeng and Dong Pokong were alarmed by it. A great sense of danger filled their hearts. "What are you trying to do?" Dongfang Yuliang sensed that something was amiss and roared. Kenyang Laojun chuckled. He didn't move at all. Tan Wufeng and Dong Pokong's bodies suddenly burst into flames. The two of them screamed miserably and lay on the floor, struggling violently. However, the yellow-green flames never stopped burning. It was roasting. It was giving these 2 rank 5 Gu masters a pain worse than death. Kenyang Laojun had a cold and cruel smile on his face. His intentions. He naturally wanted to deal with Dongfang Yuliang. If Dongfang Yuliang failed, he would have a chance to try. But if he wanted to eliminate Dongfang Yuliang, Nebula would not allow it. This would instead cause Kenyang Laojun to lose his chance. Thus, Kenyang Laojun targeted Dong Pokong and Tan Wufeng. To Dongfang Yuliang, these two were loyal and were his right and left arms. He was naturally greatly affected. He was also a smart person. He immediately knelt on the ground and asked Dongfang Naganori's nebula for help. Master, without these two, Yuliang would not have been able to get here. Please save them. Nebula, however, waved his sleeves and said coldly, compassion does not command troops, benevolence does not scheme. Dongfang Yuliang, you are indeed my main body's disciple. But my main body is dead, I am only a nebula that he left behind, my main task is to find a suitable inheritor for the inheritance. My help to you has already reached the limit, even if you beg, it is useless. Rather than wasting time kneeling on the ground, I advise you to use the time to complete the Gu formation and pass the test. Nebula said this on the surface, but at the same time, another transmission resounded in Dongfang Yuliang's mind. Yuliang, oh Yuliang, the situation is dangerous now, this immortal is a huge threat and has great battle strength, even when I was alive I had to be wary. Not to mention now, I am only a will. I purposely deceived him and stabilized him, quickly complete the Gu formation. This formation is an inheritance and also a method to counter enemies. If you can complete the Gu formation in time, you will be able to use its strength and battle Gu immortals. By then, you might even be able to save your two subordinates' lives. Land spirits were pure, they would never deceive others, their words and actions were all true. But Nebula was a will, he had the ability to deceive others. Dongfang Yuliang heard Nebula's secret transmission and his heart shook. He finally understood Nebula's difficulties. He cried out in sorrow as he stood up, shouting at Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong, brothers, you must persevere. I will definitely save your lives. Saying this, he gritted his teeth and buried his head with tears in his eyes, continuing to complete the Gu formation. Kenyang Laojun frowned, he willed as flames surged, Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong's expressions twisted. Their cries of pain doubled in volume. They cried out in pain, they wished they were dead, but they did not die immediately. Rank 5 Gu masters were at the peak of the mortal world, but in front of a person like Kenyang Laojun, they were as fragile as puppets, they were at his mercy, they could not die even if they wanted to. Dongfang Yuliang heard the cries of pain, but his mind became clearer, his gaze became resolute, he was not overwhelmed by hatred and anger. Blood started to flow out of the corners of his eyes, this was a sign that he was calculating with all his might, he was expending a lot of mental energy. Kenyang Laojun tortured the two for a while, but found that there was no effect, it made Dongfang Yuliang work even harder. The incomplete Gu formation was being completed at a faster rate. Kenyang Laojun could not help but show worry on his face. If this goes on, if Dongfang Yuliang succeeds, then his efforts would be in vain. Dongfang Yuliang really had a chance of succeeding, not only because of his outstanding performance but also because he was chosen by Dongfang Naganori, he had to have talent. If Dongfang Yuliang obtained the inheritance, Kenyang Laojun could snatch it with his own battle strength. But the problem was his central continent identity, he was a central continent Gu immortal, coming to northern plains was a dangerous journey. There were 5 regions in the world, no matter which one, they were all xenophobic. Especially in northern plains, with the collapse of 88 Jianghu Tower, there was a huge commotion, if his identity as a central continent Gu immortal was exposed, he would be in huge trouble. Thus, Kenyang Laojun. He preferred to do things secretly to save time, he would avoid meeting them if he could, and avoid fighting if he could. Kenyang Laojun looked at Dongfang Naganori's nebula, his gaze flickering. His heart surged with the urge to secretly make a move on Dongfang Yuliang. But he was afraid he would lose the qualifications to do so, he would be overly suspicious and miss the opportunity, he would only obtain an incomplete inheritance with low value. But he was also afraid Nebula would lie to him. With his experience as Kenyang Laojun, he knew the difference between wills and land spirits. Dongfang Naganori was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. Even after his death, Nebula could make a strong enemy like Kenyang Laojun hesitate with just a few words. Outside in the sky, the battle between the Gu immortals and phantom beasts continued. Free Scholar saw that Fang Yuan had sent out 3 giant hands. The wariness in his heart deepened. His body froze. But soon his speed increased. He charged towards Fang Yuan again. Even against 2 strength path giant hands, he had no intention of retreating, he wanted to drag Fang Yuan and the rest down with him. He wanted to probe the details of Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan saw that he could not intimidate the Free Scholar, he was not discouraged, he manipulated the 2 strength path giant hands and attacked Free Scholar without any qualms. He really dares to attack? They are shedding all pretenses, 2 rank 7 battle strengths, this is going to be a good show. I need to hide far away to avoid being implicated. The surrounding Gu immortals retreated, leaving a wide space for Fang Yuan and Free Scholar. Free Scholar was agile. Fang Yuan's two strength path giant hands could not even touch his sleeves, let alone grab him. Free Scholar wore a white robe, he had a tall crown and black hair, he flew like a spirit crane, free and unrestrained. Seeing that the two hands could not grab him, Fang Yuan's body shook as he sent out two more giant hands. Together with the strength path giant hands that were protecting him, he sent out a total of 5 strength path giant hands. Each strength path giant hand absorbed the strength of 20,000 strength path phantoms in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, then condensed into one of Fang Yuan's arms. This was his current limit. According to Fang Yuan's current body, he could only withstand the strength of 20,000 strength path phantoms. Any more, and before the strength path giant hands could attack, his own arms would collapse first. But don't forget that Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was an 8-armed immortal zombie. In reality he had 8 arms. If he used each arm he could summon 8 giant hands of strength. 5 was far from his limit. 4 strength path giant hands flew around in the air, trying to capture Free Scholar. Although the latter was not as calm as before, he was still safe and sound. He laughed loudly, shouting at Fang Yuan, "Sir, is this all you can do?" He was called unfettered, he was proficient in movement. Even though Fang Yuan's strength path giant hands were powerful, they were not fast, thus they could not do anything to Free Scholar. Unless Free Scholar made a mistake, Fang Yuan would not be able to seize the opportunity. This was the limitation of giant hands. Even though giant hands were strong, they had their weaknesses. Every immortal killer move had their own strengths and weaknesses. Even though Free Scholar was in an invincible position, he felt a chill in his heart. The battle strength that Fang Yuan displayed made his heart feel heavy. Especially when He Lulan and Fairy Lishan were still standing behind Fang Yuan, they seemed to be playing around. Were these two really stronger? Even if Free Scholar makes a move, he cannot force out their true methods? At the other side, Pai Shuihan, who was also a rank 7 Gu immortal, was also bewildered. No. His gaze turned resolute. A portion of the waves under his feet created a huge wave that was over 100 feet tall, crashing towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Speaking of which, Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar were not on good terms, they had even fought each other before, they had a grudge against each other. But now that Fang Yuan displayed a powerful method, Pai Shuihan was not an ordinary person. He let go of the grudge in his heart and turned his firepower to cooperate with Free Scholar, attacking Fang Yuan. 2 rank 7 Gu immortals attacked Fang Yuan, the surrounding Gu immortals retreated even further. "Come at me." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, showing no fear as he sent out 3 more hands. There were a total of 8 gigantic strength path hands. 3 of them blocked off the unfettered scholar, while the other 3 flew towards Pai Shuihan. The remaining 2 circled around his body, faintly preparing to attack. They were ready to make a move, making one feel incomparably fearful. Immortal Gu auras appeared on He Lulan and Fairy Lishan's bodies. There was more than one aura of these immortal Gu. There were at least 2 different auras rising up without the slightest bit of concealment. But even this could not scare Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. The 2 immortals looked at each other. One of them shouted, "So many immortal Gu, you 3 must be famous people, you are hiding yourselves, are you righteous path Gu immortals?" The other shouted, "I am familiar with the people of Northern Plains. I wonder which old friend of mine is joking with me, Free Scholar? Or perhaps you are not Northern Plains Gu immortals." Both of them had spoken words that struck at the heart. One slandered Fang Yuan and the rest as righteous path Gu immortals. They were isolated among the demonic path Gu immortals. The other was even more ruthless. He directly suspected that Fang Yuan and the rest were not Northern Plains Gu immortals, inciting the other demonic path Gu immortals to unite against a common enemy. Gu immortals were people with deep thoughts. When they fought, it was not as simple as clashing swords and blades. The battle of words was a contest of mind and wits. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 794. Ever since the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Northern Plains Gu immortal world was shaken. They had been searching for the culprit. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan had ulterior motives. Not only did they work together to attack Fang Yuan, they even tried to isolate Fang Yuan. At this point, Fang Yuan had no choice but to speak. "You two want to slander me and provoke me? Hehe, you are underestimating me and also underestimating the Gu immortals here. I am a true Northern Plains Gu immortal. I can sense the aura of Northern Plains at a glance. If you two want to create rumors, please say something more convincing." The other demonic path Gu immortals retreated even further. He Lulan's lips twitched. Fang Yuan was clearly the main culprit. but he said it like it was the truth, full of confidence. What the unfettered scholar and Pai Shui Han didn't know was that their intentional slander was actually a lucky hit. The one who caused the destruction of Imperial Court-blessed land was not Fang Yuan. Who else could it be? The verbal confrontation was blocked by Fang Yuan. Free Scholar and Pai Shui Han were silent. They increased their attacks. Facing the pincer attack of 2 rank 7s, Fang Yuan's forehead was soon covered in sweat. He blocked left and right. He could not hold on much longer. After all, he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, while the other 2 were genuine rank 7 Gu immortals. In terms of cultivation level, there was a huge gap. Fang Yuan relied on the immortal killer move Myriad Self to display rank 7 battle strength, but as the strength path giant hand was activated for a long time, Fang Yuan's arm could not hold on any longer. It showed signs of exploding into minced meat. I have a wood path killer move. It is my trump card. I rarely use it. It can block one of them and can even heavily injure them. But I need Fang Yuan to restrain them and restrict them to a certain position. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. She was anxious and secretly transmitted her voice. Fang Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly, replying, "The power of the strength path giant hand is astonishing, but its speed is not fast. Wanting to capture any one of them is extremely difficult. The hope is slim. Fairy, please wait, I still have a plan. If this plan fails, it won't be too late for you to make a move then." Fairy Li Shan heard this. He restrained himself. They exchanged a few more blows. Pai Shui Han and the Free Scholar were closing in, and Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. This is the moment. An electric light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He controlled the 6 strength path giant hands and slammed them down. Pai Shui Han and the Free Scholar were below the giant hand. Immediately he felt a strong pressure. From top to bottom. It was going to crush him. For a moment the air seemed to have thickened. The giant hands created strong winds, causing Free Scholar's clothes to flutter in the wind. Pai Shui Han's face tensed up. The strength path giant hands slammed down with ferocious auras. The spectators' hearts jumped. But Pai Shui Han and the Free Scholar were already familiar with the strength path giant hands. The former snorted while the latter smiled. They used movement killer moves to dodge. But Fang Yuan was different from before. He did not stop. Instead, he increased the power of his method, controlling the 6 giant hands and slamming them down. This change caught everyone off guard. Even Nebula and Dongfang Naginori was stunned. Not good. Nebula's expression changed. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Boom. The 6 strength path giant hands fiercely slapped the air. The space rippled, and the loud sound was like the roar of thunder. Countless space path Dao marks in the air were destroyed by the strength path giant hands. Dongfang Naginori's arrangements were destroyed. The concealing illusions disappeared. The immemorial desolate beast-level ruined bat's true appearance was revealed. Such a huge ruined bat. Its body was flat, lying on the ground, but it was still hundreds of meters tall. Its bat wings were wide and thick, covering a radius of more than 10 li. The bat wings were slightly lower. Its head was the tallest. Looking down from above, it looked like a small mountain. There was a huge wound on the ruined bat's back. The wound was very deep. Fang Yuan knew that this was the fatal wound that killed the ruined bat, but he did not know what had caused it. At the edges of the wound, the ruined bat's flesh and fur were almost completely rotten. Its white skeleton was exposed. Surrounded by these skeletons, the space path Dao marks were extremely dense. They weaved into a net and created a small space. In this space there was a palace that was almost in ruins. Fang Yuan's 6 strength path giant hands had already broken this small space, connecting it to the outside world. Dongfang Naginori's arrangements were broken. His inheritance is inside. Whoever gets it first will get it. Kill your way in. Wealth moved people's hearts. The inheritance of the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal in northern plains was a huge temptation to the demonic path Gu immortals. Fang Yuan directly opened up a passage, igniting the greed in the demonic path Gu immortals' hearts. When the first demonic path Gu immortal flew down, the other demonic path Gu immortals felt an intense sense of urgency. They flew down hurriedly. Free Scholar hesitated. Pai Shui Han had already given up on Fang Yuan, flying down the passage. Free Scholar sighed lightly. After taking a deep look at Fang Yuan, he turned into a white light and charged towards the passage. But at the next moment, 6 new desolate beast-level phantom beasts and an ancient phantom beast flew out of the small space, colliding with the demonic path Gu immortals. Both sides fought in a chaotic battle again. There is definitely someone manipulating this. Fang Yuan squinted, feeling slightly shocked. Kanyang Laojun was also shocked. The urgency of the situation made him wake up. After snorting coldly, a cruel smile flashed on his face. Flames surged, burning Tan Wu Feng and Dong Pekong into charcoal. These two rank 5s were pitiful, peak existences of the mortal world. They had followed Dongfang Yuliang to this stage after much difficulty. But with a thought from Kanyang Laojun, they were completely burned to death. At the same time, Kanyang Laojun snorted coldly. Dongfang Yuliang, who was working hard, spat out a mouthful of blood as he knelt on the ground like he was struck by lightning. "Old scoundrel, you killed my subordinates and still dare to plot against me." Dongfang Yuliang struggled to stand up, shouting in anger and grief. Kanyang Laojun's pupils turned as he sneered, "Don't slander me. I did not do anything." Saying so, the corner of his eyes was fixed on Dongfang Naganori's nebula. This was Kanyang Laojun's probing. He wanted to see how this nebula's methods were, whether his earlier words were true or not. Dongfang Naganori's nebula saw this and sighed, saying, "This is as far as I can go. Alright, everyone come out." Just as he said so, a change occurred. In the hall, a piercing light burst out. The light quickly dissipated. 8 Dongfang tribe Gu immortals appeared together. They appeared at the same time and surrounded old Lord Kenyang in the middle from afar. They shouted, "Old scoundrel, you dare to covet our tribe's inheritance. Today is the day of your death. This old scoundrel is despicable. But the traitor in our tribe is even more despicable. Speak. Who leaked the information about the secret passage to you?" Kanyang Laojun could no longer remain calm. Panic flashed on his face as he looked at Nebula with shock and anger. "So this was a plot against me." Dongfang Naganori's nebula. He nodded, "That's right. Before my main body died, he had instructed Dongfang Wanxiu to teach him the correct method. Using this method, he obtained the secret passage from the teleportation Gu formation. He told the location of this secret passage to the 7 Gu immortals around him. Next, on the way here, he met with my arrangements and was purposely attacked by a group of desolate beasts, restraining him. And this traitor of our tribe is clearly among the 8 of them. The traitor saw that the desolate beasts were a burden and could not come personally. He was also afraid that the wisdom path inheritance would fall into someone else's hands, so he used a certain method to pass this information to you. After you obtained the information, you surpassed the other demonic path Gu immortals and arrived here first." Kanyang Laojun's expression was grim. He stared at Nebula as his eyes twitched, saying eerily, "So that's it. Even though you know that there is a traitor in Dongfang tribe, you do not know who it is." "That's right." Nebula nodded, "But now, it seems that the traitor is among these 8. Who is it that betrayed the bloodline, betrayed the tribe?" Dongfang Wanxiu shouted at this time. "At this point you have already exposed yourself. It will only take a moment to find you. Are you still not going to show yourself?" Dongfang Yikong clenched his fists in anger. The other Gu immortals looked at each other. Some had grim expressions while others were furious. The situation was in a deadlock. Dongfang tribe had 8 Gu immortals, but they were all rank 6. And Kanyang Laojun was a genuine rank 7, and an expert even among rank 7s. Dongfang tribe had many Gu immortals, but they knew that one or even several of them were traitors. Thus, they were on guard against each other and did not make a move. Kanyang Laojun slowly frowned, looking at Nebula. "Wait, since you planned this and targeted me, you could have made a move before I came in. Why did you delay until now?" Nebula stood on the spot, not answering him. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals also did not speak. The hall fell into silence, but the sounds of intense battle could be heard from afar. Kanyang Laojun was moved. He realized, "I understand. You want to use me to deal with these demonic path Gu immortals. You only need to make Dongfang Yuliang fail on purpose to make me think that I can compete for this inheritance. By then, these demonic path Gu immortals outside will be my opponents. Of course, with your intelligence, it is very likely that you have a better way to make me your chess piece. When I fight with these demonic path Gu immortals and weaken both sides, you Gu immortals can reap the benefits. What a good scheme, a good scheme. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of arrangement, there will always be accidents. The star will set as if admitting old Lord Kenyang's guess. This accident was Fang Yuan's 6-strength path giant hands. Master. Dongfang Yuliang stood blankly on the spot. He did not know what to do at this moment. He was both happy and sad. He was happy that the enemy was controlled. His tribe had come prepared. The sad thing was that he was just a bait, a decoy for the enemy. His hard work, the sacrifice of Tan Wu Feng, Dong Pekong and the rest seemed like a joke. As if sensing Dongfang Yuliang's thoughts, Nebula turned around and looked at his chosen inheritor, saying, "Yuliang, no need to think too much. I indeed want to use the wisdom path inheritance to trap the enemy and get rid of the traitor in my tribe. This scheme is real, the wisdom path inheritance is also real. This enemy has a huge background, he comes from one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Crane Gate. The enemy also has a wisdom path Immortal. And only by truly setting up the wisdom path inheritance here will I not expose any flaws and be seen through by the enemy wisdom path Immortals. So it is like this. Dongfang Yuliang's heart shook, he felt ashamed but also admiration. He was ashamed of himself for letting his imagination run wild, he admired his master, Dongfang Naganori. The latter had painstakingly worked hard. Even after his death, he wanted to set up a scheme to benefit Dongfang tribe and get rid of the internal threat. And the enemy was so strong, Dongfang Naganori's arrangement was due to his wisdom, and also the helplessness of facing a strong enemy. Experiencing the hardships of his master, Dongfang Yuliang felt even more ashamed in his heart. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 795. Alright Yuliang, go and complete your Gu formation. Only by passing this final round can you inherit my main body's inheritance. As for you Kenyang Laojun, you shall die here today. Dongfang Naganori's nebula said slowly. Kenyang Laojun took a step back, saying arrogantly, Humph, even though I am alone, you are just a group of rank 6s together with a mere will, you want to take my life? Don't forget that my accomplice is among you. There are also demonic path Gu immortals outside, they are like wolves and tigers, your phantom beasts won't be able to resist them for long. He said this, but his expression was already filled with vigilance and vigilance. To be able to live to such an age and obtain such achievements, the virtue of a cautious nature was absolutely indispensable. Kenyang Laojuan's words were also true, they were aimed at Dongfang tribe's weakness. Precisely because of this, even though Dongfang tribe had many Gu immortals, they did not attack rashly. Dongfang Naganori's nebula chuckled. In the remote antiquity era when the creator of Wisdom Path, star constellation Immortal Venerable, died, she could deduce 1,000,000 years after her. She caused the 3 demon venerables to return without accomplishing anything, protecting celestial court. I Dongfang Naganori, even though I am far from star constellation Immortal Venerable, I can still deduce 100 years after my death. Since I set this up, I have my own trump cards. The moment he said that, an illusory Gu formation appeared in the hall. Countless Gu worms danced in the air, like thousands of spider webs interweaving in the hall. Compared to this formation, Dongfang Yuliang's perfected Gu formation was like a baby under the feet of an adult. Kenyang Laojun saw this and his expression turned ugly. His expression immediately turned ugly. This is a void formation. To think that you, Dongfang Naganori, have such deep attainment in Phantom Path, you can actually set up a Phantom formation. Ordinary Gu formations were easily destroyed once they were exposed. Because the Gu worms that formed the Gu formation were all corporeal. And Gu worms were very fragile. Even if it was the immortal grade spring-autumn cicada, as long as Fang Yuan gently pinched it with 2 fingers, it would shatter and be destroyed. But this phantom formation used a high-level method of Phantom Path, turning the Gu worms that formed the Gu formation into phantoms. But it did not hinder the Gu formation's operation. The phantom beasts could block Fang Yuan and the other demonic path Gu immortals for so long. This was because the void beasts were born with the ability to turn invisible. Once it became void state, all techniques would be useless. Nebula openly displayed the Gu formation and was not afraid of Kenyang Laojun destroying it because the Gu formation was phantom. Kenyang Laojun could only watch helplessly. But there was nothing he could do. The Gu formation started to activate. The hall was filled with dazzling light. Ha ha ha. Kenyang Laojun suddenly laughed out loud. I can't think of anything against the virtual array, so I'll just kill you. Everyone be careful. He's coming. Beware of spies. Don't be careless. This is a crucial battle that will decide the survival of our tribe. That's right, as long as we get through this, we will have a bright future ahead of us. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals were already waiting with full concentration. Everyone, don't be impatient, he won't be able to get here in a short period of time. Dongfang Naganori's nebula was calm and composed. At the next moment, Kenyang Laojun attacked, but his movements were extremely slow. The flames that he shot out were extremely fast, but now they were as slow as snails. This is? Kenyang Laojun soon realized that it was not that he was slow, but the space in front of him contained a profundity that could not be observed by the naked eye. It looked like a short distance, but it was a condensed space. I spent decades and countless efforts to create this formation. This hall looks ordinary, no different from the other halls around it. Actually, I had already gathered most of the space path Dao marks in the ruined bat's corpse here. We look like we are only tens of steps away from Kanyang Laojun, but the actual distance is more than 1,000 li, Nebula said slowly. As expected of Lord Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals were relieved, their eyes shined as they looked at Nebula with deep admiration. Nebula nodded, this is the crucial moment. I will tell you the truth, this formation is a huge killing formation. With my Wisdom Path Immortal Gu as the core and Blood Path Immortal Gu as the support, once activated, its power is immense, it has the power to split heaven and earth. Especially with the addition of Blood Path Immortal Gu, it is even more effective against Gu immortals. As long as the Gu formation is activated, not only can we kill Kanyang Laojun, we can even kill the demonic path Gu immortals in the sky. After this battle, my Dongfang tribe will definitely become famous in northern plains, both the righteous and demonic path as well as the other forces, will be wary of us. After this battle, move this formation back to the tribe's blessed land. If Yu Liang obtains it through my inheritance, he will be the person in charge. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals heard this and became extremely excited. In contrast, Kanyang Laojun could not conceal his bewilderment. Nebula continued, when my main body was alive, although I had formed an alliance with the righteous path super forces and made an agreement in this world, only when one has true strength can one ensure one's safety. All of you must remember, don't place your hopes in the hands of others. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals nodded, expressing their understanding. Dongfang Yikong said anxiously, then Lord Changfan, there is a traitor in our tribe. Even if we guard against it, it is hard to guard against a traitor. Don't be anxious. Nebula laughed, I have not finished speaking. Everything has its pros and cons, gains and losses. This Gu formation is extremely powerful, but it has a huge flaw. Activating this formation requires the Gu Immortal's Immortal Aperture Origin Core. What? Many Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortals were speechless. The Immortal Aperture Origin Core was the foundation of the Immortal Aperture. Once it was taken out, the Immortal Aperture that was developed with great difficulty would regress, the space would shrink, the primeval energy would thin, and all living beings would wither. And if the Gu Immortal did not advance, they would fall back. Once the time was up, the Immortal Aperture would face heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. When the Immortal Aperture was empty, the Gu Immortal's strength would be weak, and if they were careless, they would die from a calamity. With their lives at stake, Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortals naturally lost their composure. But soon a Gu Immortal stood up. It was Dongfang Wanxiu. Everyone in the hall heard him say, there are losses, there are gains. Lord Changfan has planned this hard. It was not easy to set up this trap. I Dongfang Wanxiu, am willing to make these sacrifices for my Dongfang tribe. Good. As expected of Lord Wanxiu, I Dongfang Yikong will accompany you to the end. Soon after, Dongfang Yikong also stood up. Nebula smiled lightly, he did not speak as he looked at the others. The other Gu Immortals looked at each other and quickly nodded, they had decided to make sacrifices to get rid of the internal and external enemies of the tribe. No hurry. Nebula, however, waved his hand and said unhurriedly, I still have something to tell you. Once you enter the Gu formation, once the Immortal Aperture Origin Core is extracted, you will not be able to move or forcefully escape. Your life and death are in my hands. Are you still willing? If you are not willing, you can suggest it. The Gu Immortal's expressions changed again. Dongfang Wanxiu's eyes shined with divine light. He looked around randomly. He sneered, traitor, you better come out, if you don't it will be too late. Nebula's words. They were clearly meant for the traitor to hear. As long as one had the ability to think, they could imagine. If there was really a traitor, after hearing these words he would definitely feel immense mental pressure. Once he entered the formation, his life and death would be in his hands. If he killed Kanyang Laojun and the latter exposed himself in a moment of desperation, he would not even have the strength to retaliate. If there was a traitor, his thoughts would definitely be different, he would not want to deal with Kanyang Laojun. He would also not be willing to place his life and death in Nebula's hands. After a few breaths of time, none of the Dongfang Gu Immortals in the hall came out. Good. At this point I Wanxiu have no choice but to admire you. No wonder you could hide among us for so long. Dongfang Wanxiu said hatefully. The Star Wolf chuckled, if that's the case then you can enter the array. The Phantom Gu formation opened its 8 formation cores, Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortals jumped in, each occupying a position. The Gu formation started to activate slowly. The Gu Immortals' expressions changed, they felt their immortal apertures shaking, there was a suction force coming from the formation. Relax your mind, cooperate with the formation and let it operate at full speed, Nebula said solemnly. The Gu Immortals hesitated, but they opened their immortal apertures eventually. Their immortal aperture origin cores were immediately extracted. They flowed out from the 8 formation cores. Within the phantom formation, a faint blood-red light appeared. Under the effect of the blood-red light, these 8 different immortal aperture origin cores gathered at the center of the Gu formation. They actually started to fuse into one. This formation is so profound. Some Gu Immortals saw this and could not help but exclaim in admiration. This is because all of you have the blood of Dongfang tribe in your bodies. Your bloodlines are similar, you have the same origin. Thus, when the bloodlines fuse, the immortal aperture origin cores will fuse together. Only by fusing can you display the advantage of numbers and unleash great power. Dongfang Naginori's Nebula slowly explained. The 8 Gu Immortals in the formation nodded. Dongfang Wanxiu's eyes shined brightly. He looked around but could not find any flaws in the traitor's disguise. No worries. Nebula chuckled. In this situation, no matter who the traitor is, he has already entered our trap and is working for our tribe. Everyone relax, I am going to extract more immortal aperture origin cores. Go ahead. Good, we will kill these hateful demonic path Gu Immortals later. They actually dared to target our Dongfang tribe. The phantom formation shined brightly, the Gu Immortals snorted coldly, their expressions were grim. Some were frowning, feeling discomfort and pain. The immortal aperture origin cores gradually fused into a huge force in the phantom formation. It was like a lump of liquid or a slumbering beast. Anyone would be able to sense the immense power contained within. Even the surrounding air rippled slightly as if it was about to collapse. Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortals had flushed faces. Some were trembling, some had malevolent expressions. They were all looking forward to this force unleashing its divine might. However, under the control of the Star Will, this power was like a bow that was ready to be fired. No rush. Nebula looked at the sky, observing the chaotic battle in the sky. The phantom beasts that obstructed the demonic path Gu Immortals were all slaughtered. Almost all of them were gone. Nebula was like a dragon, hiding in the depths of the river, waiting for the best opportunity. Once the opportunity arrived, the dragon would rise to the sky and overturn the seas and rivers. It all depended on which unlucky person would be the first to charge. Right at this time, Dongfang Yuliang suddenly stood up, shouting, "Master, I did it, I have successfully perfected this Gu formation, I have reached your request." Nebula quickly looked around, showing a gratified smile. Very good. Yuliang, you did not disappoint me. You also enter the formation, stand at the center of the formation core. Although you are immortal, you will become an immortal in the future. When the battle starts, you can experience the strength of a Gu Immortal. It will be of great help to your future growth. Yes, Master. I will listen to you. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were red. He was so moved that he choked with emotions. He jumped into the air, using the phantom formation's power. He stabilized himself at the formation core and floated in the air. In the air, under the interference of Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan, Fang Yuan finally found a chance. There was nothing in front of him, there was no power to obstruct him, the chance was fleeting. He immediately grabbed it and attacked with all his might. 7 strength path giant hands slammed down, only one was left to protect him. It is time. Nebula saw this and sighed lightly. Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortals looked at the sky with bloodthirsty excitement. At the next moment, they saw Kenyang Laojun flying into the sky, blocking Fang Yuan's attack and forcing the latter back. This change caused Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortals to be stunned. I did not waste my effort to set up this trap. Possession and rebirth, this is the moment. Nebula laughed heartily. Dongfang Naginori's soul suddenly appeared, entering the phantom formation center and entering Dongfang Yuliang's body. Aha, a bunch of fools. I will tell you the truth, Dongfang tribe's true traitor is your beloved Lord Changfan. Ha! Kenyang Laojun laughed wildly. Chapter 796. What? Dongfang Wanxiu stared with wide eyes. This is impossible. Dongfang Yikong denied it. How can it be Lord Dongfang Naginori? Everyone be careful, this is most likely an illusion. The other party cannot destroy the formation and wants us to panic. Under this shocking change, Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortals could not believe it, they could not accept this fact. Kenyang Laojun could not help but laugh. Want you to panic? What a joke, all of you are unable to move, you don't even have the qualifications to panic. You are already fish on the chopping board, you can't do as you please, the joke is that you can't see this fact clearly. These words were like a bolt of lightning that struck the hearts of Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals. Everyone looked towards Dongfang Naganori's nebula. Dongfang Wanxiu shouted, "Lord Changfan, this is definitely not real." Dongfang Yikong questioned, "Lord Changfan, say something." "Lord Changfan, Dongfang Naganori. What are you trying to do?" Countless interrogations and roars reverberated in the hall. Nebula smiled lightly as if he was calm. He was only a will, but he had condensed into the image of his main body in life. His body was tall and straight, his face was like jade, his eyes were shining with divine light. He had the outstanding demeanor of his main body when he was still alive. But at this moment, in this situation, when Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals saw Nebula's demeanor, they felt a chill in their hearts. The voidification grand formation changed again. The enormous power that had been gathered into a ball finally erupted at this moment. It was like a huge wave. Blood light shot out everywhere, forming a thick blood light screen that covered the main parts of the ruined bat's corpse. Seeing this, the expressions of Dongfang Wanxiu and the rest changed drastically. Originally, it was supposed to be used to attack enemies, but its true purpose was to defend. The cold truth was in front of everyone, it exposed Nebula's lies. "Dongfang Naganori, why are you doing this? Why did you frame us?" Dongfang Wanxiu's face was twisted with pain. He roared with grief and indignation. What else could it be? Life was the foundation of everything. Who wants to die? Who didn't want to live? As long as there is a chance to live, who can resist such a temptation? Kanyang Laojun sneered again and again, his eyes fixed on the void formation without blinking. Seeing that the voidification array was operating normally, Kanyang Laojun couldn't help but greedily take in a deep breath. This is a possession technique. The price was simply too high. Could it be that every time he activated it? Do we need to sacrifice Gu immortals? If that was the case, then the possession technique would not be able to be popularized. The conditions for activating it were too high. Dongfang Naganori's nebula slowly shook his head. "You don't have to worry, Elder Lord. Back then I was in the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Obtain the method of possession. The contents were that one could possess mortals and Gu immortals. But to possess a Gu immortal, one's cultivation level had to surpass the target. Furthermore, after possession, the immortal aperture would be the target's immortal aperture. This was like a dove occupying a magpie's nest, it had a huge drawback. I was a wisdom path Gu immortal in my previous life, but I did not have a suitable wisdom path Gu immortal as my target. Thus, after so many years, I spent all my effort in deducing and scheming before finally obtaining this formation. This formation was developed based on the possession technique. It allows me to possess mortals while also drawing out the Gu immortal's origin essence of the same bloodline. After I possess them, I can immediately become an immortal and create a brand new wisdom path immortal aperture, avoiding the dangerous period of weakening cultivation level after possessing mortals. Hearing Nebula's explanation, Kanyang Laojun turned his gaze and assessed Nebula, feeling shocked inwardly. This Dongfang Naganori concealed himself deeply. Not only is he the #1 wisdom path expert in Northern Plains, he can even use space path Dao marks to control a phantom beast army. Now it seems that his blood path attainment is not low either. Nebula did not know what Kanyang Laojun was thinking. He continued to speak. "Don't look down on this formation. With these 8 Gu immortals sacrificing themselves to provide for me, I have ample resources. My newly formed immortal aperture will definitely be the best of the best. At the same time, there is another advantage: the immortal aperture will automatically produce resources like flowers, birds, fishes, and insects. It is like they have been painstakingly developed for a long time. This will save me hundreds of years of hard work. Thus, after I possess this body, not only will my cultivation level recover, I will also have ample resources, even more than when I was alive." Kanyang Laojun, watch carefully and ask questions at any time. Every step I take, I will tell you the essence of the content. Kanyang Laojun's face flashed with excitement. He laughed heartily, looking deeply at Dongfang Naganori and Nebula. "You are truly scheming. You want me to protect you. I am here to help you block those demonic path Gu immortals from the outside world. Moreover, when you become an immortal, there will definitely be heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. At that time, I will be by your side. I will have to help even if I don't want to." Dongfang Naganori and Nebula also laughed. He did not have any awkwardness of having his scheme exposed. He looked at Kanyang Laojun, saying in a low voice, "In this world, if you want to obtain something, you have to pay a price. How can there be anything that is not earned? Especially when the more you obtain, the greater the risk. Old Lord, you can make your decision now." Kanyang Laojun chuckled. He could not help but admire Dongfang Naganori inwardly. This person was truly decisive. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori obtained the possession method, he had also gathered it at 88 Xinjiang Tower's true inheritance secluded domain. He had sensed the arrangements of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. At that time, Crane Gate had been infiltrating Dongfang tribe. After Dongfang Naganori became an immortal and became a higher-up of the tribe, he had secretly discovered this truth. But he did not expose it. Instead he followed this clue and secretly cooperated with Crane Gate. He used the possession method to transact with Crane Gate. Lifespan Gu were hard to find, but any Gu immortal would crave for any lifespan extension method. Moreover, this possession method originated from Giant Sun Immortal. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They had a long history and deep foundation, but they could not resist the temptation of the possession method. Both sides had their own needs. Dongfang Naganori released the contents of the method step by step, thus obtaining the resources sent by Crane Gate. He relied on these resources to rapidly climb up, passing tribulations time and time again. He even guided his juniors and schemed everywhere, bringing the declining Dongfang tribe back to its former glory. Cooperating with someone like Dongfang Naganori, even though Kanyang Laojun had great battle strength, he had never relaxed his vigilance and had always maintained his vigilance. He did not think for long before nodding and agreeing. Dongfang Naganori's nebula laughed loudly. Good, I will explain the first step to you. Kanyang Laojun quickly pricked up his ears and listened attentively. Even though he knew Dongfang Naganori was making use of him, Kanyang Laojun had come with Crane Gate's will. He could be considered to have no choice. Thinking of the generous sect rewards after completing this mission, Kanyang Laojun himself was not unwilling. Dongfang tribe's 8 Gu immortals were already cursing loudly. Dongfang Yuliang had fainted, his eyes were tightly shut and he was not moving at all. Meanwhile in the outside world, Fang Yuan looked down and saw a completely different scene. He saw an incomparably large blood veil firmly covering the mountain-like ruined bat corpse. The blood veil was extremely thick and filled with blood light. The majestic power it contained made one's heart palpitate. The demonic path Gu immortals quickly shifted their attention away from the internal conflict. Some of them tried to attack the blood veil, but it was like a small stone thrown into a large lake. The blood veil only had slight ripples on its surface. It did not budge and was as firm as a mountain. Such strong defense. What Gu formation is this? Not only have I never seen it, I have never even heard of it. Dongfang Naganori's backup plans are truly endless. A group of demonic path Gu immortals guessed. Fang Yuan also frowned. Even though he was a blood path great expert and had his previous life's memories, he had never seen this Gu formation before. Who cares what Gu formation it is, I will smash it with my hammer. Gu immortal Zhuozhan shouted as he charged down. He was riding a desolate beast flying boar. He was covered in armor and held a hammer. He had a strong build and was anxious, but he bullied the weak and feared the strong. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Zhuozhan was in the limelight. He felt proud and his expression became even more ferocious. But after a few breaths of time, his ferocious expression was gone, replaced by shock and fear. It turned out that when he got close to the blood veil, the blood in his body could not be controlled and continued to spurt out of his body. Gu immortals were called immortals, but most of their bodies still maintained the normal circulation of a human. Blood was the crucial thing to support the body's movement. Zhuozhan was still far away from the blood veil, but most of his blood had already spurted out of his body. If he continued to charge before he could reach the blood veil, his blood would have already spurted out and he would have turned into a dried corpse. What a strange formation. This is the effect of menstrual blood Gu. It can let people bleed. Menstrual blood Gu is one of Blood Sea ancestors' blood path true inheritances. To think that Dongfang Naganori's rumor was not only true, he even raised this menstrual blood Gu to immortal level. The demonic path Gu immortals were all moved. Several Gu immortals tried all sorts of methods, but failed miserably one after another. Everyone realized that unless they had a defensive method that targeted it, it would be extremely difficult to break through this blood veil. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Even though he was a blood path expert in his previous life, he did not have any blood path immortal Gu. He walked the strength path. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. He could not do anything about this formation. The situation was thorny. Everyone was anxious. Dongfang Yuliang had been inside for so long. Was he about to completely obtain the inheritance? Now we can only use long-range killer moves. Everyone, let's attack together and destroy Dongfang Naganori's arrangements first, then compete with each other. Otherwise, in front of everyone's eyes, a mortal will obtain the inheritance. If this really happens, I, Free Scholar, will not have the face to continue living in Northern Plains. Free Scholar suddenly shouted. Just as he finished shouting, he attacked. The demonic path Gu immortals responded one after another. At once, fire and water intersected, lightning bolts shot out in a dazzling manner, countless bombardments destroyed the blood veil layer by layer. Joy had just appeared on everyone's faces, but it quickly turned solemn. The blood veil continued to be destroyed and regenerated. Especially towards the end, the demonic path Gu immortals' combined attacks became weaker and weaker. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 797. The blood veil firmly covered the ruined bat's corpse, blocking the attacks of the demonic path Gu immortals. Not expecting the blood veil to be so sturdy, in a moment of desperation Pai Shuihan shouted, "Get out of the way, let me do it." He was a rank 7 Gu immortal, he was famous in the demonic path. Everyone flew away to give him some space. Water path killer move, ice path killer move, flood current. Inside Pai Shuihan's immortal aperture, over 10,000 Gu worms were activated, rank 7 red date immortal essence beads were rapidly expended. Swoosh. Boundless waves shot out from the air hundreds of steps around Pai Shuihan. The fierce waves were like thousands of rampaging dragons, roaring and roaring, bringing with them an aura of destruction as they poured down. The giant waves were still falling from the sky, but they changed again. Cracking sounds resounded in everyone's ears. The giant waves turned into solid ice from inside out. In a few breaths of time, the giant waves turned into a giant glacier, pressing down like an unparalleled giant whale, or like a heavenly pillar collapsing. The cold air caused people to shiver uncontrollably. The terrifying attack made people subconsciously hold their breaths. In the hall, Dongfang Naganori's nebula was no longer as calm as before, it was completely focused, its defensive power was raised to the maximum. Earlier, the demonic path immortals had attacked indiscriminately, but they were not at the same pace. There were many of them, but their quality was lacking. Now that Pai Shuihan had used his trump card, it came from him alone. His strength was unified, it was at least 10 times stronger than the wild bombardment from before. Rumble, the glacier fell from the sky, crashing heavily on the blood veil. The blood veil was deformed by the huge weight, but it still managed to resist the glacier's pressure. The corrosion of the cold air. Although the immortal killer move flood current was strong, Dongfang Naganori's blood veil had extracted the immortal aperture origin cores of 8 Gu immortals, and combined with the terrain, it had already been set up. Pai Shuihan's strength alone. It did not break the blood veil. But this killer move's effect was still shocking. The demonic path Gu immortals looked down, with the ruined bat's corpse as the center. The surrounding hundreds of li was covered in ice. The dead primordial ruined bat was as large as a mountain. At this moment, under the pressure of the glacier, it was as if a thick layer of ice armor was covering it, making it look even bigger. Inside the translucent iceberg, it was wrapped in a bright red egg made of blood. The bone-chilling cold air was still spreading everywhere, staining the trees and grass at the edge with frost and expanding the boundary. For a moment, everyone looked at Pai Shuihan in surprise. Although it did not break the blood veil. But the power of this killer move left a deep impression. Even if I use all 8 strength path giant hands, I won't be able to block this killer move head-on. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered. This was the true strength of a veteran rank 7 Gu immortal. In comparison, Fang Yuan was still far behind. Previously, Fang Yuan had fought against the Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan alone because the latter two had not used their trump cards. Gu immortals had reason, they were all here for the wisdom path inheritance. There was no deep hatred between them, fighting to the death would only be idiots. But now, the immortals realized the situation was far from good. This was why Pai Shuihan had to use his trump card and use his full strength to fight. Although I have rank 7 battle strength with the immortal killer move Myriad Self, I can only barely reach this standard. If I really fight to the death with someone like Pai Shuihan, I will most likely be the one to lose. But if I really face this move, I will not fight it head-on, I will avoid it. I will fight in a roundabout manner. The power of the immortal killer move Glacier allowed Fang Yuan to see a portion of Pai Shuihan's foundation. At the same time, he clearly realized the gap between him and Pai Shuihan. At once, Fang Yuan felt a sense of anxiety. The Gu Immortal's cultivation level was the main factor that influenced their battle strength. A part of the reason for Pai Shuihan's strength was the consumption of rank 7 red date immortal essence. Fang Yuan was already extremely outstanding in this life, the only thing that hindered him was his immortal zombie body. His true cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6, He had not even passed one heavenly tribulation. Cultivation level is the foundation, the foundation. Although my immortal zombie body is strong, it does not have much room for improvement. What method can I use to restore my human body? Brother Pai, you are so impressive. Let me test your skills. At this time, Free Scholar laughed heartily, flying towards Pai Shuihan. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly, his expression was ugly. He had mobilized everyone but still could not break the blood veil. Seeing Free Scholar attack, he slowly moved to the center. Under everyone's gazes, Free Scholar flew above the ruined bat's corpse. He had already prepared, his eyes suddenly opened wide, his pupils were completely white, shooting out two faint white lights. This move was almost silent, its boldness could not compare to the glacier earlier. The immortals who did not know what was going on were baffled. Pai Shuihan, however, had a slight change in expression. Under the two pale white lights, the glacier melted, the blood veil shook intensely, showing signs of being defeated. Was this the unfettered scholar? What a great move, 1,000 disintegrations. In the hall, Kanyang Laojun recognized this move. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had infiltrated northern plains for many years for 88-point Jinyang Tower. Since Kanyang Laojun took the risk to come here, he naturally had a deep understanding of northern plains. Free Scholar's background was Central Continent's Qin tribe. Central Continent's Qin tribe specialized in rule path, but Central Continent's sect system was prevalent. There was no room for a tribe to survive. After being ostracized, Qin tribe moved to northern plains. Unfortunately, northern plains' righteous path was ruled by the Huang Jin bloodline. Even though Qin tribe was a super force protected by Gu immortals, it was secretly ostracized by the Huang Jin bloodline forces, eventually weakening. By Free Scholar's generation, he was the only outstanding talent left. The tribe no longer existed, he was the only one left to fight alone. Qin tribe specialized in rule path. The Gu immortals in the tribe can use 100 disintegrations at rank 6, 1,000 disintegrations at rank 7, and myriad disintegrations at rank 8. It has unparalleled power, it can attack and defend, and has the profundity of resolving almost everything. Back then in Central Continent, countless sect Gu immortals lost to myriad disintegrations, countless people suffered from this move. Kanyang Laojun sighed with emotion. You are speaking so much nonsense, are you still not going to attack? Blood Veil and Free Scholar expend a lot of energy, these are all precious immortal aperture origin cores. Dongfang Naganori's nebula urged. Kanyang Laojun stood with his hands behind his back, he did not fight the enemy. Free Scholar is only one person but you have 8 on your side. He does not know the truth, watch me use some methods. Saying so, he let out his tribe's rank 7 aura. Once the aura was exposed, the demonic path Gu immortals in the sky were shocked. The other side has rank 7 Gu immortals? Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals. Aren't they all rank 6? Could it be that someone secretly entered rank 7 but kept it a secret? Or did Dongfang tribe invite some strong reinforcements? Don't forget they have the Huang Jin bloodline, a super force of the righteous path. The immortals were uncertain. Free Scholar's expression did not change but his heart wavered. It turned out, even though his killer move had shocking power and a huge origin, it expended a lot of red date immortal essence. Since the other side had rank 7 Gu immortals, they could fight him head-on. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they all had their own plans. Unfettered Scholar couldn't help but think to himself, I can't just charge forward mindlessly now. I will expend a lot of immortal essence. Otherwise, when the time comes, I might not have enough strength and end up helping others. Thinking of this, Free Scholar stopped his killer move. See, I stopped just like that? Kanyang Laojun laughed heartily, showing a smug expression. He only leaked a bit of his aura and the Free Scholar stopped. In terms of scheming, Kanyang Laojun might not be as good as Dongfang Naganori. But with his rich life experience, he could understand people's hearts and use the situation to make plans. The longer we drag this out, the more advantageous it is for that Dongfang Yuliang. This blood veil is extremely thick, to break it we will need to use our trump cards and bombard it repeatedly. Free Scholar said as he looked at Fang Yuan. The Traveling Earth 3 heroes lost Han Dong, Lu Qingming and Su Guang. They were only rank 6. Other than Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan, they had revealed rank 7 battle strength. Only Fang Yuan was left. Pai Shuihan also looked at Fang Yuan. These demonic path Gu immortal experts naturally would not let Fang Yuan take advantage of them. Fairies, please protect my safety. I'm going to use my full strength now. Fang Yuan transmitted, and after getting a confirmation he sat cross-legged in the air. 8 strength path giant hands flew towards the blood veil. The periphery of the corpse mountain blood veil was covered by a layer of ice. It was like a huge ice mountain with a hole in it. Fang Yuan did not care. He mobilized the 8 strength path giant hands and positioned them in 8 different directions. His palms faced inwards and pressed against the surface of the ice mountain. His 5 fingers dug into the ice mountain. "Rise!" Fang Yuan shouted. Immediately, a rumbling sound entered everyone's ears. At first, this sound was inaudible. But soon the sound became louder and louder, rumbling like thunder. The earth trembled and huge cracks appeared in the surroundings of the ice mountain. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the ice mountain that was covered in the blood veil was slowly rising up, as if it was about to leave the ground. The hall shook. Kenyang Laojun could not help but gasp. "This is..." Nebula's expression also changed. "Not good. My immemorial ruined bat's corpse has already been modified by me. To stabilize it, it is one with the ground, forming a corpse mountain. The enemy seems to have the ability to pull out the mountain chi, but it counters this. Can Yang quickly make a move?" Dongfang Naganori's nebula was so anxious that his body almost collapsed. His main body could deduce, but there was a limit to a person's intelligence. Arrangements were fixed. Even if they were meticulous, there would be accidents. Fang Yuan's pulling mountain Immortal Gu was one such accident. Immortal Gu could target any mountain. Dongfang Naganori had made an arrangement when he was alive. He connected the immemorial ruined bat's corpse with the surrounding terrain, forming a true corpse mountain. But this arrangement became a flaw. It was countered by pulling mountain Immortal Gu. He can actually uproot this entire mountain? Pai Shuihan stared at it, his gaze flickering. Who is he? Free Scholar suppressed the shock in his heart. He used 1,000 disintegrations again, looking at the blood veil. With 2 sides attacking, Dongfang Naganori's side was in a bad situation. Old ancestor Kenyang laughed loudly, finally making a move. "Look at my life-chasing fire." Chapter 798. Immortal Killer Move, Life-Chasing Fire. Kenyang Laojun had a solemn expression as he slowly opened his palm, revealing a weak fire. This fire flickered. It was dim yellow in color and had no light, as if it could be extinguished at any time. Kenyang Laojun's eyes, however, shined with a sharp light. Looking at the fire in his palm, he showed a proud expression. This was the ultimate move that made him famous in Central Continent. Life-chasing fire, go. Kenyang Laojun's palm shook. The life-chasing fire shot out with a whoosh. The star will hastily opened an opening and made way for the passage. The life-chasing fire was inconspicuous. After leaving the blood veil, it plunged into the icy mountain. Boom. Almost in an instant, the huge dim yellow fire soared to the sky, burning the entire icy mountain. The demonic path Gu immortals in the air were shocked by this change. But soon, strange expressions appeared on their faces. Although the fire was fierce, it did not have any heat. Especially the icy mountain that was in the fire was unscathed, showing no signs of melting. Some demonic path Gu immortals were about to mock him, but at this time the rank 7 demonic path Gu immortal expert Pai Shuihan suddenly screamed miserably. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, and the scene before them gave them a huge shock. Pai Shuihan's whole body was covered in fire. He was burning intensely, his face was twisted in pain. His whole body was emitting cold air. Water was gushing out like dragons and snakes were coiling around his body. The dim yellow fire was not weakened at all, instead it showed signs of burning even more fiercely. What move is this? How did Pai Shuihan get hit? Why did I not see it clearly? Such a strange fire. Everyone dodge. The demonic path Gu immortals retreated, looking at Pai Shuihan with lingering fear as he used all his methods, trying to extinguish the fire and save himself. This fire, could it be life-chasing fire? Oh no. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sensed something amiss. He quickly retracted his 8 strength path giant hands. But it was too late. The flames burned the iceberg and soon after, they spread out like lightning onto the 8 giant hands of strength. The strength path giant hand was unharmed, but inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, faint yellow flames appeared out of nowhere. It burned quietly on the body of the 160,000 strength path phantom. These strength path phantoms. They were the ones who provided the power to form the 8 giant hands of strength in the outside world. They were bathed in flames, but they were safe and sound. Fang Yuan saw this. His heart was filled with a chill. This is indeed the killer move, life-chasing fire. Fang Yuan knew the power of this move. He hurriedly cut off his wrists. With a thought, the 160,000 strength path phantoms collapsed on their own. Without these strength path phantoms, The 8 strength path giant hands that were uprooting the mountain also collapsed with a loud bang. There was a loud bang. The ruined bat's mountain of corpses fell heavily onto the ground, causing a huge shockwave. The ground around it cracked and countless pieces of sand and stones flew everywhere, causing smoke and dust to billow. Fang Yuan's uprooting mountain was interrupted. He suffered an intense backlash. His chest felt heavy and nauseous and he felt dizzy. His body swayed and he almost fell down from midair. He Lulan saw the situation was bad and quickly went to support him. Fang Yuan, however, avoided her like a snake, shouting, "Don't come near me." Saying so, he retreated and like Pai Shuihan, his body also started burning with faint yellow flames. At the same time, Free Scholar's expression changed. He was also hit by this move. His body also started burning with flames. This Fire Path Immortal Killer move can actually sense aura. It can trace our attacks back to the source and enter the immortal aperture. Free Scholar's heart shook intensely. At this moment, Free Scholar finally understood why Pai Shuihan was so flustered. It was because not only was his body being burned by the flames, his immortal aperture was also filled with flames. Forget about the former, the latter was the headquarters of Gu Immortals. It was their foundation. After many years of painstaking management, countless cultivation resources were stored inside. Now that this fire was burning, it directly burned the hearts of those who were hit, making them want to vomit blood from the pain. Pai Shuihan not only had to extinguish the fire on his body, he also had to put out the fire in his immortal aperture. But the strange thing was, this fire could not be extinguished by ice or water. It was extraordinary. The surrounding demonic path Gu Immortals pulled away from Fang Yuan, Free Scholar, and Pai Shuihan, afraid of being touched by this strange fire. Why is Fang Yuan's fire so much weaker than the other two? He Lulan had a bewildered gaze. The other demonic path Gu Immortals soon discovered this phenomenon. Immediately, Fang Yuan's image in everyone's mind became even more profound and unfathomable. Free Scholar's gaze also paused on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's situation was much better than the other two. The fire on his body was only a faint layer, like the flame of an oil lamp. But Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar were burning brightly like large torches. In just a few breaths of time, Free Scholar's body was already burnt to a crisp, emitting the smell of burnt meat. Free Scholar forced himself to remain calm. He did not panic because he still had a trump card. Immortal Killer Move, 1000 Disintegrations. He activated the killer move madly. The light in his completely white eyes became even brighter. But this time, it did not shine on the ice mountain blood veil, but on his own body, into his immortal aperture. The dim yellow fire under the pale white gaze was quickly dissolving and weakening. Soon, the fire on his body completely disappeared. The fire in his immortal aperture was also controlled. 1000 Disintegrations was indeed useful. Not only could it be used against enemies, it could also be used for defense. Attack and defense in one, its power was extraordinary. In a flash, Fang Yuan also stood up. The fire on his body had disappeared. Only Pai Shuihan tried many methods, but the fire on his body became even more intense. His whole body was burnt black. The thick smell of burnt meat was emitting. He had to use healing goo to heal his injuries while enduring the burning of the fire. He roared in anger. The pain on his body was even more intense in his heart. The fire spread in his immortal aperture. A large amount of resources were burned to nothing, but he could not do anything to this fire. What do I do? What do I do? Pai Shuihan thought rapidly. He was extremely anxious. Fang Yuan and Free Scholar did not speak. They watched coldly. The other demonic path Gu Immortals were even further away. Some of their gazes were flickering with uncertainty. They were ready to make a move. If Pai Shuihan was heavily injured and weakened, these demonic path Gu Immortals would definitely be moved. They would target Pai Shuihan and hit him while he was down. Suddenly, Pai Shuihan let out a loud roar. His body abruptly rose up, his whole body covered in flames. Like a flaming meteor, he shot out. This fire was a huge problem for him. There were many demonic path Gu Immortals here. He could not stay for long. Pai Shuihan's retreat was a wise move. Seeing him disappear into the horizon, the demonic path Gu Immortals at the periphery also sneakily left, following the path that Pai Shuihan left, vanishing quietly. In the palace, Kenyang Laojun laughed heartily. He said to Dongfang Naganori's Nebula, "How is it?" As expected of the life-chasing fire. Nebula nodded. This fire has the ability to trace back to the source. Gu Immortals often put Gu worms into their immortal aperture. Thus, when tracing back to the source, it will burn in their immortal aperture. This fire uses life as fuel. As long as there is life, it will burn endlessly. Thus, to extinguish this fire, special methods must be used, for example, 1,000 disintegrations. If one does not have such methods, they will have to cut off their wrists and abandon it, or let it burn, trying to restrain the life force in their body. As long as the life force is exhausted, this fire will be extinguished. Unfortunately, this Pai Shuihan did not think of this. He continued to heal himself, but instead caused his life force to flourish, causing the fire to burn even more intensely. Nebula said this and laughed lightly, praising, "Kanyang Laojun, this move that you created is truly unique. It is a unique method. As long as this fire burns, the enemy will be thrown into confusion. If it burns a few more times, even the wealthiest Gu Immortal will lose their foundation, they will lose their will to fight." Hearing Nebula's words, praising his method, Kanyang Laojuan's proud expression disappeared, replaced by a gloomy expression. The reason why Kanyang Laojun was called Cruel Sun was because of the life-chasing fire. Once this fire burns, even if it is extinguished, the enemy will be covered in soot. But it can also trace back to the source, following the attack and burning the Immortal Aperture. The Immortal Aperture was the foundation of a Gu Immortal. If it was burnt several times, the foundation would be greatly damaged. Even if it could not burn the enemy to death, it could cripple them. Thus, Kanyang Laojun roamed Central Continent. In his early years he was famous. The Gu Immortals who fought with him would have a headache when they saw him. After becoming rank 7, Kanyang Laojun moved less, but in terms of battle strength he was one of the top 5 in Crane Gate. This time, the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower was a huge matter. Crane Gate sent him to Northern Plains to investigate the culprit. Once life-chasing fire was used, Fang Yuan and Free Scholar were helpless, and Pai Shuihan was forced to escape. Kanyang Laojun was trying to force the enemy to retreat, but he was also trying to intimidate Dongfang Naganori. In the end, Dongfang Naganori investigated clearly. He knew about life-chasing fire. He praised it on the surface, but it was actually a counterattack against Kanyang Laojun. Thus, it would be strange if Kanyang Laojun had a good expression. Life-chasing fire. Kanyang Laojun, why is he here? Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking at the blood veil below him. He was puzzled. Although he had his previous life's memories, he was far from being omniscient and omnipotent. Dongfang Naganori's possession was very secretive. Fang Yuan did not know about it. Now that he saw a Central Continent Gu Immortal fighting with Dongfang Naganori's inheritance, he was surprised and perplexed. Earlier, even though Kanyang Laojun forced him to retreat, it was only for a brief moment. He did not expose his identity. Kanyang Laojun had a secret method to conceal his aura. When he attacked, he had the aura of a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. The demonic path Gu Immortals saw this, but none of them discovered anything. It could be said that Kanyang Laojuan's methods were profound. Not good. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He wanted to retreat. He knew that a Central Continent force had secretly infiltrated Northern Plains to investigate him, the culprit, and also knew that someone had approached Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, suspecting his identity as Sha Huang. Chapter 799. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, wisdom path inheritances were indeed precious. But even if he obtained the complete inheritance, his true identity would be exposed and he would be chased by Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu Immortals. That would not be worth it. Kanyang Laojuan's fire made the demons helpless, while Pai Shuihan escaped. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss and had thoughts of retreating. He naturally stopped. Free Scholar, who had rank 7 battle strength, also did not rashly make a move. Earlier, Fang Yuan's performance in dealing with the life-chasing fire made him think even more highly of him. He thought that he had relied on 1,000 disintegrations to survive the calamity. He felt that Fang Yuan was even more profound. Especially when Fang Yuan had the 2 black-robed Gu Immortals, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Thus, Free Scholar restrained his urge to make a move and only looked at Fang Yuan. His meaning was clear. He was waiting for Fang Yuan's group to make a move. At once, the sky above the ruined bat's corpse mountain fell into silence, while curses and curses could still be heard in the ruined hall. Dongfang tribe's 8 Gu Immortals were unable to move, but they retained the ability to speak. Ever since Dongfang Naganori's possession started, they had been cursing and questioning Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori's nebula turned a deaf ear to them. He saw that the outside world had calmed down and the demons were helpless. He smiled lightly. The time has finally come. Possession and rebirth is at this moment. Kanyang Laojun, I have told you the previous steps in detail. The crucial moment has arrived. I will have to trouble you to defend for me. Indecisiveness would only lead to chaos. Nebula made up its mind and did not hesitate anymore. A change occurred again. A huge whirlpool suddenly formed on the surface of the blood veil. Blood energy brewed in the whirlpool. condensing into a huge pillar of blood light that shot down towards the center of the phantom formation, enveloping Dongfang Yuliang's body. Kanyang Laojun glared and cursed, "Damn it!" Seeing this change, Kanyang Laojun finally understood that this blood veil was not purely for defense. It was a kind of purification process. The 8 immortal aperture origin cores that were extracted were like 8 pieces of metal that were melted together. Next, the demonic path Gu immortals would attack and refine it, eliminating the wills and auras of the 8 Gu immortals in the origin core before injecting it into the possession target. Dongfang Naginori's arrangements were deep and profound. He even included the demonic path Gu immortals within. Even Fang Yuan was kept in the dark and was used by Dongfang Naginori as a blacksmith. Now that the blood energy was flowing backward into Dongfang Yuliang's body, the blood veil would naturally weaken. With the blood veil weakened, the defense immediately weakened. Kanyang Laojuan's sect had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. With such a huge temptation in front of him, how could he not stand up and take the blame? As expected, seeing the blood veil weaken, the demonic path Gu immortal spirits rose. It seems that our previous attacks were effective. There is hope to break the blood veil. Everyone, let's attack together. The immortals attacked one after another. Countless attacks rained down like a torrential rain. The blood veil had to send in blood energy while enduring the attacks on the other side. It immediately became strained and was on the verge of collapse. Kanyang Laojun had no choice but to take action. He used an immortal killer move, Final Afterglow. A light barrier appeared outside the blood veil. It was like the afterglow of the setting sun. It was so thin that it was almost non-existent. Countless attacks penetrated this light barrier and landed on the blood veil, but the power was less than half of what it was before. This was the effect of Final Afterglow. It was not a complete defense, but it weakened most of the attacks. Even an immortal killer move like River Flow could be weakened by 30%. Right now, most of the demonic path Gu immortals were using mortal killer moves. Being weakened by Kanyang Laojun like this, it was all bark and no bite. Dongfang Naginori showed joy on his face. This way the situation was extremely advantageous to him. The phantom formation continued to extract the 8 immortal aperture origin cores, fusing them into one and forming the blood veil. The blood veil withstood the attacks. The aura of other people's wills inside was gradually destroyed. Next, it was converted into pure blood energy and injected into Dongfang Yuliang's body. Dongfang Yuliang was a rank 5 Gu master. He had a peak stage aperture. Right now, his soul had already been cleansed by Dongfang Naginori. Dongfang Naginori's soul controlled his young body, focusing all his attention on his aperture. Under the infusion of blood energy, his aperture burst with a loud bang. Dongfang Yuliang's aura, however, did not fall but rose instead. An astonishing transformation was happening, transcending mortality, advancing to Gu immortal realm. Crack. In the sky of the outside world, there was a sudden flash of lightning. In a few breaths of time, dark clouds rolled in the clear sky, covering an area of 1,000 li. The earth shook and rumbled. It was like millions of herds of cattle were trampling on the ground, causing dust to rise. Heaven and earth chi were stirred. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were formed. Someone is advancing to Gu immortal inside? What the hell is going on? The Gu immortals quickly stopped their attacks, feeling baffled. Crack, crack, crack. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning was azure gold in color, containing destructive power. The demonic path Gu immortals' expressions changed as they quickly retreated. Incredible. This is a heavenly wind lightning tribulation. How unlucky is this mortal below? He is not favored by heaven and earth. He has just advanced to Gu immortal, but he actually encountered such a powerful heavenly tribulation. What earthly calamity is this? The immortals retreated to the edge, watching from afar. They saw that around the ruined bat's corpse, there were countless round pits on the ground. The pits were unfathomably deep and pitch black. Boom, boom, boom. Pitch black lightning balls flew out of the pits, smashing onto the ruined bat's corpse and exploding. Lightning flashed. The iceberg only lasted for a few breaths of time before it was shattered by the countless lightning bolts, turning into ice shards that flew everywhere. This time even the free scholar was moved. He was inwardly shocked. The heavenly tribulation is heavenly wind lightning. It is tyrannical and sharp. The earthly calamity is earth ghost lightning. It is unpredictable. These two great lightning tribulations are known as the twin lightning of heaven and earth. Once they combine, their power will rise sharply. Even the current me would have a headache if I were to encounter it. The twin lightning of heaven and earth combined, falling from above and exploding from below, The lightning was dazzling and dazzling, forming a purgatory of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning were densely packed. There were so many that they actually formed a huge lightning forest. The shattered ice shards completely disappeared, not even a trace of frost energy remained, they were all destroyed by the lightning. This apocalyptic scene made the watching demonic path Gu immortals hold their breaths, their hearts feeling stifled. Inside the ruined bat's corpse, Kanyang Laojun had a solemn expression as he used all his strength to support the immortal killer move, Ultimate Afterglow. This mystical defensive killer move cautiously weakened the power of the twin lightning of heaven and earth. But even with all his strength, Kanyang Laojun could only weaken it by 15%. The red date immortal essence in his body was being expended rapidly. Soon, his forehead was covered in sweat. How can there be such a powerful lightning tribulation? Dongfang Naginori's nebula muttered with a worried expression. This situation was almost the worst that he had expected. To think that he would encounter it in this possession attempt. His luck was truly terrible. The blood veil was being damaged intensely by the lightning strikes. The losses were so severe that Dongfang Naginori's nebula felt great heartache. These losses would greatly affect the foundation of Dongfang Yuliang's immortal aperture. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. As time passed, the lightning tribulation not only did not show any signs of weakening, it was even getting stronger. The immemorial desolate beast-level ruined bat's corpse was destroyed beyond recognition. The surrounding space path Dao marks were originally densely packed, but now they were all destroyed by the lightning path, almost all of them were gone. Kanyang Laojun was already in a situation where he could not hold on. The huge loss of immortal essence made his mood heavy. That's right. The heavenly tribulation is so powerful, it is all because of you, Dongfang Naginori. Kanyang Laojun suddenly said, You, Dongfang Naginori, are already a dead person. According to fate's arrangement, your soul should return to the door of life and death. How can you still be alive and kicking here? Not only do you want to revive, you even want to possess an immortal's body. This is truly heaven-defying. No wonder heaven and earth are enraged. Dongfang Naginori's nebula's expression was solemn, but after hearing this he raised his eyebrows and laughed loudly. Ever since Red Lotus Immortal Venerable destroyed fate, the fate of all living beings in this world is in our hands. So what if it is heaven-defying? My fate is not up to heaven. I have planned this for a long time. I have done so much preparation and hard work. I will definitely succeed this time. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud crack. Originally, lightning was raining down and thunder rumbled endlessly, filling everyone's ears. But right now, this sound of thunder suppressed all the other lightning. It resounded in the sky and caused the Gu immortals' ears to buzz. Dongfang Naginori's nebula was shattered. A dazzling white light filled the sky and earth. Feng Yuan, Free Scholar, and the other demonic path Gu immortals retreated in panic, and even Kanyang Laojun had no choice but to shut his eyes. Within the white light, a divine lightning suddenly struck down. This divine thunder was incomparably ferocious, sweeping everything in its path. In an instant, it destroyed the afterglow, exploded the blood veil, and headed straight for Dongfang Yuliang. The divine lightning was extremely fast. In almost the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Dongfang Yuliang from the sky covered in dark clouds. Dongfang Yuliang only had a mortal body. If he was struck by this lightning, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. Dongfang Naginori's plan to possess another body and revive would come to an abrupt end. It had completely failed. At the moment of life and death, Dongfang Yuliang, who had been frowning and had his eyes tightly shut, forcefully opened his eyes. Within the dazzling white light, he barely managed to catch a glimpse of that flash of lightning. An intense shock and anger surged in his heart. All Kate. Falling star lightning. Tribulation hidden within tribulation. Damn heaven, you want me to die so badly? Then I will not die. Dongfang Naginori roared in his heart. At the next moment, the phantom formation shined brightly. Boom. Amidst the shocking explosion, countless beams of white light shot out from the ruined bat's corpse in all directions. When the beams of light hit some unlucky demonic path Gu immortals, their minds shook and their souls shook, some even directly fell from the sky. The terrifying explosion set off a monstrous air wave, causing the vegetation in the surrounding tens of li to be uprooted. The sky seemed to have collapsed, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The demonic path Gu immortals hurriedly retreated. After retreating for 15 li, the white light beam gradually dissipated, and the immortals calmed down slightly. The ruined bat's mountain of corpses, which had been as large and unmoving as a mountain, had completely disappeared. On the empty ground, a young figure appeared, floating proudly as he gazed at Feng Yuan and the others. Dongfang Yuliang. R1152. Chapter 800. Dongfang Yuliang? Did I see wrongly? How did he become a Gu immortal? It seems this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was caused by him. Becoming an immortal on the spot, is this Dongfang Naganori's inheritance? It was actually snatched away by Immortal. When the demonic path Gu immortals saw Dongfang Naganori, they were greatly shaken but also felt dejected. Dongfang Yuliang was expressionless, his eyes did not have normal pupils and sclera, instead they were covered in countless types of glass light that flickered continuously. He used such a gaze to slowly size up the demonic path Gu immortals, before speaking in a low voice. So it was you who wanted to snatch the inheritance left behind by my benefactor? Who gave you the guts to actually attack a righteous path superforce? Dongfang Naganori successfully possessed the body, but he did not expose the truth, instead speaking in Dongfang Yuliang's tone. The demonic path Gu immortals were dejected, they were already full of resentment. Now that they heard Dongfang Yuliang boasting shamelessly, they were immediately displeased. Some snorted in disdain while others shouted, "Amir Jr., you have just become an immortal and reached the heavens in one step, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Come, take my hammer, strike." Before he finished speaking, a figure shot out from the side of the crowd. This demonic path Gu immortal had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear, he was covered in armor, he was riding a flying boar, its 4 fat pig hooves were rapidly moving, carrying its owner towards Dongfang Yuliang in an aggressive manner. It was Zhuozhan. The immortals shuddered, immediately reacting. This Zhuozhan is crafty, he wants to take advantage of the situation. We were almost frightened by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity earlier. Even if Dongfang Yuliang is an immortal, he is only a rookie. What are we afraid of? Capture Dongfang Yuliang alive, and interrogate him for the wisdom path inheritance. The demonic path Gu immortals moved out one after another, rushing towards Dongfang Yuliang. Free Scholar was also among them. Only Fang Yuan and a few others did not move, remaining on the spot. He did not know that Dongfang Yuliang had been possessed by Dongfang Naganori. Instead he was afraid of Kenyang Laojun. The Dongfang Yuliang has appeared. Where is Kenyang Laojun? Kenyang Laojun was actually standing behind the Dongfang Yuliang, but he had used an immortal Dao technique to conceal his figure. His methods were so profound that none of the immortals of the demonic path were aware of it. However, he was still injured. When he saw the immortals rushing over, he transmitted his voice to the Dongfang Yuliang. "Do you need me to make a move?" Dongfang Yuliang quickly denied, "You don't have to do anything. Let me kill them alone." If Kenyang Laojun made a move and was exposed, Northern Plains Gu immortals would know that Dongfang Yuliang was colluding with Central Continent's forces. By then not only would Dongfang Yuliang be ostracized by the righteous path, even Northern Plains' demonic path would not like him. Furthermore, Dongfang Yuliang wanted to use his own strength to deal a heavy blow to the invading enemies. Only by doing so could he rise up and regain control of Dongfang tribe despite the deaths of the 8 Gu immortals of the Eastern Plains. Zhuozhan was one step ahead, getting closer and closer. He was so close that Dongfang Yuliang could see the sinister smile on his face. Behind him, more than 10 demonic path Gu immortals were surging with killing intent. Dongfang Yuliang was alone, his cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6, but he was not flustered. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, showing a scheming smile. Old Lord Kenyang, who was behind him, looked at him with interest. He wanted to see how he could defeat such a strong enemy with his current cultivation. Only to see Dongfang Yuliang slowly stretch out his right arm, his white robe wide sleeves, his right index finger pointed to the sky as he said loudly, "Myriad Star Feiying." The invading immortals heard this and their auras turned sluggish, their expressions changing. Hataru was known to almost everyone in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. It was Dongfang Naganori's strongest killer move. Dongfang Naganori was publicly recognized as the #1 wisdom path expert in Northern Plains, not just because of his deductions, but more importantly because of his battle strength. Without astonishing battle strength, how could he gain a foothold in the chaotic Northern Plains? Without immense battle strength, how could he lead Dongfang tribe to prosperity again? Thus, in terms of battle strength, Dongfang Naganori firmly suppressed Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar when he was alive. He was the first supreme elder of a righteous path superforce. And the wisdom path killer move Hataru was the best symbol of Dongfang Naganori's battle strength. This move's illustrious reputation had already entered the hearts of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Don't listen to his bluff. Hataru involves tens of thousands of Gu worms, Is it so easy to activate? Zhuozhan shouted. He is only a newbie Gu Immortal, he has just become an immortal and left the mortal realm, he wants to control so many Gu worms at once? Lu Qingming sneered. Wishful thinking. Divine Lord Tiandu held an immortal Gu in his hand ready to attack. Humph, Hataru, I was defeated by this move back then. Now let's see how much power you have. Free Scholar's expression flashed with anger. Are we really not going to attack? He Lulan was moved, but Fang Yuan was the strongest among them. He Lulan had lost self-strength immortal Gu, her battle strength was slightly weaker than before. Wait for a while, the situation is not looking good. Fang Yuan was just about to tell them his earlier guess when the sky changed. The dark clouds had just dispersed, the sky was clear. But now night fell, the world turned dark. The night sky covered the surrounding 1,000 li, countless firefly-like specks of light appeared in the night sky and flew around. Starlight fluttered, it was grand and beautiful. Hataru. The demonic path Gu Immortal's expressions changed, they were surrounded by the starlight fireflies. Starlight shone continuously on everyone's faces. Free Scholar's expression was ashen. This was a genuine Hataru, its power seemed to be even stronger than in his memories. But how was this possible? Dongfang Yuliang had just become an immortal? Even if he had Dongfang Naganori's nebula, which could consume the rank 7 red date immortal essence left behind by Dongfang Naganori, how could he be so familiar with using Hataru for the first time, as if he had practiced it countless times? The unfettered scholar was puzzled. The demonic path Gu Immortals beside him were in an even worse state. The surrounding starlight specks were densely packed, attacking them from all directions. One starlight was not a big threat, but what about thousands of starlight specks? What about 100,000, a million, or even 10 million starlight specks? Especially when every speck of starlight contained a star thought. Even if the Gu Immortals destroyed the starlight specks, the star thoughts would jump out and drill into the Gu Immortals' minds. Even if the Gu Immortals had defensive methods, with such endless starlight specks, they would definitely lose out after defending for a long time. Once the star thoughts entered their sea of consciousness, it would be a huge problem. If it was light, it would interfere with their thoughts, while if it was heavy, the thoughts would be destroyed, their movements would become sluggish, or even worse, their own thoughts would be completely suppressed by the star thoughts. Star thoughts would replace thinking, and the Gu Immortal would temporarily become Dongfang Yuliang's puppet, being controlled by him. What are you doing? Beside Zhuozhan, a demonic path Gu Immortal shouted angrily. Zhuozhan's face turned purple. Sorry, my attack suddenly changed direction. You want to snatch the wisdom path inheritance? You were actually corroded by the star thoughts in such a short time. You are truly a failure. The demonic path Gu Immortal was almost hit. He was flustered and exasperated. What did you say? Do you dare to say it again? Zhuozhan was also furious, he shouted at the demonic path Gu Immortal. Enough, are you still fighting among yourselves? The urgent matter is to leave this place quickly. This is Hataru, the longer we stay here, the more dangerous it gets. A Gu Immortal said anxiously. Another Gu Immortal retorted, Leave? What are you afraid of? The other party is ignoring a mere bottom-tier rank 6 Gu Immortal, we have so many people here and Lord Free Scholar as well, why are you so afraid? In my opinion we should just charge in. Everyone was hesitant, they subconsciously looked towards Free Scholar. Pai Shuihan had already escaped, Fang Yuan was far away, Free Scholar, as the strongest and only rank 7 battle strength, was the leader of the group. This was not because everyone approved of Free Scholar's leadership, but because if the sky fell, the tallest person would hold it up. Free Scholar was the tallest person among them, they would have a higher chance of survival if they followed the strong. Free Scholar was also hesitant. He had fought with Dongfang Naganori before, he was defeated by this Hataru move. After his defeat, he learned his lesson and paid more attention to Dongfang Naganori's information, thus his understanding of Hataru was much deeper than everyone else. He knew that Hataru was a wisdom path killer move, it had extraordinary power and was created by Dongfang Naganori. The weakness of this move was hard to find out. Free Scholar only knew that as long as he entered the range of this move, he would be tricked. The Gu Immortal's thoughts would form star thoughts. Under the influence of Hataru, these star thoughts would form specks of starlight and attack the Gu Immortal. In an intense battle, Gu Immortals would naturally have countless thoughts. Their minds would work rapidly and produce even more star thoughts. The more star thoughts there were, the greater their advantage would be. Especially when more Gu Immortals entered the formation, more star thoughts would be produced. When the star thoughts corroded the Gu Immortal's mind, they would become Dongfang Yuliang's puppet and have to fight for it. Even if they could not reach this level, they would still be affected by the star thoughts and make mistakes. Like earlier, Zhuozhan had almost injured others. Thus, Hataru's move was better at fighting one against many, it was weaker against a single strong enemy. Against many people they could use each other's strength to restrain each other, the battle results would often be better. The reason why Dongfang Naganori created this move was because he had led Dongfang tribe alone and forcefully rose to power. The main tribe did not have many Gu immortals to help them. Dongfang Naganori often had to fight one against many. However, after Dongfang Naganori created this move, he was no longer afraid of group attacks. This situation is what Dongfang Naganori wants to see the most. We have many people but are not united, we are wary of each other. And we do not have many experts, I am the only one with rank 7 battle strength. If we really fight, we will become a hindrance to each other. Not only that, looking at the battle earlier, there seems to be a fire path Gu immortal hiding his tracks. Free Scholar thought rapidly, starlight specks appeared around him, they were clearly denser than others. Despite so many considerations, Free Scholar did not have any intention of retreating, instead he was filled with fighting spirit. I lost to Dongfang Naganori, this is the greatest humiliation of my life. Now that I am facing his inheritor, if I retreat, how can I face myself in the future? Even if the other side has a Gu immortal hiding, we have many people, if I retreat without a fight, who in Northern Plains will respect me in the future? Chapter 801. After making up his mind, the Free Scholar's aura surged as he shouted, "Fight! The other party is just one person. If you are a coward, you can retreat by yourself." 5 www. Tuch 3wx. COM, good, we will follow Lord. As expected of Lord Free Scholar, with you around, what can Dongfang Yuliang do? The demons cheered. The Free Scholar waved his sleeves as a killer move burst out, clearing the surrounding starlight and charging towards Dongfang Yuliang. Come at me. Dongfang Yuliang did not fear the Free Scholar's rank 7 power, instead of retreating he went deep into the starlight. At once, starlight surged, it was like the sea of stars was surging, the waves were surging unceasingly. Dongfang Yuliang became the lord of the stars, he controlled countless starlight and created a grand star wave, fighting alone. This wave of slaughter caused the stars to flutter and light to scatter. Dongfang Yuliang was initially outnumbered and in imminent danger. But as time passed, the amount of starlight continued to increase, almost forming a lump. The starlight obscured their vision and interfered with their coordination. Star thoughts invaded their minds, the demonic path Gu immortals made many mistakes. The more chaotic the battle, the more benefits Dongfang Yuliang had. The immortals were injured many times, they gradually did not dare to cooperate and fought alone. This greatly reduced the pressure on Dongfang Yuliang. Only the Free Scholar was unstoppable and unstoppable, he was Dongfang Yuliang's greatest enemy. Dongfang Yuliang avoided his attacks and did not dare to fight him head-on. The Free Scholar was repeatedly obstructed by the demonic path Gu immortals, he was furious. This Dongfang Yuliang is so slippery, he is so young but he is even more crafty than Dongfang Naganori. He has no flaws, it is as if he had practiced this killer move since birth. Dongfang Yuliang's inheritance is actually so mystical? Not far away. Kanyang Laojun was also inwardly shocked by Hataru's power. He had been concealing his traces and healing his injuries quietly. His eyes darted around from time to time. He looked at Fang Yuan and the others at the edge of the battlefield. He vaguely guessed Fang Yuan's identity and waited for Fang Yuan to jump into the battlefield. He was not good at chasing. However, with the help of Hataru, the chances of capturing and killing Fang Yuan would increase greatly. But Fang Yuan did not move from the start to the end, watching with folded arms. This made old Lord Kanyang feel anxious, he had to endure patiently. Immortal killer move, 1000 disintegration. The Free Scholar couldn't win after a long battle, so he finally used his trump card. Dongfang Yuliang chuckled. He was already prepared for this move. Dongfang Yuliang moved swiftly like a butterfly. He dodged the glare. But at this moment, Dongfang Yuliang's body suddenly stopped, and Dongfang Wanxiu's angry roar came from his body. Old bastard, I'll die with you. Saying so, Dongfang Yuliang changed direction and charged towards the killer move 1000 disintegrations. This change was out of everyone's expectations. The power of 1000 disintegrations was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Dongfang Yuliang charged head-on. This was simply suicide. At once, everyone was stunned and forgot to react. Even the Free Scholar was stunned as he watched Dongfang Yuliang collide with his killer move. Light of 1000 disintegrations. It shone on Dongfang Yuliang's head and immediately melted Dongfang Yuliang's hair, then his skull. It went straight into his brain. At the moment of life and death, Kanyang Laojun roared. He could no longer heal his injuries and showed himself. He saved him. He attacked with one hand and defended with the other. The flames surged, setting off torrential heat waves that rushed toward the unfettered scholar. Facing a rank 7 expert, the free scholar had no choice but to deal with it. He was distracted. Kanyang Laojun used this chance to pull Dongfang Yuliang back. Dongfang Yuliang's skull had just been penetrated, his brain was almost severely injured. At this moment, countless star thoughts gushed out like a fountain from the hole in the skull. After being saved by Kanyang Laojun, Dongfang Yuliang's expression calmed down. Dongfang Naganori's soul had regained control of his body. He couldn't help but reveal a look of fear on his face. If he had been slightly slower, Dongfang Yuliang's entire brain would have been melted. Dongfang Naganori could be said to have taken a trip to the gates of hell, his life hanging by a thread. Without Kanyang Laojun he would have died again. What are you doing? Kanyang Laojun saved Dongfang Naganori. He pulled him back while shouting in the latter's ears, his heart still palpitating. Regarding the possession method, Dongfang Naganori had only taught him half of it. The other half, which was the final crucial step, was kept in Dongfang Naganori's hands. Thus, Kanyang Laojun was not willing to see Dongfang Naganori die. Dongfang Naganori had purposely held back, he had schemed against Kanyang Laojun, it was effective now. But even though his life was saved, Dongfang Naganori's expression was ashen, it was quite unsightly. This was because he had gone through immortal ascension in a hurry, he had forcefully endured the lightning tribulation. As it turned out, Dongfang Naganori had deceived the 8 Dongfang tribe Gu Immortals, allowing the Phantom Formation to draw out 8 immortal aperture origin cores. But these origin cores contained the wills and auras of the 8 Gu Immortals, they could not be directly poured into Dongfang Yuliang's body. Thus, Dongfang Naganori turned these origin cores into a blood veil through the effect of Sutra Blood Immortal Gu. He then used the offensive firepower of the demonic path Gu Immortals to forge it, treating the wills and auras of the 8 Gu Immortals in the origin cores as impurities and getting rid of them. After this process, Dongfang Naganori would inject pure immortal aperture origin cores into Dongfang Yuliang's body, there would be no side effects. But the calamities and tribulations were too terrifying, they far surpassed Dongfang Naganori's expectations. In the end, a dangerous situation occurred. At the crucial moment of life and death, Dongfang Naganori had to skip the blood veil forging step. He extracted the 8 Gu Immortals' immortal aperture origin cores and poured them into Dongfang Yuliang's body. Even though he had survived the tribulation and became a Gu Immortal. But the newly formed immortal aperture contained the wills of the 8 Gu Immortals, it was filled with their auras. The bodies and souls of these 8 Gu Immortals had already been destroyed in the earth-shattering explosion. But they were betrayed, their hatred towards Dongfang Naganori was preserved through their wills and auras. Dongfang Naganori used all his concentration to fight against Free Scholar, but in a moment of carelessness, the hidden danger erupted and he suffered an intense backlash. Dongfang Naganori had expected this, but when the backlash erupted, he realized that his estimation was too optimistic. The wills accumulated in the immortal aperture were too strong. It far exceeded his estimation. Thus the backlash occurred. He almost died under 1,000 disintegrations. Dongfang Naganori sighed, he was about to explain to Kanyang Laojun. Suddenly, his face distorted, showing a malevolent and hateful expression. Kanyang Laojun was alarmed, he quickly let go and retreated. At the next moment, Dongfang Yuliang used a ruthless killer move, attacking his benefactor Kanyang Laojun. Fortunately, Kanyang Laojun was vigilant, Dongfang Yuliang's attack missed. Old scoundrel Changfan, you are shameless and selfish. Scheming against your own Gu Immortal's life so that you can possess a body to revive. Dongfang Yuliang roared, but his tone was different from before, it sounded like Dongfang Yikong. Such a shocking change caused everyone to scratch their heads in confusion. Free Scholar's eyes shined with brilliance, he attacked again. He reacted in time this time, taking the initiative to attack, the killer move 1,000 disintegrations erupted again, shooting towards Dongfang Yuliang. But Dongfang Naganori controlled his body again. He narrowly avoided the killer move 1,000 disintegrations. However, good times did not last. Soon, another Dongfang tribe Gu Immortals will forcefully appeared and controlled his body. While shouting, he took the initiative to seek death. Kanyang Laojun had no choice but to attack again, saving Dongfang Naganori from his predicament. The battle situation changed again. Originally, tides were rising and falling. Hataru, which had an orderly offense and defense, was now in chaos. The demonic path Gu immortals felt less pressure. They attacked Dongfang Yuliang one after another. Among them, Free Scholar posed the greatest threat. Rampaging in the sea of starlight, 1,000 disintegrations was unstoppable, sweeping everything in its path. But Dongfang Naganori had Kanyang Laojuan's protection. The latter was an expert of Central Continent's ancient sect. He had deep foundations, and his immortal killer move life-chasing fire was rather troublesome, blocking Free Scholar. Dongfang Yuliang was sometimes counterattacked by some Dongfang tribe Gu immortals. He would take the initiative to think, attack Kanyang Laojun, or even commit suicide. Sometimes he would be controlled by Dongfang Naganori again to fight against the demonic path Gu immortals, trying to salvage the situation. But this battle unavoidably turned into a chaotic battle. The source of the chaos was Dongfang Yuliang. What is going on? Fairy Li Shan and the other two were standing at the edge of the battlefield, watching from the sidelines. They were confused. The situation had changed strangely, it was out of their expectations. It seems that Dongfang Naganori sacrificed his clan's Gu immortal to possess Dongfang Yuliang, but he did not succeed. This old thing is really scheming. He Lulan sneered. No matter who Dongfang Yuliang is, the Fire Path Gu immortal beside him is not from Northern Plains. He is a Gu immortal expert from Central Continent's Crane Gate. His name is Kanyang Laojun. After the battle earlier, he might already be suspicious of me. Fang Yuan exposed Kanyang Laojuan's identity and transmitted secretly. What? This is troublesome. He Lulan frowned deeply. She and Fang Yuan were in the same boat. They shared both honor and disgrace. If Fang Yuan was exposed, she would be in grave danger. What do we do now? Do we have to silence him? Fairy Li Shan was restless. No. He is only suspicious as long as I do not expose myself. He cannot deduce my Central Continent identity. The battle is very chaotic now. If we interfere, we might not be able to escape. Moreover, Dongfang Naganori is a schemer. Hataru is strong. Even if we attack to conceal our identities, we will not dare to use our full strength. Moreover, Kanyang Laojun is an expert among rank 7s, he cannot be humiliated. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he transmitted to the two girls. He had the intention to retreat long ago. Even though the situation was chaotic, with their current situation they could not attack freely. Even if they could display their full strength, the three of them together would not be strong enough to intimidate the entire battlefield and control their lives. You mean we should retreat? He Lulan was not willing. The chaotic battle was still an opportunity for her. She was determined to take revenge, but He Qing was strong and she had lost immortal Gu self-strength. Her battle strength had fallen. If she did not use these opportunities to raise her strength, when would she be able to take revenge? Fang Yuan smiled. I mean, we should retreat and advance. Did you notice that in this short period of time, Dongfang Yuliang has already lost control over 10 times? But in truth, there are only 8 Gu immortals wills causing trouble. You are saying? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan understood what he meant. Their eyes shined with dazzling light. That's right. How many Gu immortals does Dongfang tribe have? Even if they have some hidden strength, Dongfang tribe's headquarters is still the weakest in history. Think about it, that is the accumulation of a super force. Fang Yuan spoke slowly, but his words made He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's hearts burn with passion. Chapter 802. Jade Pool Blessed Land was the headquarters of the Dongfang clan, the old nest of Dongfang Naganori. It has a long history and has been in business for thousands of years. This kind of blessed land was different from ordinary blessed lands. Ordinary blessed lands were the immortal apertures of Gu immortals. They were owned by one person. When a Gu immortal's cultivation level rises to rank 8, their immortal aperture would become a grotto heaven. But things like Jade Pool Blessed Land were not unique to any Gu immortal. It was formed by many Gu immortals cutting off a portion of their blessed lands and piecing them together. Blessed lands could swallow each other up in the first place. Back when Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation on the Heaven Stairway Mountain, he was attacked by the wild beast mud crab and had to give up a part of his blessed land. In the end, this portion of blessed land was immediately snatched away by the demonic path Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain, fusing into their own blessed land. To annex a blessed land, one had to fulfill rather stringent requirements. But when piecing together blessed lands, the relative standard was very low. Most of the super forces in the 5 regions were formed from the contribution points of various Gu immortals. Dongfang clan's Jade Pool Blessed Land, Murong clan's Yinyang Blessed Land, Guan clan's Shihuang Blessed Land, and Tai clan's Iron Eagle Blessed Land were all the same. Even the number one demonic path force in Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, was the same. The demonic path Gu Immortals contributed a portion of their blessed land, finally piecing together Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and moving in it. The snowy mountain peak that each of them occupied was the portion of land they contributed. As the first peak master, old ancestor Shui, who had his own rank 8 immortal aperture grotto heaven. The third branch peak's lord, Fairy Li Shan, also had her own immortal aperture. A Gu Immortal's personal immortal aperture was an important place. It contained countless resources. It was very private. In most cases they wouldn't let outsiders in. Once it suffered damage, the losses would be quite heavy. Among them there were some special cases. It was Zombie Alliance. The members of Zombie Alliance were all immortal zombies. The immortal zombie's immortal aperture was already dead, a portion of it would collapse every once in a while, it could not be pieced back together. Thus, in the 5 regions, Zombie Alliance's headquarters were not immortal apertures. For example, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters was in Dark Flow Giant City. This kind of headquarters was much weaker than the headquarters of the Blessed Lands. This was one of the reasons why Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than superpowers. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Fang Yuan's group to find the Jade Pool Paradise. A blessed land that was pieced together like this. Usually they would be planted on the ground to absorb earth chi and stabilize the space inside. At the same time, it would greatly delay the arrival of every heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. I am very clear about the location of this Jade Dan blessed land. If it hadn't moved, it should be in the southeast direction. If we fly at this speed we will only need an hour. Fairy Li Shan took the lead and flew in front. It should still be there. The lair of a superpower like this played an important role among the various superpowers. It was the central symbol that divided the territory of influence. They usually don't migrate easily. He Lulan had an excited expression. This time, Dongfang Naganori miscalculated, he actually dared to destroy himself and sacrifice Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortals. To fulfill his wish. Fang Yuan followed behind the 2 girls, not saying a word. As he flew at high speed he was met with a strong gust of wind. The wind whistled past his ears. In Fang Yuan's mind, he was recalling his previous life's memories. From his previous life's perspective, he knew very little about Dongfang Naganori's matter. He knew very little. In his previous life, it was unknown whether Dongfang Naganori possessed Dongfang Yuliang or not. But at least, Dongfang Yuliang was a rank 5 Gu master for a long time. At that time, Imperial Court Blessed Land was not destroyed. He Lulan won and came out of Imperial Court Blessed Land. She went against the rules and changed the system, dying suddenly. In the end, Ma Hongyun stepped onto the stage of history. After that, Ma Hongyun led the army and became the lord of the Imperial Court. During the 3rd Imperial Court contest, he was suppressed by 3 Hearts Combination Soul and was captured alive by Dongfang tribe. In the end, Ma Hongyun's luck was too great, he actually instigated Dongfang Yuliang's sister, Dongfang Qingyu. Not only did Dongfang Qingyu secretly let him go, she even told Ma Hongyun the secret of 3 Hearts Combination Soul, causing Ma Hongyun to win again and Dongfang tribe to lose. Fang Yuan suddenly had a thought. He had a different view. If in my previous life, Dongfang Naganori possessed Dongfang Yuliang, then Dongfang Qingyu might not be doing this because of Ma Hongyun, she might have sensed something and wanted to take revenge for her brother. After all, Dongfang Qingyu and Dongfang Yuliang were blood-related siblings, they supported each other and staggered along the way. No matter how Dongfang Naganori put on a show, after a long time he would be exposed in front of his close relatives. But maybe Dongfang Naganori failed in his previous life. He might have succeeded, but the effect was not good. Dongfang Yuliang was still a mortal Gu master. Fang Yuan guessed. Ever since he destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower and Imperial Court Blessed Land, Northern Plains' situation had undergone a huge change. At least in his previous life, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals like Dongfang Wanxiu and Dongfang Yikong were still alive. But now they were all sacrificed. This change in the situation led to a change in Central Continent's situation. Central Continent was the center of the 5 regions. It could be predicted that in the future the other 3 regions would also have some changes. The advantage of rebirth is getting smaller. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The stronger he got, the greater the influence he had. There was a butterfly effect. Fang Yuan was no longer a butterfly now, he was an eagle. About an hour later they finally arrived at Jade Pool Blessed Land. What they saw was out of their expectations. Jade Pool Blessed Land was an independent small world. When the entrance was closed, it could not be detected by the naked eye. But now there was a huge hole. They could see the situation inside the blessed land. At the same time, explosions and sounds of fighting could be heard. Someone got here first. Halolan's gaze focused. It seems that they have just broken the hole and entered. I had an agreement with Dongfang Naganori, but I cannot attack Dongfang tribe. Fairy Li Shan said. Fang Yuan had the highest battle strength among the three. He walked to the front and shouted, "Let's go in first." The three entered the hole and entered Jade Pool Blessed Land. There was a huge battle in the Blessed Land. Several demonic path Gu immortals were fighting against the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts guarding the Blessed Land. It was an intense battle. It seems that we came at the right time. He Lulan relaxed. But her tone sank. It is Pai Shuihan. So it turned out. Ever since Pai Shuihan was hit by Kanyang Laojuan's life-chasing fire, he could not get rid of it, and was afraid that others would attack him. He could only escape. While escaping, he gradually calmed down. To his surprise, he found that his clothes were completely undamaged in the fire. Pai Shuihan was enlightened. After thinking for a while, he realized, this life-chasing flame only burns things that are alive, but his own clothes are dead. Thus they were not harmed. And he had been using healing killer moves. His life force was growing instead, causing his clothes to be burned. After figuring out the answer, Pai Shuihan changed his strategy. He restrained all the life force in his body and extinguished the life-chasing fire. After getting rid of this threat, he turned around and wanted to rejoin the Taichio battlefield. On the way back, he saw a few people secretly leaving. They were rank 6 demonic path Gu immortals who wanted to take advantage of him. Pai Shuihan was astute. Seeing that these people were following him, he immediately understood their intentions. Anger surged in his heart. He taught them a lesson. The demonic path Gu immortals worked together, but were not Pai Shuihan's match at rank 7. Just as Pai Shuihan was venting his anger, there was a commotion from the battle. 2 rank 6 peak stage demonic path Gu immortals appeared. They were Cheshire Min of Enslavement Path and Half Moon Brute Master of Moon Path. These two had a good relationship with one of the demonic path Gu immortals. They tried to mediate. They also persuaded Pai Shuihan not to go to Taichio. They might as well go to Dongfang tribe's base. Pai Shuihan was wary of life-chasing fire to begin with. He also heard from Half Moon Brute Master that he had an immortal Gu that could pierce space and enter Jade Pool Blessed Land. Pai Shuihan thought of Free Scholar and the unfathomable trio of Fang Yuan. Even if he got the Wisdom Path inheritance, it would only be incomplete and had low value. There was little chance of him using it. He decided to change his direction and charge towards Jade Pool Blessed Land with the other demonic path Gu immortals. When they arrived at Jade Pool Blessed Land, Half Moon Brute Master used his method and created a path. Everyone killed their way in, intending to make a quick profit before running away, knowing when to stop. But they found that there were no Gu immortals obstructing them. Just as they were fighting with the desolate beasts guarding the blessed land, Fang Yuan and the rest came in. Seeing 3 black-robed Gu immortals coming in to take advantage of the situation, the closest enslavement path Gu immortal, Cheshire Min, immediately attacked. At his will, 3 desolate beast birds flew out of his immortal aperture and surrounded them. Who are you? I spent so much effort to create a path, you want to take advantage of this situation? Half Moon Brute Master shouted as he slashed with his arm, using a killer move. Pai Shuihan saw Fang Yuan and his pupils shrunk. He felt a headache. It's the 3 of them. Why did they come? He knew how powerful Fang Yuan was, but he still attacked. Before attacking, these people had already made an agreement to work together. If someone came to take advantage of the situation, they would attack together to protect their own benefits. But Pai Shuihan was slightly slower. Even though his attack was powerful, he secretly held back most of his strength. He could retreat at any time if the situation turned bad. As for the other demonic path Gu immortals, when they saw Fang Yuan's group, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Pai Shuihan had cultivation and confidence, but how could the few of them dare to make a move and ask for a snub? Thus, they immediately threw their agreement to the back of their minds. They acted like they were entangled by the desolate beasts and could not attack. They were powerless. Hee good. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. 5 strength path giant hands flew out. 3 strength path giant hands grabbed the desolate beast bird and squeezed. The desolate beast bird screamed miserably. The other 2 destroyed the attacks from the Half Moon Berserker and Pai Shuihan as if they were twigs. Cheshire Min and Half Moon Brute Master did not know about this. Seeing this, they were dumbfounded. They were deeply shaken. Rank 7 battle strength. Where did this expert come from? After Fang Yuan repelled their attacks, he laughed even more wildly. 2 more giant hands flew out, together with the 2 from before. a total of 4 hands flew towards Pai Shuihan. At the same time he shouted, "Pai Shuihan, to think that you actually came here. It seems that you have not been taught a lesson enough." As he spoke, he acted like he had already fought and taught Pai Shuihan a lesson. He was very arrogant. Chapter 803. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly. He was furious. He was a famous expert. It had been a long time since Fang Yuan made such a ruckus. Pai Shuihan did not want to show weakness, but just as he wanted to attack and retaliate against Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan flew over, revealing her rank 7 aura. He Lulan was at the side, activating several immortal goo without concealment. This was clearly a situation where 3 people were attacking him. Pai Shuihan's eyelids twitched, he gritted his teeth and stopped attacking. He had no choice but to stop. Because right now he did not have someone like Free Scholar with him. He was alone, but the other side had the advantage in numbers. Pai Shuihan could not regain his face. He snorted coldly while dealing with the desolate beast, saying to Fang Yuan, "Didn't all of you come here? Don't be too arrogant. Do you think I am a pushover? I am looking at the big picture. I have a long-term vision. I do not want to argue with a brute like you. There are huge benefits in front of me. If I fight you endlessly, it will be too late to regret after I miss this opportunity." Even though the desolate beasts were fierce, Pai Shuihan's strength was undeniably high. He fought while also conversing with Fang Yuan and the rest. On the other side, Xie Min and Half Moon Barbaric Commander paled in comparison. Hee hee. Fairy Li Shan laughed, standing in the air. She purposely said in a hoarse voice, "That makes sense. Now is not the time to fight. Why don't we kill them and take Jade Pool blessed land for ourselves?" Fang Yuan purposely shouted in dissatisfaction. He Lulan cooperated well, retorting, "There is not enough time. Do you think we are the only ones who want this floor? Since we can come, the others are not fools. The onlookers were not fools, and there would probably be more people coming. And Dongfang Naganori is a schemer. How can he not make preparations in his base?" Fairy Li Shan also said, "Let's leave it like this. How many times have I told you? Number 7, you have to control your temper." Fairy Li Shan purposely shouted with a lecturing tone. Fang Yuan snorted as if he was obeying her orders. The 3 of them had worked together several times, and now that they had a tacit understanding of each other, their performance was flawless. Pai Shuihan could not help but feel even more fearful. On the other side, Xie Shimin and the Half-Moon Brute Master looked at each other. At the same time he was bewildered. Where did this force come from? Such a character. And he's only in the 7th position, not the leader? Brother Pai, Jadan Paradise is so big, it's not something that can be monopolized by either of us. Why don't we work together for now? Time is limited, a long night is fraught with trouble. Fairy Li Shan said solemnly. Pai Shuihan didn't want to fight with them. Seeing that there was a way out, he tried to save some face and said reluctantly, "Fine. I'll let you guys participate. We've already set a rule that we can't fight among ourselves. There must be a lot of good stuff, and whoever finds it first gets to keep it." It was a stalemate. It could be traded. If we can't, we'll go by strength. Fang Yuan and He Lulan looked at each other, seeing the smile in each other's eyes. What rule was this? There were no rules. There was no difference between them. Demonic Path Gu masters never trusted each other. Such a rule. It was full of demonic style and had no restrictions. Of course. Earlier, Pai Shuihan and Xie Min's rules were definitely not just like this. There should be a rule to split the loot according to cultivation level. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Pai Shuihan was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had the strongest battle strength. He had to protect his own benefits. But times had changed. Fang Yuan and the rest were stronger now. Pai Shuihan was at a disadvantage. He was not stupid enough to suggest such a rule. Xie Min and the Half-Moon Brute Master were stunned. They were filled with regret. Why were they in such a hurry? They did not care about the situation. Enslavement Path Gu Immortal Xie Min saw that the 2 sides had reached an agreement. He had no choice but to say, "Sir, please return my 3 desolate birds." Fang Yuan laughed loudly, saying arrogantly, "These good-looking but useless trash, I will return them to you." As he said that, he casually let go of the 3 desolate beast birds, as if they were not worth mentioning. Xie Min was filled with anger. He felt unbearable. These desolate beast birds had weak battle strength, but they were easy to control. There was only one beast enslavement immortal Gu, but there were many ways to control desolate beasts. Wisdom Path, Water Path, Fire Path, and others were all interconnected. Xie Min naturally had methods that he did not use. Once he activated them, he could raise the desolate beast bird's battle strength by 50%. But Fang Yuan's side was too ferocious. It would be better if they fought him. But Fang Yuan went to find trouble with Pai Shuihan. He did not even look at them. The two demonic path Gu immortals did not know the details of Fang Yuan's group, but they knew how powerful Pai Shuihan was. Even Pai Shuihan was restrained, he was at a disadvantage, how could they dare to attack? Thus, Xie Shimin was intimidated, he did not dare to attack even before the battle began. He did not say a word to Fang Yuan's mockery, he endured it silently, not daring to say a word. In fact, Fairy Li Shan was an information path cultivator, her battle strength was average among rank 7s. He Lulan lost myriad self, she did not have a true immortal killer move, her battle strength had fallen, she could only be considered a middle tier rank 6 at most. If Fang Yuan fought with Pai Shuihan as time went on, he would also be at a disadvantage. In terms of strength, Fang Yuan's side was actually weaker. But the first was to attack schemes, the second was to attack allies, the third was to attack the city. Fang Yuan's group focused on attacking the enemy's mind, they wanted to subdue the enemy without fighting. The strength system might differ from world to world or they might be very different. But philosophy was universal. No matter which world, the principle of attacking schemes was true knowledge. Only those with brains would want to fight and kill all day long. As long as one had some understanding of politics, they would know that war was just a method, an extension of politics. And the foundation of politics was economics. Economics was benefits, in other words, everything was a struggle for benefits. To Fang Yuan, coldness, arrogance, lowliness and arrogance were just masks, they were tools to gain benefits. The two sides discussed and decided to cooperate. The desolate beasts in Jade Pool blessed land. They were already at a disadvantage and had no one to command them. Right now, on the demonic path Gu Immortal's side. With new reinforcements they were quickly defeated. Some died, some were injured and some escaped. Haha, let's kill our way in. Fang Yuan purposely laughed wildly, flying into the depths of Jade Pool blessed land. From a bird's eye view, the blessed land's vast land was filled with deep pools of all sizes. These deep pools and small lakes intersected with each other, there were tens of thousands of them. They were like the stars in the sky, extremely beautiful. The terrain of the blessed land was very messy. It was extremely messy with each jade pond as the center point, radiating in all directions. Some were grasslands, some were surrounded by trees. Some were in valleys, some were in swamps and rotten land. What a great blessed land! Fang Yuan could not help but exclaim. Following behind him, He Lulan was silent, her eyes shining brightly. Fairy Li Shan had already been here, she smiled as she introduced, every jade pool here is unique. They have different water quality, they can nurture countless water tribes, raise goo worm groups, or create environments. They can store the corresponding resources. Dongfang Naganori had his own unique management philosophy. During his time in power, he brought in resources from Eastern Sea. After they produced results in Jade Pool blessed land, they would sell them in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Be it the righteous path or the demonic path, they were very popular. Even in jewel yellow skies. The Eastern tribe was famous for their shoals of fish and aquatic plants. Although they cannot compare to Eastern Sea super forces, they have their own specialties. Hearing this, He Lulan realized something she was eager to try. That means, every pool here is a place where resources are stored. Ha, there are actually so many crystal essence water plants, they are suitable for my blessed land, I can save a lot of expenses. Not far away, a demonic path Gu Immortal had already occupied a pool, he was laughing loudly. We need to split up, if we stay together, others will be suspicious. Fang Yuan transmitted. Alright, we will be able to plunder more if we split up. But we need to keep in contact and look out for each other. Not mentioning Pai Shuihan's group, Dongfang Naganori might have set up a trap here. I will be leaving first. He Lulan changed directions, leaving Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan. She flew towards a pool at the bottom left. This child. Fairy Li Shan looked at He Lulan's departing figure, she sighed and said to Fang Yuan, I made the alliance agreement back then, I cannot attack Dongfang tribe. I can't even touch these resources, but I can play a little bit of the game. I will scout the surroundings for you, if there are any rare resources I will inform you too. Okay. Fang Yuan's reply was concise. He suddenly saw a pool, the water was clear, there seemed to be a layer of oil floating on the surface. The size of the pool mouth was larger than the surrounding pools. I will go too. Fang Yuan's body flickered, he flew down like lightning. Fairy Li Shan flew into the sky, her figure soon disappearing into the clouds. Far away, Pai Shuihan saw Fang Yuan's group split up, a dark light flashed in his eyes, he snorted coldly and turned towards the pool. Fairy Li Shan flew to the cloud. She used whole earth goo and sent a secret message to He Lulan. Quick! Jade Pool blessed land has two great treasures. One is thatched hut, the other is minuscule mountain. The former is a rank 6 immortal goo house. It has both offense and defense. It is good at storage. The latter is a legendary place recorded in the Legends of Renzu. It is home to one of the variant humans, the Mini-Man tribe. No matter which one we obtain, it will be of great help to our future cultivation. He Lulan immediately replied, I have heard of these two treasures. But Aunt, how can you be sure that these two are in Jade Pool blessed land? Fairy Li Shan smiled and replied, I have cooperated with Dongfang tribe many times. I know some of their internal affairs. Thatched hut contains the public resources of Dongfang tribe. Even Dongfang Naganori cannot take them away. As for minuscule mountain, don't look down on it because it is small. It is a true mountain. It needs to absorb earth chi to stabilize the mountain. It cannot be taken away easily. Moreover, Dongfang Naganori has made an alliance agreement with the righteous path. With minuscule mountain guarding here, the alliance agreement is the most restrictive. Of course, these two treasures can also be secretly moved away. But the possibility is not high. Even if it is small, we still have to try. There are tens of thousands of jade ponds, and the thatched hut might be in the same place as last time. Just follow my instructions and sneak over there. Piao Tianji said. Chapter 804. He Lulan's expression became even more excited. She quickly replied, Little Aunt, don't worry, I have already entered the pool and dug a hole underground. In the sky, Fairy Li Shan suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash of the alliance agreement, but it was still within her bearable range. She casually wiped away the blood stains and continued to send a secret message to He Lulan. All right, I will scout for you from the sky. You can sneak over and be careful not to be discovered by other goo immortals. Especially that fellow Fang Yuan, he is extremely shrewd and scheming. Even Pai Shuihan was toyed with by him. We have set up the Snowy Mountain Alliance with him. The time limit is approaching. You need to be on guard against him. Of course. He Lulan quickly replied. Fang Yuan descended above the jade pool. His body stirred up strong winds that caused ripples to form on the surface of the pool. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. Although he did not have investigative immortal goo, his mortal investigative methods were a generation ahead of the surrounding goo immortals. He looked around and immediately confirmed that there was nothing in this deep pool other than the pool water. So it is oil water. He frowned slightly. Oil water was naturally not ordinary water. It was a resource that could only be found in the depths of the sea. As a goo refinement material, it was very common in Eastern Sea. In places like Northern Plains and Western Desert, it was rather rare. Small amounts of oil water transactions were almost impossible to find in jewel yellow skies. That was because the profits were too low. Jewel yellow skies would take a lot of fees. It was not worth it. If jewel yellow skies had such transactions, it would be a huge portion of the profits, but it would only be earning money through hard work. And because the oil water produced in Eastern Sea was basically consumed by itself every year, this kind of huge transaction was very rare. It was also very rare. Dongfang tribe was not only storing oil water here, their intention was ingenious. This pool was extremely deep. It was connected to the depths of the earth. It drew out traces of earth chi. Oil water itself was a resource produced in the deep sea, in the Great Earth Trench. The Dongfang tribe built this pool to make use of oil to produce oil. Every once in a while they will draw fresh water and mix it in. Then they will make use of the earth's energy and the oil to continuously mix, gradually restoring the original density of the oil. Fang Yuan was experienced and knowledgeable. With a turn of his mind, he understood the operating method of the Dongfang tribe. Profits were not easy to obtain. They needed specific goo worms. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Because of this. He also knew, in Eastern Sea, there was a small group of outstanding goo masters who specialized in fishing for oil from the bottom of the sea. Goo worm recipes passed down from generation to generation. When used together, they could fish and extract this kind of oil. These people made a living from this. The main point of their goo worms was to fish for profits. Their battle strength was not strong. However, their social status was relatively high, and they were generally welcomed by the big and small forces of the Eastern Ocean. Fang Yuan had gone to Eastern Sea in his previous life. At that time he had come into contact with an old goo master who specialized in fishing for profits. The old goo master was old and only had one granddaughter. She wanted to recruit Fang Yuan as her grandson-in-law and marry into his family. Unfortunately, in the end, Fang Yuan rejected it. Very soon, Fang Yuan's furrowed brows relaxed. He stretched out his index finger, pointing at the surface of the pool. With a light hook of his finger, the pool water surged up like a dragon. It obediently poured into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. If this was before the auction, Fang Yuan would not have been able to do anything. But after the auction, he had the strength path immortal goo pulling water, which specialized in dealing with water. Wouldn't it be easy to obtain oil? Although the oil is precious, it is not an immortal material. Using immortal goo pulling water to collect it is like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. If not for the fact that this pool has a large portion of oil, I will be participating in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, it would be the best time to use the oil. Otherwise I would not take it. Fang Yuan needed to expend green grape immortal essence to activate the immortal goo. The value of green grape immortal essence was much higher than the oil. If not for the Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan might have left already. At this moment, Fang Yuan was standing in the air with his hands behind his back. The oil was continuously pouring into his immortal aperture. He turned his body slightly and looked towards He Lulan. There was no movement from He Lulan's side, she seemed to have gone to another pool. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a dark light. He had some guesses about Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's tricks, but he was not anxious. With the advantage of rebirth, how could he not know about Thatched Hut and Minuscule Mountain? In fact, he knew even more than Fairy Li Shan. In his previous life, during the Five Regions War, all kinds of immortal goo houses fought and caused many large-scale battles. Immortal killer moves were easily countered and countered, but immortal goo houses had both offense and defense. Even if they had different specialties, they had no weaknesses in other aspects. Especially in immortal goo houses, the more goo immortals they carried, the stronger they would be. They could rampage on the battlefield and were almost unstoppable fortresses of war. If Thatched Hut could be found so easily, it would not be Thatched Hut. Fang Yuan collected all the oil under his feet and flew towards another pool. After collecting several resources that were similar to oil and water, Fang Yuan finally found a deep pool with a beast group inside, causing his eyes to shine. Sensing that Fang Yuan had forcefully invaded their territory, wolf howls resounded everywhere as tens of thousands of shark fin wolves rushed out of the pool, forming into a formation and eyeing Fang Yuan, who was in the air like a tiger watching its prey. Fang Yuan had used some of these shark fin wolves when he was disguised as Wolf King Chang Shanin. They were very useful. They were the size of elephants, amphibious, and were one of the few wolf groups that could fight underwater. They had extremely strong defense, their bodies were covered in smooth crocodile skin armor, and sharp dark blue fins grew on both sides of their bodies. On their backs, there was also a row of shark fins that resembled those on a shark's back. These shark fins formed a line that extended from the wolf's head to its tail. Although their speed was not fast, they were often used by Fang Yuan as a solid shield in the wolf formation. Of course, these mortal beasts could no longer attract Fang Yuan's interest. Fang Yuan's burning gaze landed on the leader of the wolf group. This was a huge shark fin wolf, over 10 meters tall. Its body shape was extremely smooth, a perfect combination of strength and beauty. At this moment, this shark fin wolf was crouching, its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp white teeth. Its lantern-like eyes stared fixedly at Fang Yuan, as if at the next moment it would jump and pounce on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He could not help but want to subdue it. Although he did not have beast enslavement immortal goo, he could use other methods. He could also slightly control this desolate beast. There was only one beast enslavement immortal goo, it was kept in Langya blessed land. Using this goo to enslave desolate beasts showed its effect in an instant. The desolate beast could advance and retreat at will. This was a supreme masterpiece of enslavement path. Fang Yuan did not have beast enslavement immortal goo, other enslavement path goo immortals naturally did not have it either. But when goo immortals use goo, they have their own methods and killer moves. It partially replaced the effect of beast enslavement immortal goo. For example, flying bear phantom goo was a unique method to enslave desolate beasts. Water path, fire path, light path, wisdom path and others also had different methods. Otherwise, how could Dongfang Naginori control so many virtual beasts in the Battle of Taichu? The various sects were interconnected, but they were also interconnected. Between the sects, they had to learn from each other, interact with each other, and compete with each other. Only then could there be the current situation of goo masters with hundreds of flowers blooming. Even without such means, a desolate beast had been raised from a young age and had developed feelings for it, only a sense of closeness. It could be used to protect oneself and it could be released to kill enemies. Yifengyang's 9 Palace Crane Little 9 in the Crane Gate was a classic example of the relationship between man and beast. Of course, these methods could not compare to beast enslavement immortal goo. Enslavement path. Since it was a path, Enslavement path's methods to enslave beast groups were naturally superior to other paths. Beside the deep pool, both sides confronted each other for a while, but the desolate beast shark fin wolf did not move. Fang Yuan's aura. It was like facing a great enemy not daring to act rashly. Since that was the case, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack. Two strength path giant hands, one on the left and one on the right, pressed down. The desolate beast shark fin wolf roared and took a step back, a layer of glass water armor appearing on its body. At the next moment, it jumped into the air, even surpassing Fang Yuan's height. It opened its bloody mouth, and Fang Yuan felt a fishy wind assaulting him. Along with the fishy wind, countless water bullets were shot out from the desolate beast shark fin wolf's mouth. Fang Yuan did not dodge or evade. Two strength path giant hands flew up to meet it. The water bullets rained down on the strength path giant hands, but they only caused a slight delay. These water bullets could not even be called mortal killer moves, let alone immortal killer moves. At the same time, the two strength path giant hands that had just flown up grabbed the desolate beast shark fin wolf's hind legs and pulled them down. The pitiful desolate beast shark fin wolf had just jumped into the air, and was still some distance away from its target Fang Yuan when it was pulled down. With a loud sound, the desolate beast shark fin wolf and the ground came into contact. Some unlucky ordinary shark fin wolves could not dodge in time and were crushed into bloody paste and bone fragments by their leader. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was furious. It fell to the ground and struggled to get up, still wanting to struggle. But at the next moment, it saw a strength path giant hand approaching it, growing larger and larger. The strength path giant hand was imposing. Before it even hit the shark fin wolf, the latter felt its breathing becoming stifled and its heart trembling. The shark fin wolf wanted to dodge, but its hind legs were firmly grabbed by the two strength path giant hands. It twisted its body but still could not dodge, and was fiercely slapped in the face by the strength path giant hand. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled miserably. Its head was ruthlessly slapped into the ground, creating a huge pit. After a few breaths of time, it could barely raise its head and leave the ground. But this heavy blow caused its vision to blur. Tears and mucus flowed down. It shook its head, still wanting to resist, but the second strength path giant hand slapped again. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled miserably again. Another huge pit was formed on the ground. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was extremely indignant. The enemy was strong and shameless. It simply had no time to react. Fang Yuan sent out another strength path giant hand, a total of 5, flying and pressing the desolate beast shark fin wolf to the ground, ruthlessly beating it until dust rose and the ground cracked. The wolf group around the desolate beast shark fin wolf was running around, howling in grief and indignation. Some of them shot out water bullets, but most of them collided with each other halfway and destroyed each other. Fang Yuan's body was not big, he was a small target. The number of water bullets that landed on him was even less. It was like a drizzle, negligible. What is that sound? Not far away, Half Moon Brute Master heard the commotion and looked over. When he saw that Fang Yuan was beating the desolate beast shark fin wolf, his pupils immediately shrunk. Although he already knew that Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, when he saw Fang Yuan calmly beating up a desolate beast with his arms crossed, his heart still shook fiercely. There was no suspense. The desolate beast shark fin wolf had no way to retaliate. If Fang Yuan only had rank 6 battle strength, it might have been a stalemate. But he had surpassed a great realm. With rank 7 battle strength, the desolate beast shark fin wolf could only passively take a beating. Especially, the desolate beasts raised in this blessed land would basically not have wild immortal goo. Those that had immortal goo, they were all taken away by the goo immortals immediately. Immortal goo were too precious. How could they leave them for a desolate beast? However, the shark fin wolf was beaten up by Fang Yuan. It could not even raise its head, but it still had a stubborn attitude. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and decided to increase his strength. He willed, for strength path giant hands grabbed the shark fin wolf's front and back limbs, and then directly lifted it into the air. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was beaten into a miserable state. Its whole body was stretched out in the shape of a big character. Its forelegs were ruthlessly grabbed by the strength path giant hands. The sound of leg bones shattering could be heard. The remaining strength path giant hand was in the shape of a palm, slapping the desolate beast shark fin wolf's face left and right. Slap, slap, slap. The huge wolf's head swung left and right rapidly under the repeated heavy blows of the palm. The howls of the wolf group below immediately became louder. Most of the wolf group had already collapsed, and there were already wolf groups fleeing at the edges. This is a real beating. Cold sweat seeped out of Half Moon Brute Master's shiny forehead when he saw this. Fang Yuan's ferocious might was at its peak. It could not help but make people tremble in fear. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was almost beaten into a pile of soft mud. Its howls had changed, but its barely opened eyes still revealed a stubborn gaze, filled with bone-deep hatred. Wolves had always been a fierce beast that held a grudge. Still not giving in? Fang Yuan also felt a bit of a headache. Obeying the strong was a beast's survival instinct. According to common sense, such a huge gap in strength should have made the desolate beast shark fin wolf give in long ago. Fang Yuan observed carefully. He made another discovery. So that's how it is this shark fin wolf is in heat. It's the time when its manliness is at its strongest, no wonder it's so tough. His mind turned and he suddenly had a strange idea. Under Fang Yuan's control, the strength path giant hand changed from the shape of a palm. The giant hand slowly bent its middle finger and merged with its thumb. Then Half Moon Brute Master saw from afar, this strength path giant hand slowly sank, sinking between the legs of the desolate beast shark fin wolf. Suddenly the thumb relaxed slightly and the middle finger flicked out. It accurately hit the male wolf's genitals. Oh whoa! The desolate beast shark fin wolf shook as if it was struck by lightning, its eyes almost popping out. It raised its head and howled, its voice filled with boundless pain. Snap snap snap. Oh whoa oh whoa oh whoa. The shark fin wolf sang loudly, its pitch getting higher and higher. In the distance, Half Moon Brute Master gaped at this shocking scene with his mouth wide open. This. He stammered, unable to speak. Although he understood that this was Fang Yuan subduing the desolate beast shark fin wolf, he had never seen or heard of such a method. In that instant, Fang Yuan's image in the Half Moon Brute Master's heart underwent a huge change. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe, his original appearance could not be seen. But in the hearts of outsiders, they naturally had their own speculations. Originally, in the Half Moon Brute Master's heart, Fang Yuan was the image of a wild and fierce brawny man, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist. His eyes bulged out, glinting fiercely as if he wanted to devour someone. Now this image had changed. The image of a brawny man was gone. The tiger's back and the bear's waist were at most wolf's back and wasp's waist. His eyes were vicious, his white teeth bared, revealing a perverted and crazy aura. The desolate beast shark fin wolf's psychological defenses were finally broken, and it completely surrendered. The strength of the hand loosened, and it was smashed to the ground, motionless. Its huge and beautiful body was now arched like a prawn, its two front paws covering between its two hind legs, making low whimpering sounds, as weak as a small flower that had been battered by the wind and rain. Fang Yuan chuckled and said to himself, "This is a good method." He turned his head and looked at the Half Moon Brute Master in the distance. Of course, he had long since discovered the latter's spying. The Half Moon Brute Master naturally could not see Fang Yuan's true appearance, but he felt that Fang Yuan's gaze was solid, as if it was a poisonous python coiling around his body. The cool and slippery snake scales were tightly attached to his burning hot body. The Half Moon Brute Master felt a chill from the depths of his heart, and his body trembled. Especially his crotch, he felt a slight chill. This person is so cruel, he's definitely not someone I can deal with. If I see him in the future, I must avoid him. Sigh, the ways of the world are difficult, life is not easy. The Half Moon Brute Master swallowed his saliva, and with a flash, he quickly went far away with a hint of fleeing. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 805. Fang Yuan subdued the desolate beast shark fin wolf and stored it in his immortal aperture. This shark fin wolf's mind had already collapsed. It soon fell unconscious and could not control the shark fin wolf group. Fang Yuan did not have any good methods, he could only let those ordinary shark fin wolves flee in all directions. He did not feel it was a pity, capturing the desolate beast shark fin wolf alive was already a great harvest. Next he continued to search around. But the deep pools he encountered were all ordinary resources, although there was a lot of them, there was nothing to write home about. Dong Fang tribe's headquarters definitely had many good things. But there were thousands of deep pools, Fang Yuan's scouting range was not wide, moreover, there were demonic Pathgu immortals competing in the surroundings, how much he could plunder depended on his luck. Not long after, his luck came again. He saw a deep pool. What was stored in this deep pool was not water but fire. The fire was burning fiercely, this was a unique fire pool. After Fang Yuan used several scouting methods, he found a group of long snakes and fierce beasts living in this deep pool. Fang Yuan identified them and found they were eerie fire dragon pythons. Adult eerie fire dragon pythons were huge, at least 100 feet long, their bodies were as thick as towers. The eerie fire dragon pythons had scarlet scales, a sharp horn on their heads and a pair of bloodshot eyes. The snake's tongue was a strange purple color, and when it moved back and forth, one could see eerie blue flames coiling around the tongue. This was a snake nest. Although there were no desolate beast-level eerie fire dragon pythons, there were a lot of them. The pythons were simply piled up together. The snakes wriggled, looking somewhat horrifying. Fang Yuan, however, felt his heart pounding. The eerie fire dragon python's entire body was valuable. For example, python blood. It was the best food to feed some blood-path goo worms. Python skin, python tendons and so on were excellent materials to refine many goo worms. Especially the eerie fire snake gallbladder, it was extremely precious and had a market in jewel yellow skies. Eerie fire dragon pythons have always lived in a small family. I wonder what method Dongfang tribe used to let so many eerie fire dragon pythons live together. Although this method is small, it is quite effective. It's extremely easy for the eerie fire dragon python to reproduce. Fang Yuan was able to see some clues. Come to think of it, when he was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he obtained a few eerie fire dragon python eggs. Now that it had successfully hatched, the newly born eerie fire dragon pythons lived in Immortal Blessed Land, but because there were too few of them, Fang Yuan had always looked down on them. If he could get his hands on such a group of eerie fire dragon pythons. A large number of them were raised in Immortal Blessed Land. From now on, he would be able to obtain a steady stream of dark fire snake galls and sell them in jewel yellow skies, which could be considered a small income. Although Fang Yuan was in the guts goo business, he quickly estimated the profits from selling the eerie fire snake gall, and was slightly moved. Action was better than action. Fang Yuan acted swiftly, immediately sending out a strength path giant hand to grab it. He still couldn't control his strength. Many eerie fire dragon pythons were crushed to death by the strength path giant hands. After all, the variation of this move was based on the characteristics of great power and heavy power. It was rather lacking in the area of fine control. He grabbed dozens of handfuls. There were still many eerie fire dragon pythons in the pool. He gradually became impatient. He lacked an effective method to collect them, so he could only act rashly. But now time was limited. Fang Yuan grabbed a few more handfuls and gathered 10,000 before he stopped and quickly left this fire pool. After that, he plundered resources along the way and saw many mortal goo masters from time to time. Some of these goo masters were in the areas between the pools. They fled in panic. Some were concealing themselves, hiding under the ground, in the mountain rocks and so on. After Fang Yuan flew away with an overwhelming aura, they managed to keep their lives from their despair. Some hidden goo masters thought they had escaped, but they were already discovered by Fang Yuan. It was just that Fang Yuan did not purposely attack them. Earlier, when Pai Shuihan and the rest broke into the Blessed Land and fought with the first wave of desolate beasts, it had caused a huge commotion. It had already alerted Dongfang tribe in Jade Pool Blessed Land. In the 5 regions, most mortals would never have a chance to interact with goo immortals in their entire lives. With such a huge population, goo immortals were extremely rare. They were just a small portion of a small portion. At the same time, goo immortals also faced the pressure of survival. They were busy all day and did not have the time to roam freely. To most people, goo immortals were just legends, they did not exist. But the mortals in Jade Pool Blessed Land were the core of Dongfang tribe. They knew many secrets. Thus, they understood the gap between immortals and mortals. It was like a chasm between heaven and earth. They did not want to put up any pointless resistance. They scattered and escaped while contacting Dongfang tribe's goo immortals. Needless to say, this was a wise move. Demonic path goo immortals like Fang Yuan cared more about benefits. They could not be bothered to deal with these mortals. Thus, many of Dongfang tribe's mortals were more fortunate than the desolate beasts. They managed to escape the massacre and survived. Fang Yuan flew past many pools. As time passed, he became more anxious. He started to choose to give up on some common resources. He could purchase these resources, they were not rare. At the same time, Fang Yuan kept his guard up. According to Dongfang Naganori's astute nature, it was impossible that he did not make arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land. As he flew further away, Fang Yuan suddenly found a deep pool with no water. These pools had already dried up. There were many of them, about 50 to 60, they were not far from each other, they were spread over a radius of tens of li. Fang Yuan's mind moved, his body turned in the air and rapidly approached. I found this pool first, the regretful spiders inside should be mine. Aren't you too greedy? You have already collected so many regretful spiders. This regretful spider's breeding ground is so vast, you actually want to keep it all to yourself. As Fang Yuan flew closer, he saw two demonic path Gu immortals standing at the edge of a pool. They were arguing over who would belong to them. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. Seeing Fang Yuan fly over, these two demonic path Gu immortals' expressions changed. They quickly stopped arguing and stood side by side. Senior. My apologies, the regretful spiders here were discovered by us two brothers. According to the rules. One of them immediately spoke, his face full of vigilance and nervousness. I heard rumors that there is a pool in the northwest direction. There are large numbers of air bubble fish inside. Several Gu immortals are fighting over them. The other tried to divert the trouble. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, his expression extremely fierce. You two want me to leave like this? The moment he said that, two strength path giant hands flew out. They floated to the left and right of Fang Yuan. They looked like they were ready to attack. The two demonic path Gu immortals saw this and their expressions turned ashen. At the same time they were inwardly complaining incessantly. They had personally witnessed Fang Yuan's ferocity not long ago. Even Pai Shuihan was suppressed. They were only at the bottom of rank 6 facing such a powerful Fang Yuan. Once a conflict occurred, the consequences would be dire. But the scale of the resources behind them was too huge. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. One of the demonic path Gu immortals braced himself and said, Senior, we were the first to discover this resource. This is an indisputable fact. When you and Lord Pai Shuihan set the rules, we were there. My demonic path has always been unbridled. Why would we care about rules? We care about rules in everything. Why don't you join the righteous path? Moreover, who do you think you are? Only Pai Shuihan has the qualifications to talk about rules with me. Fang Yuan's aura was fierce. The two strength path giant hands slowly moved forward, showing off their might. The two demonic path Gu immortals were directly lectured by Fang Yuan. They did not dare to make a sound, but they were reluctant to leave. The other demonic path Gu immortal seemed to have made up his mind. He suddenly said, Senior, these regretful spiders are very useful to me. I have been searching for them bitterly. Why don't I use an equivalent piece of information to exchange for it? What information? Fang Yuan slowly stopped his strength path giant hands. This information is related to Minuscule Mountain. The demonic path Gu immortal who spoke just now spoke bluntly. Minuscule Mountain, haha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, threatening again. All right, I will exchange with you. I hope your information is true, otherwise? True, it is definitely true. Junior came from that direction. With Junior's cultivation level, I could not break through, thus I retreated. But to Senior it was simply left for you. Saying so, this demonic path Gu immortal transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan, telling him the details of the information. Fang Yuan's eyes squinted into a slit after hearing it. He said slowly, All right, I will listen to this information for now. Whether it is true or not, I still need to verify it. You want to give me all the regretful spiders you just obtained? Senior, you. The demonic path Gu immortal stared with wide eyes, his face turning red from anger. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, saying as if it was a matter of course, How do I know if your information is true or false? What if it is false? These regretful spiders are my guarantee. Don't worry, I only want these, the rest is yours. Senior, you want 20% of the total regretful spiders here with just one sentence. The demonic path Gu immortal gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger, but he did not dare to make a move. The other demonic path Gu immortal stood at the side, laughing inwardly. If Fang Yuan wanted the regretful spiders in the deep pool, he would definitely cooperate with the extorted demonic path Gu immortal to resist Fang Yuan. But now, Fang Yuan wanted the portion that was already in his pocket. This was different. The regretful spiders in the immortal aperture were basically like meat that was eaten. It was hard to spit them out. They belonged to the Gu immortal. The indifferent demonic path Gu immortal saw that Fang Yuan did not harm his own benefits, and saw the Gu immortal's situation beside him. He felt a sense of schadenfreude. The extorted demonic path Gu immortal saw that the person beside him did not move. His heart felt like it had sunk into an icy river. It was cold. Spitting out the meat that was eaten, this was such a painful thing. All right, quickly take it out. I still need to hurry, time is pressing. Fang Yuan impatiently urged. Senior, if you go back on your word, then wouldn't I? The extorted demonic path Gu immortal bit his lips, squeezing out the words. What? You actually think I am such a shameless person? I am so old, do I still need to deceive you two juniors? Fang Yuan replied in displeasure. At the same time, two strength path giant hands flew out. Chapter 806. A total of 4 strength path giant hands floated in the air. Female sign. The two demonic path Gu immortals could not help but take a step back. The mental pressure that Fang Yuan gave them was too great. The situation was weaker than the person. What could they do? The demonic path Gu immortal's expression fluctuated, but he still admitted defeat and handed over the regretful spiders to Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan took them, he immediately flew away, not continuing the fight. The two demonic path Gu immortals let out a sigh of relief. The one who was extorted had a look of hatred on his face. He stared at Fang Yuan's departing figure and cursed, "This old demon, I look forward to seeing you die there." "Hush, hush, how can you be sure he has no listening methods? Be careful, he might come back to find trouble with us." The other demonic path Gu immortal quickly waved his hand and advised. The two glanced at each other, stunned, but quickly reacted and flew away, pulling apart some distance. At the next moment, the two competed intensely, attacking the deep pool without saying a word, using all their strength to plunder the regretful spiders inside. Minuscule mountain, Crimson Sea. Fang Yuan flew straight, rapidly approaching the location mentioned in the information. He had not planned to plunder the regretful spiders, because he lacked an effective method to capture them. The regretful spiders had little value to him. He had already given up on the plan. To think that after extortion not only did he save time, he immediately obtained a large batch of regretful spiders, he even obtained an important piece of information. Fang Yuan guessed in private, feeling that this information was quite reliable. Mini-man were a type of variant humans. Minuscule mountain was the paradise of mini-mans. Their foundation. This was recorded in The Legends of Ren Zhu. Mini-mans had thin transparent wings on their backs. Usually only the size of a finger. They lived by plucking nectar or sucking the juices of plants. Every type of variant human. They all had special abilities that made them stronger than humans. For example, hairy men were naturally skilled at Gu refinement, rockmen lived underground and were skilled at mining, rockmen even had all kinds of ores growing on their bodies. Snowmen were resistant to the cold, inkmen were knowledgeable, mini-mans were skilled at cultivating plants. Where they lived, the vegetation would be lush and the flowers would bloom all year round. The 4 seasons never wither. More importantly, although Fangtsuan Mountain is small, it is a genuine mountain. It requires a large amount of earth and qi to stabilize the mountain. Such a legendary mountain was a huge burden in the Immortal aperture. Gu immortals cannot carry it with them all the time. Moreover, this minuscule mountain is not owned by a Gu immortal of Dongfang tribe. A Gu immortal's immortal aperture was inside the body. The amount of heaven and earth qi inside was limited. If minuscule mountain was stored in such an immortal aperture for a long time, it would be destroyed. It would absorb a large amount of earth qi to maintain the legendary mountain, causing the immortal aperture's heaven and earth qi to become unbalanced. Thus, Mount Innerheart spent most of its time. They all landed in Jade Pool Blessed Land. What? Because Jade Pool Blessed Land was planted on the ground all year round, it was constantly absorbing the endless heaven and earth qi of northern plains. He didn't fear the burden of Mount Innerheart at all. It was the same for Fang Yuan's Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain needed to absorb earth energy. Otherwise the mountain would collapse. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was planted on Tianti Mountain. It was constantly absorbing the qi of heaven and earth. It was not afraid of Danghun Mountain's expenditure. If it was placed inside Fairy Li Shan and He Lolan's immortal aperture, moving around for a long time, even rank 8 Gu immortals would not be able to endure it. They would need to plant their immortal aperture in the outside world and absorb the qi of the outside world to stabilize the immortal aperture's small world. Beside a seemingly ordinary deep pool. It's Fang Yuan? Why is he here? Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had concealed themselves. They sensed Fang Yuan's appearance. The two first conversed secretly, looking for Thatched Hut. In the end, Thatched Hut was no longer at its original location, but the two had a huge harvest. In that deep pool they found a group of underworld eels. Next, they searched everywhere and finally found traces of minuscule mountain. After coming here they were obstructed. They were in a dilemma. While they were discussing, Fang Yuan appeared in their alert range. Fairy Li Shan still had some hope. She said to He Lulan, "Fang Yuan's investigative methods are not strong. Our concealment is an immortal killer move. If we do not show ourselves he will not be able to sense us. Maybe he is just passing by." He Lulan had suffered at Fang Yuan's hands. She frowned and had a bad premonition. "Sigh, I cannot underestimate Fang Yuan." Sure enough, at the next moment Fang Yuan slowly descended from the sky, quickly approaching them. His target was this deep pool. Fairy Li Shan's illusion was shattered, her expression sank. Fang Yuan arrived at the place mentioned in the information. This deep pool in front of him was very ordinary. It was not eye-catching. But Fang Yuan was still looking forward to it. According to the words of that demonic path Gu Immortal, this was an illusion realm. There was an illusion realm peach tree inside. It was similar to a desolate beast. It had the ability to create illusions and protect the tree. Only Gu Immortals who entered would be able to discover it. Fang Yuan activated his defenses and was about to enter, when two figures appeared not far away. Fang Yuan, wait. Fairy Li Shan immediately transmitted. He Lulan was silent, standing at the side. It's you too. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. He had a faint smile on his face. His tone was filled with mockery. As an ally, they actually had such an important clue but did not tell him. They were clearly trying to take all the benefits for themselves. But in the end he met them unintentionally. He Lulan was a formidable woman. She did not feel embarrassed. Fang Yuan, you came at the right time. We were just worrying about how to attack this place. Fairy Li Shan was an experienced Gu Immortal. She had thick skin. She continued, that's right. This place was named Cultivating Sea by Dongfang tribe. It is a forbidden area in Jade Pool Blessed Land. The main area was an illusion realm peach forest. There were many peach trees. The illusion realm was deep. Under the trees was a sea of flowers. There were large patches of grass on the ground, like a boundless green carpet. In the deep sea of flowers, there were beautiful purples and reds. The flowers were fragrant. Tens of thousands of purple poison heart-rotting flowers were about to bloom. Oh. Fang Yuan's gaze slightly focused. That demonic path Gu Immortal had malicious intentions. He only said there were illusion realm peach trees, but did not mention the quantity. As for the grass on the ground and purple poison heart-rotting flowers, they were not even mentioned. Grass on the ground was very ordinary, but there were so many of them. There was definitely grass on the ground Gu. This wood path Gu only had one effect. It could make living beings fall asleep instantly. Purple poison heart-rotting flowers would often produce a kind of heart-rotting goo. This goo was colorless and formless. It was a trace of fragrance that could intoxicate people, but it could corrode their hearts. But these were just inconveniences to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not cultivate poison path and did not have any defensive methods in his strength path cultivation, but he had an immortal zombie body. He was very resistant to poison. In his body, there was also a poison path immortal goo woman's heart. Fairy Li Shan saw that although Fang Yuan was listening attentively, his expression was indifferent, so she said, there are many of them, but to us Gu Immortals they are only slightly troublesome. But the truth is, in the illusion realm peach forest, there is a peach wolf group. There are close to 30 of them. And this captivating sea is actually a Gu formation. At the deepest part is Minuscule Mountain. There are Gu Immortals guarding Minuscule Mountain. Their auras are uncertain, their numbers are unknown. Fang Yuan was moved. Peach Wolf was a desolate beast. It had rank 6 Gu Immortal battle strength. A group of Peach Wolves. It was like a group of Gu Immortals. Minuscule Mountain was the base of the Mini-Man. The Gu Immortals on the mountain were Mini-Man Gu Immortals, no matter how many there were. Just one was a problem. Desolate beasts had low intelligence, but variant human Gu Immortals did not lose to human Gu Immortals. Whether they had intelligence or not, their threat was on a completely different level. Fang Yuan realized, no wonder the two girls were hiding outside. He sized up the two in front of him. Fang Yuan's gaze was shrewd and sharp. He immediately found that even though Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had been dealt with, he could still see some traces of intense battle. Fairy Li Shan is a wood path Gu Immortal. Needless to say, Minuscule Mountain and the Mini-Man tribe are extremely attractive to her. In an environment like Captivating Sea, Fairy Li Shan's battle strength far exceeds her normal state. They charged into the depths of the Flower Sea but were still forced back. Captivating Sea's defense is tight. It far exceeds my most optimistic estimate. Fang Yuan did not change his expression. Lightning flashed in his shrewd mind. He could see through the surface and think of many truths. Fang Yuan, if you act alone you will not have much effect. Earlier we took advantage of their carelessness to find a gap in the Peach Wolf group and sneak in. Now that Minuscule Mountain has been alerted, the defenses inside are definitely tight. Only if we work together can we take down this fat piece of meat. He Lulan urged. Fairy Li Shan also added, Fang Yuan, I know you have the strength path immortal Gu pulling mountain. We can cooperate. I am determined to obtain Minuscule Mountain. Don't worry, with my foundation I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Fang Yuan did not agree immediately. He lowered his head and fell into silence. After a few breaths of time, he shook his head and broke the silence, smiling bitterly. Under this fat piece of meat is the hardest bone. Minuscule Mountain is good, but time is limited. I do not want to fight to the death here. I urge you too to dispel any unrealistic thoughts. There are so many resources outside, it is easy to take them, why take the risk? What? Fang Yuan, you actually want to back out? Fairy Li Shan heard this and felt disbelief. He Lulan frowned, persuading, Fang Yuan, since we found minuscule mountain, it means that this object is fated with us. If you miss such a good opportunity, you will regret it in the future. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. This place is heavily defended and most importantly, there are Gu immortals guarding it as well as a group of wolves. To break into this place even if we have all the demonic path Gu immortals, it will take a long time. Will Dongfang Naganori give us that time? Even if Dongfang Naganori is held back, what about the other demonic path Gu immortals? Fairy Li Shan took a step forward saying, Fang Yuan, I admit that you are right, but this is minuscule mountain. Its value is probably higher than even the entire Jade Pool blessed land. Haha, Fairy, no need to persuade me anymore. Goodbye. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He quickly turned around and tore through the sky, flying away like a bolt of lightning. It was so clean and efficient. The two female immortals were left behind. They did not dare to believe it. They were even hesitant. Is this Fang Yuan trying to trick us so that he can take advantage of the chaos? Not likely. We have signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Even if he does not speak, what he says should be the truth. Chapter 807. Plop. The desolate beast dragonfish crashed into the water, creating a huge wave that was tens of feet tall. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe, his face was covered, he stood proudly in the sky, there were 6 strength path giant hands around him, revolving around him. The desolate beast dragonfish roared. After entering the water, it did not dare to fight Fang Yuan, it swam deeper into the water. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, you think I can't do anything to you if you hide in the water? Immortal Gu pulling water. Fang Yuan's body shook, he stretched out his hands, aiming at the deep pool that was as wide as a lake, grabbing at the air. A formless force pulled the pool water up, it was like grabbing a thick silk cloth. The thick water current carried countless ordinary dragonfish, quickly entering Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. After Fang Yuan bid farewell to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, he did not spend much time before he found this deep pool. This deep pool was the largest one he had ever seen, it was as big as a lake. Dongfang tribe specially created it, they raised over 900,000 dragonfish, and even gave birth to a desolate beast dragonfish. Fang Yuan was excited, he started to plunder it. The desolate beast dragonfish fought, but was easily defeated by Fang Yuan's strength path giant hands. Even though the dragonfish was a dragon, it was very mediocre. This desolate beast dragonfish was rank 6, but it did not have immortal Gu, it was at the bottom of the desolate beasts. But the flesh of the dragonfish was the most widely used food. Not only could wild beasts and variant humans eat it, it could also be used as supplementary food to feed Gu worms. In the jewel yellow skies, Gu immortals were always doing the dragonfish meat business. The volume of each transaction was huge. So many dragonfish, this pool of dragonfish. Even Dongfang tribe would need 100 years of accumulation. But now it is mine, ha. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, he activated pulling water immortal Gu without stopping for a moment. Thankfully he had pulling water immortal Gu, otherwise he would not have a good way to obtain such a huge amount of resources. Bam bam bam. Far away the sounds of Gu immortals fighting could be heard. As Fang Yuan collected the arowana, he turned his head and looked around. His gaze was a little deep. He thought to himself, looks like He Lulan is attacking Cultivating Sea. He did not regret his decision to give up on Mount Innerheart. In this world things were always easier said than done. Everyone understood the general principles, but when it came to actually doing it, how many people could achieve it? Therefore, in the face of great profits, it was very difficult to make a choice. Especially Fangsuan Mountain, it was extremely valuable to Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan's vital immortal Gu was Mountain Pledge Gu. It was an information path Gu immortal. But looking at their battle they mostly used wood path methods. It was evident that he cultivated wood path, his immortal aperture's management was likely mostly flowers and grasses. The records in The Legends of Renzu increased the attractiveness of minuscule mountain. But to take away Fangsuan Mountain, how could it be so easy? It was simply too difficult and the hope was very slim. That demonic path Gu immortal told this information to Fang Yuan so easily. Then he would be able to tell others more easily. Maybe there were already Gu immortals who knew about it. Attacking the forbidden area of Cultivating Sea would cause a huge commotion. The commotion would definitely be huge, how could it be hidden from Pai Shui Han and the others? There was strength in numbers. But demonic path Gu immortals had their own way of doing things. Fang Yuan was very clear about their personalities. Not long ago in the Battle of Taichio, if not for the internal conflict between the demonic path Gu immortals, how could Dongfang Naganori succeed in possession so easily? It was basically impossible to take over minuscule mountain. Did Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan not know that the possibility was very small? But the benefits were too great, so great that the Gu immortals were extremely moved. Even if there was only a trace of hope, they would grab it with all their might. A dragon roar interrupted Fang Yuan's thoughts. A huge dragonfish pounced out of the water, its eyes were red as it attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had expected this, for strength path giant hands slammed down. His method of extracting the pool water was very efficient. It did not take long for the pool water to be emptied. In other words, the dragonfish was already a desperate beast. If it did not retaliate now, it would be too late. But against the rank 7 battle strength Fang Yuan, the dragonfish's desperate counterattack quickly caused it to suffer heavy losses. More than 10 breaths of time later, the heavily injured desolate beast dragonfish was grabbed by Fang Yuan's strength path giant hands into his immortal aperture. After a while, this huge pool was basically dried up. All the dragonfish inside were collected by Fang Yuan. In order to collect this group of dragonfish, he had spent 4 green grape immortal essence beads, but Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with joy. Ever since he entered Jade Pool Blessed Land, he had obtained oil water, desolate beast shark fin wolf, eerie fire dragon pythons, some common resources and a group of regretful spiders. In terms of value, this dragonfish group that he had just obtained had already jumped to first place, leaving the desolate beast shark fin wolf at second place by a small margin. This batch of dragonfish was too large, there were close to 1 million of them. With such a deep foundation, as long as he nurtured them carefully, they would be a source of endless profits. The intense battle over at He Lulan's side was still coming from afar, but Fang Yuan did not even look back, he flew even further away. Not long after, he suddenly stopped and looked at the dense forest beneath his feet with pleasant surprise. The forest covered an area of several hundred li. At the center of the forest was a small pool the size of a house. The entire forest was planted for the sake of this small pond. Or more accurately speaking, this small pool was rearing a group of strange fish, literature carps. Literature carps and true martial carps are the opposite of each other. They are known as the twin literature and martial carps. To think that Dongfang tribe has more than 10 literature carps. Fang Yuan was overjoyed as he quickly dove down. Literature carps were very hard to catch, they were rare in number, they were rarely seen even in Eastern Sea. Literature carps usually stayed still in the water, moving along with the waves. Once they moved their tails and swam leisurely, their entire body would turn into literature chi. Even Gu immortals could not catch them without specific methods, they could only watch and sigh. Fang Yuan's arrival gave the literature carps a fright. They immediately turned into literature chi that spread in the water. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile, his pulling water immortal Gu could control water. The literature carps could not swim out of the pool, they were like turtles in a jar to him. But right when he was about to make a move, a demonic path Gu immortal appeared and flew up. "Senior, please stop, this resource point has already been occupied by me." This demonic path Gu immortal was thin and had a smile on his face. He was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, but he was fearless against Fang Yuan. "Who are you?" Fang Yuan's expression did not change. "This junior is Zhou Qian." The demonic path Gu immortal cupped his fists. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, threatening, "Junior Zhou Qian, you are quite daring, you actually dare to obstruct me. With your cultivation level, you do not have the qualifications to talk about rules with me." The demonic path Gu immortal Zhou Qian laughed. "Of course not. Junior can't defeat Senior, but Junior has some attainments in flying, I have 2 immortal killer moves. Even Free Scholar He Qing and female immortal Lu Yao cannot catch up to me. Since Senior wants the literature carps, why don't we make a deal? Otherwise, although I can't defeat Senior, I can destroy this pool of water in an instant." Fang Yuan was silent, his eyes shined with a fierce light as he sized up Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian was calm, he had trump cards, he had confidence. This was the advantage of Gu immortals who specialized in movement, they were usually undefeatable, they could deal with opponents with high cultivation level and battle strength. Even though Fang Yuan had myriad self-killer move, he was weaker in terms of movement. Even with Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu and True Solid Bat Wings, it was not an immortal killer move, he was still inferior to Zhou Qian. "Very good, Zhou Ping, I will remember you. I hope you will stay here, don't fall into my hands in the future." Fang Yuan said ruthlessly as he turned around and left. Zhou Ping heard this and his smile vanished. He said in a different tone, "Senior, why are you like this? Junior only wants to make a deal. Junior does not have many requests." Fang Yuan did not listen to Zhou Ping's words. He moved like lightning, leaving quickly. Zhou Ping frowned, feeling a little dejected. He had offended a mysterious and powerful Gu Immortal for no reason. He did not feel good about it. And most importantly, Fang Yuan's words hit Zhou Ping's weakness. He could not stay here and guard the literature carps forever. "Damn it, I do not have any methods to take these literature carps." Zhou Ping looked at the pool and stomped his feet, feeling very depressed. Fang Yuan left Zhou Ping flying rapidly. After flying for close to 1,000 li, he stopped again, looking at the pool below him with a joyful expression. This pool was neither big nor small. There were fish groups inside. These fish were similar to goldfish. They had round bellies and small pointy ends. But they did not have the colorful colors of goldfish. They were mostly milky white. They also did not have the fins and tails of goldfish. Their tails and fins were small and exquisite. When they swam, they did not move left or right. They only floated up and down like balloons in the water. Fang Yuan had raised this fish before. It was called air bubble fish. But for a period of time, Fang Yuan had a hard time. He was short of funds. He had no choice but to sell the air bubble fish group that he had raised for a period of time in exchange for funds. Air bubble fish could devour ordinary worms. A portion would be digested, while the rest would be stored in their bodies as food. These worms would be nourished in the fish's belly. They would have a high chance of breaking through and becoming Gu worms. Thus, air bubble fish had the ability to increase the number of worms producing Gu worms. During the Five Regions War, they became goods that all Gu immortals chased after. This air bubble fish group is not small. In terms of the market price of jewel yellow skies, it is already half of the desolate beast shark fin wolf. Fang Yuan looked around. There were no demonic path Gu immortals like Zhou Ping. He immediately activated pulling water immortal Gu and took away this group of air bubble fish along with the pool water. This group of air bubble fish became Fang Yuan's third most valuable gain. "A bunch of thieves. You dare to rob my Dongfang tribe in broad daylight." At this time, Dongfang Naganori's furious shout spread throughout the whole of Jade Pool Blessed Land. Free Scholar's shout also resounded, "Old Dongfang scoundrel, leave your pathetic life behind." Chapter 808. As it turned out, in Taichio battlefield, after Fang Yuan and the rest left, Dongfang Naganori gradually suppressed his internal threat. The battle situation improved. He was astute. Not long after Fang Yuan left, he immediately realized the situation. He immediately guessed that these three mysterious black-robed Gu immortals were likely to attack his base. However, he had made arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land. He was not worried. He was happy to see these demonic path Gu immortals split up. He could deal with Free Scholar with ease. But soon, he was shocked to find that he had lost contact with Thatched Hut. This shock was no small matter. Thatched Hut was Dongfang tribe's #1 treasure. It was set up by Dongfang Naganori with great care. Even rank 8 Gu immortals could last for some time. How could he have lost contact with him without a sound? Dongfang Naganori immediately changed his strategy. He gave up on Taichio battlefield and rushed back to his base. Free Scholar saw that Dongfang Naganori was escaping. He chased after him. Dongfang Naganori did not tell Kanyang Laojun about the final crucial step. The latter followed Dongfang Naganori, fighting as he moved. The two flew while fighting in the sky. The battlefield moved rapidly. After wasting a lot of time, they finally arrived at Jade Pool Blessed Land. Thatched Hut was nowhere to be seen. Jade Pool Blessed Land was also destroyed. There was a huge hole in it. Seeing that the demonic path Gu immortals were plundering resources without restraint, Dongfang Naganori was furious. He saw that enslavement path Gu immortal Cheshire Min was using a unique method to capture Dongfang tribe's Gu masters. Dongfang Naganori was so angry that countless star thoughts emerged from his head, causing his hair to fall off. He was truly seething with anger. "Demonic path scoundrel, this is unforgivable. Unforgivable." Dongfang Chang Fan pointed with his finger, disregarding the huge expenditure of immortal essence. He activated his trump card killer move, Hataru. He Lu Lan and the rest were still attacking Captivating Sea when they saw countless flying stars raining down. It was as if snowflakes were fluttering in the wind and the stars were dazzling. Such a beautiful scene caused everyone to be extremely vigilant, and they hurriedly stopped what they were doing and changed their attacks. They flew up into the sky and charged towards Dongfang Naganori. The current situation was very different from Taichio. On the battlefield of Taichio, a group of demonic path Gu immortals fought intensely and competed with each other for a wisdom path inheritance. However, Dongfang Naganori's possession had left this wisdom path inheritance in his mind. There was little hope of successfully seizing the inheritance. But now, in the vast Jade Dan blessed land, countless resources were open for anyone to take. As long as he killed Dongfang Naganori, he would be able to reap the benefits. Thus, the demonic path Gu immortals swept away the restraints of their internal strife and attacked together with high spirits. There was a feeling of unity. The demonic path Gu immortals attacked together. Dongfang Naganori's expression turned ugly as he felt immense pressure. Blocking left and right, he was immediately at a disadvantage. Kill him. The whole of Jade Dan blessed land will be ours. Half Moon Brute Master shouted. Besides this Jade Dan blessed land, there is also that old scoundrel Dongfang's wisdom path inheritance. That is the #1 wisdom path inheritance in Northern Plains. Peacock flying immortal Hirua's eyes shined brightly. I can even give up on the wisdom path inheritance. I only want his possession method. Pai Shuihan had a cold expression. His hands did not stop moving, his attacks were like an avalanche. Dongfang Naganori retreated rapidly, but with Kanyang Laojuan's help, he stabilized his footing. Being suppressed like this, the anger in his heart had accumulated to the limit. Obtaining a chance to breathe, he raised his head and laughed in anger. I will make all of you die here. The moment he said that, the whole of Jade Dan blessed land shook intensely. Heaven and earth shook. The demonic path Gu immortals were shocked to find that their mortal killer moves had all lost their effect. Dongfang Naganori had been the supreme grand elder of the Dongfang tribe for many years and had a lot of authority over the Jade Pool blessed land. Although Jade Pool blessed land was a public blessed land and he could not control everything, the authority he had was enough to make Jade Pool blessed land reject these demonic path Gu immortals. Jade Pool blessed land was the headquarters of the Dongfang tribe. Since Dongfang Naganori was fighting here, he naturally had the geographical advantage. Previously it was only because the owner wasn't home that the robbers came. The demonic path Gu immortals' attacks immediately weakened. Dongfang Naganori did not follow up with another attack, instead flying down through a gap. He directly swooped down to the forbidden land of Capricorn Sea and broke the illusion. The Sea of Flowers and Peach Forest were in a mess, and the Peach Wolf pack had been killed to the point where only 2 or 3 were left. There were a few wolf corpses that had not been collected in time and had fallen under the peach trees. It was a tragic sight. Dongfang Naganori's heart ached when he saw this. This was the accumulation of so many years of hard work. He endured the pain as he shouted, Brother Fang, I have protected your tribe for hundreds of years, we made an agreement to watch out for each other, there has never been a day where I was bullied. But now is the moment of life and death for my tribe, I need your help. Dongfang Naganori's voice reverberated in the air. After a few breaths of time, a sharp voice also resounded in the air replying, that is how it should be. Saying so, everyone saw a jade green light shoot up from the Sea of Capricorn Flowers, landing in Dongfang Yuliang's hand. The jade green light dissipated and a miniature mountain appeared. It was Minuscule Mountain. This is Minuscule Mountain. The demon's gazes shined brightly. Pai Shuihan, He Lulan and the rest however had solemn expressions. Hearing the conversation between Dongfang Naganori and the Miniman Gu immortal, Minuscule Mountain did not belong to Dongfang tribe, but the Miniman tribe and Dongfang tribe had an agreement and became allies. To be able to become allies with a super force like Dongfang tribe, the Miniman tribe naturally had the corresponding foundation and strength. With Minuscule Mountain in hand, Dongfang Naganori laughed heartily as he looked at the demonic cultivators with a sharp gaze. He did not hesitate, the anger in his heart urged him to take revenge. Today is the day you die. Dongfang Naganori held Minuscule Mountain in one hand as he formed hand seals with the other, manipulating Hataru as he charged towards the demonic path immortals. Countless starlight moved, creating a huge blue wave. His robe fluttered, he was like an immortal. His aura surged as the hearts of the demonic path immortals shook. Heavenly flowers dimmed. 1,000 disintegrations. Ice Dragon Lock. Strength Path Giant Hand. Rank 7 battle strength experts attacked together, for immortal killer moves attacked Dongfang Naganori at the same time. Mortal killer moves could not be used, only immortal killer moves were effective. Final Afterglow, Kanyang Laojun thought silently as he used them on himself and Dongfang Naganori. Next he waved his sleeves and threw out Life-Chasing Fire. Life-Chasing Fire attacked Free Scholar who posed the greatest threat, the latter was forced to retreat, he was in a mess. Free Scholar shouted in anger, this had happened many times, Life-Chasing Fire forced him to use 1,000 disintegrations on himself to increase his rank. Dongfang Naganori had struggled on the border of life and death countless times, but he did not die. 1,000 disintegrations dissipated, but the remaining ice dragon, strength path giant hand, and heavenly flowers charged towards Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori raised minuscule mountain in his hand. The 3 killer moves of the demonic path Gu Immortals became weaker the closer they got to minuscule mountain. In the end, the ice dragon turned into an ice snake. The strength path giant hand shrunk to less than 1% of its original size. The heavenly flowers dimmed not because of others, but because of themselves. Their petals started to wither. Eventually these attacks landed in front of Dongfang Naganori. He waved his sleeves and easily blocked them. Immortal killer move, turn big into small. Pai Shuihan's expression was grim. He exposed the enemy's method. It turned out that the Fang Miniman Gu Immortal on minuscule mountain was a rule path Gu Immortal. He had the rule path Immortal Gu, small. He led the Miniman tribe to ally with Dongfang tribe, to obtain space for his tribe to survive. Now that he made his move, he displayed an extraordinary technique that actually had the power to suppress the group of demons. The demons frowned. He Lulan felt regret. If she had known that minuscule mountain was so strong, she would not have fought to the death. The demons attacked Captivating Sea. Even though they destroyed the Peach Wolf group, it was not enough for minuscule mountain to use this killer move. The situation is quite troublesome. To solve this problem, it will depend on you, Free Scholar. Pai Shuihan turned around and said to Free Scholar. Free Scholar snorted coldly. At the crucial moment, who else can you rely on other than me? Pai Shuihan's eyelids twitched, but he did not retort. Free Scholar was also a rule path Gu Immortal. He had the rule path Immortal Gu Resolve. He also had the Immortal killer move, 1,000 disintegrations. Against rule path, using rule path was the most effective method. Immediately, with Free Scholar at the lead, the demons fought intensely against Dongfang Naganori, Kanyang Laojun, and the Miniman Gu Immortal. The demons attacked one after another, fighting for an opportunity for Free Scholar. Free Scholar grabbed the opportunity and used 1,000 disintegrations, targeting minuscule mountain. 1,000 disintegrations clashed, turning big into small. It was countered by the latter. Your rule path Immortal Gu is only rank 6. My small Gu is rank 7, how can it defeat me? The Miniman Gu Immortal's laughter could be heard from minuscule mountain. He was full of smugness. Free Scholar's expression was grim, but he could not retort. His foundation was too shallow compared to the Miniman tribe. The situation was disadvantageous to the demonic path. Dongfang Naganori had minuscule mountain. He also had Kanyang Laojuan's protection. He was undefeatable. As long as Hataru used more killer moves, his battle strength would rise sharply. Eventually, his advantage would turn into victory. He would defeat the demons and return to Northern Plains Gu Immortal world with great momentum. The demons thought about it bitterly, but they could not think of a way to turn big into small. The only battle tactic left for them was to attack with brute force, using their advantage in numbers to expend immortal essence. But demonic path Gu Immortals were lone wolves. They considered everything for themselves. They did not want to expend too much energy. It was not worth it. While they were in a stalemate, a demonic path Gu Immortal, Zhou Qian, suddenly shouted, "Damn it, my literature carps were taken away." The demons looked towards the source of the voice. They saw that at the periphery of the battlefield, above a deep pool, Fang Yuan was sucking the pool water into his immortal aperture. At this moment, even He Lulan transmitted to Fang Yuan in anger, "Fang Yuan, what are you doing?" The demons were already having a hard time fighting, but now they found that someone was secretly collecting resources while they were not paying attention. This was like they were in the same boat. Everyone was paddling with all their strength to move forward. But one of their companions was fishing at the stern of the boat. He even caught a fat fish, stuffing his own pockets. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 809. You, how can you be so selfish? Free Scholar pointed at Fang Yuan, reprimanding. My literature carp group, my fish group? Zhou Qian shouted angrily. We are fighting a difficult battle here, but you are taking benefits from us? Taking advantage of us? Pai Shuihan's eyes shined with a dark light. His tone was cold. My literature carp group, give me back my fish group. Zhou Qian's voice was mixed with sobbing. The urgent matter now is to kill Dongfang Naganori. By then wouldn't we have everything? Fairy Li Shan's tone carried a faint sense of criticism. Damn it, give me back my fish group, I want justice. Zhou Qian's eyes were red with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would have destroyed it. He had wasted a lot of precious time to occupy this resource point, but it ended up in someone else's hands as if he was just a housekeeper. All of you shut up. If you continue like this, I will beat you up. Fang Yuan was very fierce, his aura surged, there was no such thing as being unable to defend himself. You! Zhou Qin's eyes were wide open, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, he had to show his fierceness. To prevent these demonic Path Gu immortals from going overboard, he had to protect his own benefits. Pai Shuihan, free scholar, and the rest gritted their teeth in anger but they could not attack. Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength. If they really fought, he had 2 mysterious companions. Forget about that rank 6 black-robed Gu immortal, the crucial thing is this rank 7, she might be Snowy Mountain's Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan had once signed an agreement with Dongfang tribe. She promised not to harm Dongfang tribe. But now she is here, no wonder she has to hide her identity. Once they started fighting, there would be many flaws. Fairy Li Shan's identity had already been seen through by Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. Even though they saw through it, Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan did not dare to move. Because Fairy Li Shan belonged to Snowy Mountain, and Snowy Mountain had the rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Xuehu. Everyone knew that old ancestor Xuehu wanted to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. But refining a rank 8 immortal Gu required a huge investment. Perhaps this time, Fairy Li Shan had come under orders to plunder the Dongfang clan's resources. It represented the will of a rank 8 expert. Fang Yuan of course knew what the free scholar, Pai Shuihan and the others were thinking. He borrowed the name of Fairy Li Shan to intimidate the demons and successfully monopolize the group of pros carps. Just as he was about to throw out a few more harsh words. While everyone's impression was deepening, Dongfang Chang Fan suddenly lost control again. Dongfang Yuliang had a ferocious expression on his face as he glared at Fang Yuan with eyes spewing fire, but his tone had changed to Dongfang Yikong's. He shouted at Fang Yuan, "Scoundrel, you actually dared to take away my literature carp. I had only placed them here temporarily to raise them. You dare to rob me? Do you know how much I had to pay for these pros carp? I want you to die a horrible death." He shouted as he flew towards Fang Yuan. Everyone was stunned. Earlier, Dongfang Naganori had been acting normally for a long time. The immortals thought that he had gained complete control and succeeded in the possession. But to think that there would be such a thing. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He reacted quickly, and 6 giant strength path hands went up to meet the attack. At the same time, his body retreated explosively. He grasped the opportunity but was cautious. What if the other party was only acting and purposely exposed a flaw to set up a trap for him? The truth was, this was not a trap. Dongfang Naganori quickly regained control of his body. His expression was dark. He had actually lost control again. Man proposes, heaven disposes. He had made his own arrangements. These demonic Path Gu immortals were far from his match. Even Kanyang Laojun could not escape being used as a chess piece. But the heavenly tribulation's strength was beyond his expectations. Earlier he had only forcefully suppressed the 8 Gu immortals' wills, he had not gotten rid of them completely. Now that the pros carp group was taken away by Fang Yuan, Dongfang Yikong's will was provoked by this strong external factor. It broke through the suppression and emerged. Forget about these 8 Gu immortals' wills. But with their support, the original will in this body had gradually accumulated and formed a scale. Even though Dongfang Yuliang's soul was destroyed, the remnant soul fragments were scattered in every corner of his body, forming his will. Thoughts, wills, and emotions had no difference in quality, they were only different in quantity. Dongfang Yuliang's will had already accumulated to about the same level as the other 8 Gu immortals. And most importantly, this body was his to begin with. If his will flared up, the threat it posed would be several times higher than the other Dongfang tribe Gu immortals. Dongfang Naganori let out a deep sigh. He raised minuscule mountain and used the immortal killer move turn big into small to weaken the 6 strength path giant hands, before easily dispersing them. Fang Yuan shouted from afar, "What are you waiting for? The other party has already been separated, why don't you take this chance to kill him?" The other demonic Path Gu immortals had rich battle experience, how could they not see the opportunity? Fang Yuan had just shouted when Pai Shuihan, free scholar, and the rest had already made their move. Divine Lord Tiandu, Shiho, Lu Qingming, Hirua, and the rest surrounded and occupied the terrain, sealing off all possible escape routes for Dongfang Naganori. At this point, the demonic immortals had already formed a basic tacit understanding, they could cooperate in basic battle tactics. Even though it was just basic, the pressure it brought to Dongfang Naganori was huge. Kanyang Laojun was about to explode in anger. He did not expect Dongfang Naganori to lose control again. Originally he and Dongfang Naganori were fighting side by side, they were close to each other and could help each other. But now, Dongfang Naganori charged out alone. He was surrounded by the demonic immortals while he himself was blocked outside. Dongfang Naganori, what happened to you? At the same time, minuscule mountain was shaking. The Mini-Mangu immortal's questioning voice could be heard. The shocking turn of events just now had also frightened him. It's fine. Dongfang Naganori replied while dealing with the attacks from both sides. You are quite calm. Can't you see so many people attacking you? The Mini-Mangu immortal was going crazy. Persevere. Kenyang Laojun was extremely anxious. He charged forward and wanted to regroup with Dongfang Naganori. I will stop him. Fairy Lishan stood up and blocked Kenyang Laojun. Fairy Lishan had once made an alliance agreement with Dongfang Naganori. She was using a special method to suppress the backlash of the agreement. Even so, when she was fighting earlier, her attacks were all directed towards Kenyang Laojun. The battle suddenly became fierce. The demonic path wanted to take advantage of the enemy's mistake to eliminate Dongfang Naganori. As long as Dongfang Naganori died, Jade Pool Blessed Land would no longer be in control. The demonic path Gu Immortal's battle strength would not be suppressed. Even if Kenyang Laojun and Minuscule Mountain remained, they would not be able to turn the situation around. Dongfang Naganori's side persevered. As long as they could regroup with Kenyang Laojun, they would still have the advantage. In such an intense battle, Fang Yuan was at the edge of the battlefield, plundering the resources in the deep pool. Fang Yuan's act of slacking made the demonic path Gu Immortals extremely furious. They shouted and criticized him. Fang Yuan, however, spoke with conviction. What do you know? This is a battle tactic. It is to trigger the Gu Immortal wills that are suppressed in his body, to make that old scoundrel Dongfang make a mistake again. Isn't this battle situation because of me? Quickly cooperate. Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own yardstick. When Unfettered Scholar heard this, his handsome face was distorted with anger. Pai Shuihan was filled with anger. He felt that at this moment he was no longer an ice and water Gu Immortal, he was a fire path cultivator. But Fang Yuan's words were the truth. None of the demonic path Gu Immortals could refute him. Divine Lord Tiandu, however, voiced out everyone's thoughts. Why are you plundering the heart of a gentleman while we are fighting here? The Mini-Mangu Immortal shouted from Minuscule Mountain. What do you mean by measure the heart of a gentleman with your own yardstick? This is discrimination against us Mini-Mans. I will make you pay the price. Zhou Ping's eyes moved as he said, actually, there is nothing wrong with this battle tactic. I will cooperate too. As he spoke, he withdrew himself from the battle and flew towards a deep pool below. Pai Shuihan shouted in anger, get back here. Free Scholar breathed roughly as he activated 1,000 disintegrations, aiming it at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping cried out in pain. He suffered a heavy blow and almost fell to the ground. This could not be allowed to continue. Victory and defeat were already hanging by a thread. If everyone tried to gain benefits, who would attack Dongfang Naganori? Free Scholar shouted coldly, this is the crucial moment. If anyone tries to escape for no reason, I will kill them regardless of the enemy ahead. He lost his composure in anger. He started to curse. Zhou Ping, why are you still not joining the battle? Do you want me to attack too? Pai Shuihan's voice was cold as he threatened. Zhou Ping lowered his head. His face was filled with anger and hatred. He gritted his teeth and could only return. Fang Yuan could not do anything to him, but that did not mean the other rank 7 Gu Immortals could not do anything to him. The other demonic path Gu Immortals saw this and suppressed their greed. They rejoiced but were also furious. Why could Fang Yuan plunder resources but they could not? With battle strength. Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength. Even if Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar wanted to punish Fang Yuan, they did not have the strength to do so. It was not the time. But the other rank 6 Gu Immortals, do you dare to play tricks in front of me? Do you really think I, the great Gu Immortal, is so easy to fool? Which Gu Immortal who reached this level was not astute? But to fool others, one needed to have the ability to do so. But even Fairy Lishan could not stand it anymore. She snorted coldly at Fang Yuan. Number 7, come here, we will fight together. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. He chuckled and could not help but laugh. He had just schemed against someone else, but at the next moment he was schemed against by his ally. Although he had signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance with Fairy Lishan and He Lulan, the alliance did not state who could order others around. But right now he was putting on an act in front of everyone. In order to show that he was unfathomable, he had already put on an act several times to make the demons wary. Now was not the time to undermine him. He had to continue acting. On Fairy Lishan's side, her situation was already very dire. She used Wood Path in battle, while Kenyang Laojun was a Fire Path Gu Immortal. Be it his fighting style or methods, he countered Fairy Li Shan. Chapter 8-10. Fang Yuan helped, cooperating with Fairy Li Shan to block Kenyang Laojun. Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie. He was not afraid of the life-chasing fire, but even so, the strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture were rapidly burned by the fire. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan could not help but feel heartache. It turned out that his strength path giant hands did not expend much immortal essence. This was because the strength path giant hand was manifested through the combination of countless group strength Gu and the strength of the strength path phantoms. Fundamentally speaking, each strength path giant hand was made from 100,000 strength path phantoms. The strength path phantoms had already been condensed by expending immortal essence, and were stored in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. But now the life-chasing fire traced back to the source and directly burned the strength path phantoms. By now, the strength path phantoms that Fang Yuan had created were almost all used up. To regenerate them now, he would need to expend a lot of green grape immortal essence. If this goes on, the expenditure will be too high. This won't do. Fairy, block him first. I have a plan. Fang Yuan suddenly transmitted after fighting for a while retreating. When Fairy Li Shan heard this, she had an urge to curse. Fighting until now, he was still worried about immortal essence expenditure? I have already stopped caring about expenditure. She did not even dare to think about immortal essence expenditure. When attacking Captivating Sea to stall for time, she had activated her immortal killer moves repeatedly, and now she was fighting with Kenyang Laojun. Her expenditure was even higher. Fang Yuan was still worried about immortal essence expenditure at this time? It was obvious that he was the one who gained the most. Seeing Fang Yuan retreating, the demons had different expressions. There was a commotion. Why did he fly down again? Free Scholar quickly asked Fairy Li Shan. He was now certain of Fairy Li Shan's true identity. Fang Yuan did not care about him. He directly went to find Fairy Li Shan. This was no doubt more effective. Fairy Li Shan was furious. While fighting intensely, she replied stiffly. He said that if the battle continues, his immortal essence expenditure will be too high. He has a plan that needs to be executed. Still worried about immortal essence expenditure? I don't even know how much I've lost. The demons were infuriated. Some of them had bloodshot eyes, while others had their nostrils flared. Panting heavily. The Free Scholar was so angry that his body was trembling. Speaking of which, even Fairy Li Shan and the others. There were also some gains. In the entire demonic Dao community, he, the Free Scholar, contributed the most but received the least. They didn't manage to plunder any resources at all. Dongfang Naganori immediately felt the pressure on him increase dramatically, and he was surrounded by danger. The words of Fang Yuan. The demons were so angry that they subconsciously vented their anger on him. For a moment, Dongfang Naganori raised his mind mountain to block the attacks left and right. He suffered dozens of injuries on his body. He was in a sorry state and was surrounded by danger. What Fang Yuan had said before was not a lie. He headed straight for a deep pool. It turned out that the fierce battle between the two sides had unknowingly moved to another place. Fang Yuan discovered that there were many members of the Eastern clan hidden in the deep pool beneath his feet. This was a gathering point. Dongfang Naganori, I want you to watch your people die before your eyes. Ah. Fang Yuan laughed wildly. A strength path giant hand slammed down. How could Immortal's arrangement block an immortal killer move? The light shield that was propped up in an instant was stacked layer by layer, but under the heavy blow of the strength giant hand, it could not withstand for even a second at all and completely collapsed. The strength path giant palm slammed down. With a loud bang, the ground caved in. Many unlucky mortal Gu masters. In an instant he was crushed into minced meat. The mortal Gu masters at the periphery were sent flying by an intense palm wind. They escaped in all directions, screaming for help. They had no will to fight. The strength path giant hand quickly rose into the air, leaving a bloody handprint on the ground. My people. My family. I want to protect them. When Dongfang Naganori saw this, he lost control again and his voice became louder and louder. Dongfang Naganori cursed inwardly, but he could not stop it anymore. This was Dongfang Yuliang's will. The greatest internal threat. The demon's eyes shined brightly. They unleashed a wave of fierce attacks. Dongfang Yuliang ignored them. He charged downwards. His desire to save the people was extremely urgent. Damn it. Damn it. With the threat of death approaching, the Miniman Gu Immortal cursed, but due to the alliance agreement he could only fly up minuscule mountain, floating above Dongfang Yuliang's head, blocking the attacks for him. Minuscule mountain shook intensely under the attacks of the demons, countless small rocks flew everywhere. Dongfang Naganori, I am in deep trouble because of you. The mini-man Gu Immortal shouted in anger and indignation. Fang Yuan saw that this plan worked. He raised his head and laughed loudly. He purposely slowed down and chased after the remaining Dongfang tribesmen, luring Dongfang Yuliang to take the bait. But Dongfang Yuliang was suppressed halfway. Dongfang Naganori regained control. Dongfang Naganori suddenly realized that even though he was heavily injured, the surroundings were empty, there were only a few Gu Immortals chasing after him, there was a high chance that he could break out and regroup with Kanyang Laojun. Earlier, Dongfang Yuliang disregarded his life and death, he took the risk to charge out. Minuscule Mountain paid a huge price to bear the brunt of the attacks. Facing death and coming back to life, this was out of the expectations of all the demons, but it gave him an opportunity. You fools, I finally created a chance for you but you actually let him escape? Fang Yuan pointed at the demons and scolded. Free Scholar and the rest were anxious and furious, they did not have the mood to argue with Fang Yuan, they shouted angrily, chase him. Don't let him escape. At once, the intense battle turned into a chase. Dongfang Naganori tried to escape, he tried to break out of the encirclement and escape, but the demons chased after him, vaguely surrounding him. On the other side, Kanyang Laojun tried to regroup with Dongfang Naganori, but was blocked by Fairy Li Shan. At once, both sides were like headless flies flying around in the air. The disorderly flying trajectories showed the solid foundation of the Gu Immortals and flying. These Gu Immortals were at least flying master level. Mortal Gu Masters did not have the time or energy to cultivate flying, but Gu Immortals had it. Flying was a very practical method. Gu Immortals would practice it a lot and have a deep understanding of it. Quick, kill some Dongfang Gu Masters, make him make a mistake. Free Scholar shouted. Fang Yuan was already doing it, he used his strength path giant hands to grab groups of Dongfang Gu Masters, threatening them loudly before crushing them to death. His methods were cruel and ruthless. Dongfang Naganori had already lost control many times. But there were limited Dongfang Gu Masters, Dongfang Naganori barely survived. At this time someone shouted, Xie Min captured many Dongfang tribesmen earlier, he wants to sell them as slaves. Xie Min was furious, these were the resources that he had obtained through hard work. Xie Min. Free Scholar shouted as he chased. Make the sacrifice, we will compensate you double after the battle. Pai Shuihan said in a dark tone. Xie Min wanted to refuse, but when he saw Pai Shuihan's bloodshot eyes, his heart shook. Okay. He took out many Dongfang Gu Masters from his immortal aperture and killed them in front of Dongfang Naganori. The remaining wills were furious, they showed up one after another. Forget about the other Dongfang Gu immortal wills, the key was Dongfang Yuliang's will. He was still immortal rank 5, he had a deeper connection with his tribesmen, every time his will broke through the suppression, it would bring huge trouble to Dongfang Naganori, Minuscule Mountain, and Kanyang Laojun. Time passed quickly in the intense battle, Fairy Li Shan could not stop Kanyang Laojun, they managed to regroup. But the demonic path Gu Immortals relied on Dongfang Naganori's repeated mistakes, they had accumulated a huge advantage. The battle was decided. Minuscule Mountain was filled with cracks from the explosions, even while flying rocks were still falling down. In order to take care of Dongfang Naganori, Kanyang Laojun suffered countless attacks, he was covered in injuries, his beard was dyed red with blood. This battle was the most depressing battle he had ever fought in his life. During the battle, he asked Dongfang Naganori several times about the final possession method. But how could Dongfang Naganori dare to tell him now? Once he was told, Kanyang Laojun would run away. Dongfang tribe was only cooperating with Crane Gate. The possession technique was the biggest bargaining chip for their cooperation. Retreat, we cannot stay here for long. Kanyang Laojun sighed, transmitting to Dongfang Naganori. Where there is life there is hope. The mini-man Gu Immortal was afraid that Dongfang Naganori would fight them head-on, he quickly added. Dongfang Naganori smiled bitterly, do you think I am someone who does not understand the situation? Let's retreat. He looked at Jade Pool blessed land with reluctance, his heart was filled with hatred and anger, but he was also filled with determination. Momentary losses were nothing, a true hero was able to give up and retreat. But at this time Fang Yuan laughed loudly, another Dongfang tribe's gathering point, Dongfang Naganori watch carefully, I am going to kill them. Shameless scoundrel, you dare to bully me like this. Dongfang Naganori was enraged, myriad path flying stars slammed down. Fang Yuan saw its power and smiled. He did not take it head-on, he immediately dodged. However, the myriad shooting stars didn't chase after him. Instead, after making a turn, it fell straight down and bombarded the Dongfang clan's gathering point. The Dongfang tribesmen who were hiding were instantly killed, not a single one survived. For a moment, even the demonic Path Gu immortals were shocked by Dongfang Naganori's ruthlessness. Rather than letting you threaten me, I might as well take the chance while I can still control my body and end it. Heroic souls of Dongfang tribe, listen to me. I, Dongfang Naganori, will definitely take revenge for you. I will return today's hatred to these demonic scoundrels 1,000 times over. Dongfang Naganori cried out in pain. Hearing his mournful cries, even the daring demonic path immortals could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. If this number 1 wisdom path person escapes and deals with me in the future. The demonic path immortals were filled with wariness, their eyes shone with ruthless light as their killing intent surged by several times. By now, both sides were almost at their wits' end, they had expended a lot of energy. It was only a competition of benefits, but both sides were in a frenzy of killing and could not stop. Deep hatred had already been established, they could not live under the same sky. Go. Dongfang Naganori suddenly flew up and opened Jade Pool Blessed Land's entrance, flying out. Chapter 8:11. Hurry up and chase after him. The devils were unwilling to let him go, chasing after him relentlessly. But Jade Pool Blessed Land's entrance closed, only a small portion of the Gu immortals chased after them, the rest had to change their route and fly out through that hole. When they flew out of Jade Pool Blessed Land, even though they could still see Dongfang Naganori's figure, he was already far away. Everyone was like a meteor that tore through the sky, creating an ear-piercing sound. Intense winds blew, everyone used their movement methods, but the sky was high and the ground was vast, there was no end to them, they gradually pulled apart from each other. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe, but he had 6 wings and his speed rose from time to time. This was the power of Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu. But even so, there was a gap between them and the others. They were gradually left behind, becoming the second group. In the first group there was Dongfang Naganori, Kenyang Laojun, Minuscule Mountain, Free Scholar, Zhou Ping, Fairy Lishan, and Peacock Flying Immortal Hirua. In the second group there was Pai Shuihan, He Lulan, Fang Yuan, Lu Qingming, Cheshire Min, and Divine Lord Tiandu. As for Half Moon Brute Master, Zhuozhan, Shirho, and the rest, they were already left far behind. There was no third group. After flying for several minutes, Kenyang Laojun let out a deep sigh. He transmitted to Dongfang Naganori solemnly, I will block Free Scholar and at least 2 others for you, teach me the final method. Don't play any tricks, my patience is running out. You also know that we have Wisdom Path Gu immortals in our sect. With the information I obtained, we can deduce the final step, we just need to spend time, energy and wealth. Dongfang Naganori was silent for a while, he did not dare to anger Kenyang Laojun, afraid that he would target him, he could only impart the possession method to him. Kenyang Laojun got what he wanted, he did not break his promise, he turned around and fought, blocking Free Scholar, Lu Qingming and Peacock Flying Immortal Hirua. The other demonic immortals went around the battlefield and chased after him. After chasing for a while longer, Zhou Ping finally landed. I can't accept this. I have 2 great movement immortal killer moves, but at the crucial moment, I don't have enough immortal essence. He roared, extremely unwilling, but he could only watch as the immortals left. After a while, Divine Monarch Tiandu looked like he couldn't hold on any longer. He sighed and said, everyone please continue to fight. I'm powerless. If he couldn't kill Dongfang Naganori, he would definitely be a problem. When Divine Lord Tiandu landed, he frowned. Brother Fang, I'm also at my wit's end. Thank you for risking your life to help me. Quickly leave, I will lure them away. After flying for a while, Dongfang Chang Fan transmitted to the Miniman Gu Immortal with an exhausted expression. The Miniman Gu Immortal was overjoyed but hesitated. You really want me to leave? But the alliance we signed hasn't been dissolved yet. However, Dongfang Naganori interrupted his words and directly threw out the mountain of mind and heart. Brother Fang, there's no need to say any more. Take care. Mountain of mind and heart. Fairy Lishan immediately changed her direction and grabbed at Mountain of Mind and Heart. Mountain of Mind and Heart shuddered, turning into a jade light as it flew towards the left. At the same time, Dongfang Naganori's tired expression disappeared, his speed rose by 30% as he continued to escape. The two separated, this made the demons behind him hesitate. Fairy Lishan did not hesitate, she chased after Mountain of Mind and Heart. Compared to Dongfang Naganori, the mini-Mangu Immortal on Mountain of Mind and Heart was weaker, and Mountain of Mind and Heart was more beneficial to her. Before leaving, she even transmitted to Fang Yuan and He Lulan, asking for help. After all, it was very difficult for one person to capture Mountain of Mind and Heart. It would be much easier if there were reinforcements. He Lulan did not hesitate, she immediately followed Fairy Li Shan. But Fang Yuan rejected her, he chased after Dongfang Naganori relentlessly. This way, Fang Yuan, Pai Shuihan, and Cheshire Min chased after Dongfang Naganori, while He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan chased after Mountain of Mind and Heart. Ignoring Fairy Li Shan, Dongfang Naganori successfully used Mountain of Mind and Heart to lure away the two enemies. His speed rose, he quickly pulled apart the distance between him and his pursuers. Pai Shuihan was anxious, he shouted at Cheshire Min, "Why are you still not getting the captives out?" Cheshire Min's movement killer move was a chariot, it was emitting the aura of an immortal Gu. He sat on the chariot with a grim expression. He had kept many Dongfang Gu master captives, his goal was to use them to kill Dongfang Naganori at the final stage. But in the current situation he had no choice but to use them now. "Old scoundrel Dongfang, your clansmen are in my hands, let's fight, you cannot escape," Cheshire Min said as he killed the Gu master in his hand, taking out another one. Dongfang Naganori snickered coldly, he continued to fly forward. Cheshire Min killed the 13th captive, he finally made Dongfang Naganori make a mistake. Fang Yuan and the rest managed to shorten the distance between them. But Dongfang Naganori suppressed his internal threat, he controlled his body and flew away again, pulling apart the distance. Both sides were in a deadlock, they shortened at times and pulled apart at others. Along the way they met several Gu immortals, they were either demonic path or righteous path, some obstructed them, some chased after them while others retreated, they did not want to get involved in this mess. An hour later only Dongfang Naganori, Fang Yuan, Pai Shuihan, and Cheshire Min were left. "If I don't die, I will definitely repay you." Dongfang Naganori had already pulled apart, he was about to escape as he laughed loudly. Fang Yuan and the rest however had grim expressions. These three pursuers were only second in speed to begin with, Dongfang Naganori's speed had increased by several times, they could not catch up to him. And the longer time dragged on, the more advantageous it was for Dongfang Naganori. He gradually suppressed his internal threat, no matter how many Dongfang tribesmen Cheshire Min killed, Dongfang Naganori made fewer and fewer mistakes. "What do we do?" Pai Shuihan, Fang Yuan, and Cheshire Min looked at each other, they saw the anxiety and anticipation in each other's eyes. "If you have any methods, use them now, otherwise it will be too late," Cheshire Min said. Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan shook their heads. These four were at the end of their rope, they had to use their immortal essence wisps wisely. If they had any methods they would have used them long ago. Seeing that Dongfang Naganori was about to shake them off, the three pursuers could not help but reveal deep disappointment. But at this moment, Dongfang Naganori lost control again, Dongfang Yuliang roared angrily, his speed rapidly decreasing. Fang Yuan and the rest were pleasantly surprised, Cheshire Min roared, "As expected, my insistence on slaughtering the captives is effective. Kill him, it won't be too late to search his soul." Fang Yuan and the rest closed in, but at this moment, Dongfang Naganori's expression changed, revealing a smile of success. "Not good, it's a trap." Fang Yuan quickly retreated, but it was already too late. A streak of starlight was extremely fast, brushing past Fang Yuan's shoulder, shooting into Cheshire Min's forehead on the war chariot behind him. Cheshire Min's face was filled with disbelief. At the next moment, his head exploded, the war chariot disintegrated and fell down powerlessly. Be it Fang Yuan or Pai Shuihan, they broke out in cold sweat. At this point, Dongfang Naganori still had such a shocking trump card. It was truly unfathomable. "Chase me again, Cheshire Min will be your example." Dongfang Naganori laughed loudly, escaping again. He had lost control earlier, it was just an act, it was a trap. Cheshire Min was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He had a weak body but he chased relentlessly, he became numb and was killed in one hit. "Chase. He's bluffing." Pai Shuihan stared blankly for a moment before reacting. Fang Yuan chased relentlessly, "This attack, I'm afraid he is truly at his wit's end." Even though he said it confidently, Fang Yuan did not dare to believe it inwardly. If it were any other Gu immortal it would be the same. But for an old scoundrel like Dongfang Naganori he could not be sure. With Cheshire Min's death, there were no more captives to lure Dongfang Naganori. This was extremely bad news. If they stopped and looted Cheshire Min's immortal aperture and immortal Gu, there would not be enough time, Dongfang Naganori would be able to escape easily. The truth was, even though they continued to chase, Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan did not have much hope. But soon there was a change in the situation. Dongfang Naganori's speed actually slowed down. His speed was now 30% lower than before. At this moment, Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan saw hope. As expected, his speed increase earlier had a limit. Think about it, that was an immortal killer move. If he could use it continuously, why did he not use it earlier? Maybe he expended all of his immortal essence. Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan conversed for a while. They decided to work together for now. They would not give Dongfang Naganori any chance to escape. The two of them were also worried that their internal strife would cause them to fail on the verge of success at the most crucial moment. But as they got closer to Dongfang Naganori, the latter's body flickered. A figure split out and turned into two Dongfang Naganori. This. Fang Yuan was shocked. Pai Shuihan shouted, "Oh no, I heard that Dongfang Naganori has a split shadow immortal goo." To think it was true. The two figures had the same aura, they were exactly the same, they split up again. No matter how the two used investigative methods, they could not find any flaws. Without a choice, Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan could only chase after them separately. But before Fang Yuan could chase for long, he saw that Dongfang Naganori split into another figure, flying towards the left. Fang Yuan was happy and worried. It seemed that he was chasing after the right person, but to think that this Dongfang scoundrel could split into another figure. Fang Yuan quickly took out the Dongfang Gu master captive from his immortal aperture, shouting again, "Dongfang Naganori, I am going to kill your tribesmen again." Fang Yuan had used his strength path giant hands to attack the gathering points, killing a large number of Dongfang tribesmen. During this process, he secretly hid many captives in his immortal aperture. But the two Dongfang Naganori ignored him. Fang Yuan's hopes were dashed. He could not distinguish them, he could only grit his teeth and randomly choose the one on the left, continuing to chase after it. Along the way, after a while, Dongfang Naganori split into another figure, flying towards two different directions. Fang Yuan felt bad, what could he do if this continued? But his immortal essence was almost expended. The strength path giant hands flew slowly, ordinary mortal killer moves could not even touch Dongfang Naganori's clothes. R1152. Chapter 812. Unable to destroy the fake figure, Fang Yuan could only make random guesses. He made a few more baseless choices. Top novel, 2+3 WX. Eventually, night fell. He could only watch as Dongfang Changfan, who was chasing after him, gradually faded into nothingness, before completely vanishing, revealing a lump of goo worms inside. Fang Yuan collected this lump of goo worms. There was actually no split shadow immortal goo, there were only some rank 5 goo worms, but they had the dense aura of an immortal goo. I lost him. It will depend on Pai Shuihan now, but there is not much hope. Dongfang Naganori might have escaped. Sai, as expected of a legendary character, the leader of a super force, he has so many trump cards. The urgent matter now is to return to Jade Pool Blessed Land and plunder it for the last time. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts, he immediately flew back. Along the way he contacted Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, but was told that they were still chasing after Minuscule Mountain. They asked Fang Yuan for help and a large amount of resources. Fang Yuan fell into a dilemma. On one hand, Jade Pool Blessed Land had abundant resources, but as time passed, it would be plundered by the other demonic path Gu immortals. On the other hand, there was Minuscule Mountain. If he could obtain Minuscule Mountain, his heart couldn't help but be moved. Night fell completely, cold air descended, the night sky was filled with dark clouds, the air was oppressive. After a while, strong winds blew, rain poured down, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dongfang Naganori sat cross-legged on the ground, his face was pale as paper, without a trace of blood. The body that he had just possessed had hundreds of injuries, some were so severe that bones could be seen, his flesh and blood were exposed to the air. Dongfang Naganori's aura was weak, he frowned. I did not want to possess this body. To think that such a huge change would occur. As expected, I am going against heaven. I will suffer the wrath of heaven and earth. Thankfully, at the last moment, I abandoned Minuscule Mountain. I lured away a portion of the pursuers. He abandoned the immortal Gu split shadow and used a scheme to escape. For a moment, Dongfang Naganori's heart was filled with fear, relief, joy, heaviness, sorrow, and hatred. His emotions were very complicated. It was like a ball of silk threads. The injuries on my body are minor, not fatal. The most important thing now was to get rid of the internal threat in his body. Most of the immortal energy he had accumulated was used for possession. After that, I've been completely exhausted in the fierce battle. The battle of wills is my only choice to defeat these 9 wills. After making up his mind, Dongfang Naganori closed his eyes and fell into a deep trance. In fact, the dire situation did not allow him any other choice. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He was like a long river that had dried up to the point where the bottom of the river could be seen. He was able to shake off his pursuers in this state. Escaping with his life was truly a close shave. At this moment, if he hesitated a little more and did not engage in the battle of wills, he would definitely die. His control over this body would be taken away again. On the contrary, it was better to take advantage of the fact that they still had their foundations and strength to spare. He turned all his remaining energy into an army of wills and started a great battle of wills. A battle of wills was extremely dangerous. It had nothing to do with cultivation level, only the will itself. But Dongfang Naganori had no more energy left, he could only do this. His will rose from his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, he gathered all the resources he had and formed a huge current. The huge current surged out of his sea of consciousness, like a heavenly river descending from the 9 heavens. It poured down from the top of his head. Along with a surging aura, it charged towards the other wills in every corner of his body. Fight! Let's attack together, this old scoundrel's will is stronger than any of us. We need to work together, only by working together will we have a chance of winning. Dongfang tribe's 8 Immortal wills as well as Dongfang Yuliang's will rose up and attacked Dongfang Naganori's will. A total of 10 wills mixed together and fought. No matter which side it was, they could only advance. If they took a step back, they would fall into the abyss of failure and die without a burial. Thus, from the start it was a battle to the death. Both sides were evenly matched, but after a while, Dongfang Naganori's will fell into a disadvantage. When fighting the demons, Dongfang Naganori had only suppressed them forcefully. He did not find out how troublesome these wills were. But now that they fought, he realized that these wills were as tough as steel and as tough as diamonds. All of them had deep hatred towards Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori, you deceived us, you betrayed us. For your own selfish desires, you killed us to fulfill your own desires. Old schemer, we were wrong about you, we were just your pawns. You want us to die, don't think you will have a good time either. Let's die together, let's die together. It was you harmed us, you harmed the entire Dongfang tribe. Now, Jade Pool blessed land will definitely be plundered by the demons, our thousands of years of effort will be gone. These wills shouted and wailed, converging into a tidal wave, counterattacking from every corner. Dongfang Naganori's will was defeated and soon, it retreated into his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was Dongfang Naganori's last base. Once it was breached by these wills, even if Dongfang Naganori's soul was intact, he would not be able to reverse the situation, it would be a complete defeat. So powerful, so powerful. These wills are mixed with the will to die, the monstrous hatred of betrayal, and most importantly, affected by the heavenly tribulation, there is a mysterious and indescribable strengthening change. At this moment, Dongfang Naganori felt the deep malice of heaven and earth. He had defied the heavens, reborn from death, and the terrifying backlash made his life hanging by a thread. If he took a step back, he would fall into the abyss of failure. But Dongfang Naganori did not panic in the face of danger. On the contrary, the more dangerous the situation, the more it stimulated his fighting spirit. All his life, he had been going against the current, from his own cultivation to the rise of his clan. He had overcome so many difficulties, endured so much pressure, and defeated so many enemies. The enemy this time, even if it is this world, even if my body dies of old age, even if my soul withers, I cannot make my will submit. Dongfang Naganori understood. In a battle of wills, he could not be discouraged, he could not relax, he could not waver in the slightest. Not only did he not waver, he became even more determined and his fighting spirit soared. The battle strength of his will rose sharply. This was the indomitable spirit that he had tempered through countless trials and tribulations. The will to fight and resist. It had already fused into his bones. At once, his will counterattacked. They surged down from the sea of consciousness, pushing down the defensive line. Both sides used Dongfang Yuliang's body as the battlefield. Dongfang Yuliang's head was the base of Dongfang Naganori's will. Earlier he was almost forced back to his base by the 9 wills. But now they were pushing down, the defensive line went from his head to his neck all the way to his chest. The Immortal's wills became even more furious. They formed a defense that was like a tortoise shell, firmly occupying his chest and not moving. The battle of wills fell into a deadlock. 8 Immortal wills surrounded Dongfang Yuliang's will, they were like 8 thick shields protecting him. Dongfang Yuliang's total will was rising steadily. All 10 wills. Only Dongfang Naganori's and Dongfang Yuliang's wills could continue to recover. This was because the former possessed the body, his soul resided in the body and occupied the sea of consciousness. He could continuously replenish his wills. The latter was the original owner of this body, it was most compatible with the body. The entire body was Dongfang Yuliang's nest. As long as the body did not die, the will would slowly recover. In this dangerous battle of wills, victory or defeat depended on the wills of Dongfang Naganori and Dongfang Yuliang. In comparison, the 8 Gu Immortals' wills were strong and solid. But they had no source. They could see the key to victory or defeat. They chose to sacrifice themselves to protect Dongfang Naganori's will, allowing him to grow stronger. Oh no, I purposely left my heavy injuries untreated. I wanted to slow down Dongfang Yuliang's will's recovery. But if this continues, my will continue to fall, while Dongfang Yuliang's will is recovering. Thinking of this, Dongfang Naganori became even calmer, he was even more indifferent. He knew that if this continued, only death awaited him. Right now he could only fight to the death, using his will to infect the wills and destroy them from the inside. This method was the most vicious among the vicious, the most dangerous among the dangerous. But there is no other way, then come. Dongfang Naganori shouted in his mind, all of his wills that were gathered together suddenly dispersed, turning into a river that swept over and devoured the other 9 wills, wrapping them tightly. Their wills swayed, their fighting spirit surged, everyone's persistence collided at this moment. The hatred of killing him is irreconcilable. The Gu Immortals' wills shouted. My Dongfang tribe was destroyed in your hands. Dongfang Yuliang's anger soared to the sky. Dongfang Naganori's will, however, was as calm as ice. As long as I am alive, I can lead Dongfang tribe to rise again. Do you think I do not feel heartache? Do you still remember the story in The Legends of Renzu? In order to walk out of the abyss of normalcy, Renzu could even abandon his own daughter. How could he abandon her? It is clearly self-Gu causing trouble. Dongfang Yuliang's will retorted. Dongfang Naganori sneered, whose self-Gu is that? That is Renzu's self-Gu. That is Renzu's deepest thought. To escape from normalcy he can abandon his wife and children, not to mention a mere tribe? Dirty and despicable person, everything he sees is dirty and despicable. The Gu Immortals' wills shouted together. Enough. Without me, Dongfang Naganori, Dongfang tribe would have perished or been annexed long ago. How could you be where you are today? How could you be Dongfang tribe that has regained its glory? I guided you and taught you, that is why you are where you are now. I planted the tree, this is my grand achievement, but you are just hiding under the tree eating the fruit of my achievement. These words were like rumbling thunder, dispersing the 9 wills that were tangled together. The Gu Immortals' wills seemed to have fallen into a huge wave, they could only go with the flow. The scenes of his life flashed in Dongfang Naganori's mind like a rewind. In Jade Pool Blessed Land, he fought intensely with the group of demons, the scene of the perilous battle. Under the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, he resisted stubbornly, wanting to possess them. At the moment of death, he harbored an unquenchable ambition. The sky in his vision gradually turned dark, deducing the location of Immortal Gu for the righteous path Gu Immortals, forming an alliance agreement. Chapter 8:13. Dongfang Naganori's memories continued. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity faded. He was covered in injuries. Dongfang tribe's newly advanced Gu Immortal bowed in the air. Thank you, First Supreme Elder, for your help. He stroked his beard. You advancing to Gu Immortal is what I wanted to see the most. My Dongfang tribe has grown stronger again. After the duel failed, the righteous path Gu Immortals sighed. Sigh, Dongfang tribe is unstoppable. Fighting 1 against 5, he really did it. This wisdom path killer move will definitely be famous in Northern Plains from now on. What move is this? Starlight shone brightly around him, he stood proudly in the sky and smiled. This move is called Hataru. Oh? You killed my Crane Gate's disciple, but you still want to cooperate with my Crane Gate? In this world there are only eternal benefits, there are no eternal enemies or friends. I have already sensed some of your Central Continent's arrangements in Northern Plains. My Dongfang tribe is being oppressed by the righteous path. How can I, a single Gu Immortal, make a comeback? My grand wish is to develop my tribe and revive our glory. You can feel my sincerity. He spoke calmly. You are just a poor Gu Immortal. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with my Crane Gate? I have a Gu Immortal lifespan extension method. It is called Possession. It was created by Giant Sun Immortal. Are you speaking the truth? 88. Xinjiang Tower, True Inheritance Secluded Domain. He spat out blood, escaping in a sorry state from the net of life and death formed by the True Inheritance meteors. But no matter how much effort he put in, he did not get what he wanted. He smiled bitterly. Forget it. I can't force it, I can only choose you. When he was young. Spare me. That opponent who gave him a humiliating memory. He knelt on the ground, crying and begging. You shouldn't have done this. He shook his head, sighing. I was blind, I was too daring, spare my life, young Master Dongfang. The opponent lay on the ground, begging bitterly. If your attitude is unyielding and you don't bat an eyelid in the face of death, I will definitely spare your dog life. But now. He suddenly exploded with a shout and ruthlessly attacked. His head flew up and fell to the ground, rolling 3 times. He died with everlasting regret. He pulled himself away and said, I'm so disappointed. How could I have lost to someone like you? There was also that fortuitous encounter. Young man, what's your name? The old beggar smiled gently. His purple hair was messy like wormwood. Dongfang Naganori, he said. Chang Fan, this name doesn't really suit you. The purple-haired old beggar's eyes were deep and serene. It reflected his own shadow. He stared at himself for a moment and suddenly said, You are a good child. I will pass the most important inheritance in my hands to you. I believe that if nothing unexpected happens, I'm sure you'll carry it forward. The Dongfang clan, the Meng clan, and the Gong clan, the 3 super forces, joined forces for the Grand Martial Arts competition. He knelt on the ground, utterly defeated. The opponent laughed mockingly. Ah, Dongfang Guangyao, you want to bring glory to your family? Your Dongfang tribe. You are just an empty shell. Only an old Gu immortal who is about to die. In a few years your Dongfang tribe will leave the ranks of the super forces of Northern Plains. This is also good. We are both of Giant Sun's bloodline, I really feel ashamed for you. You. He stared angrily and struggled to get up. Under everyone's gazes, the opponent slowly walked in front of him and stepped on his head on the stage. Haha, Dongfang Guangyao, according to our duel you have to promise me one thing. Your name is too hateful, you are completely unworthy of it. I want you to change your name. For the rest of your life you have to use this name. Let's call you Dongfang Naganori. Ehe, this is more suitable for you. The opponent moved and mocked. He clenched his fists, his eyes were red and the anger in his body was about to burst his blood vessels. But he had the will but not the strength. Alright, from today onwards I will change my name to Dongfang Naganori. He squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. Haha, be obedient. Everyone, did you hear that? From today onwards you will be called Dongfang Naganori. The opponent let go of his head and left. He was sprawled on the stage, his injuries were severe and he could not move. But he was roaring in his heart, even if I change my name to Dongfang Naganori, I want to become extraordinary, to dominate the world and control the people. I swear I will personally take revenge for this. In this life I will bring Dongfang tribe back to the peak. This is my Dongfang Naganori's great ambition. Heaven and earth shall bear witness to it. The 9 wills that were trapped together at this moment experienced Dongfang Naganori's entire life's experience. At this moment they understood Dongfang Naganori, they also understood the sorrow and pain in the depths of his heart due to the death of his tribesmen and the destruction of Jade Pool blessed land. This man, Dongfang Naganori, even if he is my enemy, I still have to praise him. Fine, losing to such a person is not an insult to me. The Dongfang tribe, perhaps in your hands, will rise again. Master. The 9 wills were defeated, surrendered, and dissipated. Even if there was resistance, they were immediately drowned by Dongfang Naganori's torrent of wills. My name is Dongfang Naganori, but I am not willing to be ordinary in this life. If a big tree falls, I can plant another one. Go ahead. I swear I will personally take revenge for this. In this life I will bring Dongfang tribe back to the peak. This is my Dongfang Naganori's great ambition. Heaven and earth shall bear witness to it. The voice of this will was like the rumbling of thunder in the outside world. Under such a will, the 9 wills collapsed, no longer able to resist, vanishing into thin air in the blink of an eye. The battle of wills was thrilling, but in the end he won. Dongfang Naganori slowly opened his eyes flashing with a myriad of colors. His eyes opened wide, he found that at some point in time, a black-robed Gu immortal was standing in front of him. A black-robed Gu immortal was standing there. It was Fang Yuan. How did you find out? Dongfang Naganori quickly calmed down. He looked weak and tired, but he was calm and collected. It was as if he had some powerful trump card. Fang Yuan chuckled, I guessed. I chased after your clone but I failed. I was about to leave. Suddenly, I had a thought there was something fishy about you killing Cheshire Min earlier. After checking the traces, I found that you were not far away digging an underground cave and hiding here. This was all luck. This is not luck. Dongfang Naganori shook his head. Your immortal killer move can create 30 clones, but it did not stall you for long. I purposely left Cheshire Min's corpse untouched, and let go of his immortal goo. The traces were obvious but you did not chase after them. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. This underground cave's upper level is an ordinary pink flower rabbit nest, but it did not fool you. Your intelligence is far more terrifying than your strength. Strange, why did you not cultivate wisdom path but strength path instead? Fang Yuan's lips twitched. Heh, is this considered a dying man's words being kind? Dongfang Naganori shook his head again. He smiled. It is a pity you were too late. If you were earlier just a few breaths of time. I was in a battle of wills, it was extremely dangerous, I could not care about anything else. I could not resist at all. But now. Dongfang Naganori dragged out his words, but his expression showed intense confidence. As expected of the number 1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan saw this and praised him. He could not help but praise him. His tone was calm, there was no killing intent in it. As if he had met a good friend, his tone became warmer. Man proposes, God disposes. If this method fails, I will retreat immediately, I will avoid you in the future. Saying so, he took out a person from his immortal aperture. It was a young girl. Her skin was smooth, her eyes were clear like autumn water, she wore a light yellow dress, she was graceful and gentle. This was Dongfang Qingyu. When Fang Yuan used the Strength Path Giant Hand to capture the Dongfang tribesman, he accidentally found her and secretly stuffed her into his immortal aperture. Seeing this girl, Dongfang Naganori's expression changed. In an instant even this physical body reacted. The will that was about to dissipate in his body suddenly became extremely strong, it flew into the sky and instantly seized control. Sister. He shouted. But in just a breath of time, Dongfang Yuliang's will was suppressed again. Dongfang Naganori regained control, his eyes spewed fire as he looked at Fang Yuan with shock and anger. Fang Yuan laughed, he had a plan. Dongfang Yuliang, your sister is in my hands, watch carefully. Saying so, he stretched out his zombie claw and grabbed the girl's left shoulder, ripping it. Crack. Dongfang Qingyu's body shook, she was stunned before letting out a sharp scream of pain. Her entire left arm was torn off, blood was spewing out from the huge wound. Dongfang Naganori's pupils shrunk to pin size, he shouted, damn it! Before he finished speaking he lost control again, it was Dongfang Yuliang's turn. Sister. I will kill you, you dared to injure her, you actually dared to injure her. Dongfang Yuliang screamed intensely, he fell into madness, tears were flowing out of his eyes. Good girl, just like this. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, sending out a Strength Path Giant Hand. The giant hand was about to grab Dongfang Yuliang, but at this moment, a light pillar appeared from his body. The light pillar blocked the Strength Path Giant Hand. Dongfang Naganori shouted in fear and anger. A Grand Gu Immortal actually attacked a mortal, so despicable. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, his monstrous claw landed. With a muffled sound, he directly pressed Dongfang Qingyu's head into her chest. Sister. Dongfang Yuliang screamed with all his might, he had suffered the most cruel blow in his life. Dongfang Naganori lost control, the defensive light pillar dissipated. Boom. Fang Yuan squeezed with his large hand, turning Dongfang Yuliang's body into meat paste. Dongfang Naganori's soul wanted to escape, but he had just gone through an intense battle, his soul was extremely weak, how could he escape? Fang Yuan easily captured him. He had obtained the inheritance of the current number 1 wisdom immortal in Northern Plains. An intense fluctuation erupted. Once a Gu immortal dies, their immortal aperture will land on the ground, turning into an ownerless blessed land. Fang Yuan had expected this, he used his methods to conceal this fluctuation. He squinted as he watched the blessed land form, he did not forcefully enter. When the blessed land completely landed, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, he looked at it deeply before turning around and leaving. Chapter 8:14. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 18. Renzu stepped on his own path of life, he left the door of life and death, but ended up in ordinary abyss. He wandered around the bottom of the abyss, moving forward in a daze. After a long time he wanted to walk out of ordinary abyss, but he could not find a way out. Amidst his frustration, Cognition Gu guided him. O human, if you follow the footprints of other existences, it will be easy and safe, but if you want to be extraordinary, if you want to walk out of ordinary abyss, the chances of you following other people's path are not high. Since you walked on your own path of life, you have to face all the difficulties yourself, you have to innovate, you have to leave your own footprints. After Renzu received the guidance, he realized at once, he was overjoyed. He followed Cognition Gu's advice. He left the original footprints on the ground, and started to step on the ground that was not hard. The underground of ordinary abyss was not easy to walk on. Some places were muddy swamps, it was easy to sink into the mud, and the stench was overwhelming. Some places were covered with thorns and thorns. Renzu's body was full of scars from the thorns. There were also places where edge-gu were buried. When Renzu stepped on them, his soles were cut by the sharp edges, the wounds were wide and blood flowed out. He felt pain in his heart when he walked. The pain in the soles of his feet made Renzu decide to walk lightly. But as he walked, Renzu got lost in ordinary abyss. Most of the time he would repeat his previous path, making futile efforts. Renzu gradually realized this problem. It was very troublesome. How could he not get lost in the abyss? Cognition Gu told him, Renzu, if you do not want to get lost, you can do it yourself. You are afraid of pain. If you walk lightly, your footprints on the ground will be too light and shallow. Ordinary winds blow in this ordinary abyss. Lifting the mortal soil, dust falls down. It is very easy to cover up your footprints. If you do not want to get lost, you need to leave behind deep footprints. Do you understand what I mean? Renzu nodded. He understood. Thus he started to walk heavily. Every step he took was on the ground. He left deep footprints on the ground. This way, every step he took he would leave a deep mark on the ground. It was very clear. Renzu only needed to see these footprints. He understood that he had already explored these paths, and there was no exit from the ordinary abyss. But good things don't last long. After a long time, even the deepest footprints would be gradually buried by the wind and dust. Renzu was extremely troubled by this. He asked Cognition Gu for help. Cognition Gu suggested again, O human, even though you left deep footprints, you purposely avoided those thorns and sharp blades. Every time you come across these places, you have to walk around them. That would not do. You can't expect to be extraordinary and comfortable at the same time. Renzu received a revelation. Gritting his teeth, he purposely walked on the path filled with thorns and sharp blades. Every step he took left a deep footprint in the ground. Regardless of the pain, regardless of the depth of the wound. His sweat and blood along the soles of his feet. It was trampled deep into the ordinary soil. When he lifted his foot and walked forward, a small blade of grass sprouted from the footprint he left behind. The name of grass. It was called achievement. In every footprint, a blade of grass grew. The stalks of grass could not be blown down by the wind or buried by the dust. They grew tenaciously and could be preserved much longer than the footprints. This way, I do not have to be afraid of getting lost. Renzu was very happy. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he walked on the path filled with blades and thorns, not fearing blood and sweat. He walked further and further. He no longer got lost. He did not wander around the same path. He stepped into places that he had never been to before. The grass that he used his sweat and blood to plant also grew lusher and taller. Gradually, what grew from the footprints were no longer grass of achievement, but small trees of achievement. As time passed, the small tree gradually grew into a large tree. Its leaves were lush and verdant, and it even bore fruits. Renzu was tired from walking. He lay under the shade of the tree and rested, plucking the sweet and juicy fruits to fill his stomach. As time passed, he walked to almost every corner of ordinary abyss. The places that he walked on formed a huge forest. Renzu looked at the forest behind him and felt blissful and joyful. But when the forest covered the whole of ordinary abyss, Renzu still could not find a way out. He was anxious and disappointed. He plucked a fruit and placed it in his mouth. The fruit was no longer sweet and delicious, it was bitter and hard to swallow. Renzu felt strange. He searched for the reason and soon found out. Unknowingly, his body had grown a second heart. This heart was called unwillingness. As the name implied, no matter what it tasted, it would not taste sweet. Renzu ate the bitter fruit and looked at the endless forest. He could no longer feel happiness or happiness. At this time, his other heart, the heart of loneliness, spoke self-gu. O human, I have thought of a way to get out of ordinary abyss for you. You can plant a tall and grand achievement tree. As long as this tree is taller than ordinary abyss, you will be able to climb up the branches and leave this place. Renzu thought about it and his eyes shined. That's right, this is a good idea. But soon he felt troubled. How can I plant a tree that is so grand that it is taller than ordinary abyss? Self-Gu, use the blood of your feet to plant this forest, these are all ordinary trees. Use the blood of your heart, you should be able to plant a grand tree. There are many blades buried in ordinary abyss, you can stab these blades into your heart and drip your heart blood to water the tree. Renzu tried using Self-Gu's method. The blade stabbed into his heart, he felt intense pain. This pain was 1,000 times worse than the injuries on his body. However, the tree that was watered was tall and huge, it was much bigger than the original tree. Renzu was in pain but also happy, he continued to stab more blades into his heart, dripping more heart blood. The more blades he stabbed in, the more heart blood he used, the taller the tree became. But even the tallest tree was only half the height of ordinary abyss. Renzu continued to persevere, Hope-Gu accompanied him. When the crown of the tree that he had planted, when it was almost the same height as ordinary abyss, the trunk of the tree split open. From inside, a daughter jumped out. Father, father. The daughter jumped into Renzu's arms. She was very loving. This was Renzu's fourth daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara. Renzu was very happy, he hugged his daughter and played with her. When Boundless Forest Samsara was hungry, she plucked the fruits and fed them to her. So sweet, so sweet. Boundless Forest Samsara liked to eat fruits, she was white and plump. She played in the forest every day, she was very happy. Renzu still wanted to walk out of ordinary abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara persuaded him. Father, why do you have to work so hard? It is so good to stay here, there is a tree to block us from the sun, there are sweet and juicy fruits to fill our stomachs, we can play here until we grow old, it will be very peaceful. Renzu shook his head, he had a firm attitude. He planted an even greater tree, the branches of the tree extended out of ordinary abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara sobbed, she pulled Renzu's hand. She begged, Father, don't abandon me. I don't know how to climb trees, if you leave I will stay here alone. I don't know how to plant trees. The fruits are limited, I will starve to death one day. Renzu said, Why would I abandon you? You are my daughter, I will carry you. We will climb together. Thus the father and daughter started to climb the tree. The higher they climbed, the more tired Renzu became. Boundless Forest Samsara was a heavy burden. Even without her, it was very dangerous for Renzu to climb the tree. Moreover, he had to bring someone who did not know how to climb trees. Even more troublesome was that the tree was creaking, it was shaking. Cognition Gu warned Renzu, Oh no, human, you are carrying your daughter, it is natural for you to climb out of ordinary abyss. This is your achievement tree, it is hard for others to escape from ordinary. Even your daughter is no exception. Renzu shook his head, I don't want to give up. Hope-Gu also urged, Put her down, otherwise you will not be able to climb out. Even though you have a lonely heart, you are unwilling to give up, after planting so many trees your heart blood has already dried up. This is your final hope. But look, the tree below you is about to fall. Renzu waved his hand, I still want to try. Self-Gu saw that Renzu was stubborn, while the other Gu worms failed to persuade him, it flew out. Ah, I am so anxious. Self-Gu did not discuss with Renzu, it bit Boundless Forest Samsara's hand. Boundless Forest Samsara screamed in pain, she was furious, she stretched out her hand and wanted to slap Self-Gu. But this way she let go of her hand, because of the intense shaking of the tree she fell from Renzu's back, she stumbled along the way with the help of countless branches and leaves, she landed on her but she grimaced in pain as she cried out. Daughter. Renzu shouted, he wanted to go down. It is too late, the tree is about to fall. Self-Gu pushed Renzu's back, he subconsciously took a huge step forward, walking out of ordinary abyss. The tree fell down. Renzu was sprawled on the edge of the cliff, he had lost his way back, he shouted helplessly, Daughter, I will definitely come back to save you. Boundless Forest Samsara cried, she was very sad and helpless. Father, how can you be so cruel to leave me behind, leaving me to live here alone? I'm so scared. Renzu heard her cries and felt his heart break, he quickly walked around ordinary abyss but could not find a way in. It is useless. Self-Gu said, Your achievement tree, even if it falls, it proves your greatness. A great person is not ordinary. How can an extraordinary person enter ordinary abyss? Hu Immortal Blessed Land Danghun Palace. Fang Yuan closed the legends of Renzu as he sighed, he had a complex expression. Water flows to the bottom, humans walk to the top. It was human nature to be unwilling to be ordinary. Dongfang Naginori was like that, Fang Yuan was like that too. From this perspective, you and I are the same type of person. Fang Yuan said plainly. In front of him, Dongfang Naganori's soul was restrained. He was smiling coldly as he spoke. Because he had lost his soul, he could not speak, but his soul strength fluctuations were captured by Fang Yuan. He heard this number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains say, "If you want to soul search, come. But if you want my inheritance, you are too naive." Chapter 8:15. Oh, you are so confident. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Dongfang Naganori's soul was already a captive in his hands. He could not live or die, but he still had such confidence. Fang Yuan did not care. He used soul-searching methods. At once, Danghun Palace turned dark, eerie winds blew, ghostly cries could be heard endlessly. In the strange and gloomy whirlwind, Fang Yuan revealed his true form, a towering immortal zombie body. His skin was green-black in color. He had a sinister expression, fangs were protruding, his eyes were blood-red, his 8 arms were stretched out, his monstrous claws were huge and sharp. One of them slowly reached towards Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw Fang Yuan's ferocious appearance and could not help but waver, but he soon calmed down and allowed Fang Yuan's monstrous claws to grab him. The soul itself was not a solid body, but Fang Yuan's claw firmly restrained Dongfang Naganori's soul, making it unable to move. Next he activated the Gu worms in his immortal aperture. Soul search. A formless force came out of the monstrous claws and directly entered Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul immediately trembled, waves of pain assaulted him. After a while the soul search ended. Fang Yuan retracted his monstrous claws and let go of Dongfang Naganori's soul. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information, but he frowned slightly. It turned out that although he obtained a lot of information from this soul search, they were all unimportant things. Dongfang Naganori's soul was dim and loose, it was no longer as solid and bright as before. But it revealed a pleased expression, it fluctuated again and transmitted information. Fang Yuan heard it. Dongfang Naganori's soul chuckled, "Do you understand now? Although I am a wisdom path Gu Immortal, soul path and wisdom path are closely related. I have also dabbled in soul path and modified my immortal soul. Right now, your soul-searching technique is merely a mortal technique. Even if you have a soul path immortal Gu to deal with me, I can conceal it and prevent you from getting what you want." After a short pause, Dongfang Naganori continued, "Now I'm gone and my soul can't be nourished. The more times you search my soul, the more my soul will be damaged. I have rich experience, deliberately cover up. Before my soul is exhausted to the limit and completely dissipates, you won't be able to plunder my wisdom path inheritance or my possession technique." Then he changed the topic, "But we can make a deal. I will give you my wisdom path inheritance, possession techniques and other knowledge. You helped me rebirth and found a body for me. Don't worry, he only needs a mortal Gu master. Since I've lost to you, I admit defeat. We can definitely make a contract. Fairy Li Shan fought together with you. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe Mountain Pledge Gu, right?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, as expected of Dongfang Changfan at this stage. "At this stage you still haven't given up and want to make a comeback. Unfortunately, I have a method to strengthen my soul. I can search your soul slowly. One day I will get what I want." "Soul strengthening method?" Dongfang Naganori's soul laughed. "Looks like you don't understand the soul Dao too well. In order to possess, I specially modified my soul. Although it increased the success rate of the possession, it also caused ordinary methods to be unable to nourish and heal the soul, unless I use immortal healing methods. I'm not lying. Feel free to test my soul." "It's like this." Fang Yuan stopped smiling and took out Airsac Gu. In Dongfang Naganori's estimation, since Fang Yuan's soul-searching method was only mortal, his soul-healing method should also be ordinary. When he saw Fang Yuan take out a mortal Gu, he was even more certain of his deduction. But soon Fang Yuan crushed the Airsac Gu along with the guts Gu stored inside. Dongfang Naganori's soul was immediately nourished and regained its luster. What Gu worm is this? It is only a mortal Gu, but it can heal my soul?" At once, Dongfang Naganori's soul fluctuated intensely, showing an unconcealable shock. Fang Yuan saw this and relaxed, smiling as he said, "Guess." Dongfang Naganori was not an ordinary person after all. Even though only his soul was left, his intelligence could not be concealed. His soul was silent but soon fluctuated again. "There is only one mortal item that can affect my immortal soul, that is Danghun Mountain's Guts Gu. What you crushed earlier should be Airsac Gu, you bought it from Jewel Yellow Skies." "Smart. But you are only half right, Airsac Gu is my creation and Guts Gu is my business. What? It's you? Dongfang Naganori's soul cried out involuntarily. The cruel reality dealt a heavy blow to him. His soul no longer fluctuated, falling into a deathly silence. Dongfang Naganori was filled with despair. He knew he was finished. He could have fallen into anyone's hands, but he had to fall into the hands of a person like Fang Yuan. He was meat on the chopping block. Fang Yuan could kill and slaughter him whenever he wanted. And even if Dongfang Naganori's soul resisted, he could not change the overall situation. After using Guts Gu to repair Dongfang Naganori's soul, Fang Yuan continued to soul search. Although Dongfang Naganori resisted with all his might, the information Fang Yuan obtained was mostly worthless. But no matter how strong his resistance was, he could not resist soul searching so many times. The valuable things were eventually looted by Fang Yuan bit by bit. After spending half a day, Fang Yuan's soul search came to an end. He pieced together the valuable information, forming a detailed report on the resources of Jade Pool Blessed Land. It turns out that Jade Pool Blessed Land has 3 great goo worm rearing grounds. Regretful Spider is only the second, the largest is the large cave toad. It has 3 times the number of regretful spiders. There are many rank 5 large cave toad goo, but Dongfang tribe purposely did not take them away. Are they trying to nurture an immortal level large cave toad goo? They are really ambitious. At the easternmost area of Jade Pool Blessed Land, there is a deep pool. It does not look amazing, but it leads deep underground. There is a desolate beast horse living inside. It is a rare 10,000 Li Ji horse. This horse has great vitality and is very useful. Not only is its flesh, blood, and fur a goo refinement immortal material, if it is raised underground and lives for a long time, its sweat will cause a Ji forest to grow. A 10,000 Li Ji horse. This means there are countless Ji forests. There is actually such a salt field. Amazing, using the ancient desolate beast mortal life jellyfish to guard it. The salt will condense and form a huge salt field. It can obtain the immortal material blue profound salt. A salt field that produces blue profound salt, this is really a huge investment. Jade Pool Blessed Land also has weather changes. After 3 days of daylight there is a day of night. When night falls in Jade Pool Blessed Land, cracks will appear on the surface, revealing 2 deep pools. One is the Jade Pool. Although it is not big, it is filled with the immortal material desolate jade. The other is the Tooth Pool. The walls and bottom of the pool are made from the teeth of an immemorial desolate beast Qilin. Moonlight shines down. It will form a crescent moon knot in the water. This immortal material looks like a tooth but is soft like water. Moonlight shines on its surface. It is extremely precious. Other than that, there is the ancient desolate beast flying frost antelope, the hidden dragon beard buried underground, the immortal material wind howling copper in the copper pool. Dongfang Naganori was Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder. He knew the distribution of resources in Jade Pool Blessed Land. He was very clear about it. Fang Yuan looked through the information and was greatly moved. He almost could not resist going to Jade Pool Blessed Land to plunder it. However, he suppressed this impulse. That night in Northern Plains he killed Dongfang Naganori. After capturing his soul, he turned around and went to Jade Pool Blessed Land, wanting to plunder it again. But he found that there was a huge battle going on. There were intense battles everywhere. There were dozens of righteous and demonic path goo immortals. They were plundering and slaughtering in a frenzy. The scene was very intense. Fang Yuan had expended a lot of immortal essence. He had to conceal himself. He was alone. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had gone to Minuscule Mountain. He even attracted Kenyang Laojuan's suspicions. He wisely chose to retreat. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Right now, Jade Pool Blessed Land is like a delicious piece of meat. Goo immortals are getting excited and gathering there. Forget it, even though I have rank 7 battle strength, my movement and defense pales in comparison. My situation is not good. This Dongfang Naganori is still scheming against me. He purposely exposed this information to me so that I can go to Jade Pool Blessed Land and get involved in this mess. Fang Yuan's current situation was terrible. He looked safe on the surface, but danger lurked everywhere. He was the culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. He was the main culprit and was currently being investigated by various forces. Xia Huang was one of his fake identities, but after the auction he was exposed. Dragon Commander Yi Cha suffered a loss at the hands of Feng Jioga's group. He also started to investigate Xia Huang. This caused Fang Yuan to not dare to go to Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan's search for the Wisdom Path inheritance also exposed a lot of things. He left behind a lot of evidence for the enemies to deduce. However, this risk is necessary. If I sit here and wait, I will be exposed sooner or later. I can only resist and make use of every second to strengthen myself. That is the correct way to deal with this. This time I actually obtained a complete wisdom path inheritance. Ever since I connected luck, my luck has been good. I have grasped the opportunity. After I obtain this wisdom path inheritance, I should be able to deal with wisdom path deductions. That way I can make arrangements and delay the time of being exposed. I can continue to hide. Fang Yuan resisted the temptation of Jade Pool blessed land and rested for a while. Soul searching would cause damage to the target. He needed healing. It would also cause his soul to become restless. This was not something that Getsu could heal. He needed to rest and sleep to stabilize his soul. After resting, Fang Yuan's soul searched again. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw that Fang Yuan was still here and was not lured to Jade Pool blessed land. He felt even colder. Fang Yuan's soul searched for a long time this time. Dongfang Naganori's soul resisted even more intensely. Fang Yuan's soul searching was only a mortal method. It was much more difficult. But Fang Yuan was very patient. If one time did not work, he would do it 10 times, 100 times. After a long time of soul searching, Fang Yuan obtained Dongfang Naganori's memories of modifying the immemorial ruined bat's corpse. Not only did he know the enslavement path method to control phantom beasts, he even obtained the secret of turning the Gu formation into a phantom. Regardless of which, they were both extremely valuable. Chapter 8:16. The joy on Fang Yuan's face was completely revealed. He did not conceal it. The phantom Gu formation is something that Dongfang Naganori deduced based on some ancient documents. His phantom path attainment level should be master level. To be able to modify the immemorial ruined bat's corpse into a corpse mountain fortress, his space path attainment level should also be master level. He is truly not simple. Fang Yuan was especially interested in how to control the phantom beast army. Several desolate level phantom beasts, even though they were rank 6, could use their phantom transformation ability to stall rank 7 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan could not help but think. If he had such a large army, his battle strength would definitely rise by a lot. After thinking about it, he found that the method to control the phantom beast army was not very useful. The most important condition was to modify the immemorial ruined bat's corpse into a corpse mountain. After that, he could use the corpse mountain as his base and use the immemorial ruined bat's identity to control this phantom beast army. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. This Dongfang Naganori still wants to harm me. He knows that I can pull a mountain. He wants to use the ruined bat corpse mountain to lure me to take the risk. Ever since the ruined bat corpse mountain was mostly destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the aura that deterred all beasts also dissipated. That place has already become a feast for many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts to feast on the ruined bat corpse. If I go to pull a mountain, I will be snatching food from these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. I will not do it with wisdom. Fang Yuan rested for a while before soul-searching Dongfang Naganori for the third time. Dongfang Naganori was filled with anger and hatred towards Fang Yuan. It was this person in front of him who made all of his plans go up in smoke. All of his plans to rule over the world disappeared. All of his hard work went up in smoke. It was like a dream. Even though he had great foresight and countless schemes, he had fallen to this point. He had nothing to rely on. The gap between the two was too huge. These two schemes were very crude. They were used to make use of human greed to lure the enemy into making mistakes. This was completely different from Dongfang Naganori's schemes when he was alive. But Dongfang Naganori was only left with his soul. It was understandable that he had fallen short. Fang Yuan didn't fall for it. After a good rest, the third soul search began. Finally, he found what he wanted the most, Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. What surprised Fang Yuan was that Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was actually related to star constellation Immortal Venerable. Of course, it was not an inheritance left by star constellation Immortal Venerable herself. If it was the Venerable Immortal himself who stayed behind, Dongfang Naganori would not end up like this. It turned out that this inheritance was left behind by a rank 8 star path Gu Immortal of the ancient Central Continent Celestial Court. He was skilled in exploring secrets. After obtaining some of star constellation Immortal Venerable's secrets, he analyzed her abilities and imitated them. This Gu Immortal was a star path Gu Immortal, but he cultivated wisdom path. Thus, the foundation of this wisdom path inheritance was star thought Gu, from star to wisdom. It was very close to the star Tao. Even the refinement of star thought Gu used starlight Gu as the main material. The more Fang Yuan understood, the greater the surprise in his heart. He felt that this adventure was worth it. It turned out that this wisdom path inheritance did not have any other strong points, but it was best at deducing and deducing. Dongfang Naganori relied on this to deduce the phantom formation, controlling the Phantom Beast army and other methods. This Wisdom Path inheritance is really comprehensive. I even have an urge to change to Wisdom Path. Fang Yuan sighed. This gain. It was too abundant. A complete inheritance no matter what path it was. It would involve offense, defense, healing, movement, reconnaissance and other aspects. They might not be too outstanding in these aspects, but they had no shortcomings. They would not be easily countered by others. Since Fang Yuan's rebirth, the strength path he cultivated was either pieced together or modified by himself. It was not an inheritance of a predecessor. The true value of this inheritance was the same as the blood path true inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained in his previous life. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had the foundation to rise up because of the blood path true inheritance. The value of this wisdom path inheritance could be imagined. And because Blood Sea Ancestor was not a rank 8 Gu immortal, and had 7 inheritances, the value of this inheritance in Fang Yuan's hands was even higher. It is a pity that I obtained this inheritance at the wrong time. It was a bit late. I have already walked on the path of strength path. Even though I still have the first aperture, I have become an immortal zombie and my aperture is dead. I cannot cultivate anymore. But Fang Yuan thought again. If he had really cultivated this wisdom path inheritance in advance, he might not have been able to create the immortal killer move Myriad Self. If he included the immortal killer move Myriad Self, his strength path prospects would no doubt surpass the future brought by this wisdom path inheritance. And because I have strength path battle strength, I can kill Dongfang Naganori and seize this wisdom path inheritance. Without cause, how can there be consequences? Fang Yuan shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his heart. This wisdom path inheritance came at the right time. It could even be said that it was extremely suitable for Fang Yuan. Why did he say that? There was only one reason, that was, rank 9 Wisdom Gu. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Wisdom Gu was hidden. Fang Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom. He had unlimited inspiration, deducing many immortal Gu recipes, immortal killer moves and so on. But this had a huge disadvantage: the thoughts in his mind were expended too quickly. Back when he had delight in water and mountain immortal Gu, he had to expend precious green grape immortal essence in exchange for a huge amount of joyful will to sustain his expenditure. After the auction, delight in water and mountain immortal Gu was sold. Although he made a profit, malicious thought Gu and memory thought Gu could not withstand the intense expenditure. Even if Fang Yuan specially built a stone nest and raised large numbers of hairy men, refining Gu almost without rest, accumulating them at the fastest speed, he could not make up for one expenditure. This was the biggest obstacle that restricted Fang Yuan's deductions. But now, with this wisdom path inheritance, Fang Yuan could use a lower price and higher efficiency to deduce all sorts of things. Land Spirit, where are you? Fang Yuan lightly stomped his feet. Master, I am here. Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit suddenly appeared in front of Fang Yuan with a whoosh. Her little face was rosy and tender, her snow-white furry foxtail was wagging happily after being summoned by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan pondered, immediately stopped the refinement of malicious thought Gu in the second stone nest and refined star thought Gu. This is the Gu recipe, go arrange it. Understood, Master. Have you arranged all the resources I brought? Fang Yuan asked. Once he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he took out all the resources in his immortal aperture and arranged them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The specific work was done by Little Hu Immortal. This was because his immortal aperture was filled with death energy. It was fine to store them temporarily, but if they were left there for a long time, the death energy would infect them, causing the value of most of the resources to plummet. I have arranged everything, Master. The air bubble fish group is at the east side of the Blessed Land, gathering with the previous air bubble fish. The number of the fish group has increased sharply. The Starlight Firefly Gu is on top of the fish group. In the following period of time, the production will definitely increase. As for the millions of dragonfish group, they are temporarily placed in other small lakes. After some time, we will send rockmen to dig a large lake and let the dragonfish group gather together. This way they can reproduce even more small fish. Literature carps, I dug a small pond and stored them secretly. Other than the dead eerie fire dragon pythons, there are still over 1,000 of them. They have already merged with the few that we originally had, occupying a large area in the southwest of the Blessed Land. Oh, there are also oil, water and some other common resources. They are temporarily placed in Danghun Palace's storage room. The regretful spiders are placed at the north side of the Blessed Land. The terrain there is long and narrow. I spent a lot of effort to place them there. Little Hu Immortal raised her head and had an expression of eagerness, wanting to take credit. Fang Yuan smiled, quickly praising, Yes, our little Hu Immortal is the most capable. Little Hu Immortal got praised, her round eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled, her snow-white tail wagging rapidly. For a moment he got carried away and lightly jumped towards Fang Yuan's leg, hugging Fang Yuan's thick calf. She used her smooth and tender face to lean against Fang Yuan's calf, before raising her head and looking at Fang Yuan with her watery eyes. Her face was flushed with excitement as she said in adoration, "Master, you are so amazing, you brought so many good things this time. We can earn a lot, Hu Immortal blessed land has never been so rich before." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, he stretched out his monstrous arm and picked up little Hu Immortal like a kitten, placing her on his broad shoulder. "Don't worry, good days are yet to come." Little Hu Immortal nodded like pounding garlic. She was very confident in Fang Yuan's abilities, but she reminded with some worry, Master, I have to report to you, the desolate beast shark fin wolf you brought back this time is not very good. It is always hiding in the pool and does not take the initiative to hunt, sometimes it even cries." Fang Yuan grunted, not taking it to heart. "It's fine, this is because it suffered a huge blow. I have experience in feeding wolves, it will gradually recover after some time." "Master, there is one more thing I have to remind you. Don't forget, an earthly calamity is about to descend on our home," Little Hu Immortal said. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. "Don't worry, I will always remember. How could I dare to forget such a thing?" The time-flow ratio between Hu Immortal blessed land and the outside world was 1 to 5. An earthly calamity occurred once every 10 years, but in the outside world, central continent and northern plains, over a year had already passed. 2 years in the outside world was 10 years in Hu Immortal blessed land. The last earthly calamity was the desolate beast swamp crab. It carried the immortal goo gruel mud. What would this earthly calamity be? But compared to last time, I am only immortal goo master. This earthly calamity, I am already a rank 6 goo immortal. I have many immortal goo immortal killer moves, allies, and a new precious wisdom path inheritance. I have a high chance of surviving the earthly calamity. Fang Yuan was not too worried. He had many trump cards and was very wealthy. Compared to the last earthly calamity, it was a world of difference. He was very confident. Chapter 8:17. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit about the arrangements for Dongfang tribe's Gu master captives. Although Fang Yuan killed Dongfang Qingyu and the rest, he still had a group of about 1 to 200 Dongfang tribesmen. The land spirit replied. She had temporarily opened up an underground prison. It was deep underground, located near a Stoneman tribe. She also asked if she should sell these captives. These people were not easy to control and make use of. They would not listen obediently, forcing them to refine Gu and work like hairy men. If they were not careful, they might be killed and cause trouble. Fang Yuan shook his head, instructing, "Land spirit has already seized all the mortal Gu in their hands and locked them up. Feed them some food every day and treat them like pets. He has other uses for these captives, he is not in a hurry to deal with them." "Yes, master." "How many immortal Yuan stones do I have?" Fang Yuan asked again. 137. Land spirit immediately replied. Fang Yuan nodded. Unknowingly, his immortal Yuan stones had broken through the 100 checkpoint. The biggest reason was that the Guts Gu trade had doubled, not counting the profits. There was a total of 92 immortal Yuan stones in profit every month. Thus, breaking through the 100 checkpoints had become easy. During this period, Fang Yuan instructed the land spirit to pay attention to jewel yellow skies. If there were any cheap fox groups, buy them at a low price and raise them in Hu Immortal blessed land, fully displaying Hu Immortal blessed land's strength and increasing its foundation. Little Hu Immortal made a few moves and bought 2 to 3 batches of fox groups. If not for this, the accumulation of immortal Yuan stones would have been even higher. Doing a monopoly business like Guts Gu, the supply was not enough to meet the demand. Earning immortal Yuan stones was indeed easy. Fang Yuan thought about it. He kept 20 immortal Yuan stones in case of emergencies, and took out 70 to convert green grape immortal essence. The series of battles to obtain the wisdom path inheritance had used up his 77 green grape immortal essence beads. He needed to replenish them urgently. The rest was given to Little Hu Immortal. She was in charge of Star Thought Gu refinement. The immortal Yuan stones given to her were to be used to purchase large amounts of Gu refinement materials. Forget about the oil and water. I intend to use it during the early stages of the refinement path convention. Air bubble fish were also not sold. They were used to increase the production of starlight firefly Gu. The prose carp was very valuable. But the quantity was scarce, so he had to wait for a suitable buyer. However, the eerie fire dragon pythons, the regretful spiders, and the dragonfish were all projects that could be managed in large quantities. Especially the arowana, I can sell it directly, Fang Yuan thought. These three. He appeared at the right time. All along, Fang Yuan only had one source of income, that was the guts goo trade. Monopolizing the trade was like hugging onto a golden thigh. But there was only one guts goo after all. The production of guts goo was limited. Fang Yuan's immortal yuan stone was being used carefully. Although he had escaped from the dangerous state of becoming an immortal, he had already established himself and achieved a balance of income and expenditure. But he didn't have the strength to go any further. The current Fang Yuan did not dare to refine immortal goo. He didn't have any foundation or strength. Next, Fang Yuan had to move forward. He had to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive. He had to deduce all sorts of goo recipes and killer moves. He had to deal with all sorts of enemies. He had to cultivate wisdom path. He had to do all sorts of things. One source of income could not satisfy his growing needs. If I can create these three businesses, I will have 4 legs. The income from immortal yuan stone will be enough to satisfy my current needs. It will greatly boost my progress in all aspects. They are after all a super force. They have deep foundations. After plundering them, my prospects have been broadened. While Fang Yuan sighed, he had the thought of soul-searching Dongfang Naganori. These businesses were the business secrets of Dongfang tribe. For example, how could the eerie fire dragon pythons form groups and increase their reproduction rate? For example, how to raise the arowana, what food they ate, what environment was most suitable for the arowana, and what would happen if they got sick. It was not easy to form a source of income. There were many things involved. They all had their own secrets. Back then, in order to nurture star fragment grass, Fang Yuan had bought their experiences from several star path goo immortals and paid a sum of immortal yuan stone. As Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder, Dongfang Naganori definitely knew the business secrets of Dongfang tribe. His soul was like a huge treasure trove. Its value was not something that a wisdom path inheritance could contain. Thus, Fang Yuan's soul searched for the 4th time, trying to obtain these business secrets. But this time he obtained Dongfang Naganori's possession method. Not only was it the original version that Dongfang Naganori had obtained in True Inheritance secluded domain when he was young, there was also the entire method that Dongfang Naganori had modified to extract the immortal aperture origin cores of goo immortals of the same tribe to become an immortal. Using this method I can revive. I need the same bloodline. Is my brother still alive? He is a ready-made possession target. But even if he dies, it doesn't matter. I can still use blood path methods to use a woman's body to give birth to the next generation. But this method will incur the wrath of heaven and earth. Heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations are terrifying. The main reason why Dongfang Naganori ended up like this was because of this. Moreover, if I possess someone else, even if I can ascend to immortal in the future, my new body would not have a second aperture. The second aperture had great value. Fang Yuan did not want to give it up for the time being. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw that Fang Yuan was moved. It suddenly changed its silence and moved again, saying, "As an immortal zombie, it is too difficult for you to obtain a new life. If this goes on, your cultivation will stop here, forever stuck at this cultivation level. The possession method is very suitable for you. Of course, I know now that this method will incur the wrath of heaven and earth. It is very dangerous. But I can modify it and conceal heaven's secrets. I can even possess mortals to reduce the wrath of heaven and earth, and lower the power of the calamities and tribulations. You're just throwing your life away by directly using this possession technique. I'm the best example of that. But now that I have the most precious experience, I can modify the method again. I will definitely succeed. In fact, if not for you guys, I would have already succeeded. How about it, we can cooperate?" Dongfang Naganori suggested to cooperate with Fang Yuan. He sensed that Fang Yuan wanted to revive. In fact, there was no immortal zombie that did not want to obtain a new life. Before Fang Yuan could speak, he continued, "If we cooperate, both of us will benefit. If we separate, both of us will suffer. What are you worried about? I am just a soul. Do you think I can harm you?" As he spoke, he kept encouraging Fang Yuan, but also had a hint of provocation. Fang Yuan smiled. "As expected of Dongfang Naganori, you were silent earlier. I thought you had completely admitted defeat. I didn't expect you to jump out the moment you saw a chance and hope. This is worth learning from. I said it before, you and I are the same type of people. We both have ambitions and aspirations." The soul fluctuated again. But Fang Yuan's words changed. "Precisely because we are the same type of people, I will not keep you alive. Don't worry, once I squeeze out all of your remaining value, I will destroy your soul and make you disappear from this world. The fewer people like us, the better." Dongfang Naganori's soul was stunned. He did not expect Fang Yuan to have such deep and resolute killing intent towards him. His soul fluctuated again. He did not want to give up. He forced a smile. Haha, you can't fool me, you are moved. Fang Yuan nodded. Of course I am moved. I believe you have the ability to modify this possession method, because you have master-level blood path attainment, phantom path attainment, grandmaster-level wisdom path attainment, and the most precious possession experience. My attainment level is far from yours. Even if I obtain your wisdom path inheritance, I cannot modify this method. The attainment levels of using Gu were divided into 4 levels. They were ordinary, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster. Master level was to raise the use of Gu worms to the level of an art. One had to have abundant talent, as well as continuous training and accumulation to be able to reach this level. Grandmaster level was to have an extremely profound grasp of a path. Their foundation was so deep that they could comprehend other paths by analogy, using their own path's methods to obtain the advantages of other paths. Great grandmasters were even more amazing. They were people at the peak. Not just in this world, even in the entire history of humanity, it was very rare. Dongfang Naganori was a wisdom path grandmaster, flying quasi-grandmaster, phantom path master, space path master, soul path master, enslavement path master, and blood path master. Fang Yuan was a blood path grandmaster, strength path grandmaster, refinement path quasi-grandmaster, flying quasi-grandmaster, enslavement path master, and transformation path master. As for soul path, space path, time path, dream path, and others, they were all ordinary. He had never touched upon phantom path. It was a blank slate. Normally speaking, Gu immortals were at least flying master. Because flying was very important, even if they could not grasp it when they were mortals, after becoming Gu immortals, they would practice a lot and grasp the ability to fly. Fang Yuan might have 2 paths and was a grandmaster, but one was his 500 years of accumulation in his previous life, the other was his rebirth advantage. He took risks and had many fortuitous encounters to achieve this. Everyone had their own specialties. Fang Yuan's attainment level was not enough to deduce and modify possession techniques, but Dongfang Naganori was a professional. Precisely because of this, Dongfang Naganori could not do it while Fang Yuan could. Thus, he had the confidence to persuade Fang Yuan to cooperate. Soul Search could only obtain memories, secrets, and so on, but could not obtain attainment levels. Attainment levels were a person's unique thoughts, feelings, and experiences, their understanding of using Gu and so on. When summed up and refined into the essence, it was the comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Right now, there was only one way to obtain other people's attainment levels, that was to successfully explore dream realms. Although Fang Yuan knew that cooperating with Dongfang Naganori would give him extraordinary gains, he was even more wary of Dongfang Naganori. Cooperating with such a wisdom path Gu immortal would unknowingly lead to schemes, betrayals, and schemes. Especially when Fang Yuan was the true culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower, the external situation was very bad. If Dongfang Naganori knew about it and used this to his advantage, he would definitely be able to make Fang Yuan die a tragic death. Chapter 8:18. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He continued to soul search, ignoring Dongfang Naganori's persuasion. This time it took the longest. Fang Yuan went through all of Dongfang Naganori's secrets in one go. He learned about Dongfang Naganori's life, countless scenes and experiences. Gu immortal Han Dong is already dead. He was dragged into the corpse mountain by the phantom beasts. He was originally a captive, but he died in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. It turns out that Dongfang Naganori had already made arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land, using the rank 6 immortal Gu house thatched hut as the core. But at the crucial moment, thatched hut mysteriously disappeared. That's why our Devil Dao was able to invade Jade Pool Blessed Land. As expected, when I destroyed Dongfang Yuliang's body and extracted Dongfang Naganori's soul, I destroyed all of the immortal Gu in his body. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. To think that Tai Bai Yunxing used a large number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to modify his immortal soul. There is still a small batch of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu left in his immortal aperture. Dongfang Naganori, looking at his life, he was not willing to be ordinary. He was first a hero, then a ruthless person. This is Zishan Makoto. Tai Bai Yunxing's time path inheritance was given by him. To think that Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance also came from this mysterious old man. Fang Yuan could not keep up with all the secrets that came one after another. After a long while, Fang Yuan gradually reacted and accepted the impact of this large amount of information. Zishan Makoto was the name that Fang Yuan gave to this mysterious purple-haired beggar. This mysterious old man seemed to have countless precious inheritances. He had a huge origin, but his motive was unknown. It could be said that he played an important role in Dongfang Naganori and Tai Baiyunqing's current achievements. For now, he should call him Zishan Makoto. In the memories of Fang Yuan's previous life, there was no trace of Zishan Makoto at all, even during the Five Regions War. Was he hiding, or did he have another identity, or had he died of old age? According to Dongfang Naganori and Tai Baiyunqing's situation, this old man must be very old. Don't worry about Zishan Makoto for now. My cleansed soul Immortal Gu needs food long ago. This white lotus giant silkworm goo is not much, but it can solve my urgent problem. Initially, I didn't want to bother with that blessed land for the time being, but now it seems like it's necessary. Fang Yuan crushed Dongfang Yuliang's body. It caused the immortal aperture to land on the ground and become an ownerless blessed land. It would be fine if it was a public blessed land, but a single blessed land like this would basically give birth to a land spirit. Could be said that it was easy to defend and hard to attack. When Dongfang Naganori was defeated, in order to prevent Fang Yuan from taking advantage of him, he destroyed all the immortal goo he had, to prevent them from benefiting the enemy. But he still had many mortal goo in his immortal aperture. Maybe they were low in value and easy to obtain. Maybe he did not care about them, or maybe he lost control of them. All in all, they were left in the blessed land. They were preserved and not destroyed. Forget about the other mortal goo. But the white lotus giant silkworm goo was food that Fang Yuan had been pursuing tirelessly. Fang Yuan paced around as he pondered. Northern Plains goo immortal world. It was originally peaceful, but ever since Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed, there was an intense commotion like a huge wave. Northern Plains goo immortals were shocked and furious. They wanted to find the culprit. But the immortal goo in 88-point Jinyang Tower escaped. Northern Plains goo immortals fought intensely over it, causing chaos in the Northern Plains goo immortal world. After the auction, with the rank 8 goo immortals as the leaders, all the forces discussed. Northern Plains goo immortal world was no longer as chaotic. There were new rules and structures. But because of Shadow Sect and the Central Continent goo immortals, undercurrents were still surging. Because of Fang Yuan's disturbance, the super-force Dongfang tribe was destroyed. Northern Plains goo immortal world did not calm down for long before intense commotion broke out again. At this moment, countless goo immortals of the righteous and demonic paths surrounded Jade Pool blessed land. It was a mess. Northern Plains situation could be said to be a mess. In fact, ever since Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed, Northern Plains had not stopped. It had completely deviated from its original trajectory. With his previous life's memories as a comparison, this situation made Fang Yuan feel Northern Plains seemed to have been ruined by him. Fang Yuan took a risk this time, and with luck he obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance. He wanted to peacefully develop for a period of time and help who immortal blessed land undergo tribulation. Using the Wisdom Path inheritance, he comprehended the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. The situation outside was too tense. It was better not to show himself. But White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo's allure was too shocking. Fang Yuan knew that even though he had some methods to maintain it, Cleansed Soul Immortal Goo was starving to its limit. It needed White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo defeated. But Immortal Goo are unique. Even though they are precious, Cleansed Soul is not something that I cannot live without. I have self-strength Immortal Goo as the core. Even if Cleansed Soul is destroyed, it will not harm me. Of course, if it can be used together with self-strength, the killer move Myriad Self's power will double. And it can also strengthen my soul foundation. Fang Yuan hesitated. Cleansed Soul was good, but it was not enough for him to risk his life to save it. Immortal Goo were external objects. His own life was the most precious. Fang Yuan had always been clear on this point. He had never been blinded by greed. A few days later, Northern Plains, near the place where Goo Immortal Si Shermin died. From time to time, Goo Immortals would appear, some demonic and some righteous. After staying here for a while, some left quickly, searching for the remnant Immortal Goo aura in the air. Some tried to explore the blessed land that Cheshire Min left behind, but after failing, they left dejectedly. The Central Continent Goo Immortals were hiding far away, observing the situation while communicating with their divine senses. The target hasn't appeared yet? Since the other party was able to kill Dongfang Naganori, and even made arrangements here to conceal the blessed land left behind by Dongfang Naganori, it's impossible for the other party to kill Dongfang Naganori. He just didn't want to be discovered. It's very likely that he wants to conquer this blessed land. He also knows that a long night is fraught with trouble, so he should be back. That's no longer possible. We have been secretly guarding this place for so many days. Perhaps the other party has already noticed our whereabouts. We might as well take this opportunity to go to Jade Pool Blessed Land, Ling Mei said. Do you think my Black Heaven Temple's signature immortal killer move knows white defend black cannot hide from you and will be easily detected? Old man Tianlong snorted in displeasure. Fairy Ling Mei was silent, she knew that her words earlier were too rash. Black Heaven Temple was also one of the 10 great ancient sects. Their reputation needed to be protected at all times, they could not be easily offended. Fairy Ao Shui, who was beside Fairy Ling Mei, said, I heard that a 10,000 Li Zoisha horse actually appeared in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Her words were subtle, but the underlying meaning was clear. She was agreeing with Fairy Ling Mei's suggestion. She was also looking forward to the riches in Jade Pool Blessed Land. These mere goods are able to attract everyone's attention? Don't forget what we are here for. This immortal zombie is very suspicious, his strength path battle strength is quite high, he is likely to be the immortal zombie we are looking for. Sha Huang. Kanyang Laojun was hidden at the side, interrupting. Just riches? You speak so casually. Even if Dongfang tribe is inferior to us sects, they are still a super force. Their foundation is definitely much deeper than ours. Oh, you, Kanyang, gained a lot this time. The rewards for the Crane Gate mission were even more generous. It is fine if you eat your fill, but you want us to starve as well. Isn't this too much? Qin Jinqi was full of resentment. He hadn't even finished his sect's mission yet, but something like this had happened, and he had been summoned by Feng Jioga. Many others were in the same situation as him. Others were afraid of Kanyang Laojuan's life-chasing fire, but he was not afraid. He was a flying grandmaster, he had immortal killer moves, even if he was hit by the life-chasing fire, he could escape it. In Central Continent's Gu immortal world, there was a saying, flap my wings to the 9 heavens, come and go in a flash of smoke. Flap my wings to the 9 heavens referred to Qin Jinqi. He could fly high into the immemorial 9 heavens, heaven and earth could not restrict him. The latter, come and go in a flash of smoke, referred to Heavenly Lotus Sect's Gu immortal Bu Fei Yin. It meant that this female immortal could move freely and agilely, she was like a wisp of nimble and dancing cloud. This time, the female Gu immortal Bu Fei Yin had also come to Northern Plains. She was representing one of the 10 great ancient sects, Heavenly Lotus Sect, to participate in the investigation of the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. At this time, Central Continent's 2 flying grandmasters were gathered here. Qin Jinqi spoke, but Bu Fei Yin remained silent, she did not speak. But Old Oracle helped. Jade Pool Blessed Land was easily taken down. The main reason is that the rank 6 immortal Gu house thatched hut went missing mysteriously. It is not that I am jealous of those resources, but I deduced that there are clues to the culprit in this Jade Pool Blessed Land. Thatched hut. I prefer to call it by its original name, thatched hut. Speaking of which, this hut was created by 3 thatched demon immortal in the late antiquity era. He spent almost his entire life's fortune on it. In his later years he used this to move unhindered in Northern Plains, becoming an overlord. 3 thatched demon immortal gave birth to a daughter, he doted on her. At that time, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortal Dongfang Yu fell in love with this woman. He left the righteous path and joined the demonic path. After 3 thatched demon immortal died, he inherited this thatched hut. He killed his wife and returned to the righteous path, returning to his tribe. To get rid of the shadow of his past, Dongfang Yu added other Gu worms into thatched hut, naming it Thatched Hut Hut. Actually, the effect did not increase by much, it was purely to make it look better. Wind Cloud Manor's Gu immortal Hong Chi Ming said. Before becoming an immortal, he had gone deep into Northern Plains with his mortal Gu master cultivation level. He had lived there for a period of time. He had a lot of information about this. Right now he purposely mentioned it because he wanted to plunder Jade Pool Blessed Land. But he did not say it explicitly, he was very subtle about it. Alright, do we continue to wait like this? Or do we go to Jade Pool Blessed Land and search for clues to the culprit? Or that fairy Li Shan, since she fought together with that strength path immortal zombie, they have a close relationship, she definitely knows many secrets. A Gu immortal said impatiently. That's not right. Fairy Li Shan paid a heavy price to snatch Minuscule Mountain and immediately left this place. Right now she is holed up in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is the base of Northern Plains demonic path, so be it in the past, but now old ancestor Shui who is trying his best to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, he has been guarding over there. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign at the top right corner, choose to add a public account in the Add Friends section, search for Zhongwen Wang, and follow the public account, you will never miss an update. QD Wave Astronomy. Chapter 8:19. Once the rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Xianxia was mentioned, the central continent immortals went silent. These people had rank 7 cultivation level, they had outstanding battle strength, they were among the top 5 in their sections. But against a rank 8 Gu immortal they would only lose. Even though Feng Jioge could fight rank 8 Gu immortals, he had rank 7 cultivation level. As for the demonic path old ancestor Xianxia, he had terrifying battle strength. In Central Continent's information, he seemed to be the number 1 rank 8 Gu immortal in Northern Plains. While the Central Continent immortals were silent, 3 demonic path Gu immortals stealthily entered the ambush of the Central Continent Gu immortals. They went underground, arriving at the place where Feng Yuan killed Dongfang Naganori, revealing themselves. Among these 3 Gu immortals, the leader was tall and gave off a valiant aura. He had a pair of long eyebrows, an aquiline nose, and a sharp light shining in his eyes. His ears were not human ears, they were shaped like wings, shining with golden light. He was Northern Plains' snowy mountain blessed land, the 4th Peak's lord, Li Peng King. Although the one on his left was shorter than Li Peng King by a head, he had a sturdy figure. As he looked around, he exuded a domineering aura and an icy dragon might. He was the 5th Peak's Peak Master, demonic Lord Long Dan, who owned the Ice Lake Palace. The final Gu immortal walked on Li Peng King's right. His eyes were like paint, he wore a white robe and had a tall body. He was also dressed like a scholar, but he was less casual than free scholar. He had a grand aura. He was the 6th Peak's Lord, Gong Zmo. Central Continent's Gu immortals were lying in ambush, they had powerful methods, but these 3 demonic path Gu immortals did not discover them. They focused their attention, staring at the scene in front of them. There was nothing in front of them. However, under their perception, they discovered that there was a blessed land hidden in there. This is the blessed land that was left behind after Dongfang Naganori's death. And the blessed land he left behind? Let's attack. The longer we drag on, the more variables there are. Nearby is the blessed land left behind by Che Shimin. Since old ancestor Xianxia gave the order, we will use all our strength to take down this blessed land. Let's begin. The 3 of them were swift and decisive. They had also prepared some special methods. After making some superficial arrangements in the outside world, they immediately broke through the space and killed their way into the blessed land. After seeing these 3 enter, the Central Continent Gu immortals continued to communicate with their divine senses. Good heavens! The 4th, 5th, and 6th Peak Lords of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land have all moved out. The first 3 peaks of the Great Snowy Mountain are all stable. As for the rest, they could compete for ranking. These 3 have always been fighting openly and covertly. Now that they are attacking together, only old ancestor Xianxia can command them. That immortal zombie didn't come, but the people from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land came. Should we capture them? That's not appropriate. The combat strength of these 3 immortals is extraordinary, even surpassing the likes of the Free Scholar. They are equivalent to us. Although we have the advantage in numbers, we lack coordination. Defeating the 3 of them was easy, but killing them was very difficult. Capturing it alive is even more difficult. Regarding this, Kanyang Laojun sighed deeply. That's right, Northern Plains is a land of long wars, it has the strongest battle strength in the 5 regions. All of the Gu immortals have rich battle experience. They have many unique methods and their survival skills far surpass our Central Continent. They are all extremely slippery. Earlier in the Battle of Taichio and Jade Pool Blessed Land, the number of Gu immortals who lost their lives can be counted on one hand. If this were in the other 4 regions, the number of casualties would definitely be 2 to 3 times higher. It is not impossible to capture them alive. As long as Lord Feng Jioge takes action personally. A Gu immortal said. In this trip to Northern Plains, Feng Jioge's powerful battle strength left a deep impression on the Central Continent Gu immortals. But Feng Jioge said, let's retreat. Saying so without giving the immortals a chance to ask, he retreated first. It was extremely secretive and did not leave any traces. The immortals looked at each other, they could only follow him secretly. The group gathered far away, the immortals expressed their confusion towards Feng Jioge. The ambush earlier was Feng Jioge's idea. Now that the 3 demonic path Gu immortals had arrived, Feng Jioge was the first to retreat. We are united, why would we be afraid of the 3 of them? Retreating without fighting, it will damage the reputation of our Central Continent's 10 great sects. Going back and forth, what are they trying to achieve? The Gu immortals moved further and further away from Jade Pool Blessed Land. Their voices were filled with resentment, but because of Feng Jioge's reputation, they could not express it. Feng Jioge looked at everyone, saying something shocking. Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain and has returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to recuperate. I have already received news that Northern Plains Righteous Path Rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang has already set off to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to ask for Minuscule Mountain from old ancestor Xuehu. What? There is such a thing. 2 Rank 8s are going to fight. This Northern Plains is really... Rank 8 Gu Immortals have always been the dominant force, but because of Minuscule Mountain they are moving out so casually. They are really warlike. Back then, during the battle for Danghun Mountain, our central continent's 10 great sects only sent disciples. The Immortals discussed among themselves, their expressions changed as they digested this shocking news. At this time, Feng Jioge smiled lightly, saying, "That Strength Path Immortal zombie is very vigilant. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 3 demonic path immortals are just him using them to probe us, he or the force behind him. If we take this bait, we will fall into the enemy's trap instead. Why don't we go to Snowy Mountain and see if there is a chance to forcefully attack and capture Fairy Li Shan?" The Immortals were speechless, they could not say anything for a while. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the #1 demonic path base in Northern Plains. It was not inferior to the headquarters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Feng Jioge was so daring he actually dared to target Snowy Mountain. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Peak. Old ancestor Xuehu sat on a large chair. He held a small mountain in his hand, rotating it as he observed it quietly. The surface of this small mountain was full of cracks, and it was a terrible sight to behold. Corpses were strewn all over the mountain, all of them were the corpses of midgets. Blood flowed everywhere, and the faint wails and cries of the survivors could be heard. It was none other than Minuscule Mountain. Fairy Li Shan chased after Minuscule Mountain and fought with the Miniman Gu Immortal. In the end, other Gu Immortals attacked. There were both righteous and demonic Gu Immortals. After a chaotic battle, the Miniman Gu Immortal was on the brink of death. He fled with Minuscule Mountain, but was caught by He Lulan, who was at the edge of the battlefield. He Lulan killed the Miniman Gu Immortal. She fought with Fairy Li Shan to protect the spoils of war. They fought along the way, they barely survived and returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. This caused Minuscule Mountain to be on the brink of collapse. The Miniman on the mountain suffered even greater casualties. This is Minuscule Mountain? At this time, a female immortal walked out from behind. She was called Lady Wanshou. She was old ancestor Xuehu's wife. She had rank 7 cultivation level. She was one of the 4 great refinement path Gu Immortals of Northern Plains. The moment she appeared, she looked at Minuscule Mountain. She was very interested in this legendary mountain. "Madam, did you gain anything from this comprehension?" Old ancestor Xuehu turned around, asking warmly as he passed Minuscule Mountain to her. Lady Wanshou nodded. "I have already comprehended all the steps to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but I still need some time to familiarize myself with it." She said this as she received Minuscule Mountain, inspecting it carefully. On Minuscule Mountain, because the Miniman Gu Immortal was dead, there was no longer a pillar. The surviving Minimans were shivering in fear, huddling together. "Monster! So scary, so scary. Don't eat me, I have too little flesh, I won't even be enough to fill your teeth." Lady Wanshou was beautiful and dignified, her eyes shining brightly, but in the eyes of the Miniman, she was a terrifying monster. Lady Wanshou looked at it for a while before moving Minuscule Mountain away from her, smiling lightly. "Sister Li Shan is blessed. She was an Earth Path Gu Immortal in her early years. She cultivated Earth Path on the side. Later, because she obtained Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu, she changed it to her core Immortal Gu and became an Information Path Gu Immortal. But her blessed land was still a Wood Path Blessed Land. She managed flowers and plants. With the help of the Miniman tribe, they complemented each other. Sister Li Shan is a member of our Snowy Mountain. Now that Minuscule Mountain is in our hands, this proves that our Snowy Mountain's luck is flourishing. We are flourishing." "Lady, you are wrong." Old ancestor Xuehu shook his head. "On the contrary, this is a sign of our luck declining. I want to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu and use Ma Hong Yun as the main Gu refinement material. Thus, the luck attacked me, causing me to face an obstacle. Look at this Minuscule Mountain, it is on the verge of collapse. To repair it, a huge price will be needed. Since this is third leader's possession, we will not give it up, we will make her pay a huge price. This indirectly affects my plan to gather Gu refinement materials." This time she had snatched away Fangtsuan Mountain, causing conflict and enmity between them. She even caused a commotion, causing the righteous path to take action. "Look, this is Yao Huang's letter." Yao Huang's letter? Lady Wanshou was shocked and hurriedly opened the letter to read the contents. In the letter, Yao Huang said, "Minuscule Mountain was located in Jade Pool Blessed Land. It originally belonged to Dongfang tribe. Now that Dongfang tribe was exterminated, the world is shaken. As people of the same bloodline, descendants of giant son Immortal, I, Yao Huang, am responding to the request of the righteous path. I want to discuss with old ancestor Xuehu about returning minuscule mountain to the righteous path. In the letter, Yao Huang's words were very polite and gentle, but Lady Wanshou knew that this was the style of the righteous path. The righteous path had always been like this. Even if they fought to the death or gritted their teeth in hatred, they would still be polite and reserved on the surface, maintaining their elegant demeanor. Lady Wanshou could sense Yao Huang's aggressiveness. She looked at old ancestor Xuehu worriedly. Husband, you are only 10 years away from the next myriad tribulation. You cannot act rashly. If you make a mistake in battle and injure your origin, your foundation will be damaged. Even if you refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu, it will be hard to recover. The losses outweigh the gains. When the myriad tribulation arrives, if you fail because of these losses. Old ancestor Xuehu laughed heartily. Wife, you are still the same. Yao Huang's letter is a tribulation for me, but it is also an opportunity for me. I need to grasp it and face the difficulties head-on. Old ancestor Xuehu said this and suddenly paused. His expression changed as he showed a trace of determination. It's great that he's here. Chapter 820. Lady Wanshou raised her head, her gaze piercing through snowy mountain-blessed land. She could see the outside world of northern plains. Originally, the sky above snowy mountain-blessed land was clear and blue. There were no clouds in sight. But now Yao Huang had arrived with a huge commotion. The wind and clouds were blowing, the sky was dyed orange. Yao Huang was nowhere to be seen, but his voice was transmitted. Old friend Xuehu, I hope you can forgive me for my abrupt visit. His voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth, entering snowy mountain-blessed land, causing countless snowy peaks to shake and snow to fall. Some peaks even had small avalanches. Ha ha ha. Old ancestor Xuehu laughed loudly as he flew into the sky, leaving snowy mountain-blessed land, bringing along surging frost energy as he flew into the sky. Immediately, the sky changed. Half of it was orange light while the other half was frost energy. They were evenly matched. But right at this time, a black ink cloud appeared from the west. The ink cloud rumbled and spread rapidly. It was not inferior to old ancestor Xuehu and Yao Huang, forcefully creating a territory in the sky. Lady Wanshou saw this and her expression changed. Her heart sank as she cried out, "What, Heavenly Lord Baizu is here too?" Inky clouds, frost air, and orange light surged mightily. They were in a deadlock with each other, dividing the vast expanse of sky into three parts. Old ancestor Xuehu sneered, "Heavenly Lord, instead of managing your force properly, you are here to join in the fun?" Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed dryly, "Old friend Xuehu, this is just minuscule mountain. How can it enter your eyes? Why don't we return it to the righteous path and save this trouble?" Lady Wanshou's expression turned ashen. The demonic path Gu immortals left behind in snowy mountain-blessed land were also paying attention to the sky. Their breathing was stifled. Heavenly Lord Baizu was originally a lone cultivator, but after the auction he had been planning to establish a righteous path force. Right now he was working with Yao Huang. It was 2 against 1. Old ancestor Xuehu was alone. The situation was bad. But at the next moment, old ancestor Xuehu raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with heroism. "Then both of you can come together, let's fight." With that said, with a loud boom, old ancestor Xuehu smashed through the heavenly constellation energy wall and entered the white sky. Rank 8 Gu immortals, when they make a move, their power is vast and terrifying. The earth cannot bear it. Normally, when making a move, they would tacitly enter deep into the immemorial 9 heavens to prevent the living beings on the ground from suffering a boundless calamity. My good friend is in the mood. In that case, this emperor will naturally accompany you. The eyes of the medicine sovereign flashed as he swiftly followed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly. "Since old friend Xuehu insists, then forgive this heavenly lord for offending you." The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals entered white heaven. Soon a series of explosions rang out in the sky. The 3 of them are fighting in the day. A central continent Gu immortal shouted. They had yet to reach the snowy mountain-blessed land. They were still thousands of miles away. At this moment they raised their heads to look at the sky. He saw that the high altitude of 10,000 li was shaking endlessly, with black clouds surging. Pure white frost gushed out, while orange light filled the air. The rumbling sound was endless. It was like a bolt from the blue, causing people's hearts to tremble. "Quick, while they are fighting, let's enter snowy mountain-blessed land." Feng Jioge took a look before retracting his gaze, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The Central Continent Gu immortals breathed in deeply. These were all experts with great courage. When they heard Feng Jioge's order, they felt a sense of nervousness and excitement that they had not felt in a long time. They quickly increased their speed. Oh! Midway through the flight, an ancient desolate beast suddenly fell from the sky with a wail. The Central Continent Gu immortals quickly dodged. This is the remnant heavenly hound. The immortals recognized the origin of this ancient desolate beast. Their gazes were fixed. With a loud sound, the remnant heavenly hound crashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a huge crater. It struggled for a while before becoming motionless. The remnant heavenly hound actually fell from white heaven. How can the might of a rank 8 be so fierce? Just the aftermath of the battle caused the remnant heavenly hound to die so tragically. Be careful. As soon as the warning sounded, hailstones began to fall from the sky. These hailstones were as large as mountains. They covered an area of 1,000 li. The cold air was bone-chilling. All living beings were frozen to death. The Central Continent Gu immortals had no choice but to take a detour. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, brushing past the sleeves of the Central Continent Gu immortal Old Oracle. Old Oracle let out a scream. He quickly pulled himself out of the dazzling lightning. His body was almost gone. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. After a while, as they got closer to snowy mountain-blessed land, a small burst of eerie wind blew. The Central Continent Gu immortals' souls swayed. They were almost falling out of their bodies. The higher the Gu immortals' cultivation level, the greater the difference between one rank. The difference between rank 8 and 7 was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was rare to see a rank 7 fight against a rank 8 since ancient times. For so many years, the huge Central Continent only had one person like Feng Jioge. The Central Continent Gu immortals were blown all over the place. They barely managed to avoid being exposed, but their expressions were very ugly. All sorts of signs showed that the battle strength of Northern Plains rank 8 Gu immortals surpassed Central Continent's rank 8s. Central Continent had more rank 8 Gu immortals than Northern Plains. Among the 5 regions, Northern Plains had the least rank 8 Gu immortals. This was because Northern Plains had frequent battles. Among the 5 regions, Northern Plains Gu immortals had the highest death rate. In Northern Plains, those who could carve a bloody path out of encirclement and stand at the peak of rank 8 were naturally not ordinary people. He had to be a hero among heroes. It was impossible for him to have a single strand of luck. Just the aftermath of the battle from White Heaven caused the Central Continent Gu immortals to be in a pitiful state. Old Oracle barely escaped death. He regained his human form. His face was still filled with disbelief as he muttered, "How can this be? I actually did not anticipate this lightning strike?" Bu Feiyan's gaze wavered. She put herself in Old Oracle's shoes. If she was in his shoes with her movement ability, she would not be able to escape that lightning strike. She could not help but ask, "Are we still moving forward?" Chen Jinshi raised his head. The sky above him seemed to have turned into a cloth made of countless patches. Lumps of strength. They covered a large or small area, intertwining with each other. Some had dark clouds. Some had dark winds blowing. Some had lightning striking down. Some had hailstones crashing down. It was a scene akin to the end of the world. These Central Continent Gu immortals were not ordinary people. They had great foresight. They could see that in these small areas the Dao marks of heaven and earth had completely changed. Some were filled with ice path Dao marks, some were filled with lightning path Dao marks, some were filled with wind path and soul path Dao marks. Even though they were less than 1,000 li away from snowy mountain-blessed land. But this area was filled with killing intent. It was filled with dangerous and fatal traps. Is this the difference between rank 7 and rank 8? The Dao marks in each area are much more than what we obtain through our hard work. Life and death are not up to us. I have not felt this for many years. Too dangerous, it is not worth it to sacrifice our lives to capture a captive. The Central Continent Gu immortals started to retreat. Only Feng Jioge was unmoved. He took the lead from the start. His gaze was calm as if he could not see the dangers around him. The Central Continent Gu immortals saw Feng Jioge like this. Waves rose in their hearts. This guy is really amazing. He can fight rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation level. I did not think so before, but now that I think about it, Feng Jioge is truly terrifying. No, even if he can fight rank 8s, it is only temporary. Once our identities are exposed. If 3 Northern Plains rank 8 Gu immortals attack us, we will definitely die. This guy Feng Jioge. He disregards life and death, advancing courageously. I almost forgot that he is from the demonic path. He only switched to the righteous path midway. The Central Continent Gu immortals followed behind Feng Jioge. They exchanged glances and wanted to retreat, but because of their reputation and the reputation of their sects, they could not speak. They wanted others to speak first. Every second was becoming more and more difficult to endure. Just as the Gu Immortals were in a dilemma, the leader, Feng Jioge, suddenly stopped. He stood at a low altitude and waved his hand. Everyone stop. The Immortals quickly stopped, only to see Feng Jioge looking up with a solemn expression. They followed his gaze, only to see that the sky was still filled with all sorts of powers that were repelling each other. The Gu Immortals who had some comprehension activated their immortal killer moves. Their gazes pierced through these obstructions and saw the scene in White Heaven. The Gu Immortals who saw this gasped in shock. They saw that in White Heaven the three sides were no longer evenly matched. Old Ancestor Shui who had the upper hand, he was the sole victor. The pure white frost energy suppressed Yao Huang's orange-yellow light and forced it to retreat. Heavenly Lord Baizu's ink cloud was forced to retreat. What a formidable old ancestor Shuihu. I never expected that his combat strength would be so formidable. It has only been such a short period of time, yet the outcome has already been decided in a 1 versus 2 battle. Feng Jioge let out a long sigh, and an expression of admiration and regret surged onto his face. Retreat. The opportunity was lost. He did not hesitate. He immediately flew away, retreating from the original path. The Immortals were eager to see this. They did not speak. They quickly left this dangerous area. A moment later, Heavenly Lord Baizu could not take it anymore. He spoke. Old friend Shuihu, you have great methods. I admit defeat in this battle. Yao Huang also spoke. Northern Plains is currently in turmoil. There are many undercurrents. Old friend Shuihu, this is not the time for us to decide victory. Since you want to go to Minuscule Mountain, I will forget about my earlier suggestion. See you in the future. Yao Huang was still trying to maintain his face. Old Ancestor Shuihu heard this and laughed loudly. He took the chance to say, you two can come and go as you please. What do you take my place for? Just as he said that, heaven and earth shook, the earth shook and mountains shook. Boundless frost energy descended, sweeping away all impurities. The sky was clear, there was no more eerie wind or lightning. Hundreds of thousands of li of heaven and earth were instantly covered in a layer of ice and snow. The temperature plummeted. It was as if northern plains had returned from a warm spring to a cold winter. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions could be heard in the sky. The sounds reverberated in heaven and earth. It was deafening. It was like thunder was roaring in one's ears. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were all blown away by this sound. They were exposed and staggered. Other than Feng Jioge, blood was flowing out of their ears. Their eardrums had been ruptured. Go quickly. The Gu Immortals were pale and bloodless. Their fighting spirit had fallen to rock bottom. They could only focus on flying. There was also a huge earthquake in snowy mountain-blessed land. The primeval energy was fluctuating intensely. The Gu Immortals inside were shaking. Their bodies were shaking intensely. A long while later, the earthquake slowly subsided. Snowy mountain-blessed land had 6 mountains that were half destroyed. There were huge ravines in the ground. The countless resources that were planted and stored inside were severely damaged. But the demonic path Gu Immortals and snowy mountain-blessed land were all flushed with excitement, their eyes shining brightly. They looked up and saw a man's imposing figure slowly descending from the clouds. It was old ancestor Shuihu. Above his head, there was a pure white powder that was translucent like a crystal, drifting with the wind. Feng Jioge looked back and saw this scene. His pupils shrunk as he muttered, sky-splitting powder, it even split White Heaven. The demonic path Gu Immortals and snowy mountain-blessed land were overjoyed. They flew out of the blessed land and welcomed him. We welcome old ancestor's arrival. After this battle, the debate of who is the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains has finally been settled. Old ancestor's strength is boundless. He is number 1 in Northern Plains. Even Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu had to flee with their tails between their legs. As they got closer, the other demonic path Gu Immortals stopped in the air. Only Lady Wanshou went up alone. Husband. She was gentle, her expression was moving, there was pride and worry. Don't worry, I have my misgivings. Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang also have their own misgivings. These two are also coveting fortune rivaling heaven. Immortal Gu, they do not want me to refine it. Now that I have defeated them, let's see who in Northern Plains dares to disturb me. Old ancestor Shuihu smiled lightly, saying, but this time, the white heaven above was broken. I will have to trouble you to repair it. Otherwise, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts will come down from the crack. Even though I am not afraid, it is still troublesome. After confirming that her husband was fine, Lady Wanshou relaxed. She pointed at old ancestor Shuihu's broad chest and rolled her eyes. Oh, you. Chapter 821. Old Ancestor Shui who fought 1 against 2, defeating Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu. This battle shook Northern Plains. The news spread like a hurricane. Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world was in chaos. Furthermore, under the witness of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, the news spread to Central Continent at the first moment. The leaders of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were alerted. They all remembered old Ancestor Shui whose name in the deepest part of their hearts. Several days later. Central Continent, Gu Immortal blessed land. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan visited, bringing first-hand information. Fang Yuan held this information path Mortal Gu. He closed his eyes. It was like he was in snowy mountain blessed land. He was watching from Fairy Li Shan's perspective. At the top of the sky, the scene of 3 rank 8 great experts sparring with each other was being shown. From start to finish, it was grand and majestic. His mind was shaken by it. Even though they were far away, the 3 sides were deep in white heaven. Watching from afar, he could feel the vast might of rank 8s. Among Gu Immortals, the higher their rank, the greater the gap. Between rank 6 and 7, there were still elites who could occasionally fight rank 7s. But between rank 7 and rank 8, the difference was like heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. To be able to fight rank 8s with rank 7 cultivation level, this was rarely seen in the history of humanity. At rank 9 they could sweep through the world with their own strength. Nobody could stop them. They were unrivaled, number 1 in the world. Rank 8 Gu Immortals were simply not rank 9's match. They had all suffered huge losses. There had never been an exception. After watching this scene 3 times, Fang Yuan returned the Gu worm to Fairy Li Shan. His eyes were calm as he opened them. Fang Yuan had expected old Ancestor Shui whose strength. In his previous life's memories, Central Continent had suffered several huge defeats. He even killed many Central Continent rank 8s. After witnessing it with his own eyes, Fang Yuan's understanding of Northern Plains' situation had deepened once again. Northern Plains' righteous path has 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. They are Yao Huang and Prince's Impatience. In terms of prestige, Yao Huang is the number 1 righteous path expert. But the Prince's Impatience has connections with Jianghu State, and is the biggest secret of Jianghu State in the Northern Plains. The collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court blessed land has caused Northern Plains to be in turmoil. The arrangement that the giant Sun Immortal had painstakingly arranged collapsed. Order collapsed, and because of the fight for Immortal Gu, righteous and demonic factions fought intensely. New and old grudges and conflicts arose. Although Qin Baisheng organized the auction, the Immortals were only busy digesting the spoils of war. They stopped for a short period of time, but the conflict has deepened. The destruction of Imperial Court blessed land is the greatest loss to Northern Plains' righteous path. The fiendish Dao, on the other hand, benefited greatly. All along, the arrangements of the giant Sun Immortal had been for the sake of his family's ambition to rule the world. Northern Plains' righteous path members all had Huangjin bloodline. The demonic cultivators and itinerant cultivators were suppressed to the point where they could barely lift their heads. Now that the 88-point Jinyang Tower had collapsed, the demonic path and rogue cultivators had one less mountain on their heads. Be it in his previous life's memories or his current life, Heavenly Lord Baizu had only established his super faction after Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. But not all Huangjin bloodlines had to be like this. It was because he was afraid of being suppressed by the Huangjin super forces. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to establish a righteous path force. He naturally had to build a good relationship with Yao Huang and the rest, to draw a clear line between himself and the demonic path and express his stance. Thus, when Yao Huang went to ask for Minuscule Mountain, he took the initiative to go. But he did not expect old Ancestor Shuehu to be so ferocious, actually defeating him and Yao Huang. To old Ancestor Shuehu, refining the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu was like a tall tree that attracted the attention of countless people. The Fangjing path did not want him to succeed. Especially after the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, the righteous path forces were even more suspicious and wary of the demonic path. They were afraid of these outsiders gaining power. But old Ancestor Shuehu needed a lot of resources to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. He sent many demonic path Gu Immortals to gather Gu refinement immortal materials from all over the place. There were many conflicts. In the future there will definitely be more conflicts and obstacles. Old Ancestor Shuehu's main motive in making this move was to intimidate Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. He wanted to get rid of the obstacles in the future when he refines fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Northern Plains' situation was originally chaotic and turbulent. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Now that old ancestor Shui who defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, the impact was huge. He simply swept away the dust, directly skipping the large-scale battle between the righteous path and demonic path, immediately leading the demonic path to a strong position, suppressing the righteous path. In the following days, the demonic path in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world became arrogant, while the righteous path lowered their heads. This is the aftermath of this battle, the general trend of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan was old and experienced, he could see clearly. Even though rank 6 was extraordinary, it was only the lowest level of Gu Immortals. Rank 7 was the core strength. At rank 8, they usually did not act rashly, every action they made or even a careless word they said would have a huge impact on their surroundings. What was the general trend? Every rank 8 Gu Immortal was the general trend. Rank 6 and rank 7 can only follow the general trend. When can I become such a general trend and create such a trend? Fang Yuan could not help but yearn for such a great opportunity. Alright, Fang Yuan. We came this time to bring you the things you wanted to complete the transaction. Now we will hand everything over to you. Fairy Li Shan spoke. She brought a group of white lotus giant silkworm Gu and a large number of star thought Gu to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Snowy Mountain knew the exact location of Dongfang Naganori's blessed land after his death because of Fang Yuan. Dongfang Naganori had just become an immortal after possession. No matter how high-grade his immortal aperture was, there were almost no resources inside. The blessed land formed after Dongfang Naganori's death was tightly integrated, it was one with heaven and earth. Its defense was not something that public blessed lands could compare to. If it became a land spirit, it would most likely be an obsession for revenge against Fang Yuan. It hated Fang Yuan to the core. Including those forces investigating Fang Yuan did not want to put himself in danger because of cleansed soul immortal Gu. So, through Fairy Li Shan he borrowed the power of Snowy Mountain to help him achieve his goal. The value of a blessed land was extremely huge. Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan made an agreement. Fang Yuan provided the information and told them the exact location of the blessed land. He gave this blessed land to Fairy Li Shan. What he needed was the white lotus giant silkworm Gu inside. An ordinary star-thought mortal Gu. As for those immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had already learned from Dongfang Naganori's soul that they had all been destroyed by Dongfang Naganori with a thought. Fang Yuan obtained the white lotus giant silkworm Gu and suppressed the joy in his heart. When he saw that there were so many star-thought Gu, as many as 50,000, the joy in his heart could no longer be concealed, it leaked out from his eyes. These 50,000 star-thought Gu. They came at the right time. It was truly a timely rain. Fairy Li Shan observed his expression and purposely coughed twice. She spoke, "Congratulations Fang Yuan, in this extermination of Dongfang tribe, your gains were the highest. You actually obtained Dongfang Naganori's soul, this was not just a complete wisdom path inheritance. Dongfang Naganori had the secret of his operations. This was an extremely huge value. Moreover, you had already plundered a lot in Jade Pool blessed land." Fairy Li Shan said this, not concealing her envy. Because the Snowy Mountain Alliance had not reached its time limit, allies had to speak the truth. Fang Yuan did not conceal the fact that he had captured Dongfang Naganori's soul. Actually, he could not hide it. Many clues could reveal the truth. Fang Yuan directly informed Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan afterwards. He did not conceal it. At this moment he said, "Fairy, you obtained Minuscule Mountain, that is something recorded in the Legends of Rinzhu. Its value is not lower than mine. No need to flatter me, you have Danghun Mountain, you do not care about Minuscule Mountain. Hehe, everyone knows that you're the biggest winner this time. Furthermore, this Minuscule Mountain." Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly, "I was about to ask you for help. I'm asking you for help." Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. "Oh, I would like to hear the details." So, Fairy Li Shan had signed an alliance agreement with Dongfang tribe, they were allies and could not attack each other. But in order to snatch Minuscule Mountain, Fairy Li Shan had violated this oath. Although Fairy Li Shan had only started learning information path halfway, to guard against situations where she had no choice but to violate the oath, she had asked someone to use a time path immortal killer move many years ago. This time path killer move's effect was that if Fairy Li Shan violated the alliance agreement with Mountain Pledge Gu, the backlash would be delayed for a period of time before it would erupt. Minuscule Mountain's Miniman tribe and Dongfang Naganori were only allies, they did not belong to Dongfang tribe in the truest sense. Even so, the backlash of violating the oath was still terrifying. Fairy Li Shan was already heavily injured, she did not have much confidence in resisting this backlash. Thus He Lulan thought of a method for Fairy Li Shan. Back then, when Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang Naganori made an alliance agreement, they used Mountain Pledge Gu. The agreement was on Minuscule Mountain. If Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, the agreement would no doubt lose effect. There would naturally be no backlash. If Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, Fairy Li Shan and He Lolan's risk of life and effort would all be for naught. This was not possible. He Lolan's idea was, after Minuscule Mountain is destroyed, when the Time Path Killer move's effect disappears and the backlash of violating the oath takes effect, she would ask Tai Bai Yunxing to use landscape as before to rebuild Minuscule Mountain. This way, Minuscule Mountain would return to its original state, even though Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang tribes still had an alliance agreement. As long as they did not violate it in the future, it would be fine. Fairy Li Shan ingeniously avoided the backlash of violating the oath. She even got a repaired Minuscule Mountain. As for why she asked Fang Yuan for help, it was because He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan knew that between Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, Fang Yuan was the leader. Fang Yuan smiled, agreeing, "This is indeed a good plan. I am willing to act as the middleman. As for the remuneration, we can discuss it in detail." Fairy Li Shan saw Fang Yuan smile and her heart sank. She thought, "It's coming." She knew that Fang Yuan was thick-skinned and black-hearted. It was clear that she was going to be extorted. She nodded with a bitter smile. He Lulan seemed to be prepared. She spoke, "Fang Yuan, if I am not wrong, your Hu Immortal Blessed Land's earthly calamity is about to descend? How about this? I will stay behind to help you defend Hu Immortal Blessed Land and resist the heavenly tribulation. Treat it as the remuneration for Tai Bai Yunxing restoring Minuscule Mountain. How about it?" Chapter 822. Fang Yuan was an astute person. He immediately shook his head. "These two matters have completely different values. To you, Tai Bai Yunxing's landscape as before is necessary. To us, it can defend against the earthly calamity. Furthermore, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is under old ancestor Xuehu's control. He Lulan did not join Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. You are only an outsider. You can no longer stay there. You can use the excuse of defending against the earthly calamity to temporarily stay in my Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I have not collected your rent yet, but you want to use this to pay the price of Tai Bai Yunxing's help." Fang Yuan immediately exposed He Lulan's awkward situation. He Lulan had thick skin. She laughed and continued to argue with Fang Yuan. Both sides argued. After a while, they finally came to an agreement. He Lulan would stay with Fang Yuan for this period of time, contributing her strength for free. During this period of time, He Lulan did not have a share in the Guts Gu gains. At the same time, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was facing the earthly calamity. He Lulan had to do her best to help Fang Yuan defend against it. This transaction was completed, but Fairy Li Shan was not in a hurry to leave. She talked to Fang Yuan about immortal materials. Fang Yuan obtained countless immortal materials in the auction. Fairy Li Shan wanted to buy them to deal with old ancestor Xuehu's resource collection mission. Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain. Old ancestor Xuehu only borrowed it to take a look. He did not take it for himself. After old ancestor Xuehu defeated the two rank 8s, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land status immediately rose. Its reputation in the Gu Immortal world reached an unprecedented peak. Old ancestor Xuehu summoned Fairy Li Shan. He thought that she blocked Yao Huang and protected Minuscule Mountain. He requested Fairy Li Shan to increase her contribution points and gave her many missions to collect immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan was in an awkward situation. He had just obtained Fangsuan Mountain. Although he had asked Tai Bai Yunxing to help him restore Fangsuan Mountain, he still had a large sum of money left. However, he was still heavily injured. Originally, she had used Mountain Pledge Gu to accumulate a lot of savings and was very wealthy. However, due to the fact that he had invested heavily in He Lulan, his savings had been rapidly depleted and had already dried up. Cultivating on one's own would consume countless resources. It was already very difficult. Many Gu Immortals did not have a source of income. They could not make ends meet. They could only work for others and run around. Even if there was a financial pillar, there would always be profits and losses in business. Things like Mountain Alliance vows and Guts Gu transactions were rare. How could they be common? Most importantly, there were also natural disasters and earthly tribulations. After a single one, many of their operations and efforts would be for naught. Heavenly tribulations and earthly disasters occurred one after another. Even if the Gu Immortals made it through, they would usually feel disheartened when they see the ruined immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan was very bold. She supported herself. He also strongly supported He Lulan. He Lulan did not have a source of income. The huge demand for the two of them to cultivate was all on her. No matter how bold she was, her financial resources were also starting to run out. However, Other than immortal yuan stone and immortal materials, Fairy Li Shan still had many other things. A lot of precious information. The value was very high. Fairy Li Shan had a lot of connections. She was the most outstanding information collector. The immortal materials that Fang Yuan had. He wanted to use them for the refinement path convention. But since he had enough of them, he could sell some to Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement, but his request was for one of Fairy Li Shan's immortal killer moves. He had been coveting this immortal killer move for a long time. Now was the best time to extort her. Fang Yuan naturally had to grab hold of this opportunity. Fairy Li Shan heard Fang Yuan's request and thought to herself, he really did mention this. Her mouth was filled with bitterness. But the situation was beyond her control. Even if Fairy Li Shan was unwilling, what could she do? Time made luck. This was the name of the immortal killer move that Fang Yuan obtained from Fairy Li Shan. This immortal killer move used time luck immortal goo as the core to plunder other people's lifespan and obtain a temporary increase in luck. Fang Yuan obtained time luck immortal goo from Fairy Li Shan. He had wanted to use inch of time goo to replace lifespan, and use it with time luck immortal goo, but it failed. Inch of time and time luck immortal goo could be used together, but the former's expenditure was too high. Later, Fang Yuan wanted to deduce an immortal killer move to reduce inch of time goo's expenditure. But he failed again. Even though he could use wisdom goo's light and had unlimited inspiration, he had too few thoughts in his mind, he could not use them. He had been refining malicious thought goo and memory thought goo, but they were not enough, he did not have enough left. Even if he had enough thoughts, Fang Yuan's time path attainment level was not high enough. To obtain the fruits of success there was very little hope. But Fang Yuan already knew that Fairy Li Shan had such an immortal killer move, using time luck immortal goo as the core. If used well, it would be a source of income that would not lose to mountain pledge goo. Thus, Fang Yuan used this rare opportunity to ask for this immortal killer move. After obtaining it, he immediately inspected it. Feeling a little strange, he asked Fairy Li Shan, "Where did you get this killer move from?" "I cannot reveal that." Fairy Li Shan had a cold expression. She was in a bad mood. Fang Yuan was taking advantage of her, but she had to ask for his help, she had to compromise. The concept of this killer move is very familiar. Could it be Northern Plains lone cultivator Yi Qiuzi? This person displayed his brilliance during the Five Regions War. He was a secluded person who did not care about worldly matters, but when a battle broke out between Northern Plains and Central Continent's Gu Immortals, the battle affected his residence, causing him to attack in anger and capture 3 Gu Immortals alive in an instant. Northern Plains asked him to help, but he refused, but because of the alliance he used a time path killer move on the Northern Plains Gu Immortals to protect themselves. That killer move's name was very strange, it was very short, only one word. Not long after, it spread throughout the 5 regions. Fang Yuan had heard of it in his previous life. It was called Kai. The effect of the killer move was to delay the damage, giving the Gu Immortals some time to find a way to heal themselves. For example, if a Gu Immortal was implanted with Kai and suffered a fatal blow, the injury would not act up immediately, it would only erupt after some time. This would give the Gu Immortal a lot of chances to find help. During this time, the Gu Immortal could escape, to get a chance to rest and save themselves, to fly back to their comrades, to get help from others. Even if they had to die, they could give their own cultivation resources to their juniors, placing their blessed land in a hidden location. They would not be helping the enemy. Northern Plains Gu Immortals had great battle strength, but they were fewer in numbers than Central Continent. Central Continent had taken the initiative to attack first. They set up traps and killed a group of Northern Plains Gu Immortals, causing Northern Plains Gu Immortals to be suppressed and defeated. But with the appearance of Kai, Northern Plains Gu Immortal casualties fell sharply. It affected the battle situation to a large extent. In the end, it caused Central Continent and Northern Plains to be in a deadlock, causing Central Continent's plan to quickly attack Northern Plains and take over this region to be destroyed. If it is really Night King Z, then Fairy Li Shan's immortal killer move that can delay the damage from violating the oath is probably Kai. Fairy Li Shan's connections really cannot be underestimated. To be able to get this lone cultivator to help, I wonder what price she paid? Fang Yuan felt that this possibility was not small. Among Gu Immortals there were many who hid their tracks. They did not participate in battles, they did not gather, they cultivated in seclusion. Many people, even though they had obtained many astonishing achievements, died and fell. They were not known by the world. For example, the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he had hidden himself deeply when he was alive, his reputation was unknown. Only when Starry Sky Grotto Heaven appeared did his profound cultivation level show. There were actually many such Gu immortals. Rank 6, rank 7. There were even rank 8s. At least, Fang Yuan knew that Northern Plains had more than 5 rank 8 Gu immortals. But they were hidden. Fang Yuan thought of Zishan Makoto. This mysterious Gu immortal did not show any traces of him even during the 5 regions' chaotic war. He could not help but sigh. There are so many rivers and rivers, there are so many experts in the world. Fairy Li Shan did not reveal any information about Night King Z from start to finish. This transaction was settled. No matter what price she had to pay, she had achieved her original goal. Fairy Li Shan brought a batch of immortal materials back to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. In the following period of time, she would focus on recuperating and dealing with the backlash from violating the alliance agreement. She would also go around collecting information on how to raise mini-man tribes, hoping to gain benefits as soon as possible. As for He Lulan, she stayed behind. Fang Yuan brought her along as they flew. In a short while, they arrived at their destination. The two looked down from the sky. They saw that on the wide ground, there were lush green grass. There were 3 gigantic black and gray buildings. These were the 3 stone nests in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There were countless rooms in the stone nests. Each room had at least one hairy man who was refining Gu continuously. It was bustling with activity and order. This was a large-scale Gu refinement base created using the concept of an industrial assembly line on Earth. The refinement process of a Gu worm was divided into dozens or even hundreds of steps. Each hairy man was only in charge of one step of the refinement. Not only could the Gu recipe be kept a secret, it could also raise the proficiency of the Gu refinement, thus increasing the success rate and output of the Gu refinement. At the bottom of the stone nests, air sac Gu were produced one after another. Of course, there were explosions in the stone nests from time to time. The explosions varied in size, some even caused fires. The hairy men were covered in flames as they screamed in pain. But their screams would not spread, they would not disturb the other hairy men's refinement. Each room had a sound isolation device. Not only was it to prevent interference, it was also to prevent the hairy men from communicating. To increase their control, they could only refine Gu obediently. Gu refinement had its risks. It was not lower than battle. But once something like an explosion occurred, Gu worms would fly out of the room, spray water to put out the fire, heal the wounds and so on. If the Gu refinement failed, the hairy men would suffer backlash. They would be considered lucky if they could preserve their lives. The price of some failures was death on the spot. Or their brains would atrophy, they would have a mental breakdown, their limbs would be crippled, they would no longer be able to refine Gu worms. For those with light injuries, Fang Yuan would heal them. If the injuries were severe and they became vegetative, the cost of healing them would be too high. Fang Yuan would directly give them up and euthanize them. Chapter 823. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Mortal Gu contained a trace of laws, while immortal Gu were fragments of the great Tao. Gu refinement involved the fusion and collision of the laws of the great Tao. It was more mysterious than chemistry, and more dangerous than handling gunpowder. Fang Yuan stood in the sky and observed for a while. More than 10 hairy men failed in the Gu refinement and were injured, some even died on the spot. He could not help but sigh internally. As my business expands, the loss of hairy men is also becoming more prominent. Hairy man slaves were the most expensive slaves, even more expensive than human Gu masters. This was somewhat inconceivable. Why was the price of humans lower than hairy men? It was easy to understand. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. The human heart was fickle and not easy to control. Variant humans, on the other hand, had simpler thoughts. Fang Yuan could control so many hairy men and refine Gu day and night, giving them limited time to eat and sleep with no entertainment. If these hairy men were replaced by human Gu masters, it would be impossible. Human Gu masters had to work in such a dangerous environment for a long time, without rest or entertainment. They would definitely be filled with resentment and would have thoughts of rebelling. The simple arrangements in the stone nests could not resist human wisdom. They would definitely destroy them secretly and quickly collude with each other. When they think the time is ripe, they would rebel against Yuxing or even use force to rebel. Thus, Fang Yuan would rather buy the most expensive hairy man slaves than the human Gu master slaves. Thus, Fairy Li Shan wanted to obtain Minuscule Mountain by all means. Not only because Minuscule Mountain had rare Gu refinement materials, but also because it was the headquarters of the Mini-Man tribe. She could control the Mini-Man tribe. The benefits were huge. Otherwise, the crafty Dongfang Naginori would not have formed an alliance with the Mini-Man tribe. I did not feel the loss of hairy men before. That was because the scale was small, and now there are 3 stone nests. The workload of Gu refinement has always been huge, thus it is becoming more obvious. If this goes on and no changes are made, it will not be a good thing. Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his heart. At this time He Lulan also suggested, Fang Yuan, your hairy men are losing quite a lot. In a month, hundreds of hairy men would lose their lives. Thinking about it carefully, it made one's heart ache. If this number could be reduced, the cost would be reduced. The Guts-Gu trade will earn even more. If she had not been pulled in by Fang Yuan to participate in the Guts-Gu transaction, she might not have said anything. But now the Guts-Gu trade was also related to He Lulan's benefits, so she immediately raised the issue. Fang Yuan nodded. To solve this problem we have to start from two aspects. The first was to modify the gu recipe to reduce the risk and refine the steps. It made every step safer and had a higher success rate. Secondly, you can raise your own hairy men so you don't need to buy them at a high price. He Lulan shook her head. The first method is too difficult. Gu recipes were refined and refined, they had to be modified on such a foundation. Breaking down the steps was difficult. The energy spent. I'm afraid that the amount of resources invested in the experiment is not a small amount. She modified the gu recipe. She did not think highly of it at all. But she did not know that Fang Yuan had wisdom gu. Although he could not use it directly, he could use the light of wisdom to gain unlimited inspiration. For Fang Yuan, the difficulty of modifying a gu recipe was whether he had enough thoughts in his mind to expend. Fang Yuan naturally would not say this, he said without changing his expression. The second method is not easy either. I do not have any methods to raise hairy men. The ones sold in the market outside are all male hairy men, there are very few females and children, this is to prevent other gu immortals from raising them. Raising hairy men and variant humans was much more difficult than raising fierce beasts or planting plants. A country is difficult to govern because the people have too much intelligence. Although this sentence was biased, there was a certain degree of truth in it. The more intelligence they had, the harder it was to control them. Hairy men would move around, they would find loopholes, they would gather and cause trouble. Fang Yuan was well aware. With his foundation, if he wanted to raise hairy men, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. His previous life's memories were not of any help. He could vaguely remember his life on Earth in his previous life. When he raised goldfish, he did not change the water frequently, did not provide oxygen, and fed them too much food. One would die every 2 to 3 days, half a month later, all the goldfish were dead. Raising hairy men was naturally much harder than raising goldfish. Hairy men's habits, living environment and other aspects that required attention were even more complicated. Fang Yuan had raised rockmen before, the rockman tribe in whose immortal blessed land was once very strong. But that was because Guts-Gu could make the rockmen's souls grow rapidly, allowing them to split and reproduce. Thus this was purely a cheating method if Fang Yuan were to raise rockmen. 2 to 3 years later, no matter how many rockmen there were, they would all be dead. Of course, the experience of raising hairy men could be bought from other gu immortals. Back then, when Fang Yuan was cultivating star fragment grass, he had bought some shallow experience of planting. But the value of these two was simply like heaven and earth. If he wanted to buy the experience of raising hairy men, the price would be extremely high. It was like buying one of the top 100 companies on earth. How much money would he have to pay? Fang Yuan did not eat, drink or spend with his earning speed, he would need many years to accumulate. I only have 20 to 30 pieces of immortal yuan stone left in my inventory. Although I obtained the dragonfish, regretful spiders, eerie fire dragon pythons, and obtained the method of raising them from Dongfang Naganori's soul, I still need to invest in them. Even if I do, I cannot sell them to Jewel Yellow Skies, I would need to resell them to other places. After all, I still need to lie low for a while. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. In other words, the future was bright, but the situation was awkward. Fang Yuan tossed aside the complicated thoughts in his mind and said to He Lulan, "All right, I have already informed Little Hu Immortal and made the arrangements, I will not send you off. For the next period of time, you will eat and live in the stone nests. I have already given the order to refine air sac gu in the 3 stone nests, you will need to help. When the earthly calamity arrives and I need your help, I will call for you." He Lulan heard this and immediately felt that something was amiss. Hearing Fang Yuan's tone, he was completely using her as a laborer. Fang Yuan saw that her expression was somewhat ugly, but did not say anything. He pretended not to see it. If he did not squeeze He Lulan's greatest value out of her, how could it be his style? After making the arrangements for He Lulan, Fang Yuan returned to Danghun Palace. He opened the secret door and entered the secret room. He once again saw Dongfang Naganori's soul. The soul was extremely weak and was firmly imprisoned here. Even when it saw Fang Yuan, it did not move. Fang Yuan had intentionally weakened it, so Dongfang Naganori's soul was extremely weak. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless, he was very wary of this old fox. But now he had to search its soul again. But he had to replenish it first. Immediately, Fang Yuan crushed a few air sac goo and used guts goo on Dongfang Naganori's soul. The soul quickly recovered in the blink of an eye, it had recovered by more than half. Fang Yuan stretched out his monstrous claw and pressed on the soul searching it. Dongfang Naganori did not resist at all. After all, Fang Yuan had already searched it thoroughly, he had no secrets from Fang Yuan. He seemed to have completely accepted his fate, his heart was dead. A legendary figure. Falling to such a state, it was truly a pity. Fang Yuan, however, remained vigilant. After soul searching, he checked the goo worm arrangements in the secret room. To prevent any accidents from happening, he did not leave any hope for Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw all these actions. His heart was cold to the bone. He thought, how did I end up in the hands of such a person? There was no path to heaven, no door to earth, a hopeless situation was a path. There was no chance of survival. While feeling despair in his heart, he also felt a strange sense of admiration. On Fang Yuan's body, Dongfang Naganori felt like he was looking at another version of himself. Fang Yuan left the secret room and closed the secret door, inspecting it carefully and making sure there were no mistakes before returning to the main hall. He sat cross-legged on the bed, star thoughts surging in his mind as he fell into deep contemplation. Dongfang Naganori had no more secrets, he had basically been squeezed dry. But Fang Yuan still kept him alive, mainly to set a trap for Minuscule Mountain. Currently, even though Minuscule Mountain was owned by Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan could not snatch it due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance. But the alliance agreement was not impossible. For example, Fairy Li Shan's Time Path Killer move could delay the damage from breaking the oath. Furthermore, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. Dongfang Naganori had established an alliance agreement with Minuscule Mountain. From Dongfang Naganori, Fang Yuan learned that this alliance agreement also used Mountain Pledge Goo. It should be on Minuscule Mountain. The two sides of the alliance agreement were not just Dongfang Naganori and the Miniman Goo Immortal, but the whole of Dongfang tribe and Miniman tribe. The Miniman tribe, Fairy Li Shan was definitely going to raise them and make use of them. This way Dongfang Naganori's soul still had some value, it was a useful weapon. But this weapon could not be used now, there might not be a chance to use it in the future. But Fang Yuan was hiding it, he was just casually laying down a chess piece, it was better to be prepared. He was thinking about the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo now. This time he soul searched Dongfang Naganori for the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo. Cleansed Soul Immortal Goo's feeding required the flesh of tens of thousands of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo, but Fang Yuan did not have this amount. Although he had checked before, this time Fang Yuan confirmed once again. Dongfang Naganori's White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo was just an unexpected gain. That place was a natural cave, the heavenly power of nature created it, it was an environment suitable for the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo to live in. Furthermore, Dongfang Naganori captured all of these goo worms, he did not miss any. A large portion of them were used in the Phantom Formation, they played a crucial role. The remaining White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo were now in Fang Yuan's hands. Now those who lost to Fang Yuan had two choices. One was to use the limited amount of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo in his hands to research and experiment, reverse deduce the goo recipe, and even reverse deduce the method to nurture White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo. If this method succeeded, there would be an endless supply of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo in the future. But if it failed, these White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo would be used up in experiments, there was not enough to feed them, the remaining ones would not even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth, Cleansed Soul Immortal Goo would starve to death. The other choice was to feed it directly. Don't care about experiments or long-term plans. But even so, the amount of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo was not enough. At most, it could only allow Cleansed Soul Immortal Goo to escape from the brink of starvation and be in a half-full state. Fang Yuan originally had a vague hope. He hoped to obtain some new White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo from the place where Dongfang Naganori obtained them. However, the reality of this soul search had shattered his illusions. Fang Yuan thought for a while before opening his eyes, he finally made up his mind. Chapter 824. Forget it. To be safe, I will use all of these to feed it. Cleansed Soul Immortal Goo is already very hungry, it is very weak, if I don't feed it now, it will starve to death. As for the next feeding, I can only wait for the future. Fang Yuan was a demonic path cultivator, he liked to take risks, but he did not take risks blindly. He had to weigh the benefits and risks. Holding on to a fluke mentality, thinking that his luck was good and taking risks, he would often be taught a lesson by the cruel reality. Cleansed soul immortal goo was in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. It was only the size of an adult's fist, it was like a tadpole, its entire body was gray and shriveled, it was lying on the ground motionlessly. Fang Yuan willed, using the power of goo worms, he cut open the white lotus giant silkworm goo, taking out the flesh and blood and sending it to Cleansed soul immortal goo. Cleansed soul immortal goo's body shook slightly, it did not have any strength to climb up and eat. Fang Yuan could only place Cleansed soul immortal goo on the flesh. Cleansed soul immortal goo moved restlessly for a moment, before calming down, it quietly swallowed the blood on the flesh bit by bit. After a while, the blood entered its stomach, it finally had some strength, it opened its mouth wider and started to eat the white lotus giant silkworm goo's tender flesh and blood. It ate more and more, its shriveled body was like an inflated balloon, gradually recovering its plumpness. His grayish-white body also showed a trace of gloomy luster. When all of the white lotus giant silkworm goo were killed, and Cleansed soul immortal goo finished eating their flesh and blood, Cleansed soul immortal goo was no longer as weak as before. It could already fly freely in the air. It was like a gray tadpole, its round head was like a half-blown balloon. Its tail was wagging behind its head, it was swimming slowly. It was like an old man, weak and feeble. It opened its mouth occasionally, its mouth took up half of its head, now it could open its mouth completely and make some noises. Fang Yuan knew that it was not satisfied, it still wanted to eat. Unfortunately, the white lotus giant silkworm goo were all used up, not a single one was left. Even though he could not satisfy Cleansed soul immortal goo, Fang Yuan still let out a sigh of relief. At least Cleansed soul immortal goo was temporarily out of the awkward situation of starving to death. Fang Yuan had already decided to abandon it. Now that it was still alive, it could be considered a happy ending. More importantly, he had one precious time. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future, but it was indeed full of possibilities. Cleansed soul immortal goo was not full yet, Fang Yuan kept it and tried not to use it. After solving the problem of Cleansed soul immortal goo's feeding problem, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief, but he did not rest. Instead, he made the best use of his time and rushed to the underground cave. In the underground cave there was a small forest. The tallest Ganoderma lucidum king was over 20 feet tall. He directly pushed against the cave wall. The Ganoderma lucidum was like a giant umbrella, covering the left and right. When Fang Yuan arrived, he found the rank 9 wisdom goo. It was flying around the Ganoderma lucidum king like a child playing. Flapping its wings, it flew up and down in midair. Occasionally, it would hit the Ganoderma lucidum king. It was sent flying by the latter's elastic body. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he already had many immortal goo, but compared to these immortal goo, the rank 9 wisdom goo seemed to have a lot of intelligence, it was very different from others. Thinking back to the legends of Renzu, wisdom goo, strength goo and others could even converse with Renzu. Of course, this could be a rhetorical exaggeration of fables. But Fang Yuan also knew that wisdom goo could be communicated with. It was because he could communicate with it that he took away wisdom goo at the crucial moment of Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, and now he could use its light of wisdom. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, wisdom goo stopped flying, it stopped on the Ganoderma lucidum king's trunk. When Fang Yuan found a short and thick Ganoderma lucidum and sat down on it, wisdom goo started to emit the light of wisdom quietly, enveloping Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan activated Star Thought Goo. Star Thought Goo was a one-time consumable goo. As Star Thought Goo were expended one after another, thoughts appeared in Fang Yuan's mind continuously. At once, it was like starlight was shining in his mind. After a while, it became like a summer night sky, countless stars were shining together, it was a beautiful sight. Fang Yuan tried to deduce. Immediately, the star thoughts in his mind became excited, it was like pouring a large basin of hot water into a pot. Stars filled the sky, shining brightly, they collided with each other and bounced away. Unlimited inspiration, unparalleled possibilities, all sorts of answers and complex processes were formed in an instant. Fang Yuan stopped and opened his eyes, his gaze revealing deep joy. Earlier he was just testing his skills, this wisdom path inheritance did not disappoint him, it was even better than he had expected. Dongfang Naginori's wisdom path inheritance is indeed very good at deduction. Star thoughts are very durable, according to initial estimates, one star thought can resist 3 to 4 evil thoughts and memory thoughts. Fang Yuan compared in his mind. In wisdom path there were thoughts, wills and emotions. In terms of thoughts, there were many types and types, it was not an exaggeration to say that there were thousands of them. Thoughts were differentiated from each other, they had their own advantages and disadvantages. For example, evil thoughts were good at scheming against others, while memory thoughts were good at excavating information from memories. But these two were very ordinary when used to deduce things. Star thoughts were not good at scheming against others, they were also not good at excavating information from memories, but they were very useful when used to deduce things. One star thought could resist 3 to 4 other thoughts. This ratio was not very impressive. But think about it, how many thoughts would one need to deduce an immortal goo recipe or immortal killer move? After this number was magnified, the difference was huge. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands or even millions of thoughts were expended. The advantage of using star thoughts to deduce was simply too huge. It could be said that the star thought wisdom path inheritance was the most suitable for Fang Yuan. All along, Fang Yuan had hated not having enough thoughts. The light of wisdom expended a lot of thoughts. No matter how many thoughts he had, they would all be expended. Fang Yuan had a lot of deductions in his hands. First was to deduce the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. Previously he did not succeed, he only completed a small portion. Second was to perfect the immortal goo recipe blood deity. He did not succeed either. Just a little. Third was to deduce an immortal killer move, using time luck immortal goo and minute light mortal goo together, reducing the expenditure of minute light and temporarily increasing one's luck. Fang Yuan had tried this before, but he failed completely. The reason was that his time path attainment level was too low. Now there was no need to deduce it, because Fang Yuan had already obtained an even better immortal killer move, time assist luck, from Fairy Li Shan. Fourth was to fuse pulling mountain and pulling water, these two strength path immortal goo, into the immortal killer move myriad self, to increase the power of myriad self. Fifth was to modify the refinement recipes of air sac goo and others. Dividing the steps into smaller steps would lower the risk of the goo refinement, and reduce the loss of hairy men. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, gradually calming his mind. Vaguely familiar face had to be deduced first, because the situation was getting more and more tense. Fang Yuan had to travel outside. He needed an immortal disguise to prevent his identity from being exposed. Modifying the recipes of air sac goo and others was not an urgent matter. Moreover, this plan involved too many things. In the future, Fang Yuan would refine goo on a large scale, not just air sac goo, malicious thought goo, memory thought goo, and star thought goo. As for blood deity, it was only a long-term plan, it was not even necessary. After all, Fang Yuan was walking strength path now. He planned to cultivate time path or wisdom path. He did not want to develop blood path. If it were before, Fang Yuan would naturally focus on deducing the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. But now that Hu immortal blessed land was facing an impending earthly calamity, Fang Yuan had to consider it first. He had to fuse pulling mountain immortal goo into the killer move myriad self. Fang Yuan closed his eyes tightly. He calmed down and started to deduce. The starlight in his mind responded, countless star thoughts were boiling. Time passed, an hour, 4 hours, half a day, 1 day, 2 days. Only on the afternoon of the 3rd day did Fang Yuan open his eyes. Even though he had an immortal zombie body, his face was filled with weariness and exhaustion. I finally fused pulling mountain immortal goo into the killer move myriad self. Myriad self's power has increased by 10%. If it is used against earth path goo immortals or some mountain or meteorite, the effect will be even higher, the power will increase by 20%. Fang Yuan inspected star thought goo again. There were close to 40,000 star thought goo left in his immortal aperture. There were originally over 50,000 star thought goo, that was to say, this deduction only used over 10,000 star thought goo. Star thought goo was truly durable. Of course, this durability is used to deduce things. Using star thought to plot against others and think of schemes is still better than malicious thought. In terms of memory, star thought goo is not as durable as memory thought goo. Be it star thought goo, memory thought goo, or malicious thought goo, he still needed to refine and stock them up. This plan had a long way to go. Looking at the time, it was not time for Hu immortal blessed land's tribulation yet. But if he used this time to deduce the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face, there was not enough time, he would not be able to deduce anything. Fang Yuan returned to Danghun Palace and continued to research on the wisdom path inheritance. This immortal level wisdom path inheritance had a huge amount of content. It included hundreds of mortal goo recipes, more than 10 immortal goo recipes, dozens of mortal killer moves, and close to 10 immortal killer moves. They involved offense, defense, advancement and retreat, storage, healing, and other aspects. Other than that, there were all sorts of wisdom path methods and techniques. For example, cultivation methods to expand the mind space, and methods to modify the heart and form the heart aperture. There was also knowledge of astronomy and geography, the distribution of resources in the 5 regions, the general situation of Northern Plains forces, as well as introducing the dangers one would encounter in cultivation and how to resolve them. There was also information on Gu Master's immortal ascension, the introduction of all sorts of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, as well as how to deal with them. Of course, there were also introductions of other paths like fire path, metal path, space path, time path, and others, the strengths and weaknesses of the Gu immortals of these paths, their needs and how to deal with them in battle. There was also discussion on management methods, how to manage a Gu immortal blessed land to allow one to survive and advance in cultivation. It could be said that this was a Gu Master's encyclopedia of cultivation. It allowed one to have a foothold in reality, distinguish between right and wrong, grasp methods to survive and deal with enemies, and cultivate to become stronger. This inheritance was not the work of the Creator, that star path Gu immortal of the celestial court alone. Instead, every Gu immortal who inherited this inheritance and used it to cultivate continued to add and improve on the content. Generation after generation, they expended a lot of effort and finally formed a cultivation manual. Feng Yuan could see a lot of the ancient history of Central Continent and Northern Plains from it. At the end of the Immortal Killer move, he found that the last inheritor, Dongfeng Naganori, added a new Immortal Killer move, Hataru. Chapter 825. The value of this inheritance was self-evident. It was even more valuable than the blood path true inheritance that Feng Yuan obtained in his previous life. Even Feng Yuan sighed, if I could obtain this inheritance earlier, be it in my previous life or current life, I would have become a Gu immortal long ago. Feng Yuan had wasted so many years, stumbling along the path of cultivation, carefully crossing the river while feeling the rocks. Only then did he have today's achievement. In comparison, Dongfeng Naganori obtained this inheritance when he was still a Gu master. His luck was truly enviable. Eastern Sea Yulu blessed land. The drizzle continued, hazy like smoke. A group of Gu immortals from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters were trapped inside, cautiously looking for a way out. Damn it, don't let the drizzle fall on you, it has the ability to weaken immortal essence. The leading immortal zombie, Shark Demon, suddenly had a change in expression as he shouted to warn the immortals behind him. Shark Demon could be said to be very experienced, his reaction was extremely fast. The moment this seemingly harmless drizzle appeared, he immediately realized that he was being attacked. Hearing his warning, the immortals quickly used all sorts of methods to erect defenses against the drizzle. But it was useless. This drizzle is actually pervasive. Is this Fairy Yulu's famous immortal killer move, vanishing immortal essence scattering rain? One of the immortal zombies suddenly thought of a crucial piece of information, his expression turning ugly. Even if it is the famous vanishing immortal powder, it can't be this strange and powerful, our defensive methods are all useless. Another immortal zombie shouted. His tone was filled with fear. I know. In the previous round we were all hit by that immortal killer move Rain Do Stain. Thus we came to this round. We were hit by the vanishing immortal powder but could not defend against it, we could only let it fall on us. Immortal zombie Su Baiman's eyes shined brightly. Suddenly he said. The immortals quickly conversed. After getting the answer, their moods also turned heavy. This was not the first time they had attacked Yulu Blessed Land. There were many rounds in Yulu Blessed Land, and between the rounds they were very difficult to deal with. This group of Gu immortals were mostly immortal zombies. A total of 7 people, 5 of them were immortal zombies. Since the immortal aperture of an immortal zombie was already dead, the Blessed Land could not be operated. It was lifeless and could not produce immortal essence at all. Thus, in order for immortal zombies to obtain immortal essence, they could only convert it from the immortal Yuan stone. An immortal zombie's immortal essence was much more precious than ordinary Gu immortals, it was not easy to obtain. Now that the immortals entered this trial before the battle even began, there was already immortal scattering primordial rain that fell, melting away their immortal essence, simply hitting right at their weak point. He watched as the immortal essence that he had painstakingly accumulated melted away one by one. The immortal zombies all felt their hearts ache. They hurriedly discussed and quickly reached a consensus. They had to get through this hurdle as soon as possible and find a way out. Otherwise they would be in danger. The immortals displayed their various methods. However, an hour passed and there was no progress. Not good, this battlefield killer move is so hard to unravel. More than 30 beads of my immortal essence have already been melted away. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's second disciple. Rank 8 Great Expert. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was most proficient in battlefield killer moves. Fairy Yulu was his disciple. She has already learned the essence. Not only did she grasp many well-known battlefield killer moves, he even introduced the old and brought forth the new, creating his own original creation. This battlefield killer move is her original creation. There is no record of it in history. This battlefield killer move does not seem to have any offensive power, but it has a huge space inside. Together with Immortal Scattering Primordial Rain, it is simply exhausting us to death. What should we do? Almost all of their methods were used. The Gu Immortals were panicking. The leader, Shark Demon, had an ashen expression. He stared at the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in the group and shouted, "Budan, what are you doing? After so long, you still can't deduce the flaw of this battlefield killer move." Budan was scolded and quickly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, saying anxiously, "I am useless. This battlefield killer move is profound and profound. It surpasses the previous battlefield killer moves by a huge level. My Wisdom Path inheritance is already mostly incomplete. I cannot think of a way to decipher it." This Budan was actually a living person, a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, but he was scolded by the immortal zombie Shark Demon, like an obedient child, obeying obediently. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of Zombie Alliance. It was different from the other 4 regions. It was a huge force that surpassed ordinary super forces. Zombie Alliance's headquarters not only had many immortal zombie experts, there were also living Gu Immortals. These living Gu Immortals had lower statuses than immortal zombies. Shark Demon's anger dissipated after scolding. He said in a dejected tone, "Budan is useless. We can only use Profound Ice House and forcefully blast it, see if we can create a path." The other Gu Immortals were overjoyed. Some had shining eyes. To think that Lord Shark Demon would actually use Profound Ice House in this trip. Tai Bai Yunqing's eyes were also shining brightly. In Eastern Sea, Zombie Alliance was extremely powerful. It was a dominating force. It was the leader of the super forces. Forget about others, it had 3 immortal Gu houses. Of course, only one was complete, the other 2 were damaged beyond repair. But even if it was an incomplete immortal Gu house, it could barely be activated. Its power was extraordinary. Shark Demon was a rank 7 expert. Ever since Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters took the mission to attack Yulu Blessed Land, he had entered the Blessed Land many times and passed many rounds. The more rounds he passed, the more importance he placed on Yulu Blessed Land. In this trip to the Blessed Land, under the persuasion of his wife Su Baiman, he spent a lot of money to rent Profound Ice House from Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon immediately took out Profound Ice House. It was not big, it was round like a sphere. The outside seemed to be made of thick ice bricks. Once it was taken out, it gave off a cold aura, causing the surrounding Gu Immortals to shiver. Shark Demon was silent. He opened the door of the ice house and entered. Next came his beloved wife, Su Baiman, and then the remaining 5 people entered in a single file. When they entered the house, it was a huge spherical space without any furnishings. The immortals floated inside. They were surrounded by a layer of cold white light. Within the white light, there were traces of golden light. After a few breaths of time, the golden light stabilized. It was like golden threads were intertwining, forming a formation diagram. Shark Demon commanded the immortals to their positions. Standing on the formation core, he ordered, "Everyone expend your immortal essence. Activate this immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house will record how much immortal essence you expend." Everyone knew that activating this immortal Gu house expended a lot of immortal essence. Activating it this time would cause them to expend even more immortal essence than before. If not for this flaw, Shark Demon would have activated the immortal Gu house long ago. The immortals had entered Yulu Blessed Land this time. They had not killed any strong enemies or encountered any battles. They had already suffered huge losses. They had expended a lot of immortal essence. They were feeling stifled. But after hearing this, they put away their dark thoughts. They had to put in their best effort. 15 minutes later, on the calm surface of Eastern Sea, a huge icy meteor suddenly shot out. The meteor had an extremely strong momentum. It broke through the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, it shot up hundreds of feet into the sky. In the sky, this meteor suddenly stopped. It turned from extreme motion to extreme stillness, revealing its true form. It was the rank 6 immortal Gu house, Profound Ice Incomplete House. "Come out." Inside the house, Shark Demon had a defeated expression. He shouted. Shortly after, the door opened. The immortals flew out, floating in the sky. In the sky, the immortals looked down. Waves were surging on the surface of the sea, breaking the calm. It was caused by profound ice incomplete house breaking through the surface of the sea. But the Immortals' thoughts were focused on that Yulu-blessed land at the bottom of the sea. The Immortals had already attacked Yulu-blessed land more than once, they had won and lost. This was not the first time he had suffered such a setback, but it was the most depressing one he had ever experienced. To attack Yulu-blessed land, the key was not to force their way in, they had to consider a balance. This Yulu-blessed land was already under the control of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, without competition from other forces. The proper way to attack it was to take it one step at a time. Facing such a profound battlefield killer move, even if they used profound ice incomplete house, the Immortals could only charge out of the blessed land, they could not break it. In that case, how should he break through this stage next? Shark Demon was the last to walk out. He put away profound ice incomplete house, feeling dejected as he thought, "This is a huge loss. Not only did we not gain anything from attacking Yulu blessed land, we even used profound ice incomplete house. When we return to Zombie Alliance, we will have to pay a huge sum of contribution points. Thankfully we had this profound ice incomplete house, otherwise we would still be trapped there." Gu Immortal Budan spoke, feeling some lingering fear. Shark Demon stared at him fiercely, the latter kept quiet. The other Gu Immortals nodded slightly, they felt very fortunate that Shark Demon had brought profound ice incomplete house with him. This vanishing immortal scattered essence rain killer move is too powerful. Even the immortal Gu house could not defend against it, it landed on us directly. At the side, Tai Bai Yunxing, who had participated in this trip, suddenly spoke. Seeing that it was Tai Bai Yunxing who spoke, Shark Demon's expression softened. He replied, "That is because this profound ice incomplete house's greatest use is to help Ice Path Gu Immortals cultivate. Don't look at how it looks on the outside, the inside is very damaged, it was barely repaired to a usable state. If it was a complete immortal Gu house, even if we were hit by it, we would definitely be able to defend against it." "So that's the case." Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, not saying anything else. "Alright, this exploration of Yulu blessed land is over, everyone is dismissed." Shark Demon waved his hand as he announced. The immortals quickly dispersed. Tai Bai Yunxing, however, was not in a hurry to leave. "Sir Tai Bai, what's the matter?" Su Baiman asked. This immortal zombie couple had a very good attitude towards Tai Bai Yunxing. The reason was naturally because of the man as before immortal Gu in Tai Bai Yunxing's possession. Tai Bai Yunxing smiled. "Both of you know that I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal, I have been in Eastern Sea for some time now." Shark Demon and Su Baiman looked at each other, nodding. They had known this long ago. Tai Bai Yunxing did not have methods like Kanyang Laojun, he could not conceal his aura, it could not be faked. Thus, his identity as a Northern Plains Gu immortal was exposed long ago. But this was not strange. Because Eastern Sea had earth tides. Every once in a while, boundless earth force would surge from the depths of the trench. It was a grand and majestic force of nature. It was powerful and terrifying, far exceeding the limits of rank 8 Gu immortals. When the earth force surged and stirred the seawater, it formed an earth tide. The earth tide was extremely powerful, it could easily create a tsunami that was 1,000 feet tall. Chapter 826. When Gu immortals passed through the regional wall, it was extremely difficult and arduous. But every year at this time, because of the earth tide, Eastern Sea's regional wall would become weak. There would be Gu immortals from Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border who would take the chance to enter Eastern Sea. Of course, a small number of Eastern Sea Gu immortals would take the chance to enter Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border. Thus, it was not strange for Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border Gu immortals to come to Eastern Sea. Only Western Desert Gu immortals were truly rare in Eastern Sea. Because Western Desert and Eastern Sea were not connected, they were separated by Central Continent. Once Western Desert Gu immortals appeared in Eastern Sea, they would definitely attract attention. There were 5 regions in the world: Central Continent, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Western Desert and Eastern Sea. Among them, Central Continent had the strongest overall strength with countless Gu master sections. Southern Border had a myriad of mountains and mountain ranges. Northern Plains grassland was flat and boundless, the tribes were the most mobile and battle-hungry. And Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources. In the vast sea area, in the deep sea, there were countless fish, prawns and sea beasts, as well as countless minerals and precious stones. Gu immortals from Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border came to Eastern Sea mostly for these resources. It was a common situation. Especially in Northern Plains, it was a battlefield with the most scarce resources. There were many Northern Plains Gu immortals who came to Eastern Sea to seek opportunities to develop or to seek shelter. Tai Bai Yunxing continued, thanks to the two of you, I have developed well in Eastern Sea, thus my immortal aperture is gradually becoming unstable. The earth tide is coming. I am going to use this chance to return to northern plains and place down my blessed land. I will stabilize my immortal aperture and face the earthly calamity. So that's it. Shark Demon nodded. We should have thought of it, Sir Tai Bai. You need to be careful when you go. Maybe you can let us escort you? Su Baiman smiled and suggested. Tai Bai Yunxing waved his hand. No need, no need. Shark Demon and Su Baiman saw Tai Bai Yunxing's rejection and did not mention it. Even though the earth tide would cause the regional walls. But weak points. There was also a formless tidal force entrenched, like countless submerged reefs and whirlpools. It was still very dangerous. To pass through there must be a correct route map. This route map was very precious. It was fine if there was a wisdom path Gu Immortal to deduce it, but if there was no wisdom path method it would be useless. He could only rely on himself to continuously explore. If they were escorted by Shark Demon and his wife, wouldn't the route map in Tai Bai Yunxing's hands be leaked? Therefore, when the Shark Demon couple saw that Tai Bai Yunxing refused, they couldn't force him. Once Northern Plains is settled properly, I will take advantage of the next earth tide to return. Who knows, he might even persuade a few of his good friends to come here as well. Tai Bai Yunxing spoke again, laying the groundwork for Fang Yuan's appearance. Good. Tai Bai Bro's friends are our friends, of course we welcome them. Shark Demon laughed. He was very forthright and enthusiastic. Only then did Tai Bai Yunxing leave. Looking at Tai Bai Yunxing's back that had shrunk to the size of an ant, Su Baiman frowned, transmitting to Shark Demon. Even though the regional walls are weak, the earth tide is too terrifying. If one is careless and gets hit by the formless tidal force, it is a small matter to injure one's muscles and bones, one might even die on the spot. Look at how calm Tai Bai Yunxing is, he must be very confident in the route map in his hands. Are we really not going to follow him? With this route map we can enter Northern Plains. Even if we don't need it, we can hand it over to Zombie Alliance and exchange it for a large number of contribution points, reducing our losses this time. Shark Demon waved his hand, firmly rejecting. No need. The route map is not constant. After a few earth tides, the formless tidal force will have a huge change. At that time the old route map will lose its value. Our main goal is to cooperate with him and use man as before Immortal Gu to achieve our goal of rebirth. This is a long-term plan. We cannot ruin the good relationship we had with him with great difficulty just for some short-term benefits. Alright, I will listen to you. Su Baiman immediately dispelled her thoughts. She looked at her husband with a gentle gaze, but her zombie face was somewhat terrifying. Shark Demon did not mind. He affectionately embraced Su Baiman, letting her lean on his chest, consoling her gently. I know what my wife is worried about. That's right, we were the ones who took the mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land. This time we used Profound Ice House, our losses were huge. But it doesn't matter in this world who doesn't have setbacks and failures. We still have a foundation that can support us. Now we have hope of rebirth. Don't be afraid. No matter what happens in the future, no matter how difficult it is, I will always be by your side to protect you. Husband, Eastern Sea's blue waves stretched for thousands of li. The sky was clear, the sea and the sky merged into one. Occasionally white seagulls could be seen flying. Tai Bai Yunxing flew all the way, tearing through the sky. He was surrounded by clouds and mist. He was flying very fast, but he was silent. Of course, this was only a mortal flying killer move. It could not compare to Fang Yuan's 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. Once Fang Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu burst out, he would be able to leave it far behind in an instant. But this killer move had an advantage. It was wrapped in clouds and mist. Mortals could not see through it. This was not the time of the 5 Regions War. There was still a gap between Gu Immortals and mortals. Most mortal Gu masters had only heard of immortals, they had never seen one. Many even thought that immortals were only a legend. Tai Bai Yunxing was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal after all. In Eastern Sea he was only an outsider, thus he kept a low profile. First he was guided by Fang Yuan. He took on the mission of healing the sea area in Haishur Blessed Land. After making some reputation he came into contact with Shark Demon and the rest. Every time they attacked Yulu Blessed Land he was there. Shark Demon and his wife treated him very well. They naturally wanted his man as before. Shark Demon had Time Anchor Immortal Gu. When used with man as before, it was the hope of rebirth. Of course, Shark Demon and his wife had thought of snatching the Immortal Gu man as before. But unless they had methods like Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it was almost impossible to snatch the Immortal Gu. Dongfang Naganori was so weak, while Fang Yuan had such a huge advantage. In the end, Dongfang Naganori self-detonated at a thought. causing Fang Yuan to not even get a single immortal goo. The difficulty of snatching immortal goo. It was easy to see how important it was. Tai Bai Yunxing flew for a long time before he finally saw a gray spot on the sea surface. As the distance shortened, the gray spot gradually expanded in his vision. It was a small island. This island did not have a spirit spring, there was little vegetation, it was basically barren gray-brown rocks, even seabirds rarely visited it. In a place like Eastern Sea that was rich in resources, it was considered a barren land. But Tai Bai Yunxing was a Gu immortal. He did not care, he only treated it as a temporary residence. A lone island. Barren land, naturally no one coveted it. There was less attention and trouble. Tai Bai Yunxing slowly descended from the sky, entering the island. He first inspected the Gu formation that he had set up, to see if there were any changes. There were still some Gu formations on the island, but they were all his simple arrangements. Simple surveillance was one layer of meaning. If he encountered other Gu immortals, the Gu formation would indicate that this place was not ownerless, that was the second layer of meaning. After a round of inspection, Tai Bai Yunxing had close to 10 Gu worms in his hands. These were all information path Gu worms, they carried information. It turned out that even though Tai Bai Yunxing kept a low profile as a time path healing Gu immortal, the immortal Gu he had were too outstanding. They were like needles in a bag, they could not be hidden for long. These information path Gu worms came from all sorts of people. Some were super forces, some were demonic path people, some were immortal zombies, and some were righteous path lone cultivators. Most of them invited Tai Bai Yunxing to heal some things. A small portion did not invite Tai Bai Yunxing to heal them, they wanted to form good karma. What if something unexpected happened in the future? Wouldn't this good karma be useful then? Tai Bai Yunxing was a good person, he also had 2-time path immortal Gu. He was very popular in Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing took these information path Gu worms and entered the cave. This cave was only created by him temporarily, he did not spend much effort on it, thus it was very crude and simple. Tai Bai Yunxing first replied to these information path Gu worms one by one, rejecting their invitations before falling into deep thought. Even though I have a stargate and can easily return to Hu immortal blessed land. But in this situation I cannot directly open the stargate, that will ruin things. Tai Bai Yunxing could be considered a celebrity now, his actions were secretly watched by many people. Thus, returning to Hu immortal blessed land was more troublesome than before. He really had to first go to the regional wall and use the stargate when no one was paying attention. Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan studied the wisdom path inheritance for 3 days and 3 nights. He did not know how many thoughts were spent in his mind, but he gained a lot of insights. Dongfang Naginori is overflowing with talent. This wisdom path inheritance is mainly used for deduction, it is not good at fighting. But the immortal killer move Hataru that he came up with is unique, it uses the deduction advantage of the inheritance and almost perfectly transforms it into an offensive attack. Looking at the entire inheritance, the myriad star fireflies is without a doubt the #1 offensive killing move. This was Fang Yuan's greatest emotion. His nature was different from Tai Bai Yunxing, he had a strong sense of aggression. The first thing he paid attention to was the offensive methods in the inheritance. Why did this Hataru make Fang Yuan feel so emotional? The foundation of this move was still Star Thought Gu. Each starlight firefly had a star thought wrapped around it. Using this move expended an astonishing amount of energy. Not only did it expend immortal essence, it also expended the wisdom path Dao marks on the Gu immortal's body. Gu immortals had Dao marks on their bodies, Fang Yuan had strength path Dao marks, while fire path Gu immortals had fire path Dao marks. Dongfang Naginori naturally had wisdom path Dao marks. Every time he used this move, he would expend at least 16 wisdom path Dao marks. One had to know that Dao marks were extremely rare. If Gu immortals wanted to obtain Dao marks, other than rare and unique methods, the most orthodox and mainstream method was to undergo heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Every time they underwent one, they would obtain Dao marks on their body. The number of Dao marks depended on the strength of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the more Dao marks they would obtain. Chapter 827. Hataru expended at least 16 Dao marks to use this move, and there was no upper limit. The wider Hataru's range, the more powerful it was, and the more Dao marks it expended. But precisely because of this move was exceptionally powerful. Dao marks were embedded in the air, forming a special battlefield that was hard to destroy. When a Gu immortal enters it, their thoughts would turn into star thoughts and form Hataru. The more time passed, the stronger Hataru would become. This was to transform the enemy's power into one's own and then attack the enemy. To the enemy Gu Immortals, it would be extremely disgusting. It was like lifting a rock to smash one's own foot, or stabbing oneself with one's own blade. After understanding the secret behind Hataru's usage, Fang Yuan understood something else. No wonder Dongfang Naganori in history had always been scheming. Only when he had no other choice would he make a move and use this 10,000 star fireflies. Because even Dongfang Naganori, the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, could not use Hataru as a regular method. Its expenditure was too high. Once Dao marks were expended, they would not recover themselves. The source of Dao marks was also very narrow. Most Gu Immortals could only obtain large numbers of Dao marks from tribulations. This Hataru is almost on par with my current Myriad Self-Killer move. Of course, my Myriad Self-Killer move has a lot of potential. Hataru cannot compare to it in this aspect. I have no Wisdom Path Dao marks. Unless I walk the Wisdom path in the future, I might not be able to use this killer move in my entire life. Of course, other than that, there was another crucial factor. This Hataru killer move needed 3 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu as the cores. Fang Yuan did not have any. When Dongfang Naganori was defeated, all of the Immortal Gu were detonated, not a single one was left for Fang Yuan. Among these 3 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, the one Fang Yuan wanted the most was Star Thought Immortal Gu. In this Wisdom Path inheritance, there were more than 10 Immortal Gu recipes. Among them was the recipe for Star Thought Immortal Gu. There were even the refinement experiences of the past inheritors, as well as many of their failures. Once he had Star Thought Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would not need to waste so much effort. Slowly accumulating Star Thought Mortal Gu. According to the records in the inheritance, 1 bead of green grape immortal essence was used to produce at least 100,000 Star Thoughts through the effect of Star Thought Immortal Gu. Of course, if Fang Yuan used Star Thought Immortal Gu, he would obtain less than 100,000 Star Thoughts. Because the inheritors of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals all had Wisdom Path Dao marks on them, which amplified the effect of Star Thought Immortal Gu. Just like how Fang Yuan had the strength to use the Mahamudra. It could increase one's power by 20%. 20% was considered low. Ordinary Gu Immortal experts had Dao marks that could increase the power of their Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves by several times. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, even 10 times. 100 times. Why was the difference between rank 8 and 7 so huge? Dao marks were one of the main reasons. The higher the cultivation level, the more terrifying the tribulations and calamities. Once they passed, the more Dao marks they would obtain. Fortune came with misfortune, misfortune came with misfortune. From another perspective, the stronger the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. It was also a good thing. It could be said that once he had Star Thought Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's deductions would be greatly reduced. He would no longer need to carefully plan and carefully expend Star Thoughts. And with Fang Yuan's current wealth, he could afford it. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan could afford to use Immortal Gu, but he did not have the wealth to refine Immortal Gu. Even if he made some money, he was still far from being able to refine Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique, they were fragments of the laws of the Great Tao. Refining Immortal Gu required a lot of immortal materials and Immortal Yuan stone. And most importantly, when refining Immortal Gu, one could not just prepare one set of materials, one had to prepare many sets, because the success rate of refining Immortal Gu was too low. Dongfang Naganori was a formidable person. He was the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. He had been in charge of a super force for many years, and had secretly transacted with Crane Gate, obtaining a lot of funding. Even so, he only had 8 Immortal Gu at his peak. Among the 8, there were side methods like Mince Blood Immortal Gu and Split Shadow Immortal Gu. There were more than 10 Immortal Gu recipes recorded in the Wisdom Path inheritance, but he had only refined less than half of them. Like old ancestor Xuehu and Lady Wan Shou, the former was the number 1 rank 8 battle strength in Northern Plains, while the latter was one of the 4 great refinement path Gu Immortals. They could be considered to have a deep foundation and a large family business. But to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu, even with Ma Hong Yun they could save a lot of time and resources, but to do so, they would need to expend almost all of their assets. It was a gamble. With Fang Yuan's current situation, there was no way he could refine an Immortal Gu, it was just wishful thinking. Other than Star Thought Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had another Immortal Killer move that he wanted the most. It was called Star Fog Concealment. This move allowed the Gu Immortal to be shrouded in a thin layer of starlight fog, concealing their appearance and body. Outsiders would not be able to see them clearly. Of course, this was only the effect on the surface. The real effect was that it could conceal heaven's secrets. When other wisdom path Gu immortals tried to deduce the Gu immortal, they would be able to get vague answers. This was almost the same effect as Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Dark Limit Immortal Gu was actually obscured, it could not be deduced. Star Fog Concealment was vague, it was difficult to deduce, the answer would not be accurate. This Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move was one of the more obscure ones in the entire Wisdom Path inheritance. Many inheritors did not have experience in using it, thus there were very few records of it. Because Wisdom Path Gu immortals were rare to begin with, Wisdom Path Gu immortals had even fewer chances of scheming against each other. In most situations, even if they used it, they would not be able to get a deduction from the enemy. But for Fang Yuan it was very suitable. One of the reasons why he obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance was to resist other Wisdom Path Gu immortals, and delay the truth of his crimes from being dug out. Unfortunately, this immortal killer move needed 2 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu as the cores. Thus, the problem came down to one point: Fang Yuan did not have the wealth to refine Immortal Gu. Eventually, Fang Yuan looked at the entire Wisdom Path inheritance. He could learn and use it. There was only one part that was suitable for him. That was how to deal with the enemy's will. There was a lot of content in this part. How to defend against the enemy's will, how to distinguish the type of will, how to control the enemy's will, how to counter-control the enemy's will if he is controlled by the enemy's will, how to use wills to attack, things to note in a battle of wills, how to investigate wills, how to heal wills, how to amplify wills, how to weaken wills, and so on. Why did Fang Yuan want to learn this part? Because he still had a portion of Mo Yao's will locked up in his hands. Mo Yao had shocking refinement path attainment in her life. She was also an Inkman and knew many Inkman secrets. She also had a relationship with Bo Qin. She was the fairy of that generation in Spirit Affinity House. The historical secrets she knew were naturally very valuable. Among them, what moved Fang Yuan the most was the clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance that she had. Fang Yuan's first vital Gu, Spring Autumn Cicada, was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital Gu. Thus, in this part of the inheritance, Fang Yuan focused on learning how to search wills. Soul searching and will searching had completely different levels of difficulty. The former was easy, it was like eating food, everyone had a mouth. Fang Yuan was not a soul path Gu immortal, but he could still search Tai by Yunxing's soul. Even a layman could get involved. But searching wills was like a chef eating a dish. One needed to taste the main ingredients of the dish. Auxiliary ingredients, seasonings. One also needed to taste the steps of the dish. This was very difficult. In other words, this was a technical job, only a wisdom path professional could do it. Thus, when Tai by Yunxing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan was in Danghun Palace, diligently practicing multiple search methods. He had just started learning, he did not have the experience of his previous life to help him, he was still a distance away from using them. Junior brother, how have you been? Tai by Yunxing smiled, he was under a lot of pressure in Eastern Sea, now that he was facing Fang Yuan, he could truly relax. A friend in need is a friend indeed. To him, Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Fang Yuan was like home. Fang Yuan gestured for him to sit down. Seeing his tattered clothes, he was surprised. You are injured. Tai by Yunxing smiled bitterly, he said with lingering fear, I am different now, I have just entered Eastern Sea, I am already attracting attention, I cannot return through the star door, so I went to the regional wall to pretend. To think that someone was actually following me, I have thoroughly witnessed the terrifying power of the earth tide in this trip. Although the regional wall is weak because of the earth tide, the formless tide force is entrenched near the regional wall, it is impossible to defend against it. I have only been at the periphery, but I have already suffered a few times. Only defensive immortal killer moves are effective. My 9-cloud hoop is like paper in front of the formless tide force. Let's not talk about this. I heard junior brother had great gains this time? Ah. Fang Yuan laughed. He naturally would not tell Tai by Yunxing that his fake junior brother had killed his real senior brother. But Fang Yuan only concealed some things, he told most of the truth to Tai by Yunxing. After Tai by Yunxing heard this, he also sighed towards a person like Dongfang Naganori. He also talked about his recent situation with Fang Yuan. All in all, Tai by Yunxing was very popular in Eastern Sea. His development was really good, at this rate he would become another fairy Li Shan. Tai by Yunxing then talked about Yulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon had attacked it many times, he had encountered countless difficulties, but until now he had not truly entered Yulu Blessed Land, he was obstructed by the outskirts. Fang Yuan sighed. Fairy Yulu was a rank 8 Gu immortal back then, her master was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Yulu Grotto Heaven fell to become Yulu Blessed Land, but its might is still there, it is probably one of the most difficult blessed lands to attack in this world. Actually, there are many factors that affect the defense of a blessed land. First, the source of the blessed land is the same. Second, whether there is a land spirit. Third, whether there is sufficient immortal essence. Fourth, whether there are desolate beasts and other guards. Fifth, whether there are immortal goo. Sixth, immortal killer moves. Seventh, whether there are immortal goo houses. Eighth, whether there are goo immortals, and so on. However, in my opinion, the attack and defense of a blessed land can only be determined by one thing, the quantity of Dao marks. Tai Bai Yunxing listened to Fang Yuan's words. He had only nodded, because the words were old news. But when he heard Fang Yuan's final sentence, which seemed to be the finishing touch, his heart jolted. He showed an interested expression as he said, "I would like to hear the details." Fang Yuan did not answer. Instead he asked Tai Bai Yunxing, "Old Bai, do you know the saying man is the spirit of all living beings, gu are the essence of heaven and earth?" Chapter 828. Tai Bai Yunxing leaned back on his chair. His expression was blank before he scolded with a smile. "Junior brother, you are making fun of me. I have heard these words so many times, they have filled my ears since I started cultivating as a gu master. Even mortals are familiar with them." Fang Yuan nodded, his tone revealing a trace of pride as he spoke again. The origin of these words is the first rank 9 gu immortal in human history, primordial origin immortal venerable. He was also the one who created the dominance of Central Continent's celestial court, which has stood until now. Even with the passage of time, it has not fallen. These words are extremely incisive and can be said to be the golden rule of gu master cultivation. It has spread far and wide, even surpassing the legends of Renzu. But in my opinion, these words are not incisive. I will summarize them into one word, that is, Dao. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and sat up straight, his gaze shining as he looked at Fang Yuan, saying again, "I would like to hear the details." Fang Yuan spoke frankly. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Among all living beings in nature, humans have the most intelligence and comprehension. They can sense heaven and earth and comprehend the great Tao. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Gu are very unique among all living beings. Mortal Gu contain some tiny fragments of the great Tao, while immortal Gu contain fragments of the great Tao. Thus, they can be said to be the essence of heaven and earth. What is Tao? Water flows downwards. Humans will starve to death if they do not eat. Green trees thrive because of rain and fertile soil. These are Tao. Gu masters use Gu worms to start a fire, reverse the flow of water, create lightning, heal injuries. These are also Tao. Humans nurture Gu, use Gu, and refine Gu. They use Gu worms to use a portion of the might of heaven and earth to survive and reproduce, finally comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. After becoming a Gu immortal, the aperture turns into an immortal aperture and Tao marks are carved on the body. It could be said that Gu masters nurturing Gu were nurturing Tao, Gu masters using Gu were using Tao, Gu masters refining Gu were refining Tao. Gu masters have a myriad of paths: strength path, fire path, time path, poison path. They are all cultivation paths created by our predecessors in the vast and unknown world. Saying so, Fang Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. So in one sentence, Gu master cultivation is the same as cultivating the Tao. A Gu master's cultivation is to cultivate the Tao. Tai Bai Yunxing sat on the chair, frowning as he ruminated over Fang Yuan's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Fang Yuan's conclusion was extremely incisive. To him, it was as if the clouds and mist had parted and he could see the clear sky. At this time, Fang Yuan spoke again. Let's talk about the foundation of a Gu immortal's cultivation, the immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was a blessed land, a grotto heaven, a small world that contained the Tao. Of course, this Tao cannot be compared to the 5 regions heavens and earth. It only has Tao marks at most. Take Maihu immortal blessed land for example. It has the most basic time path Tao marks. That is why it can draw in a tributary of the river of time. The blessed land has the concept of time. It has the flow of time. It also has a lot of space path Tao marks, so the blessed land has a large area. Even if it loses the northern area, it can still hold a lot of resources. Little Hu immortal land spirit can teleport at will. A blessed land with few space path Tao marks usually has a small area, but the land spirit cannot teleport. It has the most enslavement path Tao marks. It is because of these Tao marks that it is easier to raise foxes in Hu immortal blessed land. It is more effective to control similar beast groups and even desolate beasts. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded repeatedly, agreeing, "That's right, that is the reason. My Tai Bai blessed land has the most time path Tao marks. Thus it has the most time resources. 1 day in the outside world is 33 days in my blessed land. Earth path Tao marks are the least. Thus there are no mountains in the blessed land, the soil is not fertile. Space path Tao marks are ordinary, but when combined together the land is not huge but the sky is very high. As he said this, his eyes shined with bright light. He had already understood something. That is why I said that a blessed land's offense and defense can only be judged by one thing, that is the number of Tao marks in the blessed land. Fang Yuan continued. A blessed land is a world of its own. Why can it suppress enemies and imprison Gu worms? The reason is that the blessed land has a large number of Tao marks. It is like a pond. The remnant Tao marks of mortal Gu are like a drop of water that ignites a fire. When a drop of water enters the pond, it will be melted. When a fire enters the pond, it will be extinguished. Thus, once the Tao marks in the blessed land are activated, the heavenly power will be formed, mortal Gu will be useless. Why can immortal Gu not be restricted by the blessed land? Because immortal Gu are fragments of laws, they have their own bodies like rocks. When they fall into the pond, even though the water ripples, they cannot stop the rocks from moving forward. But even though they cannot be imprisoned, they can still be suppressed. When immortal Gu fight in the blessed land, their power will be amplified and weakened by the blessed land's Tao marks. Let's talk about Gu immortals. When Gu immortals enter the blessed land, they will also be suppressed by the Tao marks. But Gu immortals have immortal bodies, they are fundamentally different from mortals. What is an immortal body? To put it simply, it is nothing more than the Tao marks on the body. When a Gu immortal invades the blessed land, the more Tao marks there are, the more the Gu immortal will be suppressed. On the contrary, the more Tao marks there are, the less the blessed land's suppression will be. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was a blood path Gu immortal. He could not enter many fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens. Because these fragment worlds had sparse Tao marks, they were much fewer than the Tao marks on his body. When Fang Yuan entered them, he was like a tiger entering a rabbit's cage. The only consequence was that the fragment world would explode, the Tao marks of the fragment world would be destroyed and the winds of assimilation would blow, destroying all the resources in the fragment world. For example, the group of demons and Dongfang Naganori fought in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Dongfang Naganori used his terrain advantage to prevent the Gu immortals from using mortal Gu, but he could not stop immortal killer moves. This was because Jade Pool Blessed Land was a public blessed land. Even though there were many Tao marks, they were mixed. Dongfang Naganori could not use all of his Tao marks, he could only use the portion of the blessed land he controlled, thus his power was limited. He could not even make the flying Gu immortals fall to the ground. It was impossible for all Gu immortals to use immortal killer moves to fly. But Gu immortals also had Tao marks on them, they could resist the suppression of the blessed land's Tao marks. The demonic path Gu immortals' mortal killer moves against Dongfang Naganori were ineffective, but their mortal amplification was still effective. Penetrating insight. Tai Bai Yunxing was enlightened as he sighed. I understand now. Public blessed lands usually have weak defenses. Why is that? Because they are formed by countless Gu immortals cutting out a small portion of their private blessed lands and piecing them together. These blessed lands have many Tao marks, they restrict each other, they cannot be completely unified. It is like a person's 5 fingers, they can only move alone, they cannot be clenched into a fist. A blessed land that has a unified origin also has Tao marks as a whole. If there is a land spirit, it can expend immortal essence and mobilize Tao marks to form the heavenly power of heaven and earth. Immortal Gu are truth fragments, desolate beasts have Tao marks, Gu immortals are even more so. Immortal Gu houses are the combination of many immortal Gu, immortal killer moves are the combination of several types of Tao marks, they can form many effects or amplify a certain ability. Thus, be it blessed lands or grotto heavens, the purer the Tao marks, the harder it is to take down. Land spirit and immortal essence are things that can help in unleashing the power of Tao marks. Think about that imperial court blessed land, if not for the land spirit fighting with 88-point Jinyang Tower, it would have been impregnable. How could it have been destroyed? After saying this, Tai Bai Yunxing got up from his seat, he stood up straight and faced Fang Yuan bowing. Listening to Fang Yuan's words today, my vision is truly clear, I have gained a lot. From today onwards, I will not dare to call you junior brother anymore. On the path of cultivation you are ahead of me. Old Bai, we were just having a casual conversation today. You don't need to be humble, I believe you have some understanding of this principle, it is just that it is not as clear as mine. Fang Yuan waved his hand lightly. Tai Bai Yunxing had a solemn expression. No, this principle seems simple but it is very important. The word, Tao, is indeed more profound than the phrase, man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. I was ignorant in the past, but now I realize the essence of Gu Master cultivation. Ordinary Gu immortals might not be able to comprehend this principle. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Tai Bai Yunxing's words were not exaggerated. In fact, the reason he could understand this principle was because of the advantage of his transmigration. In his previous life, science was prevalent on Earth. The principles of mechanics, trigonometric formulas, acceleration, density, specific heat capacity and so on, weren't they the principles of heaven and earth? From this point of view, science was also a way of cultivation. Give me a fulcrum, I can move the earth. Such a famous saying in the world of Gu masters was nothing more than, give me a Gu worm, I can radiate light and heat. Give me all the Gu worms, I can do anything. Precisely because of the contrast between the two worlds, Fang Yuan had a different angle to observe this world. He could comprehend principles that others could not. And in the world of Gu masters, was there no one who could comprehend this principle? How could that be? There were many people who comprehended this principle. Primordial origin immortal venerable was one of them. Man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, was a more detailed explanation of Tao. Primordial origin immortal venerable said this because he did not discriminate in teaching, he merely had a different starting point for inheritances. But those who could comprehend this principle were basically big shots, Gu immortals at the peak. They could comprehend it after looking back on their entire life of cultivation. Ordinary Gu masters lived in the mortal world. Ordinary Gu immortals had to worry about calamities and tribulations. Where would they have the time and energy to think about these useless things? Whether they comprehended this principle or not, it did not affect their survival. In the end, it was the angle of thinking. But this angle of thinking could not be underestimated. Gunpowder was used for pill refinement in ancient times in China. When it spread out, it became guns and cannons. The brilliance of China's civilization was undeniable, but Earth's modern natural science was flourishing because of Western civilization's greatest contribution. Looking at nature and all living beings from different angles of thinking could form two different civilizations. It was hard to judge between civilizations, they could only say that they specialized in different things. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing, who was in the Gu Master civilization, heard Fang Yuan's words and felt deeply moved. From his perspective, he could feel that Fang Yuan's attainment level was far higher than his. Thus, he did not dare to call Fang Yuan junior brother anymore. As the saying goes, the accomplished are the teachers. If he called Fang Yuan junior brother again, Tai Bai Yunxing would feel ashamed. There was a feeling called being ashamed of one's inferiority. It was referring to Tai Bai Yunxing's current state. The two conversed for a while more before Tai Bai Yunxing bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Although the two had been communicating with each other before, after the face-to-face exchange, the vague barrier between them had already vanished. Fang Yuan had lived two lives, his enslavement methods were quite impressive. Just a simple Tao debate had left a deep impression on Tai Bai Yunxing, causing him to concede defeat. Chapter 829. After knowing that Tai Bai Yunxing had returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fairy Li Shan used her fastest speed to rush to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Right now, old ancestor Shui, who was in charge of Snowy Mountain, Tai Bai Yunxing was an outsider with a sensitive identity. It was not convenient for him to go there. Thus, the best location was still Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because Tai Bai Yunxing already had the experience of saving Danghun Mountain, the entire process was not dangerous, it passed smoothly. The pale-faced Fairy Li Shan finally let out a sigh of relief. After surviving this calamity, the heavy burden in her heart had finally been lifted off the ground. However, the injuries on her body were still not light, and she still needed time to slowly recover. Fairy, wait. Just as Fairy Li Shan was about to return to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Fang Yuan stopped her. I have a huge transaction, I wonder if Fairy is interested? Fang Yuan spoke of his plan. He did not have the financial resources to refine Immortal Gu. But that did not mean that even if Tai Bai Yunxing, Fang Yuan, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan gathered together, they did not have the financial resources to do so. Right now, Fairy Jianghu's whereabouts are unknown. To snatch Dark Limit Immortal Gu, we do not have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods, it is very difficult. I obtained an immortal killer move from Dongfang Naganori, it is called Star Fog Concealment, it can obscure heaven's secrets, it is very suitable for us. Fang Yuan's words immediately moved Fairy Li Shan as well as He Lulan. But when they heard about Star Fog Concealment, it required 2 Immortal Gu as the cores to activate. Fairy Li Shan shook her head and smiled bitterly. Refining 1 Immortal Gu is already beyond our limits. Refining 2 Immortal Gu is impossible. This time, by restoring minuscule mountain back to its original state, Fairy Li Shan had saved a lot of expenses. But she was injured, she needed to ask other Gu immortals to heal her. There was also the heavy task that old ancestor Xuehu had given her. She had been helping He Lulan in her cultivation earlier. Her deep financial resources were almost depleted. She fell into the same predicament as Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no choice but to change to another financing plan. He suggested, gather the wealth of the four of them by the experience of raising hairy men, and by a large number of hairy man slaves. From there he could increase the size of the stone nest and increase the production of air sac gu. Thus they increased the trade of guts gu. After that, the four of them would divide the profits among themselves. The expenditure of this plan was naturally far less than refining immortal gu. But he was rejected by Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan, have you thought about the reaction of the Crane Gate? Your business of monopolizing guts gu can be said to be very popular, many people are coveting it. If you increase the scale of the trade, Crane Gate will become even more envious. If the balance in their hearts is broken, they will come to take back your Hu immortal blessed land. What should you do? We already have enough troubles on our hands. It's better to have less trouble than less trouble. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, Fairy is right, let's forget about it. Fairy Li Shan returned to snowy mountain blessed land. He Lulan continued to stay in the stone nest, refining air sac gu for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's two suggestions did not succeed. He was not resigned to it. After returning to Danghun Palace, he contacted the land spirit of Langia. The hairy men in Langia blessed land. They were the highest quality hairy men that Fang Yuan had ever seen. Even in a high-end market like Jewel Yellow Skies, they were not as good as the hairy men in Langia blessed land. From this, it could be easily deduced. The land spirit of Langia definitely had the best experience in raising hairy men. Fang Yuan did not have immortal Yuan stone, but he had a wisdom path inheritance. He had many immortal gu recipes and a large number of immortal materials. They were what the land spirit of Langia desired. Could he use these things to transact with the land spirit of Langia? Fang Yuan went with hope, but he ended up with a swollen face. The land spirit of Langia had a firm attitude. It was like an iron wall. There was no room for negotiation. You want to get hairy men? Don't even think about it. If you want to transact with me, there is only one way, that is to complete the mission. The land spirit of Langia brought up the matter again. He still wanted that rank 6 poisonous flowers petals. Fang Yuan was a little moved this time. He thought about it and asked, if I obtain these gu refinement immortal materials for you, can you sell them to me as hairy man slaves, or a portion of your experience in raising hairy men? The land spirit of Langia waved his sleeves, rejecting him. Impossible, anything related to hairy men is not for sale. You better give up on this idea. But if you can obtain the immortal materials I want, I can give you the gu recipe of all-out effort gu. In fact, not only do I have the rank 1 to 5 all-out effort mortal gu recipes, I also have the rank 6 all-out effort immortal gu recipe. Isn't this what you want? The land spirit of Langia threw out this bait. Fang Yuan was indeed moved, but Fang Yuan was a little angry. The land spirit of Langia was using Fang Yuan as a tool, but how could it be so easy to obtain the immortal material flower petals? The risk was too high. Fang Yuan was risking his life for it. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. How many times had Fang Yuan taken advantage of the land spirit of Langia? But during the Northern Plains auction, the land spirit had suffered a huge loss. It was so painful that it woke up. Thus, the reason why the land spirit of Langia was so difficult to deal with was because of Fang Yuan. Only with effort would there be gains. Conversely, there was a price to pay for the gains. Fang Yuan obtained so many immortal materials without any effort. The price was that his relationship with the land spirit of Langia fell to a freezing point. But the land spirit was formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power. It was very stubborn. Even though it would not lie, it would not change its mind easily once it made up its mind. Thus, at this moment, Fang Yuan could not think of anything else. Langia blessed land could not help him much, not to mention getting financing from the land spirit of Langia. The plan failed. Fang Yuan could only sigh deeply. He focused his attention on the blessed land's tribulation. 2 days later. Myriad self-giant hand rise. Fang Yuan activated an immortal killer move. 4 of the 8 strength path hands grabbed onto the 4 corners of Danghun Mountain, lifting it up, while the remaining 4 held onto the bottom of Danghun Mountain, lifting it up. Danghun Mountain rose rapidly. Soon, it was 50 to 60 feet above the ground. Tai Bai Yunxing stood in the sky. Seeing this, he was dumbfounded. Inside the stone nest, He Lulan looked from afar. seeing the huge Danghun mountain floating in the sky. She muttered, "In such a short time he became stronger again." This time Fang Yuan lifted Danghun mountain much more easily than before. Not only because of the 8 strength path hands, but also because pulling mountain immortal goo had completely fused into the killer move Myriad Self, becoming the core. Myriad Self's core was Cleanse Soul immortal goo originally. But after Cleanse Soul was hungry it could not be used, so Self-Strength was used instead. Now Myriad Self was the core of the killer move. There were already 2, one was Self-Strength, the other was pulling mountain. "Don't be dazed, receive it," Fang Yuan shouted. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly opened his immortal aperture, as the 8 strength path hands lightly placed Danghun mountain into his immortal aperture blessed land. "Alright, the land spirit will lead you to collect some resources in the blessed land," Fang Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, and was led by Little Hu Immortal. She disappeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan landed on the ground. Without Danghun mountain the blessed land was empty. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes and activating Time Luck Immortal Goo. Next, in his immortal aperture's dead land, countless mortal goo also flew up. Beads of green grape immortal essence were expended, with Time Luck Immortal Goo as the core. With Immortal Goo as support, countless goo worms gathered to form a white gold fog of light. The fog of light flew up. It flew across the gray sky, and after flying for several li, it arrived beside a group of goo master captives. These captives were from Dongfang tribe. They had been imprisoned in the underground prison by Fang Yuan, but now they were taken out and placed in his immortal aperture. As the fog of light shrouded them, these captives shouted in fear, "What is this?" A bad feeling arose in their hearts. They wanted to dodge, but they were restrained and couldn't move a single step. The white gold fog of light revolved around them, from slow to fast. It rotated until it formed into a white gold whirlpool. The white gold whirlpool brewed for a while, and suddenly with a loud sound, a white gold pillar of light burst out. Immortal killer move, Time Aid Luck. The pillar of light pierced out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, moving up along his spine and shooting out of Fang Yuan's head, straight into the sky. After a few breaths of time, the pillar of light vanished. At the same time, the white gold whirlpool in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture also vanished completely. On the rotten ground, the corpses of Dongfang tribe captives were strewn all over. These corpses were all old and withered, most of them were young, but now they were old beyond recognition. Time Aid Luck had such an effect. By snatching the lifespan of others, the Goo Immortal could temporarily increase their luck. "I'm not resigned to this. You killed us, murderer. We will turn into malicious ghosts to haunt you. For your own selfishness you slaughtered innocent living beings, you are a sinner, you are a murderer. Ah, eat him, eat him." Suddenly, countless vicious remnant souls appeared in Fang Yuan's body. They surrounded Fang Yuan's soul and attacked. Fang Yuan sneered, his tall immortal zombie body was unmoving like a mountain. The soul in his body, however, retaliated, clashing fiercely with the remnant souls. These souls were very tattered, they came from mortals and should not be worth mentioning. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's soul was suppressed by these remnant souls. But thankfully they did not have any intelligence and could not cooperate with each other. Fang Yuan mobilized his soul and concentrated his attacks, paying a huge price before finally exterminating these remnant souls. After the battle, Fang Yuan's soul was only left with 30% of its original size. It was dim and lightless, like a candle in the wind on its last breath. His injuries were extremely severe. But thankfully he had Guts Goo. Right now he crushed Air Sac Goo. The Guts Goo inside also shattered, turning into the best resources in the world to strengthen his soul. A moment later, Fang Yuan's soul completely recovered, returning to its peak state. Compared to before, his soul was more condensed. It was like a piece of metal that had been forged. It was more compact. Chapter 830. The killer move Time Assist Luck did not consume the user's lifespan and could increase their luck, but it had 2 flaws. The first flaw was the backlash of the remnant soul. Because of the immortal killer move, the remnant soul was very fierce. Soul battles were very dangerous, but the user could not use any soul path methods. They could only rely on their own soul to fight. Thus, even soul path Goo immortals would often suffer heavy injuries to their soul after a soul battle. The second flaw was that the immortal body could only use Time Assist Luck once a month. What was the time of the immortal body? Blessed lands and grotto heavens had different time flows compared to the outside world. For example, 1 day in the outside world was 15 days in the blessed land. If the Goo immortal was in the outside world, the immortal body would experience 1 day. If the immortal body was in the blessed land, the immortal body would experience 15 days. The lifespan of a Gu immortal, from death to life, was the total amount of time the immortal body had experienced. Fang Yuan kept time luck immortal Gu and the other mortal Gu, before subconsciously raising his head to look at the sky. It is a pity that I do not have luck inspection immortal Gu. I cannot see the changes in my luck. I cannot see the effect of time assist luck. No, I cannot see my own luck, but I can see others. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a method. He had luck inspection mortal Gu. He could not see an immortal zombie like himself. But don't forget, he had already connected his luck with Yi Fan, Han Li, and Hong Yi. Once their luck was connected, the four's luck was like 4 bowls of water. The amount was the same. Fang Yuan's bowl suddenly had more water. He would immediately divide it into 4 portions. 1 portion would be left in his bowl, while the other 3 would flow to the other 3. Fang Yuan could not see himself, but he could see the other 3. After all, these 3 were still mortals. Southern border. In a dense forest, Yi Fan was like a monkey moving rapidly on the mountain. He jumped and jumped over huge rocks. At times he climbed and grabbed long vines flying between tall trees. His movements were extremely fast. It was as if he was possessed by a monkey. In fact, fine monkey hair had grown out of his nose, cheeks, the back of his hands and other places. Yi Fan's eyes were no longer black and white. Instead they had turned golden. He stared at the speck of blue light in front of him, and his eyes gradually became anxious. This blue face Gu is really slippery, so hard to catch. No, I have to catch it. It is a transformation path rank 3 Gu. It can change the appearance of a male Gu master. I am currently being hunted down. This Gu worm is extremely important to me. Suddenly, a strange itch attacked the depths of Yi Fan's heart. Yi Fan took a quick glance and saw that the back of his hand was covered with thick monkey fur. His heart sank. Oh no. I forcefully activated the killer move monkey transformation. The longer I use it, the more monkey hair there will be. After the time limit, I might turn into a half-man half-monkey monster. But if I dispel this killer move, my speed will fall sharply, and I can only let this wild blue face Gu escape. Just as Yi Fan was in a dilemma, the sky quickly darkened and dark clouds covered the sky. Soon, bean-sized raindrops began to fall. After a dozen breaths of time, a torrential downpour formed. The torrential downpour obscured his vision. Yi Fan completely lost the blue light that he was barely tracking. Damn it, after so many days and nights of effort, I still failed in the end. Sigh, without a Gu worm that specializes in capturing wild Gu, it is like being empty-handed. This is so troublesome. Yi Fan was in the torrential downpour and was soon drenched. He was extremely disappointed. Right at this time, with a crackling sound, lightning struck a tree in the middle of the mountain. The tree fell, flames rose and spread rapidly. Even the torrential downpour could not extinguish the flames. This tung oil mountain is filled with tung oil trees. The flames easily spread and are hard to extinguish. I have to quickly leave this place, otherwise, it will form a huge fire and seal the path. It will be too late to leave by then. Yi Fan quickly left. 15 minutes later, he stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the huge fire that was burning fiercely. Even the torrential downpour could not extinguish it. He sighed and was about to leave when suddenly, a speck of blue light flew towards him. Yi Fan saw it clearly and his eyes opened wide. It was actually that blue face Gu. But this blue face Gu had thick soot on it. It was clearly heavily injured. Yi Fan hurriedly rushed over and grabbed it. Normally, when refining a wild Gu worm, there would be strong resistance from the Gu worm's will, but now that the Gu worm was extremely weak, Yi Fan was able to refine it in a few breaths of time. To think that I actually obtained the blue face Gu like this. Yi Fan sighed, feeling that this was a miracle of fate. This pleasant surprise made him satisfied, and just as he was about to leave, his body suddenly stiffened and froze on the spot like a stone statue. It turned out that after the blue face Gu, there were 3 other wild Gu worms that escaped the fire, flying towards him while on their last breaths. Western desert. On the rock beach, rocks of all sizes were piled up and spread out, forming a natural rock field that was thousands of li in radius. Han Li breathed heavily. His feet were in pain as he stepped on the rocks, but he still ran crazily. Brat, put down those 3 nodding stones. Behind Han Li, a rank 3 Gu master shouted angrily, chasing after him. Han Li heard this and ran even faster. In his field of vision, a huge rock group was getting closer and closer. Han Li couldn't help but show joy on his face. These rocks were huge and thick, and the gaps between the rocks varied in size, making them the best hiding spots. The rank 3 Gu master chasing after Han Li was extremely anxious. Han Li was only a youth, his body was thin and weak. If he entered the gaps, he would quickly leave the Gu Master's sight. But the intense battle earlier had exhausted the rank 3 Gu Master's primeval essence. He could not even activate his rank 3 movement Gu, thus he could only chase on foot. Damn it, am I going to let him escape like this? No, I am a grand rank 3 Gu Master Elder, the other party is only immortal. If I let him escape and this matter spreads, how can I show my face in the future? Those 3 nodding stones are extremely valuable, they are materials for refining rank 5 Gu. They are sold. The rank 3 Gu Master was extremely unwilling, he gritted his teeth and finally used his trump card Gu Worm. Immediately, his heart emptied, his lifespan was reduced by 2 years in exchange for 20% of his rank 3 primeval essence. He used 10% of his primeval essence to activate his movement Gu Worm, his speed increased sharply, and in a few breaths of time he was behind Hanli. He then used the other 10% of primeval essence to activate a stone fist, which he shot out. The stone fist would definitely kill Hanli. But the Gu Master's eyes flashed and he dispelled this thought. On one hand he was afraid of breaking the nodding stones on Hanli, on the other hand, the Gu Master hated Hanli and wanted to kill him to vent his anger. Thus, this stone fist brushed past Hanli's right leg and flew out, crashing into a group of tall and thick rocks. A series of muffled sounds rang out, causing dust to rise and rocks to fly everywhere. Hanli was heavily injured, his right leg was fractured. But he had a strong heart, he knew his life was hanging by a thread, he screamed and pounced forward with all his strength. His body was small and thin, he just happened to get close to the rock gap. The rank 3 Gu Master was shocked, his primeval essence was completely exhausted, he had no other choice, could he really let this brat escape? But soon the Gu Master calmed down. Although Hanli jumped into the rock gap, his head was bleeding and his right leg was fractured, he was dizzy and couldn't get up. Brat, you really know how to run. Run again. The rank 3 Gu Master had a fierce expression, he slowly walked towards Hanli. Hanli felt despair, he subconsciously moved backwards, but his speed was extremely slow. The rank 3 Gu Master thought of countless cruel methods to torture Hanli. He laughed sinisterly as he entered the rock gap. Boom. Suddenly, the few tall rocks that formed the crevice collapsed, pressing the rank 3 Gu Master under the rocks. The rank 3 Gu Master's ribs were crushed, his organs were pierced, after struggling for a while, he died on the spot. Hanli was left standing there in a daze. Central Continent. Universal Life Academy. This Gu refinement competition had already reached its final stage. 16 young Gu Masters sat cross-legged in the square, refining Gu at the same time under everyone's gazes. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was getting closer and closer. Although Universal Life Academy was only a small sect, all Central Continent sects had a quota to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. In Universal Life Academy, there were only 3 quotas, they were reserved for disciples, elders and external elders. Right now, 16 Gu Master disciples were competing for the sole quota. This competition is reaching its crucial moment. That's right, there is a final hurdle in refining Beauty Gu, it tests the Gu Master's control over their mind, they have to unite their palms to prevent the fire from going out of control. Look, Xiaoyu has already reached this hurdle. He is purposely slowing down his refinement speed to give himself enough time to react. The spectating disciples discussed in low voices, analyzing the situation in the field. A moment later, 2 more people reached the final hurdle. As expected, it is Xialan and Lu Wen. The 2 of them and Xiaoyu are publicly recognized as the 3 most talented disciples of our academy in terms of refinement path. The final winner of this competition should be one of the 3 of them. Maybe a dark horse will jump out. That is not possible. Refinement path cultivation requires a lot of practice, it cannot be done in one go. Even if someone practices secretly, they will expend a huge amount of resources, the process of buying Gu refinement materials cannot be concealed. On the stage with the dean at the lead, 6 elders were sitting and observing the competition, preventing any cheating. As time passed, the 4th, 5th and 6th young Gu Masters reached the final crucial step one by one. It is basically confirmed the winner will be one of Xiaoyu, Xialan and Lu Wen. As long as they do not make any mistakes, they will be the top 3. Although the other Gu Masters have also reached the final hurdle, they have already taken too much time. While the spectators were discussing, the elders were also secretly communicating. Chapter 831. The Refinement Hall elders spent a lot of effort in nurturing them, these 3 standards are above average even in Central Continent. As the saying goes, great teachers produce great disciples. An elder praised. You flatter me. These 3 children have talent, but more importantly they have the dean's support, otherwise they would not have such proficiency. The Refinement Hall elder had a humble attitude. The dean was silent. The Refinement Hall elder changed the topic, talking about Hong Yi. Speaking of which, the dean's son Hong Yi also has such talent, he has entered the finals. Most importantly, he is not a Refinement Hall disciple, he does not practice much to be able to obtain such results, it is truly impressive. The elders looked at each other, they were secretly disdainful of the Refinement Hall elder's blatant flattery, but they also agreed. That's right, that's right. With the dean's bloodline flowing in his veins, how weak can he be? When he first entered the academy he was insignificant. But now Hong Yi is already the leader of a group of disciples, he will definitely become a leader in the future. The dean snorted, "Can't I see that my son is trying to please the crowd?" He was extremely lucky to be able to enter the finals. He dabbles in a wide range of things, he does not know his limits. He is proficient in many things but he is lacking in many things. After this competition ends, let him go into seclusion for 7 days to reflect on himself. All the elders were silent. The dean had many sons, Hong Yi was the best one, but he was born from a concubine, he did not have a good relationship with his father, he had a rebellious personality, thus he was often bullied by the dean. This time Hong Yi was participating in the refinement path competition behind his father's back. At this moment Hong Yi was sweating profusely, he stared at the lump of flame in his hand. Within the flame, the goo worm was gradually taking shape. Finally, I have reached the final step. It is a pity that I wasted too much time. Hong Yi observed others while he was busy. When he saw that Chao Yu, Xialan and Lu Wen's flames had shrunk to the size of a wick, Hong Yi knew that he had no hope of winning. As a matter of fact, he did have some talent in the path of refinement, even more so than Chao Yu and the other two. However, he rarely practiced. First of all, this was not his main focus. His energy was scattered and his time was limited. Secondly, he had no financial support. Although he had some fortuitous encounters, his father had not supported him and had only allowed him to focus on his main Dao. Damn it. Father had already sensed my intentions. I wanted to put Mother's memorial tablet in the ancestral hall. Father abided by the rules of the ancestors. How could he agree? He hoped that I would be like my other brothers and sisters, obedient and not offend His Majesty. But the Hong family is really unfair to my mother, unfair. If I don't avenge my mother, then I'm not worthy of being a son. Fine. Now I can only take a risk and take a gamble. This was the final step of refining the red beauty goo, and it could be done in one step by a refinement master. However, the flames were difficult to control, so they deliberately slowed down. Of course, I can't do it in one go, but if I'm faster than them, I still have a chance to win. Hong Yi made up his mind and immediately acted. Whether it was the spectating disciples or the elders on the stage, they quickly noticed Hong Yi's actions. Everyone shook their heads. So naive. Hong Yi wants to take a risk, but how can he turn the situation around? Unless he is a refinement path master. Of course he is not a refinement path master, he is courting death. Quickly look, his flames are out of control. Oh no! Hong Yi shouted in his heart, the flames in his hands were flickering, crackling as they burned, as if they were going to explode at any moment. The explosion was not terrifying, after all, the academy had set a test, they had to consider the safety of the disciples. Failed? Hong Yi's heart sank, the flames in his hands had completely left his control, they even flew out of his hands. At once Hong Yi felt bitter. I still failed in the end. He had been practicing goo refinement at night recently, he had been cramming at the last minute, but now that he was relaxed he was covered in sweat and sneezed. As he sneezed at the flames in front of him, they were extinguished. A fully refined red beauty goo fell on the floor of the square with a bang. Refined. Hong Yi was stunned. Everyone was petrified. An elder who was drinking tea spat out the tea in his mouth. Even the academy's headmaster, Hong Yi's father, subconsciously stood up. He had a strange expression, he was extremely shocked. This sneeze, it was like a refinement path master's technique, it actually passed the final hurdle in one go and refined the red beauty goo successfully. Hong Yi, this kid, what kind of dog shit luck does he have? Who Immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan Tai by Yunxing He Lulan and the land spirit, little Who Immortal, stood together in the sky, silently waiting for the arrival of the earthly calamity. What earthly calamity will it be this time? Little Who Immortal looked at her master. Fang Yuan patted her head. Don't worry, this tribulation is different from the previous one. We have 3 Gu Immortals and moved away Danghun Mountain, we have taken away many resources, greatly reducing the blessed land's foundation. Furthermore, I have also increased my luck. My chance of passing the tribulation has increased to 80%. The heavenly Tao takes away excess and makes up for deficiency. It is about balance. The deeper the blessed land's foundation, the stronger the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation. Thus, Fang Yuan moved Danghun Mountain and the rest of the precious resources into Tai by Yunxing's immortal aperture. This way he reduced his luck and lowered the difficulty of the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation. In the trip to Imperial Court Blessed Land, he once again experienced the wonders of luck path. He knew that the stronger his master's luck was, the weaker the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be. It could be said that Fang Yuan had already made all the necessary preparations. But even so, there was still a 20% chance that Fang Yuan would fail to resist the earthly calamity. The reason was that there were many types of earthly calamities. Normally no one would know what an earthly calamity was. Earthly calamities came in all kinds of strange forms. When encountering a rare one or even one that had never been seen before, the difficulty of resisting it would be very high. While waiting silently, the earth chi surged. The earthly calamity had finally begun. Flower buds after flower buds drilled out of the ground of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, growing sharp horns and growing rapidly in a few breaths of time. Bright red flower buds spread all over Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This is. While the immortals were hesitating, the flowers bloomed completely. These flowers were very large, like wash basins. The petals were soft like silk, stacked in layers. One flower had at least 6 layers of petals, a total of over 100 petals. This is blood poison tangerine, Fang Yuan said in a deep voice. He recognized the flower and his heart was filled with helplessness. To think that this earthly calamity was actually a type of blood calamity. This blood poison tangerine only took 10 breaths of time to grow, bloom and wither. After it withered, its petals and roots would melt into a pool of poisonous blood. The poisonous blood would pollute the blessed land, causing a large number of life forms to die. The losses would usually be huge. To counter this blood poison tangerine, one could only use wood path methods. Other than that, if the blooming blood poison tangerine was destroyed, this flower would immediately turn into a pool of poisonous blood. But in fact, even if Fang Yuan had wood path methods, it would be too late. There were so many blood poison tangerines spread all over Hu Immortal Blessed Land, how could he counter them? Thus, even though Fang Yuan had 3 Gu Immortals, they were helpless against this sea of blood poison tangerine flowers. The blood poison tangerine quickly withered, the pool of poisonous blood fusing into a thin water surface. The water surface was not high, only reaching an adult's ankle, but it spread all over Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The lakes in the eastern part of the Blessed Land were all contaminated. The fox groups and wolf groups in the western part were continuously poisoned, countless fox and wolf groups died, their corpses fell into a pool of blood, the blood flowed down, adding new poisonous blood. The Rockman slaves in the southern part were awakened from their sleep. Many Rockmen had blood poison tangerines growing out of their bodies. After the flowers withered, the poisonous blood flowed, the Rockmen let out cries of agony, but very few died. Tai Bai Yunxing felt a chill in his heart, he could not help but look at the sky, sighing, "Heaven really won't let us have an easy time." Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He Lulan comforted, "Passing the tribulation is dangerous, it is not bad now. This poisonous blood is everywhere, although it is corroding the earth and the losses are severe. Look, the earth chi has already calmed down, this earthly calamity is over." Little Hu Immortal had tears in her eyes. "Master, we need to quickly get rid of this poisonous blood. The soil has already been contaminated, we will not be able to grow anything in the next few years. The pink flower rabbits, wolf groups and fox groups have all suffered heavy losses." Fang Yuan immediately made his move. He activated Pulling Water Immortal Gu, continuously absorbing the poisonous blood into his immortal aperture. His immortal aperture was already a dead land, it was filled with death aura, there was no life in it, he was not afraid of being contaminated by the poisonous blood. But the poisonous blood spread all over the blessed land, the range was too large, even if Fang Yuan used Pulling Water Immortal Gu, the efficiency was low. He could not help but feel some regret. If I had known this, I would not have fused Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu into the killer move Myriad Self, I would have fused Pulling Water Immortal Gu first. This way, my efficiency would be greatly increased. In another aspect, I would be able to reduce immortal essence expenditure. Man proposes but God disposes, this was the current situation. After spending an entire day and night, Fang Yuan finally extracted all the poisonous blood in the blessed land, placing it in his immortal aperture. During this period he did not stop, he did not rest at all. The amount of green grape immortal essence expended was not small. The poisonous blood was spreading, this could not be delayed. The longer it was delayed, the deeper the corrosion and the greater the repercussions. Although the poisonous blood was extracted, the layer of soil on the surface of the blessed land was already filled with blood poison. When one pinched it, it was corroded red. If it was not dealt with, this layer of soil would completely rot after a few days, turning into poisonous blood and contaminating the other soil. Fang Yuan immediately decided to get rid of this layer of soil. Tai Bai Yunxing had landscape as before and could restore the soil to its previous state. But Fang Yuan did not use this method. Like this, Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan worked together, and after several days they finally got rid of this layer of soil. Fang Yuan placed all the poisonous soil into his immortal aperture. Even with his immortal zombie body, he felt extremely tired. The amount of work was too large. From this point of view, it was actually a good thing that Fang Yuan gave up the northern part of the Blessed Land. Chapter 832. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's seventh earthly calamity was finally over. Looking back at this earthly calamity, if one were to talk about danger, there really wasn't anything. But this earthly calamity targeted the weakness of Fang Yuan's side. It was truly disgusting. Fang Yuan had 3 Gu immortals on his side, but they could only watch as the earthly calamity happened, and try to make up for it afterwards. After the earthly calamity ended, He Lulan continued to stay in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This was the safest place for her now. Under Fang Yuan's arrangements, she continued to use Strength Qi Immortal Gu to help the hairy man slaves in the stone nests refine air sac Gu in large numbers. Right now, air sac Gu were piled up like a mountain in the warehouse. Air sac Gu was a one-time consumable storage Gu. It was paired with guts Gu and sold. Before the tribulation, Fang Yuan squeezed out He Lulan's value. The 3 stone nests refined Gu crazily, creating large numbers of air sac Gu. Right now there were too many air sac Gu, guts Gu could not keep up. Fang Yuan changed the refinement plan. He only used 1 stone nest to refine air sac Gu, while the other 2 refined star thought mortal Gu. This made He Lulan grit her teeth in anger. Because the deal had already been made. Before the tribulation, He Lulan would help the hairy men refine air sac Gu. In the future, these air sac Gu that contained guts Gu would be sold to Fang Yuan alone. Now that Hu Immortal Blessed Land had passed the tribulation, He Lulan would get a share of the profits from guts Gu. He Lulan also lacked money. More accurately speaking, for newly advanced Gu immortals like her. Almost none of them did not lack money. Especially now, Fairy Li Shan's wealth was drying up. She could not support He Lulan's cultivation anymore. He Lulan's desire for Immortal Yuan Stone became even stronger. But just as she wanted to expand her plans and accumulate her foundation, Fang Yuan reduced the scale of refining air sac Gu. He Lulan was helpless. The 3 stone nests all belonged to Fang Yuan. He could refine whatever he wanted. He didn't need to care about the opinions of others. But how could He Lulan give up so easily? She found Fang Yuan. He personally negotiated, hoping that Fang Yuan would at least give up 2 stone nests to refine air sac Gu and promote the guts Gu trade. Fang Yuan warmly received her and then emotionally told her about his difficulties. Fairy Lulan, it's not that I don't want to expand production. It was really a headache. You saw it earlier in the process of refining air sac Gu, many hairy men died. If I add more hairy men, the cost will increase. But Star thought Gu's refinement was much gentler, the hairy men suffered lesser losses. I have already lost at least 30% of my hairy men. If the losses continued, he would have to buy hairy man slaves. But as you can see, my Hu Immortal Blessed Land just underwent its tribulation. The losses are huge, so we need to be thrifty in all aspects. He Lulan frowned when she heard this. She felt very uncomfortable. She almost blurted out the words bullshit. Even if He Lulan did not know about Fang Yuan's background, she was clear. Before Fang Yuan underwent tribulation, he transferred all of his precious resources to Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. He did not suffer any huge losses. And in Jade Pool Blessed Land he snatched so many resources. He also obtained Dongfang Naganori's soul. He could be said to be one of the biggest winners in the Battle of Taichio. The guts Gu trade had always been very popular. Most of the profits went into Fang Yuan's pockets. Even if Fang Yuan had no money, he could afford to buy a small group of hairy man slaves. Fang Yuan complained to He Lulan about his poverty, but seeing that He Lulan was unhappy, his smile did not change. He said, "Actually, in my opinion, the plan I suggested earlier is feasible. The 4 of us will raise a huge sum of money to buy the experience of raising hairy men, and then buy a large number of them to nurture ourselves. This is a plan that will last for 100 years, it is the most worth it in the long run." Fang Yuan brought up the matter again. He Lulan sighed internally. Fang Yuan's plan was actually beneficial to all four of them. But why did Fairy Li Shan object to it the first time he mentioned it? Because once this plan was completed, Fang Yuan would be the one who benefited the most. It would be a huge help to Fang Yuan. Among the four, Fang Yuan needed hairy men the most. He had the stone nests, he could make full use of hairy men. In Fang Yuan's cultivation plan, there were large numbers of mortal goo that he needed to refine. But for He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan and Tai Bai Yunxing, they did not need them. If this plan succeeded, He Lulan and the rest would need to invest time and effort in raising hairy man slaves. The biggest use would be to sell hairy man slaves. But their immortal apertures were not suited for raising hairy men, who immortal blessed land was better than them in this aspect. Fang Yuan could not only buy hairy man slaves, raising hairy men was the biggest advantage, he could also use hairy men to refine goo and sell large numbers of mortal goo. Because of this, Fairy Li Shan rejected it. Fang Yuan's development was too fast, even an experienced goo immortal like Fairy Li Shan could not stand it anymore. Even though they were allies, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. After working with Fang Yuan so many times, how could He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan not know that Fang Yuan was a ruthless and crafty demon? He Lulan sighed internally, she frowned deeply, she did not answer Fang Yuan's words, she stood up and left. Fang Yuan sent her out with a smile, looking at her departing figure, he shouted, "This matter is not urgent, Fairy Li Lan, you can think about it." He Lulan was flying in the air, she snorted inwardly when she heard this. Think about what? I don't believe you can endure it. You are only using one stone nest to refine air sac goo, the guts goo trade volume will decrease by half. This way your monthly income, Fang Yuan, will also shrink. You are using money much more than me now, I don't believe you can endure it. No. After a few breaths of time, He Lulan's flying speed slowed down. The number of air sac goo has decreased, but Fang Yuan still has a large amount in stock. He can use this stock to keep the guts goo trade volume unchanged, or even increase it by several times. He Lulan flew slower and slower, the chill in her heart intensified. This Fang Yuan is truly scheming, so he was waiting for me here. His monthly income will not change, it might even increase. What about me? Those air sac goo in the warehouse were all refined by me, but according to the transaction rules I cannot profit from them. But little Ant is already busy with her own matters. Fang Yuan is grasping this opportunity, he is taking advantage of me. So, why would I drag little Ant down at such a crucial time? She has already helped me enough. He Lulan's heart turned cold, she returned to the stone nest and looked at the three majestic buildings below her, she suddenly realized. Compared to Fang Yuan, I am still lacking in many aspects, quite lacking. I have the great strength, true martial physique, Fang Yuan is only an immortal zombie. But unknowingly I have been left behind by him by so much. I thought I was shrewd and scheming, but Fang Yuan is simply unfathomable, he is even more scheming. I thought I had outstanding battle strength, but Fang Yuan's myriad self-killer move can fight rank 7. My greatest weakness is that I do not have a source of income. Goo Immortal cultivation is not about fighting and killing, management is the foundation. In this aspect I am far behind Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, He Lulan stretched out her hand and slapped herself several times. It's time to wake up. He Lulan's face was burning in pain, but her gaze was like lightning, her expression was firm as steel. Since young I was nurtured as the clan leader's successor. When I was a mortal goo master I did not lack cultivation resources, thus I did not know how to manage myself, I lacked awareness in this aspect. I still need to thank Fang Yuan for slapping me and waking me up. As expected, the best teacher is one's own strong enemy. I've decided my first goal is to make myself truly strong. He Lulan was indeed a top-tier talent, she could recognize her own shortcomings, but also dared to admit them and make changes. After she woke up, she did not go and negotiate with Fang Yuan anymore. She calmed herself down and decided to find a profitable business that was suitable for her immortal aperture. This way she felt that it did not matter if she only had one stone nest to refine air sac goo. Because this way she would have more time to learn and accumulate, to think of a suitable business for herself. Fang Yuan was so busy that he felt dizzy. He first took out Danghun Mountain from Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture, placing it at the center of Hu immortal blessed land. Next he started to dig a new home for the dragonfish and air bubble fish. Even though the poisonous blood was drained and the corroded soil was removed, the remaining soil still had a light red color. Grabbing a handful of soil and squeezing it, traces of blood would be squeezed out. Fang Yuan decided to rearrange the layout, this was not a small project. First he had to dig up the original lake and river pond. Next he started to arrange goo worms in the soil, forming a goo formation. Using the foundation of the goo formation, he bought a large amount of fertile soil and buried it. The new soil was also divided into different types. In the lake where the dragonfish were raised, Fang Yuan used dragon scale soil. This soil was granular and hard. Looking from afar, it looked like layers of dragon scales. In fact, it was formed when dragon-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate dragons, or even immemorial desolate dragons lived in soil that was contaminated with dragon qi. When the dragonfish lived in the lake made of dragon scale soil, they had a strong urge to reproduce. As for the lake where the air bubble fish were raised, Fang Yuan chose jade beard soil. This soil was extremely cold when held in the hand, and when jade beard soil was suppressed to the extreme, it would turn into jade. Ordinary jade beard soil would form qi veins that resembled human blood vessels, or the roots of 1,000-year-old ginseng. This was also the reason why jade beard soil was famous. Air bubble fish were close to this soil. It was very beneficial. It could greatly extend their lifespan and increase their vitality. Because of these two types of soil, the habitats of the dragonfish and air bubble fish were named Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Beard Lake by Fang Yuan. These two lakes were at the east of Immortal Blessed Land. They were the largest and second largest lakes. Dragon Scale Lake was the largest. There were large numbers of dragonfish living in it. There was even a desolate beast dragonfish. Above the Jade Beard Lake there were large numbers of thick clouds. There were large numbers of star fragment grass growing on the clouds, forming a grassland in the sky. Groups of starlight fireflies ate the star fragment grass. They flew around the grassland, forming a sky full of starlight. Chapter 833. Fang Yuan had also placed the starlight firefly group into Tai by Yunxing's immortal aperture earlier. A portion of the star fragment grass group had also been moved away. It had completely merged and returned to its original size. The blood poison herb's poisonous blood only contaminated the ground. It did no harm to the star fragment grassland in the sky. Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Beard Lake faced each other. Between the two lakes as well as around them, there were many small lakes that had been created. These small lakes and ponds did not use any special soil. Dragon Scale soil and Jade Beard soil were goo refinement materials. Although they did not reach the standard of immortal materials, with such a large amount Fang Yuan had to pay a huge price to create these two lakes. In these small lakes, there were some remnant water wolves and shark fin wolves. The desolate beast shark fin wolf that Fang Yuan had subdued was also roaming around here, hunting the fish in the small lakes when it was hungry. In the small lakes and ponds, there were a vast number of green jade crucian carps. These green jade crucian carps had tenacious vitality like grass. The poisonous blood could not poison them to death. Instead, a portion of them mutated and turned into blood jade crucian carps. In the market, these blood jade crucian carps were several times more expensive than green jade crucian carps. And at the western part of Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan did the same thing, digging soil, setting up a goo formation and using charcoal rocks to create a large lake. But this lake did not have a single drop of water. Instead, hot steam rose. Charcoal rocks covered the bottom of the lake. When the wind blew, the ash-black charcoal rocks would shine with a bright red light. This lake was named Charcoal Lake by Fang Yuan. It was the second best breeding ground for eerie fire dragon pythons. The best method was the Dongfang tribe's main camp, the Jade Pool Paradise. Fang Yuan had learned of this best method from Dongfang Naganori's soul. Could be said to be very clear. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan's wealth was not enough to support it. Especially when the initial investment was simply too much. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan could only use the second best charcoal rocks to create the eerie fire dragon python's nest. He placed all the eerie fire dragon pythons in there and allowed them to develop. Far away, Fang Yuan dug up a small lake every once in a while, but he did not put any soil in it. He set up a simple goo formation before pouring the poisonous blood that he took out from his immortal aperture into it. This poisonous blood. Under the isolation of the goo formation, only a small portion would seep out every year, contaminating the surrounding soil. In the entire western part of Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan dug out hundreds and thousands of small blood lakes. Why did Fang Yuan do this? This was the relationship between heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations and blessed lands. As he had said before, Gu Qing Shan's Gu, Fang Yuan and Gu Qing Gu. The deeper the heritage of the blessed land, the stronger the fortune, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be. For example, in the earthly calamity of Immortal Blessed Land, the desolate beast swamp crab carried gruel mud immortal Gu. It was immortal Gu Gu Immortal Blessed Land's most valuable treasure. In the end, Danghun Mountain turned into a pile of mud and only survived after Fang Yuan's rescue. Gushin Gu 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 Master Dao. You have an advantage in one respect. If you provoked the jealousy of the heavens, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would come to weaken you. Of course, there were too many types of calamities. This rule was not absolute. It could only be said that the possibility was very high. This was the embodiment of good fortune is accompanied by misfortune. But after the swamp crab earthly calamity was over, in fact, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had gained a large number of enslavement path Dao marks, as well as a few earth path Dao marks. With the increase of enslavement path Dao marks, the life forms in the blessed land would be easier to control and reproduce. Stone men, hairy men, fox groups, wolf groups, fish groups, etc. they were all here. This was Hu Immortal Blessed Land's greatest advantage. After all, the original owner, Hu Immortal, was an enslavement path Gu Immortal. Every tribulation, the number of new Dao marks would be the most in the enslavement path. Other than enslavement path, there were also a few earth path Dao marks. These Dao marks could make Hu Immortal Blessed Land's soil more fertile, make the ground deeper, and absorb more earth energy to support Danghun Mountain. These Dao marks could not be observed by ordinary means. Instead, he fused it with Hu Immortal Blessed Land, making this small world more comprehensive and more outstanding. This was the embodiment of good fortune is accompanied by misfortune. Central Continent's world targeted Danghun Mountain and activated the swamp crab earthly calamity. But after passing it, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had gains. The increase in earth path Dao marks caused the relationship between Danghun Mountain and Hu Immortal Blessed Land to become even closer. And this time, the earthly calamity was the flower sea of blood poison apple. Fang Yuan guessed that Central Continent's world might be targeting his blood path Grandmaster attainment. After passing it, Hu Immortal Blessed Land gained a large number of new Dao marks again. Among them, the number of enslavement path Dao marks was still the highest, magnifying Hu Immortal Blessed Land's original advantage. At the same time, there were many new blood path Dao marks. The appearance of blood path Dao marks no doubt improved Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Green jade crucian carps turning into blood jade crucian carps was only one aspect of it. After Fang Yuan expended a lot of effort to get rid of the top layer of Hu Immortal Blessed Land soil, a large number of tender grass sprouts and small flower buds were already emerging from the exposed layer of soil. These wild grasses were called blood scythe grass. After they matured, they were curved like sickles, their backs were thick and the outside was as sharp as a blade. And these wild flowers were called red axe flowers. The petals were like the blades of axes, they were white in color, but they emitted a faint red light. Be it blood scythe grass or red axe flowers, they were both excellent Gu refinement materials. Although they were not immortal materials, they could be used to refine rank 3 mortal Gu. The blood scythe grass and red axe flowers that were all over Hu Immortal Blessed Land, once they matured, they would have an astonishing amount of wealth. And this wealth was actually brought to Hu Immortal Blessed Land by this earthly calamity. Actually, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there were many flowers and grasses growing there, like the blue poisonous blue degree grass, horseshoe-shaped horseshoe grass, the 6 divine grass with 6 slender leaves and a jade-like luster. There were also colorful 7 treasure flowers, cup-shaped milk tea flowers that contained milk tea-like juice. But these flowers and grasses could only be used to refine rank 1 or 2 mortal Gu. Their value was far lower than blood scythe grass and red axe flowers. The poisonous blood seeped into the soil, turning a portion of the roots and seeds of these flowers and grasses into blood scythe grass seeds and red axe flowers. Most importantly, the increase in blood path Dao marks transformed Hu Immortal Blessed Land's environment, giving blood scythe grass and red axe flowers a foundation to grow. Rank 6 Gu immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years and 30 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations, they would advance to rank 7 Gu immortals. Earthly calamities were weaker than heavenly tribulations. Each calamity and tribulation was a difficult test from heaven, filled with danger but also filled with opportunities. The newly added Dao marks would transform this world, giving birth to even more valuable things. These things would provide Gu immortals with cultivation resources. Initially, Hu Immortal Blessed Land could only plant large amounts of ordinary flowers and grasses. At that time, the soil was shallow, there was no water or wind. Even if they planted blue degree grass or horseshoe grass, they would not survive. After several earthly calamities, the flowers and grasses withered and went extinct. Hu immortals suffered heavy losses, but they gained new wood path and earth path Dao marks. And because of the fire, there were fire path Dao marks. After the flood, there were water path Dao marks. With these Dao marks, Hu Immortal blessed land's environment was improved. Hu Immortal was able to transplant blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass and milk tea flowers. Although these fortuitous encounters allowed the blessed land to be greatly improved, there would be losses in every earthly calamity. It depended on the Gu Immortal's ability to manage it. Hu Immortal's strength continued to fall. During the 5th earthly calamity, she finally died from the blue charm lightning shadow. After Fang Yuan inherited the blessed land, he barely survived the 6th desolate beast calamity, swamp crab. Together with this one, Hu Immortal blessed land had already survived the 7th earthly calamity. After this earthly calamity, Hu Immortal blessed land gained blood path Dao marks. It became the environment for flowers and grasses like blood scythe grass and red axe flowers to grow. Old farmers knew what kind of land and what kind of crops would have the best harvest. When Fang Yuan managed the blessed land, he had to adapt to the local conditions and play to his strengths. He did not allow Tai Bai Yunxing to use landscape as before, and instead dug the poisonous blood lakes himself. It was because of this reason. In fact, not just these flowers and grasses with these blood path Dao marks, I can raise blood trace foxes. The blood pattern fox's reproduction rate would be much higher than any other fox pack from before. The annual production will be much higher if I buy some experience in raising blood trace foxes. If I am lucky, I can even enter the market and sell them for some money. But blood trace foxes were in the middle of the food chain. Fang Yuan still needed to bring in some blood trace rabbits as the main food of the fox group. What did the blood trace rabbits eat? They naturally had to eat blood scythe grass. Thus, Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort to dig so many poisonous blood lakes. He wanted to use these poisonous blood as nutrients. Under the control of the Gu formation, it would permeate the soil and grow blood scythe grass and red axe flowers. Of course, to ensure the vitality of the blood trace foxes, Fang Yuan also wanted to bring in some poison beard wolves. The previous Hu Immortal blessed land was not suitable for these poison beard wolves. But now, with the poisonous blood, a small portion of the poison beard wolves could survive. There was no need for too many poison beard wolves, only a small portion was needed to create a catfish effect on the blood trace foxes. Fang Yuan was extremely busy, his feet were about to hit the back of his head. Time always passed quickly when one was busy. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed in Hu Immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan's modification of Hu Immortal blessed land had finally come to an end. Hu Immortal blessed land was reborn. In the east, Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Beard Lake complemented each other. There were many small lakes and ponds in the surroundings. In the sky there was a star fragment grassland. In the lakes there were dragonfish, bubblefish, black carp and blood jade carp. Beside the lakes there were shark fin wolf groups, water wolf groups and some earth skin pigs. In the west the number of lakes increased, surpassing the number in the east. In the center of the west there was a charcoal rock lake. At every set distance there would be a blood poison lake. Hundreds and thousands of blood lakes were evenly distributed in the west of the blessed land. If one looked at it from a bird's eye view, it would be a spectacular sight. Not long from now, this place would form blood scythe grassland and red axe flower sea. Currently there were only a few blood trace rabbits, a few poison beard wolves and a few blood trace foxes. But the blood trace foxes would continue to be brought in from the outside, their numbers would increase. Chapter 834. At the southern part of Hu Immortal blessed land, a small portion of the rockmen were still hibernating underground. Because a large number of blood poison fruits died in the rockmen's tunnels, the underground homes of these rockmen would produce a bloodstone mine in a few decades. The underground cave that hid Wisdom Gu was restored using landscape as before. The Ji forest was dispirited, but it did not need treatment, it would detoxify on its own. There was even a chance that it would form a blood Ji forest. At the northern part of the blessed land, the area was small, it was used as a breeding base for regretful spiders. At the center of the blessed land was Danghun Mountain. Danghun Palace imprisoned Dongfang Naganori's soul, as well as dozens of eastern captives. The warehouse stored a large number of immortal materials. Over 5,000 kilograms of oil water, the huge dead eggs of the worldly sand gull, and a large number of air sac goo. Near Danghun Mountain, there were 3 Fang Yuan stone nests. Many hairy man-slaves lived inside, refining goo continuously. As for the small batch of mirror willow trees, they were destroyed and had lost all life. The beggar moths that ate mirror willow leaves had no value, they were sold by Fang Yuan. This way, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders and dragonfish, these 3 resources were truly constructed. Unlike before where they were stored, if this continued, these 3 resources could be bred and sold for profit. It was already on the right track. But currently, These three resources were stockpiling, they could not rush into the market. Dang Hun Palace's warehouse still had a large number of air sac goo. But Fang Yuan could not sell them to the market and earn a huge sum of money. Crane Gate was still keeping an eye on Who Immortal blessed land. It was better not to attract too much attention, he had to sell them slowly to lower the risk and make a long-term investment. Who Immortal blessed land's construction was completed. Tai Bai Yunxing bid farewell to Fang Yuan on the second day. During this period he had put in a lot of effort. Without his help, Fang Yuan would need at least half a month to complete such a huge amount of work. In fact, not only did he put in a lot of effort, he even lent an Immortal Yuan stone to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have a lot of Immortal Yuan stone to begin with. In the early stages of construction, there was a huge funding gap. Tai Bai Yunxing took the initiative to give Fang Yuan a sum of Immortal Yuan stone to make up for this gap. Speaking of which, among the four who had signed the Snow Mountain Oath of Allegiance, Tai Bai Yunxing was the wealthiest. He was developing well in Eastern Sea. A large amount of resources were moved into his Immortal Aperture, causing his Immortal Aperture's foundation to be lacking. The Earth Chi was thin and showed signs of instability. This time, Tai Bai Yunxing returned to Who Immortal blessed land not only to help Fang Yuan, but also to return to northern plains and set up a blessed land to absorb Earth Chi while facing the earthly calamity. However, it was still too early for the earthly calamity to descend, and it would take some time to absorb the earthly Chi. When the earthly calamity arrived, Fang Yuan would definitely help Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing left Who Immortal blessed land, but He Lulan stayed behind to guard it. Fang Yuan soon left Who Immortal blessed land and went to Central Continent. There was no other reason. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was about to begin. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. Crane Gate. Clouds and mist shrouded this giant mountain. Cranes were flying among the pine trees in the forest. In an underground secret room of Crane Gate, it was dark and damp. The stone walls were covered in moss. Other than a stone bed, there was no other furniture in the room. On the stone bed, a young Gu master was lying on the bed, his face was pale as paper. There were no injuries on his body, but he was unconscious. It was Guyue Fangjing. A Gu worm was lying on Fangjing's chest, motionless. Suddenly, a faint light flashed in the stone room. A Gu Immortal appeared. His sleeves were fluttering, his face was like jade, he had a youthful appearance, but the most eye-catching thing was his eyebrows. His eyebrows were jade green and long, the ends of his eyebrows extended to his waist. Under his eyebrows, his gaze was eerie. Lord He Fengyang. The Gu worm lying on Fangjing's chest immediately flapped its wings, excitedly calling out the identity of the intruder. This Gu worm was the spirit incubating flea that contained Master Tenshuru's soul. Lord, please heal Fangjing's soul and let my disciple wake up. Master Tenshuru said. Sky Crane, you still have this answer. He Fengyang sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed. He was more willing to let Master Tenshuru reincarnate. Why? Because Master Tenshuru was originally He Fengyang's subordinate, he had done many things for He Fengyang, he knew his background and was a talent. In contrast, Guyue Fangjing was too young, he had the experience of being forced to sacrifice himself. If he held a grudge against Crane Gate, that would be even worse. Sky Crane, do you know the possession method that our Crane Gate obtained this time can be said to be perfect? It is extremely outstanding. If you had used possession before, your soul might not be used to it, there might be repercussions. But now, with possession, it is as if you were born like this, your soul and body fusing together, getting along harmoniously. There won't be any side effects at all. This is your luck, you can be reborn and regain the glory you once had. Heaven has already given you this opportunity, why don't you grab it? He Fengyang urged. Lord. The spirit incubating flea rustled, its voice deep. Please forgive my stubbornness. If I had really possessed him, I might not even be able to face myself. Fangjing, he is my disciple just like me in the past. Just like my past self, this is his future. If I had possessed him, I would not be able to face my own heart. Please help me, Lord, on account of my many years of service to you. He Fengyang's face showed a trace of anger. He had not been living well recently. To save 9 Palace Crane Little 9, He Fengyang had begged people everywhere, spending a large amount of money, but the results were minimal. Now, even his former subordinates were stubbornly going their own way, not listening to his advice, not letting him have his way. This possession method was powerful, but it had a precondition. It could not be used rashly, it was best to let the soul and the person being possessed interact for a long time before the possession. When Master Tenshuru had planned to possess Fangjing, he had placed the spirit incubating flea in Fangjing's aperture, so much time had passed, the conditions for possession were ripe, but Master Tenchiru had changed his mind. This meant that if Master Tenchiru still wanted to possess someone else, it would not be possible for the time being. He still needed some time to interact with the body. As for Dongfang Naganori's possession of Dongfang Yuliang, he had secretly placed a portion of his soul in Dongfang Yuliang's body. The method was ingenious. Dongfang Yuliang did not sense anything amiss. Fengyang had been living unhappily these few days. He was frustrated. He wanted to scold Master Tenchiru. But he could not say the words in his heart, because Fengyang could not help but think of himself from Master Tenchiru. Wasn't he the same as Master Tenchiru in the past? In order to save little Nine, he was stubborn and was even willing to sacrifice himself. Back then, when he was in desperate straits, it was Crane Gate's third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, who had lent a helping hand. That was how Fengyang was now. Thinking of this, Fengyang let out a long sigh. Never mind, never mind. Since you insist, Fengyang will fulfill your wish. This is my compensation for what you have done for me in the past. If you want to possess someone else in the future and ask me for help again, it will not be for free. After saying this, Fengyang waved his big sleeves, lightly brushing Guiyue Fangjing's face. After this action, Fengyang suddenly disappeared on the spot. After a few breaths, Guiyue Fangjing's soul became as solid as before, and he woke up from his coma. You're awake, disciple. The spirit incubating flea fluttered in front of him excitedly. Guiyue Fangjing was confused. Master, where are we? Of course we're at Crane Gate, stupid disciple. Master Tenchiru laughed. Why am I here? Guiyue Fangjing's eyes were still absent-minded. He mumbled to himself, but suddenly he shuddered. Fear appeared on his face. He thought of that blood pool, the terrifying memory of the blood vines growing on his body when he attacked Immortal blessed land. Guiyue Fangjing screamed in fear, retreating subconsciously. But the back of his head hit the hard stone wall. He fell backwards and fainted on the spot. Master Tenchiru, 3 days later. Crane Gate officially announced the news of Guiyue Fangjing's awakening. Guiyue Fangjing, who appeared in front of the disciples again, had rank 5 cultivation level. During the morning class, Crane Gate's leader appointed Guiyue Fangjing as an elder of Crane Gate. At once, the sect was shaken. Former Fangjing's rivals like Sun Yuanhua were dumbstruck, the disciples and elite disciples were in an uproar, and the elders were discussing among themselves. Crane Gate's Gu Immortals had forcefully raised Fangjing's cultivation level to rank 5 in order to attack Hu Immortal blessed land. The identity of a disciple was no longer suitable for Fangjing. New position, new identity. Guiyue Fangjing had just gotten used to it. He was at a loss of what to do. When he walked on the road, every disciple he met would greet him. There were many elite disciples who were older than him. Sometimes, when they saw former rivals like Sun Yuanhua, they would be very respectful. Many beautiful female disciples would often surround Fangjing. Some would look at Fangjing with watery eyes, some would sweetly call Fangjing elder. Compared to other sect elders, Fang Yuan was excessively young. He could be said to be unique. His legendary experiences attracted the attention of many female disciples. Some even had unrequited love for him. Even Fangjing himself would sometimes forget his identity when he saw other elders, and would greet them with the etiquette of a disciple. Every time, the situation would be somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Fangjing had Master Tenchiru to help him. Crane Gate's leader would also summon Fangjing from time to time, asking him if he had any difficulties in life, asking about his well-being, making Guiyue Fangjing feel overwhelmed by the favor. What made Guiyue Fangjing even happier was that the sect treated elders very well. It was dozens of times better than the disciples. Master Tenchiru saw this and vaguely understood their intentions. Earlier, the sect's higher-ups had purposely sacrificed Fangjing, using his life to increase the possibility of attacking Hu Immortal blessed land. Now they were trying to win him over to restore Fangjing's loyalty to the sect. Fangjing was not Fang Yuan. He was too young and inexperienced. He did not sense this intention. In fact, he had never had any complaints towards Crane Gate. This way, after becoming an elder, he had a greater sense of belonging towards Crane Gate. Chapter 835. On this day, Fangjing finished listening to another elder's public lecture and was on his way back, but was stopped by a disciple called Shihong. Elder Fangjing. Shihong greeted first. Fangjing returned the greeting, feeling slightly embarrassed. Because this elite disciple, Shihong, was older than Fangjing, and was a senior brother several generations above Fangjing. I would like to ask Elder Fangjing, among the 4 entrance questions of the Refinement Path Convention, one of them is to refine Earth Treasury Flower Goo. And to refine this goo, the third last step is to use upstream grass and Zen Lion mane. as well as a Gu refinement method. But I keep failing at this step. I don't know what the correct Gu refinement method is. This. Fangjing was stunned, his tone hesitant. He cultivated enslavement path and controlled flying cranes. His battle strength could be said to be outstanding among mortal Gu masters. But he had no understanding of refinement path. Fortunately, he had the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenshuru secretly transmitted the answer to him. Fangjing answered, "This Gu refinement method is called one after another hand. Its goal is to twist every upstream grass and every Zen lion mane together. To refine earth treasury flower Gu, you need to weave 100 grass hairs within 30 breaths of time. Once this time is exceeded, the Gu refinement flame will burn these grass and hairs. Thus, if you are not familiar with this method, the Gu refinement will easily fail." Fangjing repeated Master Tenshuru's words, becoming more and more composed as he spoke. After saying this, he continued to talk about how to practice the Gu refinement method, one after another hands. Shihong's expression changed slightly. He was somewhat startled as he quickly thanked. "Many thanks to Elder Fangjing for your guidance. I have benefited greatly. Is there anything else you don't understand?" Fangjing smiled. He had gotten a kick out of being a teacher. "No more. That's all. Disciple will take his leave." Shihong bowed and said goodbye. After the two separated, Fangjing walked for a while, but he suddenly slowed down. He frowned. "This Shihong doesn't seem like he's here to learn from me. It seems like he's here to make things difficult for me. Hee, you can see it now. Not bad, not bad." Master Tenshuru grinned. "Shifu," Fangjing cried out inwardly, "so you already knew?" "Nonsense, your background is very easy to find out, your age is there, everyone knows that you have never cultivated refinement path." Yet, Shihong purposely came to ask such an obscure question. "If you're not deliberately making things difficult for me, then what is it?" Master Tenshuru paused and asked Fangjing, "Do you know why he made things difficult for you?" "What?" Fangjing was baffled. Master Tenshuru laughed heartily and explained, "It's because Shihong likes the female disciple Yu. Yu was Elder Yentang's daughter. Elder Yentang was alone, he was ostracized in Crane Gate, he did not have a good time. He intends to betroth his daughter to you, to form a faction and form an alliance with the youngest elder in Immortal Crane sect's history. Otherwise, why would he keep inviting you for drinks? He even purposely arranged it. Let his daughter sit with you?" Fangjing exclaimed as he came to a realization. Yu's beauty involuntarily surfaced in his mind as she sat beside him. Sitting beside him, she passionately took food for him. She even repeatedly toasted Fangjing. After a few sips of wine, her face was flushed. She was beautiful. "You remember now, do you remember now?" "Ah, silly boy." Master Tenshuru was very happy to see Fangjing stunned on the spot. He had the spirit of gossiping. Regardless of gender, age, or life or death. Fangjing sighed helplessly, he shook his head and said in annoyance, "Scheming and benefits, I really don't like it. From now on, if Elder Yentang invites me again, I will reject him. I am an elder anyway, I have the same rank as him, it is not a big deal to reject him." Silly boy, which organization in this world is not maintained by benefits? There is true love, but it is because it is rare that it is precious. Master Tenshuru sighed, "Don't avoid this, I advise you not to reject Elder Yentang's invitation. Even if you don't marry his daughter, don't ruin your relationship with Elder Yentang. Because right now, you are even more isolated than Elder Yentang." "Let's not talk about this, Master, I just mentioned the Refinement Path Convention. Recently, be it disciples or elders, they are all discussing it. What is this Refinement Path Convention?" Fangjing purposely changed the topic. "You better ask me this question, don't ask anyone else. Otherwise they will look at you like you are an idiot. I will tell you in detail. This Refinement Path Convention is not ordinary, it is a grand event that happens once every 100 years in Central Continent. That is to say, without any lifespan extension methods, most Gu masters can only participate once in their lives." Master Tenshuru answered. Fangjing spoke. "Refinement Path Convention, is it a grand event for Refinement Path Gu masters?" That is not the case. Gu master cultivation has three aspects: nurturing Gu, using Gu, and refining Gu. The Refinement Path Convention is not a grand event that only Refinement Path Gu masters can participate in. As long as you have skills in Gu refinement or have experience, you can participate in this grand event. Master Tenshuru continued, "The scale of this grand event is unprecedented. It is definitely the #1 Refinement Path grand event in the world. Every Refinement Path Convention, hundreds of thousands of Gu masters will participate. They come from sects of all sizes in Central Continent. Even Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, and Northern Plains Gu masters will appear. Southern Border. Fang Jing's thoughts were evoked. He could not help but think of Qing Mao Mountain. He then asked, then what are the 4 major entrance exams that Shihong mentioned just now? Master Tenshuru said everything he knew. The so-called 4 entrance tests are equivalent to the qualifications to enter. Any Gu master, no matter who, will refine Gu in their cultivation. The Refinement Path Convention has great rewards. It attracts countless Gu masters to participate. If there were no checkpoints, then there would be too many people trying their luck just to make up the numbers. Thus, there are 4 entrance tests to choose the truly outstanding Gu masters with Refinement Path attainment. That is to say, to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, one has to complete these 4 entrance tests. Fang Jing realized. Master Tenshuru laughed. Actually, these 4 questions test the basic skills of Gu refinement. Gu masters with some experience can usually pass them. Fang Jing was shocked. Master, I can't pass them. No problem, under my guidance you can also succeed. You can also succeed if you crazily train during this period. Lord Sky Crane said. Is that so? Then wouldn't I be able to broaden my horizons? Fang Jing was overjoyed. Central Continent. 5 Virtues Mountain. There was a huge crowd that flowed like a river. It surrounded 5 Virtues Mountain. 5 Virtues Mountain was not tall. It was located in the eastern part of Central Continent. It was the territory of a mid-sized sect, 5 Virtues sect. Within a radius of 3,000 kilometers, the 5 Virtues sect could be considered a major power. Especially because of its deep background, the current sect leader of 5 Virtues sect was an elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. Heavenly Lotus sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It was a super force. Thus, although 5 Virtues sect had not been established for long, its development was smooth. The surrounding veteran forces did not dare to suppress it. Fang Yuan was disguised as a mortal Gu master. Right now he was mixed in the crowd, slowly walking towards 5 Virtues Mountain from the foot of the mountain. He wore a black robe. He was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. He wore a mask on his face and a rain hat on his head. The brim of the hat was very low, casting a shadow under the sunlight, even covering Fang Yuan's shoulders. But this attire was not eye-catching in the crowd. Many people were covering him. Even more than him. As the crowd slowly moved forward, Fang Yuan saw the entrance of 5 Virtues sect. This tall archway had 16 huge pillars and was more than 300 feet wide. It was even taller than a 5-story building. The words 5 Virtues sect were written on the door plaque, shining with golden light. Below the archway there were 6 stone lions. It was extraordinarily mighty and imposing. After passing the entrance, there was a large path with stairs paved with top-quality green jade stones. It was like a green river leisurely climbing up 5 Virtues Mountain. Beside the large path, there were shady trees, verdant and verdant. Mountain winds blew from time to time, bringing a trace of coolness. The crowd rubbed shoulders with each other, people squeezed against each other, there were all kinds of people. Fang Yuan's gaze swept around. On his left, there was a group of long-haired female Gu masters, wearing the same flowery dress. They should be from the same sect. On his right, there was a white-clothed young master, fanning himself with a folding fan and riding a leopard, his eyes constantly glancing at the group of female Gu masters. On his left, there was a master and disciple wearing shabby clothes talking to each other. Master, there are so many people. The disciple sighed. The master chuckled. There are too many people, don't get separated. Good disciple, your refinement path talent is very high. This is your chance to soar in the world. It is not difficult for you to pass the 4 entry questions, but you must get a good ranking. Only then will others look at you in a different light and fight to recruit you. The disciple smiled proudly. Master, don't worry. This time I will definitely get first place. The reward for getting first place will be a Gu worm to treat your illness. The master was about to speak, but suddenly, a huge force came from behind. The master was pushed to the ground, and the disciple cried out in shock, hurrying to support him. Move aside. Move aside. A group of tall and strong men walked over with an arrogant aura. Behind them, an old Gu master with a sinister gaze was leisurely sitting on a recliner, being carried by 4 people. Flying Frost Sect's first elder, Lord Han, has arrived. Hurry and make way. The man leading the way shouted. Let's go, Flying Frost Sect's people are here. We can't afford to offend them. Flying Frost Sect's first elder is coming with great momentum. They are trying to regain their face from 5 Virtues sect. That's right, last time 5 Virtues sect and Flying Frost sect fought for the Spring Eye, In the end, Five Virtues sect barely won, while Flying Frost sect suffered heavy losses. Everyone discussed, not wanting to offend Flying Frost sect, they all moved aside. Damn it, they're going too far. The disciple helped his master up, gritting his teeth and wanting to argue. Don't go. The master was an experienced person, quickly stopping his disciple. What kind of force is Flying Frost sect? In front of Fang Yuan, a male Gu master asked his companion. After getting the answer, the Gu master sneered in disdain. Humph, the whole sect only has 3 rank 5 Gu masters, they are only SOSO. The companion beside him quickly persuaded, this is Central Continent, not Eastern Sea, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its territory, it is better to avoid trouble. Forget it, forget it. The male Gu master thought about it, finally snorting coldly, not waiting for Flying Frost sect's people to arrive, he squeezed into the crowd on the right. What's wrong with you, are you blind? Move aside, move aside. The strong man arrived behind Fang Yuan and shouted angrily, trying to drive him away. Fang Yuan did not turn around, turning a deaf ear to him. The strong man showed anger on his face, but his expression immediately changed. Rank 5 cultivation? Fang Yuan was disguised as a rank 5 Gu master. He intentionally leaked a trace of his aura. The strong men were bewildered, quickly retracting their hands. On the bamboo chair, Flying Frost sect's first elder, Han, sat up straight, staring at Fang Yuan's back. Rank 5 aura, it's real. Such a disguise, he is either a lone cultivator or a demonic Gu master. Han squinted, waving his hand as he ordered, still not moving to the front? The men hurriedly accepted the order and turned around, avoiding Fang Yuan and moving forward. In the mortal world, rank 5 was definitely a peak existence, the leader of a force. Even the sect leader of Crane Gate only had rank 5 cultivation. This group of people who only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The young disciple and master merged into the crowd again. The young disciple looked at the back of Flying Frost sect's people, feeling indignant. Next, he turned his curious, probing and slightly worshipping gaze towards Fang Yuan. The white-clothed young master on the right kept his fan and got off the leopard. The group of female Gu masters in front purposely stopped, and many other Gu masters took the initiative to approach Fang Yuan, expressing their goodwill. Rank 5 Gu master. Such a person if they could befriend him. On the side of the road, the Five Virtues sect disciple in charge of maintaining order also sent a message. Quickly report, we discovered a rank 5 Gu master. Facing these people, Fang Yuan only said one word, scram. His tone was calm, cold and filled with ruthlessness. Everyone's expression changed, a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Who would dare to pester him? The young disciple also hurriedly retracted his gaze. Fang Yuan retracted his aura again, the surroundings were empty, there was no one within 3 steps. Floating astronomy. Chapter 836. They followed the main road up the mountain and arrived at the mountainside. A wide platform had been opened up here, and 3 large words were carved on the mountain wall. Disciple Selection Platform. Presumably it was the place where the aptitude of the new disciples would be tested every year, and then the elders would choose the new disciples. But now the place had been roughly remodeled. There was a simple Gu formation on the floor separating the areas. Each piece was labeled with a number. Every once in a while the people in front would move a little. On both sides of the road, there were disciples of the Five Virtues sect handing out number plates. Fang Yuan received a number plate with the number 63 on it. He walked up to the disciple selection platform, found the 63rd position, and sat cross-legged on the floor tiles. A moment later, the people in the square sat down. A Five Virtues sect elder announced loudly, this year's Refinement Path Convention has 4 entry questions, begin. At the next moment, the hundreds of Gu masters on the disciple selection stage made their moves, displaying their abilities. Some of them had a ball of flame in their palms. This was the fire refinement technique. Some of them spat out clouds of smoke from their mouths. This was the smoke refinement technique. Some released several ice snakes. The ice snakes raised their heads and spat out cold air. This was ice refinement. On the other hand, a few tens of specks of starlight fluttered about in Fang Yuan's hand, and they were like a group of azure fireflies that coiled and flew about. According to the order, Fang Yuan put in the Gu refinement materials. After a quarter of an hour, he finished all the questions and stood up. So fast. The Five Virtues sect elder in charge of the scene had already known of Fang Yuan's rank 5 Gu master identity and had been paying attention to him. Even so, when Fang Yuan stood up, the elder still had a look of surprise on his face. The speed at which Fang Yuan completed the task was simply too fast. He didn't make a single mistake. His technique was extremely proficient. What? Someone's already done it? Fang Yuan's action was shocking. This attracted the attention of many Gu masters refining Gu. It's that mysterious rank 5 Gu master. The old master stood outside and saw Fang Yuan. His pupils constricted slightly, and then he cast a worried gaze towards his disciple, praying in his heart, "My good disciple, you can't be distracted because of this and be disturbed." Thankfully, his young disciple was focused on refining Gu and did not notice Fang Yuan's movements. Fang Yuan walked up the platform. On the high platform, the 5 Virtues sect elder immediately left his seat and personally inspected the 4 Gu worms in Fang Yuan's hands. There aren't any negative effects. It's like a well-fed Gu worm. Its condition is extremely stable. The elder of the 5 Virtues sect was inwardly alarmed. After he finished inspecting, he cupped his hands towards Fang Yuan and warmly said, "Darren, please go up the mountain this way." Fang Yuan nodded. He slowly walked away from the disciple selection platform. Impossible, right? Someone actually passed in less than a third of the time. Such powerful refinement path attainments. Outside the stage, the crowd discussed noisily. Even the Gu masters refining Gu inside the stage were stunned. There were also a few who were too shocked that their minds were shaken. This caused the Gu refinement to fail. Fang Yuan did not need to conceal his identity in this refinement path convention. He was also a Gu immortal. There was no need to hide. He started up the path up the mountain and presently, after a while, a 5 Virtues sect elder came up to greet him. "Sir, please wait for a moment." The elder had just spoken when Fang Yuan waved his hand interrupting him. "I know why you are here. I have no such intentions. A mere 5 Virtues sect cannot accommodate me." The elder was stunned, anger flashed on his face. He had come here with the sect leader's orders, to recruit Fang Yuan and invite him to become an external elder of the sect. In fact, 5 Virtues sect was one of the registration points for the Refinement Path Convention. It was to recruit talents. Originally, Fang Yuan's cultivation level was rank 5, everyone in 5 Virtues sect was paying close attention to him. The Refinement Path attainment he displayed earlier even shocked the sect leader of 5 Virtues sect. How could he let go of such a talent? Thus, he ordered the elder to come forward and discuss. In the end, before this elder could state his intentions, he was rejected by Fang Yuan. This elder was very embarrassed after being rejected by Fang Yuan. "What else do you want?" Fang Yuan glanced at him coldly. The elder's face turned purple from anger. He snorted coldly, "Sir, you are actually looking down on my 5 Virtues sect. Aren't you being too arrogant? You want a duel with me?" Fang Yuan's voice was cold. The elder's anger froze. He looked at Fang Yuan deeply. Good, sir, you think highly of yourself. I am sure you will be able to obtain first place in the Refinement Path Convention. My 5 Virtues sect will wait and see." Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and left. Fang Yuan did not mind. He continued to move forward. Turning around a cliff, he saw Wood Virtue Hall. This hall was hidden in the forest. It was emerald green and complemented the surrounding vegetation. Fang Yuan walked into the hall. There were countless tables and chairs in the hall. There were even elite disciples of 5 Virtues sect waiting for him. Seeing Fang Yuan appear, one of the disciples quickly went to greet him. "Senior, may I know your name, which sect and which Gu master path you cultivate?" Fang Yuan said solemnly, "My name is Fang Yuan, my sect is a secret, my main path is a secret." "Oh, alright, senior, please pay 100 yuan stone as the registration fee. This fee will be used for..." Before this disciple finished speaking, Fang Yuan threw the prepared yuan stone over. The disciple caught it in a fluster, saying politely, "Please take a seat." After a while, Fang Yuan obtained a token. Fang Yuan's name was written on the token. Behind the token was a row of small words. "Sect is a secret, path is a secret, register at 5 Virtues sect." At the end there was still the registration time. "Senior, please keep this token well. If you lose it, please replace it as soon as possible, otherwise, you will not be able to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. Please continue up the mountain. There will be the first Gu refinement competition in Fire Virtue Hall. Only by passing this competition will you be qualified to participate in the second round." This disciple explained patiently. Fang Yuan took the token and left Wood Virtue Hall. At this point, the registration was over. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was organized by the 10 great ancient sects on the surface, but it was secretly supported by the Celestial Court. The Refinement Path Convention was of an unprecedented scale. There were hundreds of registration points all over Central Continent. Most of them were sects like 5 Virtues sect. They were quite strong. They were close to the 10 great ancient sects, or were the representatives of the 10 great ancient sections. Fang Yuan wanted to participate in the refinement path convention. He had to refine Gu at any of these registration points. Only by passing the 4 introductory questions would he be qualified to register and obtain the token. Because there were many demonic path Gu masters participating in the refinement path convention, there were even Gu masters from the other 4 regions, the registration was very casual. Their names could be casually mentioned, their paths and sects could not be mentioned, the main point was the token itself. There was also a group of special Gu masters. These people's sects or individuals had obtained a ranking in the previous refinement path convention, thus they could directly participate in the refinement path convention. For example, Hongyi. This was the situation. His Universal Life Academy had obtained a low ranking in the refinement path convention 100 years ago. This time, Universal Life Academy had 3 spots. They could participate in the refinement path convention without taking the test. What was worth mentioning was that only Central Continent Gu masters and Central Continent sects had this privilege. After all, this refinement path convention was organized by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, thus it was biased towards Central Continent itself. Of course, Crane Gate had a large number of free spots. But Fang Yuan was only a subordinate of Crane Gate. It was not easy to ask for this spot. Fang Jing was in a different situation. A portion of the sect's spots were given to disciples and elite disciples, while the other portion was given to the elders. Fang Jing became an elder of Crane Gate. He could not compete with the disciples for the spots. And his own refinement path attainment was very low, he could not compete with the elders. To participate in the refinement path convention, Crane Gate naturally had to give out spots to those Gu masters with deep refinement attainment who could uphold the reputation of Crane Gate. Thus, be it Fang Yuan or Fang Jing, they had to register themselves. Fang Yuan held the token. He walked up the mountain and entered Fire Virtue Hall. This was the first round of the Refinement Path Convention's competition. If their results were too bad, they would not be qualified to participate in the second round. Fang Yuan walked in and learned about the Gu refinement content of the first round. You have to refine the rank 1 water-like Gu within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. You have to refine at least 100 rank 1 water-like Gu to pass and enter the second round of the test. 150 will be rewarded with 5 kilograms of phantom flower petals. 180 will be rewarded with 6 basins of rootless water. 200 will be rewarded with 10 pieces of lightning strike wood. 240 will be third, 260 will be second, while 276 will be first. You will get a rank 4 healing Gu, green shine Gu that is specialized in detoxification. Fang Yuan thought to himself. The difficulty of this first round of Gu refinement was much higher than the previous 4 entry questions. But it should not be difficult for most Gu masters. Because as long as they refined 100 water-like Gu, they would pass the round and obtain the qualifications to continue. But these rewards were very tempting to these Gu masters. The first was the rank 4 green shine Gu. Rank 4 Gu, it was a Gu that only the elders and clan elders of large forces, or even the leaders of small forces would have. To Fang Yuan, green shine Gu could be bought in the Jewel Yellow Skies group chat. Fang Yuan's level was too high, these rewards were not attractive to him at all. What made him interested was the challenge brought to him by the questions. The basic materials for Gu refinement have already been determined, they can be used for free. The Gu recipe for water-like Gu is also given, you can look at it casually. But even if I use my full strength and use the water refinement method, I can only refine 250 at most. This result can only rank third. But in 5 Virtues sect, third place has already been taken away. This kind of question was about first come first serve. Once the first 3 places were taken away, no matter how good the later participants were, it would be useless. That is to say, for Fang Yuan to get on the board, he had to get second or first place. Actually, it is not impossible to get first place. First, I can add other precious materials to increase the production of Gu worms. Water-like Gu is only a rank 1 Gu, if I use rank 2 or rank 3 Gu refinement materials, I can definitely increase the production. But I will have to pay for this myself. Secondly, I can modify the Gu recipe. I have a wisdom path inheritance, if I modify this rank 1 Gu recipe slightly, I can do it myself without wisdom Gu. But wouldn't this not be a challenge? The fun would also be gone. Maybe I can challenge the water and fire refinement method. Water-like Gu is a water path Gu, it is usually refined with water or ice. But if I do the opposite and use fire refinement, there might be a miraculous effect. Chapter 837. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration, he thought of a wonderful method. The Gu recipe had already been given, but Gu masters could use many methods to refine Gu. For example, fusing two materials and using fire to melt them was one method. Using water to melt them and mix them together was another method. Both methods were different, but they could achieve the same result. 30 minutes later, Fang Yuan's name was at first place. He had obtained green shine Gu. Fang Yuan had not practiced this water and fire refinement method much, but water-like Gu was too easy to refine. Even if Fang Yuan was not familiar with it, he managed to refine 177 Gu. It was one more than the standard for first place. Fang Yuan's outstanding performance made the sect leader of Five Virtues sect personally come over to greet him because of that elder's bad attitude. Next, this sect leader faintly showed the intention of recruiting him, but his tone was extremely tactful. Fang Yuan rejected him directly, but this sect leader was not angry. His attitude became even more polite, personally sending Fang Yuan out. Passers-by who saw this scene cast surprised gazes. Being able to get first place proved that his refinement path attainment was extraordinary. No matter what cultivation level, he would be passionately recruited by all the large forces. Just by relying on refinement path, Fang Yuan had a foundation in the mortal world. He would be able to eat and drink well almost everywhere he went. Not to mention that Fang Yuan had rank 5 cultivation level. Thus, Five Virtues sect leader did not dare to offend Fang Yuan. His attitude was extremely polite. Evidently, this sect leader not only had a deep background, he also had sharp and accurate judgment, and was able to adapt to circumstances. It was no wonder he could single-handedly create a foundation like Five Virtues sect. But he would never have thought that Fang Yuan was an immortal. Compared to the vast number of mortals, there were still too few immortals. Five Virtues sect leader was worrying too much, according to Fang Yuan's personality. No matter how unpleasant that elder's words were, Fang Yuan would remain indifferent. As long as he did not obstruct his path of seeking eternal life. Whether it was insults or praises, they were just words. Fang Yuan would not take it to heart. There was still some time before the second match. After Fang Yuan left Five Virtues sect, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 1 day in Middle Continent was equivalent to 3 days and 2 nights in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, the thing you asked for before is here. I've already prepared it for you. As soon as Fang Yuan returned, the land spirit Little Fox Fairy appeared and brought him a piece of good news. Her face was filled with a come and praise me expression. Very good. Fang Yuan rubbed Little Fox Immortal's head. Little Fox Immortal was very happy. She smiled until her eyes narrowed. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit to prepare some mortal Gu worms. Some were bought from jewel yellow skies, some were refined by the hairy men in the stone nests. Holding these mortal Gu, Fang Yuan released a small amount of nebula. Nebula flew out of his mind and entered his immortal aperture. Inside his immortal aperture, Mo Yao's fake will was imprisoned. Fang Yuan? What will is this? Seeing the arrival of Fang Yuan's nebula, Mo Yao's fake will immediately felt something amiss. Fang Yuan's nebula smiled. Without saying anything, it pounced forward. Mo Yao's fake will could not dodge in time. The two wills collided and tangled together. Mo Yao's fake will screamed in shock. It wanted to escape, but it kept retreating. Where are you going? Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. With a shift of his thoughts, several Gu worms flew out and formed into a mortal killer move, locking Mo Yao's fake will in place. Fang Yuan, you need to reconsider. Ordinary wisdom path methods cannot restrain me. If we fall out, it will not benefit anyone. Mo Yao's fake will was locked in place and attacked by Fang Yuan's nebula, but it could still speak. Not only that, Mo Yao's fake will flowed like water, suppressing Fang Yuan's nebula, it was about to turn back into human form. This showed that in this battle of wills, Mo Yao's fake will had the upper hand. Its experience far surpassed Fang Yuan's. But Fang Yuan did not panic. With a shift of his thoughts, several Gu worms flew out and formed into a mortal killer move. This killer move turned into a 5-pointed star drill, directly shattering Mo Yao's fake will. Fang Yuan's nebula took the chance to counterattack. Mo Yao's fake will did not speak anymore. It quickly fought and tried to maintain its position. But at this time, Fang Yuan's third killer move was used, forming a starlight whirlpool that hit Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao's fake will's control over the battle completely disappeared. It helplessly moved along with Fang Yuan's nebula, along with the starlight whirlpool. The two wills rapidly communicated. Mo Yao's fake will had countless memory fragments, but Fang Yuan's nebula learned about it. At the same time, Fang Yuan's nebula memories were also learned by Mo Yao's fake will. During the communication, Mo Yao screamed, "Fang Yuan, you are too stupid. Too arrogant. At most we will go our separate ways. Saying so, Mo Yao's fake will rapidly decreased. It actually attempted suicide. It was trying to destroy itself. Fang Yuan chuckled. He had already calculated this move with a thought. A starlight pillar descended from the sky, shining on the starlight whirlpool. In the whirlpool, Mo Yao's fake will took the initiative to commit suicide. The fake will continue to decrease. But under the starlight, the fake will continue to be produced. Even Fang Yuan's nebula took the initiative to transform into fake will. It actually replenished the past. Mo Yao's fake will could not grow. It maintained a certain size. It could not even commit suicide. Mo Yao, you are too naive. If you had admitted defeat and committed suicide before, I could only watch. I could not do anything. But now, if I want you to die, you will die. If I want you to live, you cannot die even if you want to. Obediently spit out everything you know. Fang Yuan laughed brightly. Mo Yao's fake will was like dead ashes. Fang Yuan actually grasped the method to subdue her so quickly. This was far out of her expectations. This way, Mo Yao's fake will knew that she no longer had any value. She was clear that she had no chance of surviving. Like what Fang Yuan said, if it were before, she would have committed suicide immediately. Fang Yuan would not have gotten anything. But in this world, as long as it existed, it had the instinct to survive. Even an ant wanted to live as long as there was a trace of hope. Even Mo Yao's will did not have the intention to commit suicide. A moment later, inside the immortal aperture, the battle ended. Fang Yuan's nebula returned triumphantly. It was a fruitful journey. The will of Mo Yao that was left behind had collapsed. She could not even form a normal human form. Fang Yuan made arrangements to nurture Mo Yao's fake will again, preparing for the next search. At the same time, the vigilant Fang Yuan left behind many mortal goo worms to restrain Mo Yao's will, to prevent her from committing suicide again. Fang Yuan's nebula that was entangled with Mo Yao completely broke away. It had less than 30% of its original size. A full 70% had been expended just now. Fang Yuan's nebula flew into the sky, leaving the immortal aperture. It flew up and entered Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, inspecting the information that nebula brought. Search of will and soul were different. Soul search directly searched the soul and read all memories. But search of will required one's own will to forcefully communicate with the other party. During this process, all sorts of methods were needed to make the other parties will obediently submit. If one was not proficient in methods to deal with wills, their efforts would be in vain. Against different types of wills, the methods used were different. Fortunately, Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was very comprehensive. After Fang Yuan grasped it, Mo Yao's will, which was hard to deal with earlier, was like a fish on the chopping board. After each search, the target's will needed to be nurtured for a period of time. Wills were weaker than souls. What was worth mentioning was that wills carried fewer memories than souls, and most of them were memory fragments. But what Fang Yuan wanted the most was clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. This time, Fang Yuan's main objective of searching wills was achieved. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Time Path Inheritance. After a long while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, pondering. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was located in the River of Time. Mo Yao did not know what treasures were in the inheritance. She only knew that to inherit this peerless Demon Venerable inheritance, the first condition was to have Spring-Autumn Cicada. Not only that, the Gu Immortal had to self-detonate and use Spring-Autumn Cicada to carry the will into the River of Time. In the River of Time they would have to find a Stone Lotus Island. Only by going to the Stone Lotus Island would they be able to see Red Lotus will. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. It is so difficult to obtain it. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. This was a little too difficult. Rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada. Once activated, the Gu Master's self-detonation only had a certain chance of success. To see Red Lotus will, they would have to risk suicide. Even if the Gu Master successfully entered the River of Time, where would that Stone Lotus Island be? Fang Yuan had entered the River of Time before. Even though he had some experience, he had never found any Stone Lotus Island. That meant, not only did the Gu Master have to self-detonate and use Spring-Autumn Cicada to carry the will into the River of Time, they also had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to travel in the river and find a Stone Lotus Island. Fang Yuan could not do this. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada now was like a one-way trip. He could not control the direction or the route. To control Spring-Autumn Cicada to this extent, I need other supplementary methods. Unfortunately, I do not have such methods. These methods were undoubtedly time path methods. But regarding these, Fang Yuan was at a loss. He was almost completely blank. Currently, if Fang Yuan wanted to inherit Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he still had a long way to go. He needed a lot of preparation. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was placed in the River of Time. It was a huge risk to obtain it. Fang Yuan could only put Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance aside for now. For the next period of time, he stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, waiting for the second round of the Gu refinement competition while using the light of wisdom to deduce the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. The vaguely familiar face he obtained from the Northern Plains auction was 50% complete. The 3 core immortal Gu were not concealed. The problem was, these 3 core immortal Gu were not owned by Fang Yuan, they were in the hands of others. Immortal Gu were unique. If Fang Yuan wanted to recreate Vaguely Familiar Face, he would need to change the core immortal Gu to another immortal Gu. It would be best if it was an immortal Gu that he already had. This was very difficult because it involved Transformation Path and Wisdom Path, and Fang Yuan's attainment level in these 2 aspects was not high. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 838. Central Continent, East Coast. The waves surged endlessly. Frost energy spread everywhere, forming a white fog that shrouded the surrounding hundreds of years ago. A piece of profound ice floated over from somewhere, landing on the east coast of Central Continent. This profound ice was huge, it was the size of a small island. The frost energy was oppressive. There were many ice path wild Gu gathered on the ice, as well as 3 to 4 types of frost-type shrubs. After the profound ice was discovered, it caused a huge commotion. The Gu masters living on the east coast guessed the origin of this profound ice. There were 2 main theories. The first was that the profound ice floated from the east. It was likely to originate from the icy sea area of Eastern Sea. This sea area was cold all year round. The coldness was bone-chilling. Ice currents were like pythons, winding around the bottom of the sea. Once it got close to the water, it would turn into a huge ice block. The second theory was that it broke during the day and fell from the sky. At first, it should be larger like a small continent. But in the process of falling, the friction created heat, it melted, and when it fell into the sea, the heat was extinguished, eventually turning into this profound ice island. The edges of this profound ice were smooth without any edges. It was like a melting candle. It was proof of this theory. This profound ice was on the beach, not moving. At first, it attracted many mortal Gu masters who came to plunder. These Gu masters who were in a favorable position had all made a windfall. The wild Gu and frost-type shrubs on the profound ice were all plundered. In the next few years, many Gu masters came to the profound ice island. They stayed and did not leave. So, although the profound ice island was lacking in resources, the profound ice was hard to melt, the frost energy was everywhere. It was the best place for ice path Gu masters to cultivate. Central Continent's east coast was warm all year round. It was like spring or summer. It was hard for ice path Gu masters to cultivate. Thus, this profound ice island attracted many ice path Gu masters and water path Gu masters. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. As the number of people increased, the ice island's size was limited. More and more outsiders came. To protect their own benefits, the Gu masters on the ice island formed an alliance of their own accord. They enclosed the ice island and did not open it to outsiders. From this, they formed a force that was neither big nor small. After hundreds of years of development, this loose lone cultivator alliance. This was because a few generations of ambitious leaders had emerged, and they gradually solidified and established sections. Then, it gradually developed and expanded, becoming a major force today. Within a radius of several thousand miles, there were few forces that could contend against it. The name of this sect was Flying Frost Sect. It hinted that the mystic ice island, which was the foundation of the sect, was a historical origin that floated here from the outside world. The second round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It would be held in the Flying Frost Pavilion. With the token in hand, Fang Yuan arrived at the Flying Frost Pavilion. The test this time was to refine a rank 2 Ghost Fire Gu. The rules had also been changed. Unlike the first question, which relied on quantity to win, this time was the standard. The requirement is for a Gu master to refine 10 Ghost Fire Gu at the same time. The shorter the time, the higher the result. A set of criteria was listed in the question. The person who took half an incense stick's time or less would get first place. First come, first served. Someone won first place and then there would be others who won first place. He could only be ranked second. If there was someone in the second place, he could only be ranked third. If there was someone in the top 3, he could only fail and not get any rewards. This time, the reward for first place was 5 rank 3 Ice Path Gu worm recipes. For Refinement Path Gu Masters, Ice Path Gu Masters, or even any force, it was a huge attraction. When Fang Yuan entered the stage to refine goo, the top 3 spots were still empty. The second round's difficulty is much higher than the first. It is not hard to refine 10 ghost fire goo one by one. I can easily finish it in less than half an incense stick's time. But the difficulty lies in refining 10 ghost fire goo at the same time. Ghost fire goo belongs to fire path and soul path. The refinement process is very complicated and requires a lot of mental energy. If I refine it for a long time, my soul will become weak. This is one of the characteristics of soul path goo worm refinement. Fang Yuan thought for a while and decided to use the combination of soul path and fire path refinement methods to burn spectral souls and form fake ghost fire to refine true ghost fire. Flying Frost Pavilion was a righteous sect. Fang Yuan had to prepare the spectral souls he burned himself. Flying Frost Pavilion would not provide such goo refinement materials. Unorthodox demonic path. Seeing that Fang Yuan used this method, an Han snorted coldly from outside. On the stage, Flying Frost Pavilion's leader's pupils shrunk as he thought. 5 Virtue Sect's leader tried to recruit this person but was rejected. This person is burning spectral souls in public. This is clearly a demonic path act. They are unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals. Even if Flying Frost Pavilion recruits this person, it will be a huge problem. I should forget about it. Participating in the refinement path convention, other than not fighting and killing, it did not matter if the goo master was righteous or demonic. Demonic path goo masters were not prohibited from participating. As long as they used refinement path methods, they could exchange pointers. Precisely because of this generosity, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention became increasingly prosperous. Those who did not know the inside story would praise the generosity of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Only people like Fang Yuan knew that this was related to Infallible's inheritance. The secret of Infallible's inheritance required more goo masters to participate, the better. But there was a difference between righteous and demonic. Fang Yuan used souls to refine goo. It went against the harmony of heaven. It was a cruel demonic method that the righteous path despised. The spectating goo masters were mainly from the righteous path. Seeing a demon like Fang Yuan, they felt great disgust and disgust. They could not help but hope that Fang Yuan's refinement would fail. Maybe because they were united, their prayers were effective. At the crucial moment, the soul fire in front of Fang Yuan suddenly exploded. 10 ghost fire goo were about to form, but one of them turned into ashes, falling from the fire and becoming a pile of ashes on the ground. Everyone saw this and their eyes shined. Some outspoken righteous path goo masters even cheered. But when they thought of Fang Yuan's rank 5 cultivation level, they shut their mouths, but their joyful expressions could not be concealed. And Han also showed slight joy on his face. Fang Yuan gave him huge pressure. According to Fang Yuan's previous progress, he was already at the final few steps of the refinement. Fang Yuan's refinement speed was very fast. Spectral soul incineration's effect was very obvious. If he skipped a few steps and succeeded, he would need less than 15 minutes. First place would be Fang Yuan's. Of course, Fang Yuan did not care about these rewards and rankings. But Han was different. He was the first elder of Flying Frost sect. As the host, if he failed, he would lose a lot of face in front of his peers. Secondly, obtaining first place in the Refinement Path Convention was an extremely high honor for a Refinement Path goo master. The reward for first place also made Han extremely moved. Alright, this way he will have to refine goo again. Refining 9 ghost fire goo, even if he is missing one, he will not pass. He can only start again and refine 10 at the same time, only then can he pass. And Han barely restrained his expression, but he was overjoyed inwardly. As expected, those who commit unrighteousness will bring about their own destruction. Even if he uses living souls to refine goo, he will fail. He is the winner of 5 Virtue Sect's first round, so be it. But in our Flying Frost sect, first place will definitely belong to Lord Han. Unorthodox demonic path, failing in goo refinement, this is truly satisfying. The spectators conversed secretly. Of course, there was a goo formation that isolated sound. It would not disturb the goo master refining the goo. But just as everyone was rejoicing, the ghost fire in Fang Yuan's hand suddenly split into 2 lumps. 2 lumps, one big and one small. The big lump contained 9 ghost fire goo embryonic forms. There was nothing in the small lump of ghost fire. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He breathed in deeply and became serious. The explosion of that ghost fire goo earlier was not his mistake, but the goo refinement itself had a chance of failure. Although the failure rate of rank 2 goo was not high, and Fang Yuan had already perfected it, there was nothing he could do about this probability. Right now he was maintaining the large lump of ghost fire with one hand. while his other hand was throwing 3 souls into the small lump of ghost fire, a boar soul, a goat soul, and a human soul. The 3 souls burned together, the small lump of ghost fire suddenly burst into flames, emitting miserable cries. He actually used a human soul. In public he even dared to burn a human soul. This. As expected of a demonic path rank 5 existence, he is so arrogant. Flying Frost sect's people had ugly expressions. They were a righteous sect. Fang Yuan was publicly burning human souls to refine Gu here. He was not putting Flying Frost sect in his eyes at all. But this was the refinement path convention. No matter how unhappy Flying Frost sect was, they could not stop Fang Yuan from refining Gu. Unless they wanted to offend the 10 great ancient sects and not let their sect continue to exist. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, his attention was focused on the small lump of ghost fire. He continued to throw in Gu refinement materials, controlling the ghost fire's size, strength, and weakness. At the crucial step, he threw a pill fire Gu and a soul ball Gu into the fire at lightning speed. The 2 Gu worms fused in the fire, fusing into one, forming the incomplete ghost fire Gu. Some knowledgeable Gu masters saw this and gasped in shock. Throwing in 2 Gu worms consecutively, this is a refinement path technique, repeat cast. Although repeat cast is one of the most basic refinement path techniques, this person is using it very proficiently. It is as natural as breathing. This isn't something that can be achieved with talent alone. It requires countless times of practice and bitter cultivation to reach such a level. Does this person cultivate refinement path primarily? Hard to say. When he signed up, his sect and path were all kept a secret. He is a true demonic cultivator. He should not have a sect. His path should be refinement path. Everyone guessed. Of course, their guesses were not accurate at all. Fang Yuan's main path was strength path. It had nothing to do with refinement path. He also had an official sect identity. He belonged to Crane Gate, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. If everyone knew that the ruthless demon in front of them was someone from Crane Gate, who knew what expressions they would have? A moment later, Fang Yuan succeeded. The 2 ghost fires fused back into one. The final few steps were carried out in an orderly manner. There were no more accidents. Eventually the ghost fire dissipated and 10 ghost fire Gu flew out. There was a hush outside. No one spoke. Flying Frost sect's elder's expression was ashen. He announced helplessly, the Gu refinement was successful. It took less than 30 minutes. First place goes to Fang Yuan. Chapter 839. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan silently stood up and slowly walked out of the arena. Whoosh. Such deep refinement path attainment. He is actually multitasking, slowing down the refinement speed of the 9 ghost fire Gu embryonic forms, and refining the last ghost fire Gu at an extremely fast speed. Ghost fire Gu refinement itself is extremely taxing on the mind, but he is still able to do it easily at this moment. Does he cultivate soul path or wisdom path? And Han was bewildered. First elder? A disciple beside Han reminded softly. What is it? And Han regained his senses, his face heating up. Unknowingly, he had already stood up from his seat. Losing his composure like this was a huge loss of face. At this time, Flying Frost sect's leader looked at Han. This was the refinement path convention. He naturally had to use refinement path as a method to regain his face. And Han's heart jumped. He knew the leader's intention. He could only brace himself and enter the arena. Seeing their first elder enter the arena, many Flying Frost sect disciples outside the arena cheered loudly. Their dejected expressions were swept away. Even outsiders, seeing the famous Han enter the arena, could not help but look at him favorably. But among the crowd there were discerning people. At this time an old Gu master sighed softly. This Han is in trouble. Why is that, master? Beside the old Gu master, a youngster was puzzled. This pair of master and disciple was the pair of lone cultivators who had gone to 5 Virtues sect to register and were pushed to the ground by the strong men who cleared the path for Han when they walked beside Fang Yuan. That demonic path Gu master, Fang Yuan, is extremely amazing. His refinement path attainment is deep. That move just now was more than just multitasking. To achieve this, I can only do it when I am at the peak of my life. The difficulty in this. Outsiders cannot see it, only the more experienced refinement path Gu masters are. Only then will they understand. This Han is also quite skilled, but precisely because of this, he knows he cannot compare to the demonic cultivator, Fang Yuan. Look at how he lost his composure and stood up. His mind has already been captured by Fang Yuan. The old Gu master spoke with assurance, but his voice was naturally very low. In his current state, if he wants to refine Gu, he might not even be able to display half of his true abilities. And most importantly, since Fang Yuan had already won first place, no matter how hard Han worked, nothing could be changed in this respect. Unless he found another way and used far less time than Fang Yuan, he would not be able to save the Flying Frost sect's lost face. Unfortunately, if he had this talent, he wouldn't have stayed in the Flying Frost Pavilion for so many years. The young Gu master nodded, agreeing, "Master, you are right. This Flying Frost sect's pavilion lord was an amateur in Gu refinement. It was a completely foolish move to send troops this time. Impatient for quick results. This is like what Master taught me: you cannot be impatient in Gu refinement, you cannot be impatient. I think it's the same principle for managing a sect." The old Gu master heard this. His eyes lit up, and he looked at his only disciple with gratification. "Not bad, my disciple, you are indeed talented and intelligent." He had the root of wisdom and comprehension. The great Tao of the world actually led to the same destination. You can understand the principle of Gu refinement. From other aspects, it can be seen that your refinement path attainment has already reached a higher level. This second round of competition will definitely be a great success. The young Gu master smiled. "This is all because of Master's teachings. You did not hide anything. If I was not picked up by Master, I would have starved to death long ago. My achievements today are all because of Master's nurturing." Disciple was confident that as long as I used 13 Gu refinement methods, I would be able to get first place. But now the first place has been taken by that demonic path Gu master. "Master, let disciple snatch back that green shine Gu for you." "What?" The old master turned pale with fright and quickly tried to stop him. "Disciple, you mustn't." But it was already too late. The young Gu master was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers and shouted loudly, "Senior Fang Yuan, may I be so bold as to have a duel with you?" This scene took a long time to explain, but only a little time had passed. Fang Yuan had just left the stage and was not far away, because he still had to hand over the first place reward to Flying Frost sect. And Han stood up and was about to enter the stage. The young Gu master's words caused a huge commotion, immediately attracting everyone's attention. "It's a duel, a duel. Who is that young man? He actually dares to duel with that rank 5 demon. I know him, he was 5 Virtue Sect's second place in the last round, a genuine refinement path genius. The young tiger is not afraid of the old lion's might. This is going to be a good show." The old master's expression was miserable, but it was already too late to stop him. He stood on the spot helplessly, feeling extremely worried and regretful. "I only cared about teaching my disciple refinement path, and forgot to teach him the dangers of the world. I shouldn't have done this, I shouldn't have done this." The young Gu master, who was the center of attention, slowly walked away from the crowd, and arrived in front of Fang Yuan. His gaze was bright and his expression was firm. First Elder and Han had just stepped into the stage, but such a thing happened, he could not help but feel dispirited. He was originally an influential person, his every move attracting people's attention. But today's situation was really terrible. Not only did he embarrass himself, he was even publicly ignored. He could not help but feel angry and hateful. "Duel? Who wants to duel with me?" Fang Yuan smiled. He turned his head and looked over. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention was held once every 100 years. It was a grand event that was renowned throughout the 5 regions. According to the competition, there were large competitions and small competitions. The 5 regions competition was the largest competition that Fang Yuan had participated in so far. First, they had to go through all the competition points in Central Continent, and a large number of Gu masters would be eliminated, until only a small number of people could participate in the finals. Small competitions were usually held in different regions. According to previous conventions, they were divided into Central Continent small competitions, Southern Border small competitions, Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and so on. These were the 5 large and small competitions that were divided according to the region. They were quite authoritative. There were also many small competitions like the East Coast one, which was jointly held by Flying Frost Sect, 5 Virtue Sect, and so on. At the same time as the large competition, the Gu masters who were eliminated would also participate in the East Coast small competitions. The largest number of small competitions were held by small groups. For example, 3 to 5 friends would agree on a time and give out rewards together, or they could have no rewards and compete with each other. According to whether the competition was open or not, there were public battles and private battles. Public battles were naturally open to spectators. But most of them sent out invitations in advance, inviting a limited number of guests to spectate and evaluate. Private battles were not allowed to spectate, the results were not announced either. Large competitions were the most open public battles, no one was restricted from spectating, but the spectators were forbidden from using any goo worms. Every time the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was held, there would be a trend of goo refinement everywhere in Central Continent. For example, it was like the World Cup on Earth. It was a global football event that was held once every 4 years. Normally, at this time, even those who did not play football would play football. Those who did not pay attention to football would also take a few glances. In this world, goo refinement was one of the 3 major aspects of a goo master's cultivation. It was even more important than the entertainment aspect of football. Thus, the trend of goo refinement was even more grand and lasting. During this period, there would be a huge exchange of experiences and insights regarding goo refinement. It would greatly promote the development of refinement path. Almost every goo master who participated would benefit from it. And according to the competition method, the refinement path convention could be divided into sect battles, gambling battles, question battles, arena battles, and so on. Sect battles were 2 or more sects sending an equal number of refinement path goo masters to compete in goo refinement. Normally speaking, it was because of a conflict of interests. This was the method to determine the winner and settle the conflict. Question battles were one side asking a question while the other side answering it. Arena battles were goo masters who were very skilled in a certain goo refinement would set up an arena and invite refinement path experts to compete. The person who set up the arena would give out a prize, and each challenger would also bring a prize. This kind of arena battles often had very generous rewards. And gambling battles? That was the situation that Fang Yuan was encountering right now. Junior wants a gambling battle. The young goo master walked towards Fang Yuan, speaking in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Fang Yuan sized him up. Seeing this young man's high fighting spirit, he felt that it was somewhat interesting, saying, "Lad, since you want a gambling battle, take out something that can catch my attention. Otherwise I won't gamble." Fang Yuan naturally had the right to reject a gambling battle. One could propose a gambling battle in the Refinement Path Convention, but there was no such unreasonable rule of, you cannot refuse and must participate. The young goo master nodded solemnly. "I have a goo recipe for a rank 5 goo worm here. Senior, you are a rank 5 expert, this goo fangjing is suitable for you. What Junior wants to bet is the rank 4 green shine goo that you won." Fang Yuan nodded. "Green shine goo is a rare rank 4 goo. Its value is about the same as ordinary rank 5 goo. Lad, do you know what my path is? Are you sure the goo recipe you are giving is suitable for my path?" The young goo master was stunned. "Senior, aren't you a refinement path cultivator?" The meaning behind his words was that the goo recipe he was taking out for the gambling battle was a refinement path goo recipe. Fang Yuan chuckled. "My main path is naturally not refinement path. Lad, you are only using a goo recipe to bet a rare rank 4 goo with me. Do you know that if you fail to refine a rank 5 goo, even I will suffer a huge loss? Are you trying to harm me, or do you think I am stupid enough to agree to such a bet?" The young goo master wanted to speak, but his Adam's apple moved several times, but he could not speak. He stood on the spot motionlessly. His master quickly came over and bowed to Fang Yuan. "Since sir is rejecting the gambling battle, then we will not gamble anymore, we will not gamble anymore." "Why are you not gambling again?" Everyone saw that there was no show to watch, they immediately booed. The first place of 5 virtue sex competition, the mysterious demonic path goo cultivator Fang Yuan, and the second place young goo master Xianxia, they are actually refusing to watch it because they do not have enough money? Come, let's help them. If we all contribute a little, we can gather enough stones to form a mountain." A busybody suggested. "No, my disciple was too rash, thank you everyone, thank you everyone." The old master heard this and shuddered. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed, wanting to disrupt this situation. Chapter 840. The atmosphere became more intense. The young goo master Xianxia and Fang Yuan could not back down. The old master sensed that most of the goo masters were from Flying Frost sect. The wrinkles on his face deepened. He had a bitter expression. Fang Yuan thought about the name Xianxia. He felt that it was familiar. But as an immortal zombie, his thoughts were not as sharp as a living person, he could not recall it. Fang Yuan suppressed the star thoughts in his mind, activating his memory thoughts to dig through his memories. He finally remembered. In Central Continent's eastern coast, hundreds of years later, a super force rose up. It was called Shanchuan Hall. Its founder was named Jing Shanchuan. Shanchuan Hall was skilled in refinement path. Dream realms manifested. When Dream Path flourished, Shanchuan Hall's leader caught up with the times and became a goo immortal. But in that era, it was not strange for mortals to become goo immortals. Especially when dream realms appeared, they provided countless opportunities to ordinary Gu masters. Dragons and snakes hide in the grass. Many people lacked opportunities. Fortunately, dream realms manifested and gave many fortuitous encounters. The 5 regions' chaotic war gave a large number of low-level Gu masters a chance to rise up. In the great era of the 5 regions' chaotic war, all sorts of people emerged. They shone like stars in the sky. There was a huge commotion. The 10 great ancient sects gradually lost control over Central Continent. Many new sects rose up. Among them, there were 10 outstanding talents. They were called the 10 great new sects. They openly challenged the ancient sects. They were in the limelight. Unlike now, the 10 great ancient sects had complete control over Central Continent. Even super forces with Gu immortals could not leave the 10 great ancient sects and get rid of their vassal status. According to the time, this Xianxia in front of me. Is he the founder of Xianxia Hall? Since he was able to become second in 5 virtue sect, he definitely has refinement path master attainment level. At such a young age. He is a refinement path master. He is truly a genius. It fits Xianxia's description. Great teachers produce great disciples. Then this old man should be Old Man Qishan. Old Man Qishan was poisoned by someone. He had been suffering from the poison. Xianxia was filial. He tried all ways to cure his master. That's right, green shine Gu is the best healing Gu to cure heat poison. Unfortunately, even Old Man Qishan did not know that the poison in his body was a poison of transformation. On the surface, it looked like a heat poison, but after using green shine Gu, it would turn into a cold poison. The toxicity was at least twice as strong. But eventually, Xianxia succeeded in curing his master's poison. He gathered green shine Gu, blue shine Gu, red shine Gu, and the rest of the 9 types of shine Gu to form the healing killer move 9 shine. It was invulnerable to all poisons. Afterwards, his bloodline descendant, Mountain Creek Hall's Hall leader, who became a Gu immortal, brought this killer move to greater heights, modifying it into the immortal killer move Profound Light 9 Luminaries. He became a light path healing expert and gained some fame during the 5 regions chaotic war. Fang Yuan used his memory to dig out the information that had been covered in dust by the dust of time. He could see everything around him clearly. He was well aware of Han's scheme. After observing for a while, he felt that the master and disciple before him were most likely Old Man Qishan and Xianxia. He used luck inspection Gu to observe the two. Flying Frost Sect was the venue of the Refinement Path Convention. There was a strict arrangement of Gu worms, forbidding Gu masters from using Gu worms casually. But Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body. He had strength path Dao marks on his body. His immortal aperture was independent. If he used luck inspection immortal Gu secretly, these mortals would not be able to defend against it. Immediately, Fang Yuan looked at the luck of this master and disciple. Xianxia's luck was like a rainbow light. It was dazzling and extraordinary. On the other hand, Old Man Qishan's luck was like a broken jade basin. Threads of gray luck flowed out of the jade basin. Old Man Qishan's luck was terrible, but Xianxia was close to him. Their luck was already connected. A portion of the rainbow-like destiny split off and entered Old Man Qishan's jade basin of destiny, greatly diluting his gray destiny. Fang Yuan felt interested, thinking, to think that I would meet the ancestor of Xianxia Hall here. If I kill him now, I'm afraid that in a few hundred years, there will not be a superforce like Xianxia Hall left on the east coast. Fang Yuan's killing intent rose. He saw that the master and disciple's luck was shaking. It was like a strong wind was blowing. The rainbow light dimmed. It was on the verge of death. But what benefits do I get by doing this? Northern Plains has already been destroyed by me. It was not my intention. It is all that Mo Yao's fault. But how can I reason with him? I will leave this Xianxia alive. I need to preserve these people as much as possible. That will ensure the advantage of my rebirth. Fang Yuan thought again. Back then in Northern Plains he knew about Ma Hongyun, but he did not kill him. This was not fear, it was the ambition of a demonic path overlord. In his previous life he was only a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was a step away from rank 7, it was mostly because of fortuitous encounters. He had wasted his time in his early years. Fang Yuan was confident, even if these people grew up and achieved even greater accomplishments than in his previous life, Fang Yuan had the ability to deal with them and gain benefits from them. He could even trample on these people and carve out a path of blood for himself, towards eternal life. As for whether eternal life existed or not, what did it matter? Even if he died along the way, what regrets would there be? This path was the life that Fang Yuan wanted. It was filled with challenges, fun, and bitterness. Other than that, beauty, wealth, and authority were just tools that could be used. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's killing intent towards this pair of master and disciple dissipated. Immediately he saw that Jing Shanchuan and old man Qi Shan's luck recovered to normal. It was even vaguely more prosperous. The wonders of luck path are truly indescribable. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly at this sight. Recently he had gained a new understanding of luck path. Luck path was not omnipotent, it had to match one's own cultivation level. Right now, with just a thought, Fang Yuan could change the luck of this pair of master and disciple. This was because he was an immortal zombie. Killing these two was as easy as killing ants. Earlier many people targeted Ma Hongyun, but it was a blessing in disguise. Now that he was in old ancestor Xuehu's hands, he could not do anything. Rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven could not make up for the huge difference in strength. Or rather, old ancestor Xuehu was a rank 8 great expert, he could suppress them with his own strength. Also, for who immortal blessed lands tribulation, Fang Yuan used time aid luck. In the end, because of connect luck, the luck path amplification was split into 4 portions. Fang Yuan only kept 1 portion. The other 3 had their own fortuitous encounters, but the effect on Fang Yuan was not obvious. This was also because Fang Yuan was too strong, he had already become an immortal. For the same luck to affect him, it was much more difficult than affecting those mortals. Right now, more and more people were stirring up the commotion. Everyone had the heart of the crowd, there was no need for flying frost sex people to add fuel to the fire. Fang Yuan waved his hand, "We can duel, but I am not interested in these things. If I lose, I will give you green Xianxia. But if you lose, you will become my slave and listen to me for life." "Disciple, you mustn't." Old man Qi Shan turned pale with fright, he quickly stopped him. Everyone whispered to each other, saying that Fang Yuan had a good idea, the other party was a refinement path genius, his future was limitless. If he won, wouldn't he get a refinement path master level slave? "Senior, isn't your request too harsh?" No matter how young Jing Shanchuan was, he would not make such a bet easily. After all, it concerned his future, it would decide his life's fate. "Of course you can reject. But let me tell you clearly, if you do not use yourself as the wager, I will not duel." Fang Yuan laughed coldly, saying, "And do you think there are many green Xianxia? This is the best choice for curing heat poison. Lad, the tree wants peace but the wind does not stop. The child wants to be raised but his parents do not wait for him. Many things wait for no man, many times the opportunity is right in front of you, if you miss it, you will regret it for life. Could it be that this person saw through my master's heat poison?" Zheng Shanchuan was inwardly shocked. Fang Yuan's words of, "The child wants to be raised but his parents do not wait for him, and if you miss it, you will regret it for life," had deeply affected him. "Disciple, you mustn't duel. We can think of another way." Old man Qi Shan had a grim expression, he was an experienced veteran, Fang Yuan's words were like bait, he had sinister intentions, it was specially used to lure inexperienced youngsters like Zheng Shanchuan. The duel is a matter between both parties, outsiders cannot interfere. A flying frost sect elder walked over, he had a solemn expression as he said to Fang Yuan and Zheng Shanchuan solemnly, "The two of you have already disrupted the order of the stage, would you like to duel? If it is, our sect's first elder is magnanimous, he is willing to give up the stage for the two of you. Please make a decision quickly." Old man Qi Shan cursed inwardly, he was about to speak when Fang Yuan said, "Lad, I am giving you this chance because of your filial piety. If you miss it, even if you ask me to duel in the future, I will not agree to it. I will not bully the weak, I will give you another chance, you can decide on the topic." "What, senior, you want me to decide on the topic?" Jing Shanchuan was moved. It turned out that the duel was initiated by one side, both sides would put up their bets. But the content of the duel had to be agreed upon by both sides. For example, if one was skilled in refining a certain goo while the other had never done so, it would be too unfair. Right now, Fang Yuan actually wanted Jing Shanchuan to decide on the topic, that was to say, Jing Shanchuan could use the topic he was most skilled in to make things difficult for Fang Yuan could only accept it, he had no right to change it. Thus, once he said that, the surrounding Gu masters gasped, they thought that Fang Yuan was too arrogant, they all favored the young Gu master, Zheng Shanchuan. "Disciple, don't duel, our main matter is the competition." Old man Qi Shan continued to urge. Even though Zheng Shanchuan had a huge advantage, this master was still worried, he did not want to see his beloved disciple suffer any misfortune. But Zheng Shanchuan was a youngster after all, he was hot-blooded. "Master's heat poison is already very serious, it will be too late if we do not treat it. The other party is so arrogant, he is looking down on the young me. But I am most skilled in careful goo. This goo is unique to our sect, It is rank 3. The refinement process is complex and requires many different methods. I have practiced for 3 years and put in a lot of effort before I have an 80% success rate. I will bet with him on this. Thinking of this, Xianxia made up his mind. He said to Fang Yuan, I will bet. Chapter 841. Disciple. Old man Qishan was incomparably anxious. Xianxia turned to face old man Qishan, on his handsome face a pair of clear eyes. Master, disciple is unfilial, this time I have to go against your will. Master, the other party asked me to set the question. I have such a huge advantage now, there's no reason for me to not take the gamble. If I still don't take the gamble under these conditions, then this matter will surely become a sore point in my heart. How would I have the courage to continue advancing on the path of refinement in the future? When old man Qishan heard this, he sank into silence. He heaved a long sigh in his heart. My dear disciple, you are not experienced enough to understand the sinister nature of the human heart. Since the other party was willing to concede to such an extent, he must be extremely confident and have some other trump cards up his sleeves. You've been tricked. It's a pity and hateful that I, your master, am old and weak. The situation has already taken shape. Even if I have the heart, I don't have the strength. I can't stop it. On the surface, Elder Qishan stretched out his old hands and held Xianxia's shoulders. Disciple, master knows of your filial piety. Fine, since you have your own opinions and are determined to do so, I will definitely support you with all my strength. We will use careful gu as the question. We will not bet on the success or failure of the gu refinement, we will bet on time. Whoever refines the careful gu earlier will be the winner. Master. Xianxia was so touched that his eyes turned red. Careful gu was old man Qishan's unique inheritance. It did not exist in the outside world. In order to support his disciple, old man Qishan contributed this precious gu recipe. He did not hesitate to let his competitor Fang Yuan see it. He even suggested that the gu refinement time would be the deciding factor. This was Fang Yuan's first time refining careful gu. He was definitely not familiar with it. Using time to decide the outcome was much more pressurizing than the success or failure of the refinement. Could be seen that the older, the wiser. Fang Yuan letting the other party set the topic was too much of a concession. He had fallen into a very passive situation. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. He felt that his master's time was the standard. It was a little too much of a bully. Even if he won, it was also somewhat unfair. But then he remembered that this matter was related to his master's safety. Even if it was an unfair victory, he had to win the green shine gu. Thus, he turned around and told the elder of the Flying Frost Pavilion his question. The Flying Frost sect hurriedly made arrangements. High Priest and Han was overjoyed and took the initiative to give up the venue. Fang Yuan and Xianxia entered the arena together to fight. The whole place was silent. The two of them sat cross-legged on the ground, facing each other, dozens of steps apart. Xianxia first handed over careful gu's recipe. He handed it over to Fang Yuan. Very soon, the Flying Frost Pavilion announced the start of the battle. There were faint sounds of discussion below the stage. I have never heard of careful gu, it is clearly a unique gu recipe. Fang Yuan had only taken a few glances when the battle began. Isn't this too shameless? Hee. It was Fang Yuan's fault for being too careless. He actually allowed the other party to set the question. He's simply retarded. This young gu master is not simple. He was the second place in the previous round, but actually has the first place result. Many people guessed that he had already reached the realm of refinement path master. Someone immediately scoffed at this statement. How is that possible? How old was he? He was already a refinement path master? If that's the case, wouldn't I be living like a dog at my age? But as the competition continued, under the watchful eyes of the audience, Xianxia used close to 10 gu refinement methods. He was extremely familiar with them. It was a dazzling sight. Among the spectators, the voices guessing Xianxia's refinement master attainment were getting louder and louder. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was still researching the gu recipe. He had not started the gu refinement yet. As time went by, everyone became even more pessimistic about Fang Yuan's chances. Oh no. Old man Qishan frowned. This person has such a calm temperament, he needs to see through every step before he can actually start the gu refinement. This is calmness in the face of danger, it is the demeanor of a great expert. Thankfully, I use time as the standard, whoever refines it first wins. Careful gu's refinement process is very complex, unless the other party is already familiar with this gu recipe and has practiced it more than little Chuan. That was impossible. This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen this careful goo's recipe. Strictly speaking, careful goo was a wisdom path goo worm, but it was very useful in refinement path. Fang Yuan guessed that this was likely the core goo of Xianxuan's inheritance. In history, Xianxuan Hall's goo masters were most proficient in refining goo worms that had crucial steps, and these steps were crucial to success or failure. Careful goo was most proficient in assisting refinement path goo masters in dealing with these troublesome steps. Fang Yuan looked at this goo recipe several times before he was able to comprehend it in his heart and comprehend it thoroughly. He was a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. It was not hard for him to understand a rank 3 goo recipe. In fact, he was not only looking at the goo recipe, he was also observing Xianxuan's methods. Xianxuan was already at the middle of the goo refinement. Fang Yuan had seen all of his methods. Even Fang Yuan had to nod in agreement. It was very rare for Xianxuan to reach this stage at his age. But in the eyes of a refinement path quasi-grandmaster like Fang Yuan, his methods were not proficient enough. There were flaws in handling the materials. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands, starting to refine the goo. He is finally starting to refine the goo. Soft mocking laughter could be heard. He's not in a hurry at all, someone commented. Fang Yuan started the goo refinement. It attracted Xianxuan's attention. However, he only glanced at it and quickly focused his attention back on his hands. Fang Yuan started to refine the goo. He did it step by step. Everyone looked at him in disdain. He was clearly copying Xianxuan's methods. But not long after, Fang Yuan made a change. He used a different method and his goo refinement speed became faster and faster. The mocking laughter faded away. Everyone looked at Fang Yuan's lightning-fast methods. They were all shaken. He has already used more than 10 goo refinement methods. His goo refinement foundation has been thoroughly tempered. It is simply unfathomable. He is getting faster. He is already closing in on Xianxuan. Old man Qishan frowned. He was internally shocked. This person's speed is not scary. What is scary is that he is still moving fast without getting flustered. His methods are so calm and steady that it is scary. Amazing, so amazing. This person's refinement path attainment level is probably beyond master level. Little Chuan is under pressure. He cannot get flustered or anxious at this time. Careful goo refinement is getting harder and harder. Little Chuan, you have an advantage. You need to maintain it. The opponent is strong. If you get flustered, you will definitely lose. Xianxuan was indeed under a lot of pressure. This was normal. In a running competition, the person in the lead was usually the one with the greatest mental pressure. Thus, many tactics were to be in second or third place, until they overtook the other person. The greater the mental pressure, the greater the fatigue of the body. Especially when Xianxuan saw the scene of Fang Yuan refining goo, seeing him getting closer, he could not help but feel flustered. So strong. He has used more than 10 goo refinement methods. He is still using them. His mental state is too strong. I cannot compare to him in this aspect. Oh no, he is catching up. Xianxuan was a youngster after all. Fang Yuan's pursuit made his mouth dry and his heart beat faster. His gaze became resolute. Forget it, I will use my trump card and leave you far behind. Xianxuan made up his mind. His goo refinement speed slowed down as his consciousness entered his aperture, activating his goo worms. Is little Chuan trying to? The master and disciple were connected. Old man Qishan saw this and immediately understood Xianxuan's plan. He became nervous. Xianxuan's goo refinement speed has slowed down. Soon people noticed this change. Is the following step very difficult? He needs to accumulate strength? Many people were guessing. They did not know the goo recipe of careful goo. Their guesses were not accurate. At this moment, Xianxuan breathed in deeply. His eyes shined with golden light. His body was covered in golden light. He stretched out his right hand slowly, his palm facing down, his fingers spread out as he pressed down steadily. At once, the golden light in his eyes and body started to move, concentrating on his right hand. The golden light moved and turned into a small golden bell. The golden bell rotated slowly, covering the fire lump as it started to spin faster and faster. It burst out with a suction force. The goo refinement materials that were scattered on the floor were all sucked into the golden bell under this suction force. The golden bell only lasted for 6 breaths of time before it dissipated. But what appeared in front of everyone was the embryonic form of careful goo. The crowd went into an uproar. This is a refinement path killer move. Refinement path killer moves are much rarer than the killer moves of other paths. Xianxuan is so young, but he has already grasped a refinement path killer move. What is even more amazing is that he actually succeeded. This lad has incredible talent. His future is limitless. Fang Yuan is in danger. He has the strength but he was too careless. Zheng Shanchuan has such a huge advantage but he still used a killer move. He is simply going to do anything to win. I feel that even if Fang Yuan loses this competition, it will be an honorable defeat. Zheng Shanchuan let out a breath of air. He had an excited expression. I will win for sure. I used a killer move and instantly refined 6 sets of goo refinement materials, completing the longest step in the entire goo refinement process. I left Fang Yuan far behind in an instant. Old man Qi Shan felt relieved. Even if this Fang Yuan has a similar refinement path killer move, the first time he refines careful goo, he has 0 experience. Normally, to refine these 6 materials he has to do it step by step, controlling the fire carefully. Rashly using a killer move to speed up the process is simply courting death. Even though Little Chuan took a risk, his choice was not wrong. He will win for sure. But the other goo masters were not familiar with careful goo's recipe. They did not understand the situation. But Fang Yuan's situation was not good. Everyone could see that. This step was enough to determine victory and defeat. Zheng Shanchuan calmed his emotions and continued to refine goo. His method was fast and stable. He focused on stability. He did not give Fang Yuan any chance. Fang Yuan was unmoved. He started to refine the 6 materials, using the small fire to slowly refine the materials. This step wasn't that difficult, but it did take the longest time. Fang Yuan was not anxious at all. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 842. Time passed. Zheng Shanchuan finally completed the final few steps. The incomplete goo worm in the lump of fire was becoming clearer. To be safe, he looked at Fang Yuan again, only to see that Fang Yuan had just finished that step, refining and fusing the 6 talents into one. At this point, Zheng Shanchuan could not help but admire Fang Yuan's steadiness. It is a pity this victory is mine. Green shine goo is mine. Zheng Shanchuan shone with confidence, but the moment he retracted his gaze, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Haha, Zheng Shanchuan, you lost. Take my refinement path killer move. What? Zheng Shanchuan's heart shook. He quickly turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan, only to see that Fang Yuan took out a goo worm and crushed it in front of him. At once, Zheng Shanchuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He almost jumped up. He shouted at Fang Yuan in shock and anger. You actually crushed green shine goo. The moment he said that, the lump of fire in his hand became unstable. It reached a critical point and exploded. The explosion was not strong, but after the explosion, Zheng Shanchuan's handsome face was painted black. He looked like coal. He was in a sorry state. Zheng Shanchuan was stunned on the spot. He was like a statue. Such a shocking change happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone outside was silent for a few breaths of time before reacting. They went into an uproar. There was a huge commotion. Such a ruthless demonic path goo master. He actually crushed green shine goo. Zheng Shanchuan lost his composure and failed the goo refinement. All his efforts were in vain. This Fang Yuan is too shrewd. He managed to turn the situation around at once. Zheng Shanchuan failed. He had to refine it again. And Fang Yuan's advantage is too huge. Even if Zheng Shanchuan repeats the goo refinement process earlier, he will not be able to catch up to Fang Yuan. More importantly, he only crushed one goo. There is no way to prove that he maliciously interfered with the other party. Oh no. Oh no. He actually did this. He actually ended up like this. Old man Qi Shan panicked at this moment. The blow Zheng Shanchuan received was too great and too sudden. It took him a long time to recover. By the time he regained his mental state and started refining goo again, Fang Yuan was already at the final step. There was no more suspense in this battle, and it ended with Fang Yuan's victory. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. Everyone commented excitedly as if it had nothing to do with them. Zheng Shanchuan still suffered because of his youth. He had ruined his entire life. Someone felt that it was a pity. Of course, there were also people who were overjoyed, such as An Han. However, as the head consecrator of a prestigious sect, he could only secretly rejoice. On the surface, he sighed and expressed his sympathy for Zheng Shanchuan. The battle was over. Fang Yuan slowly stood up, but Zheng Shanchuan stared blankly at the flame burning quietly in his hand. He had lost. My whole life. His bright future was lost to a mysterious demonic goo master in a bet. How could this be? What should I do? Zheng Shanchuan suddenly felt that his future was bleak and he was at a loss. Senior, please have mercy. We, master and disciple, had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We have offended Senior. Senior, please be magnanimous. Seeing that my disciple is still young, please let him go. I am willing to take his place. I am willing to give all of my savings to exchange for my disciple's freedom. Lord, please have mercy. Please have mercy, please have mercy. Old man Qishan suddenly knelt on the ground. He kowtowed towards Fang Yuan. The old man's head hit the ground, creating loud noises, and soon, his face was covered in blood. Master, master. Zheng Shanchuan woke up. He quickly ran over and helped old man Qishan up. But old man Qishan was extremely stubborn. He pushed his disciple away and kowtowed with all his might, begging for mercy. Master. Zheng Shanchuan's face was covered in tears. He knelt on the ground, facing old man Qishan. The onlookers were all moved by this. Flying Frost sect's leader showed a look of pity. And Han laughed coldly in his heart. But the battle was already decided. How could he repent in front of everyone? Unless Fang Yuan was willing to let them go. But Fang Yuan was a ruthless demonic path gu cultivator, and Zheng Shanchuan was a refinement path master at such a young age. How could Fang Yuan let him go? Even the righteous path gu masters, if they were in his shoes, they would not let Zheng Shanchuan go. The cruel and ruthless side of the refinement path convention was displayed in front of everyone. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan said to old man Qishan, "It is not impossible to let him go." And Han's snicker stopped. The place went silent. What? Zheng Shanchuan was stunned. Old man Qishan was the first to react. He was overjoyed. "Thank you, senior, for your magnanimity. Thank you for your magnanimity." Fang Yuan chuckled, saying in a gentle tone, "Being kind to others is being kind to yourself." Everyone heard this and had an expression of disbelief. Wasn't this too fake? Who was the one who crushed the green shine gu and defeated this youngster? And Han had a shocked expression. He screamed in his heart, "Hey, are you still a demonic path gu master? Hurry up and harden your heart for this, daddy." "What are you saying? You are not cruel at all? Aren't you throwing away the face of the demonic path?" Fang Yuan changed the topic. "But since you two offended me, you need to be punished." Everyone felt relieved. And Han relaxed. He screamed in his heart, "Oh, so that's it, you want to play with the relationship between this master and disciple. Haha, that's right, this is the demonic path style." Zheng Shanchuan's expression tensed. Old man Qishan started to kowtow again. He shouted, "Please have mercy, Lord, please have mercy, Lord. Alright, I will not make you a slave for life, I only want you to do 3 things for me. But you do not have the qualifications to do things for me now. As for what these 3 things are, I have not thought of them yet. Maybe I will not make you do anything for the rest of my life. Maybe I will make you do all 3 things in the next moment. This will depend on my mood." Fang Yuan said slowly. His voice was not loud, but the whole place was silent. Everyone was listening to him. Old man Qishan let out a sigh of relief. Tears flowed down his face as he shouted, "Thank you, Lord, for your mercy." Zheng Shanchuan also kowtowed, "Junior, thanks, senior." Compared to being a slave for life, doing 3 things, the former was undoubtedly much easier to accept. Central Continent was still dominated by the righteous path. If Zheng Shanchuan became a slave of a demonic path gu master, no matter how talented he was in gu refinement, he would not be able to make a name for himself. And to do 3 things. It was just an agreement. The agreement between righteous path and demonic path gu masters was nothing. Zheng Shanchuan's future was still bright. Looking at the master and disciple's grateful expressions, Fang Yuan laughed heartily and ordered, "Both of you, bite your tongues and give me a portion of your tongue blood." Old man Qishan and Zheng Shanchuan looked at each other. They bit their tongues anxiously and gave the blood to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stretched out his right hand, his 5 fingers clenching together. He squeezed the 2 portions of blood in his palm. Then he slowly moved his hands. His 5 fingers grinded together, and a cloud of black smoke emerged from the gaps between his fingers. After the suffocating black smoke dispersed, Fang Yuan opened his palm. 2 gu worms appeared. Old man Qishan and Zheng Shanchuan's eyes were wide open. These 2 gu worms were a pair of rank 4 gu. Everyone gasped. Fang Yuan was so strong, in just a few breaths of time he refined a pair of rank 4 gu. This is a blood path refinement method. There is actually such a shocking blood path gu refinement method. Flying Frost sect's higher-ups had ashen expressions. Even the demonic gu masters outside the stage showed expressions of extreme fear. Blood path was infamous. It was worse than soul path burning a human soul. Everyone in the righteous path wanted to kill it, even the demonic path did not allow it. This pair of rank 4 gu can sense each other. You take one, I will take the other. In the future, if I need your help, I will send someone to bring this blood path gu worm over as a keepsake. 2 blood path gu worms can sense each other. Distinguish the real from the fake. Even if you die in the future, these 3 things will still be fulfilled. It must also be passed on to your descendants, disciples, and other descendants. Are you willing? If you don't want to, then you can be my slave. Fang Yuan said. I'm willing. I am willing. Old man Qishan hurriedly agreed. Fang Yuan's hand shook as he tossed a blood path goo worm to old man Qishan. He threw another goo to Jing Shanchuan. When Jing Shanchuan received this goo, he was stunned, stammering, This is green shine goo? Fang Yuan kept the other blood path goo worm calmly, laughing loudly. You don't really think I killed green shine goo, right? Laughing, he left behind a group of stunned goo masters and left. Jing Shanchuan watched as Fang Yuan left in a daze, while old man Qishan carefully stored his blood path goo worms. He did not dare to violate this agreement. Because the witnesses were not only Flying Frost Sect, but also the entire Refinement Path Convention. All of the matches, including this one, would be recorded. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as all the forces participating in the Refinement Path Convention, were witnesses. They could not go back on their words. Master, you need to heal your head quickly. Jing Shanchuan stood up, helping old man Qishan up worriedly. Go. We cannot stay here for long. Old man Qishan was shocked by Fang Yuan's methods. He was truly terrified. He quickly urged his disciple to leave this place. After this incident, Jing Shanchuan directly withdrew from the competition. He would not participate in the following matches. But he obtained green shine goo. He had already achieved his original goal. After the matter, old man Qishan used this to teach Jing Shanchuan a lesson. He told him how ruthless Fang Yuan was. He truly understood human nature. He also pointed out to Jing Shanchuan how the first elder of Flying Frost Sect, An Han, was jealous of Fang Yuan's talent. He was secretly adding fuel to the fire. After this, Jing Shanchuan matured a lot. He finally realized his own shallowness and the dangers of the world. For most of his life, he traveled around to heal old man Qishan while raising his goo refinement attainment, keeping a low profile. At the age of 53, he healed old man Qishan's poison. At the age of 88, he became a refinement path grandmaster without anyone noticing. In his later years, he returned to Central Continent's east coast and created a small sect. He took 2 characters from his name. It was called Shanchuan Hall. He lived for 150 years, but he never participated in the Refinement Path Convention again. As for the 3 agreements, that was a matter for later. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 843. After the second round of the goo refinement competition ended, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Some time had already passed in the Blessed Land. Mo Yao's will had recovered under Fang Yuan's arrangements. He could search wills again. Fang Yuan did not show any pity. He searched Mo Yao's will again. This time he obtained many of Mo Yao's goo refinement methods. He even obtained a refinement path killer move. In the memories that Mo Yao's fake will had, most of them were related to goo refinement. In this aspect, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, while Fang Yuan was only a quasi-grandmaster. Mo Yao was a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Her refinement path methods were an eye-opener for Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan learned them, he felt that he had gained a lot. When normal masters taught their disciples, they might hide their trump cards or trump cards. As the saying goes, the master will starve to death after teaching his disciple. Mo Yao's will had now become Fang Yuan's master. It was teaching him everything without holding back. Fang Yuan gained a lot. He learned all sorts of unfamiliar goo refinement methods from Mo Yao's fake will while revising his own knowledge. He intended to display his prowess in the Refinement Path Convention, using his full strength to obtain the highest ranking. Because this concerned the infallible inheritance. According to the current situation, Fang Yuan estimated that he would be safe during the Refinement Path Convention. But as time passed, it would be hard to say. The collapse of 88 Truyang Building was too huge a matter. Fang Yuan was alone. He could at most delay for as long as possible. It was impossible to conceal the truth while Northern Plains and Central Continent were investigating with all their strength. If not long from now, the 5 regions' Great War would arrive. The 5 regions would not be able to fend for themselves. Fang Yuan might be able to take advantage of the situation. But unfortunately, the 5 regions' Great War was still hundreds of years away. Central Continent was under the control of the 10 great ancient sections. There were no changes. After the battle between Old Ancestor Shui Hu Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, Northern Plains situation had stabilized. One day the secret of me toppling the Truyang Building will be discovered. At that time, Central Continent and Northern Plains will put me on the wanted list, and the other 3 regions will also go around searching for me because of Giant Sun's true inheritance. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was no longer a paradise. it would probably be attacked immediately. Therefore, during this period of time when the truth might not be discovered. This is my final period of vigorous development. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his situation. Once the truth was exposed, Fang Yuan would have to start a life of fleeing. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as much as possible and seize all opportunities. Even if there wasn't an opportunity, he had to create one. Right now, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was a huge fortuitous encounter. This was only the second round of the Gu refinement competition. In the middle and later stages, the reward for each round would be Immortal Yuan Stone, Immortal Materials, Immortal Gu Recipes and Immortal Killer Moves. If it was the final competition. If one's ranking was very high, they would be qualified to receive the undefeated inheritance. Therefore, even if he wanted to attract attention, he had to be a little more high profile. Fang Yuan could not care less. Furthermore, the news of his duel with Feng Kim Hong had already spread. Almost all the higher-ups of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had heard of it. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to be low-key, he could not. One day, when the truth of him toppling Truyang Building was exposed, his name would definitely spread throughout the 5 regions. He would be extremely high profile. At that time, it would definitely be an extremely difficult test. The whole world was his enemy, countless Gu immortals wanted to kill Fang Yuan. In their opinion, Fang Yuan must have obtained countless benefits from Giant Sun's true inheritance. I need to use this final period of development to accumulate large amounts of Immortal Yuan Stone and Immortal Materials to raise my battle strength. Most importantly, I need to get rid of my immortal zombie body and regain new life. Immortal zombies could not produce immortal essence. They would be a huge burden to Fang Yuan during his cultivation. Looking at most of the immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance, they had to avoid any battle as much as possible and be careful. If Fang Yuan was still an immortal zombie during his life of pursuit, the pressure would be too great. It might even be the main factor leading to his death. Thus, in the following days, Fang Yuan participated in the Refinement Path Convention and practiced his Gu refinement methods, while also actively deducing and expending large numbers of Star Thought Gu to deduce and modify the Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. This killer move was the urgent matter at hand. It was also the best method to change the situation. Other matters could not compare to it. Fang Yuan put them aside at that time. The 3rd, 4th and 5th rounds of competition, Fang Yuan passed them one after another. His strength was outstanding. Quasi-Grandmaster Refinement Path attainment level was rare even among Gu immortals. In the 5 rounds of competition, he obtained first place in 5 rounds. His momentum was fierce and his reputation was awe-inspiring. Fang Yuan's name had already started to spread everywhere. Those who heard of this name knew that this person was a demonic path Gu cultivator. He was extremely skilled in Gu refinement. His Gu refinement methods were complex and varied. His foundation was quite deep. On the day before the 6th round, Fang Yuan finally obtained the first stage of the deduction of the Immortal Killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. It was really not easy. When Fang Yuan came out of the underground cave, he was so excited that he almost cried. The process of deducing and modifying this Immortal Killer move was extremely difficult. Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path and Transformation Path attainment levels were too low. He was like a child pushing a stone mill. Every step was difficult. For this result, Fang Yuan had expended all of the Star Thought Gu that he obtained from Dongfang Naganori in the 4th round. Thankfully, he had the stone nest and large numbers of hairy men. They were already refining Gu and storing up Star Thought Gu. Fang Yuan thus had enough capital to obtain Vaguely Familiar Face that he could use. As mentioned earlier, Immortal Gu were unique. Fang Yuan did not have any of the 3 core Immortal Gu of Vaguely Familiar Face. They were all in Feng Jioge's hands. If Fang Yuan wanted to recreate Vaguely Familiar Face, he could only change the core Immortal Gu and change the killer move. Moreover, it would be best if this core Immortal Gu was in Fang Yuan's possession. Right now, Fang Yuan achieved this goal. The modified Vaguely Familiar Face was much shabbier than the original. It only had 1 Immortal Gu as the core, Eat Strength Immortal Gu. Other Immortal Gu like Fixed Immortal Travel, Self-Strength, Iron Crown Eagle Strength and others were not suitable. It could also be said that Fang Yuan's attainment level was too low. He could not use these Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was able to use Eat Strength Immortal Gu as the core to activate Vaguely Familiar Face. It was all thanks to his Strength Path Grandmaster attainment level. Vaguely Familiar Face, that used Eat Strength Immortal Gu as the core had limited effects. The killer move could not change Fang Yuan's appearance. It could only change Fang Yuan's aura. Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. Once he used it, his aura would be exposed and his identity would be exposed. But if he used Eat Strength's vaguely familiar face, he could change his aura, turning the Northern Plains Gu Immortal's aura into Central Continent, Southern Border, Eastern Sea and Western Desert's aura. If one was not an investigative Gu Immortal, they would not be able to discover this disguise. In fact, this was the effect of Kanyang Laojun's method. Kanyang Laojun helped Dongfang Naganori to fight against the Northern Plains demonic immortals. It was an intense battle. But from start to finish he displayed Northern Plains aura, he did not reveal any Central Continent Gu Immortal aura. This was clearly an immortal killer move, it was also the embodiment of Crane Gate's deep foundation. But vaguely familiar face that Fang Yuan created had a weaker effect than Kanyang Laojun. Kanyang Laojun fought intensely against a large number of Northern Plains Gu Immortals, but did not expose his Central Continent aura. Fang Yuan was well aware that his vaguely familiar face would never be able to achieve this. Moreover, this killer move of his had a huge drawback, the price of using it was too high. Every time it was used, several Strength Path Dao marks would be expended on Fang Yuan's body. Eat Strength Immortal Gu's effect was to let Gu Immortals devour immortal materials with pure Strength Path Dao marks, extracting the natural Strength Path Dao marks from the immortal materials and adding them to the Gu Immortal's body. Fang Yuan had tasted countless failures in his deductions, he finally thought about it and placed the idea on himself. As a Strength Path Immortal zombie, his body also had pure Strength Path Dao marks. As for the Space Path Dao marks and Time Path Dao marks in his immortal aperture, they had nothing to do with his body. Another example, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had Earth Path, Space Path, Time Path and Enslavement Path Dao marks, but Hu Immortal's body had pure Enslavement Path Dao marks when she was alive. After Hu Immortal died, the Enslavement Path Dao marks on her body were all transferred to the Blessed Land. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to eat his own flesh. He used Eat Strength Immortal Gu as the core and placed a large number of Mortal Gu, expending Strength Path Dao marks to disguise his aura. Even though this immortal killer move's effect was not good, it was far from what Fang Yuan wanted, and the flaw was huge, it could still be used. But he was still very glad that he was able to obtain this result. He had once thought that his deductions and improvements would end in complete failure. He was already very satisfied with this result. The greatest credit for this naturally belonged to the Wisdom Gu. Under the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan had unlimited inspiration, he actually used the Strength Path Immortal Gu as the core and successfully modified vaguely familiar face. With the joy of success, Fang Yuan participated in the 6th round of the competition and won first place again. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he rested for a while before using fixed immortal travel to Western Desert. Western Desert, how to cross the hill. Intense winds blew, yellow sand filled the sky. Xiao tribe's Gu masters formed into battle formations, fighting intensely with the hidden sand spiders. These hidden sand spiders were all the size of elephants, their bodies were covered in a layer of shiny shells, they were proficient in moving on the surface of the sand. Hidden sand spiders emerged from the sand, their mouths were ferocious as they pounced at Xiao tribe's Gu masters. Fang Yuan observed from a bird's eye view. He estimated that there were over 30,000 hidden sand spiders. But Xiao tribe was one of the super forces of Western Desert, their Gu masters had high battle attainment, they also had the experience of dealing with hidden sand spiders. Thus, in this battle the humans had the upper hand. Fang Yuan only took a glance before looking at the area behind the hidden sand spiders. It was a huge sand dune. In the sand dune there was a tornado, the sky was dark and countless beast roars could be heard. Chapter 844. This was one of the 7 most famous natural wonders of Western Desert, the movement of hundreds of thousands of li of sand dunes. It was like a brush from the heavens, brushing over half of the Western Desert, drawing out a curve. On this fixed curve of sand dunes, there were no oases, no fierce beasts, no rocks, only yellow sand. No one could stop it, even rank 8 Gu Immortals were powerless against it. Western Desert's people named these moving sand dunes how to cross dune, showing the helplessness and bewilderment of Western Desert's humans when facing the might of nature. How to cross dune. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, flying towards the sand dune. He concealed his figure and flew across the battlefield on the ground without anyone noticing. Xiao clan's Gu Immortals were fighting in how to cross dune. Of course, this was only the periphery, these Gu Immortals could not explore the inner area. Their opponents were 3 giant hidden sand spider queens, all desolate beasts. The hidden sand spider queen was like a fish in water amidst the sandstorm. Its enormous, mountainous body continuously produced more hidden sand spiders. But Xiao clan's Gu Immortals were also orderly. Xiao Huqi as the leader, led the charge, shouting and shouting, immersed in the pleasure of battle. Vice Leader Xiaoxia rang sighed and transmitted, "Leader, it is about time. The training effect has been achieved. Let the clan's Gu Master Army retreat first. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I will leave this matter to you." Haha, the 3 hidden sand spider queens have lost most of their stamina. It is time to capture them alive. Xiao Huqi laughed wildly and was about to attack, when his gaze suddenly focused and he shouted towards the left, "Who is it?" Boom. A giant hand appeared. It pierced through the sandstorm with an extremely imposing aura. It directly grabbed towards a hidden sand spider queen. Xiao Huqi's eyes were about to split open, but this giant hand appeared at the right time. That hidden sand spider queen was coincidentally forced back by the Xiao clan Gu Immortals. The giant hand grabbed from behind, as if this hidden sand spider queen was walking into a trap. Such guts. You dare to provoke our Xiao clan. Scoundrel, you actually want to seize the fruits of our labor, unforgivable. Let's capture this person together. I Xiao Huqi would like to see exactly who is so audacious. Xiao clan's Gu Immortal was about to attack furiously when 7 other strength path giant hands appeared from the sandstorm. Boom boom boom. Amidst the intense bombardment, the 5 Xiao clan rank 6 Gu Immortals collapsed in shock. Only Xiao Huqi and Xiaoxia Rang, the 2 rank 7s, were evenly matched against the 2 giant hands. This is rank 7 battle strength. The newcomer is very powerful. The 2 leaders attacked angrily and used their signature killer moves, but they did not succeed. The other party did not use his full strength. This is the first time I have seen the strength path killer move. Who is it? At once, Xiao clan's Gu Immortals showed grim expressions. Don't be nervous, everyone. I mean no harm. Fang Yuan slowly flew out. He revealed his true appearance with a smile on his face. Everyone turned their gazes and saw the hidden sand spider queen. He was already gripped tightly by the strength path giant hand, howling in pain, unable to struggle. Captured alive just like that. This immortal killer move is so strong. Xiao Huqi and Xiaoxia Rang looked at each other. They could see the vigilance in each other's eyes. If they had attacked, they would not have been able to do it so easily. Otherwise, Xiao clan would not have sent so many Gu Immortals. They had participated in the capture of the hidden sand spider queen. Fang Yuan could do this because he had grasped the timing. The hidden sand spider queen's stamina had fallen by a lot, and because Myriad Self-Giant Hand had gained the 2nd core Immortal Gu Pulling Mountain, its power had increased, and it could even counter Earth Path desolate beasts like the hidden sand spider queen. Fang Yuan brought the captured hidden sand spider queen to Xiao clan's Gu Immortals. "Sir, who are you? What are your intentions?" Xiao Huqi asked in a deep voice after sensing Fang Yuan's goodwill. Fang Yuan chuckled, "I am just a nameless lone cultivator in Western Desert. I have been living in seclusion and had no choice but to become an immortal zombie not long ago, so I decided to enter the world. This time I suddenly appeared because I want to do a long-term trade with your clan. I wonder if you are interested in regretful spiders?" Regretful spiders? Xiao clan's Gu Immortals heard this and were overjoyed. Xiao clan had the Immortal Gu House 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. 10,000 Li was just a general term. The entire Immortal Gu House was more than 10,000 Li long. This Immortal Gu House had an extremely special function. As long as there were enough spider mortal Gu, it could be spread out and built anywhere. If one looked from a bird's eye view, it would look like a huge spider web covering Western Desert. And in this 10,000 Li Silk Corridor, the ground was smooth like silk. Anything transported in this corridor would have an extremely fast speed increase. Xiao clan was one of the wealthiest super forces in Western Desert. The most important reason was that Xiao clan had this 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. Any Immortal Gu House could defend, attack, move, heal, investigate, and so on. Be it 88-point Jianghu Tower, Water Pavilion, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Red Fiend Divine Boat, Profound Ice House, or other Immortal Gu houses, they were all like this. They could be called fortresses of war. Xiao clan had set up 10,000 Li Silk Corridor everywhere, allowing their goods to move freely, making huge profits. But there was a problem. The operation of 10,000 Li Silk Corridor would expend a large number of spider mortal Gu. 10,000 Li Silk Corridor was Xiao clan's economic lifeline. Thus Xiao clan had to collect a large number of spider mortal Gu every year to maintain 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. This time, Xiao Huqi and Xiaoxia Rang led a group to capture hidden sand spiders. It was to bring them to the clan's headquarters and raise them. Every once in a while, they would let out their blood and cut off their flesh, gathering the clan's Gu masters to refine large numbers of spider mortal Gu. Even though Xiao clan's own business satisfied a portion of the demand, they still needed to purchase large numbers of spider mortal Gu from the market. Moreover, the greater the number of spider mortal goo and the greater the variety, the easier it would be for 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. Xiao Clan's goo immortals were naturally interested. Xiao Huqi immediately asked, "Sir, how many regretful spiders do you have, and how would you like to trade?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, giving a number. Xiao Huqi's eyes shone with joy for a moment. Fang Yuan continued, "I can provide you with this mini spider mortal goo every month." Xiao Huqi was overjoyed. As for how to trade, Fang Yuan pondered, "Isn't your 10,000 Li Silk Corridor the best method? Give me a nearby node token. On the 30th of every month, I will come to the node punctually to put in the goods and collect the payment." "Then sir, how much are you selling your goods?" Xiao Shirang interrupted. "No rush." Fang Yuan waved his hand. "Everyone, let's look at the quality of the goods first before discussing the price." Fang Yuan's sample made Xiao Clan's goo immortals very satisfied. These regretful spiders came from a northern plains super force, Dongfang tribe. It would be strange if Xiao Clan's goo immortals were not satisfied. Fang Yuan immediately quoted a price. After some haggling, both sides set the price and completed the first transaction on the spot. Xiao Huqi paid for the goods on behalf of the clan. Fang Yuan got what he wanted and obtained a node token. After the transaction he did not stay any longer, he turned around and left. Xiao Huqi's group returned to Xiao Clan's headquarters and immediately reported this matter to Xiao Clan's first Supreme Elder. After learning of this, First Supreme Elder nodded, "Little who did well this time, we will double the contribution for this mission." Xiao Huqi said solemnly, "But Lord, this person appeared too suddenly. He is a rank 6 immortal zombie but has rank 7 battle strength. Does Lord know his origin?" First Supreme Elder smiled nonchalantly, "Western Desert is huge, there are naturally many secluded goo immortals, I do not know all of them. Immortal zombies cannot produce immortal essence, it is not strange that they were forced to appear. Since this person is sincere in doing business, let's continue our cooperation. My clan will always have a need for mortal spider goo. If the cooperation goes well, we can give him the Xiao Clan transaction token." "Lord, are we not going to investigate him?" First Supreme Elder thought about it and said, "I know what you mean. Since the other party can supply goods for a long time, he definitely has other blessed lands. We can investigate him a little, we cannot treat him like an ordinary immortal zombie. The urgent matter now is to compete with Dong Clan and occupy the northwest market. We need to set up the 10,000 Li Silk Corridor as soon as possible." "I understand, Lord First Supreme Elder." Xiao Huqi saw that First Supreme Elder was resting with his eyes closed and immediately understood. He bowed respectfully and left silently. A few days later. Central Continent, Floating Flower River, Listening Wave Pavilion. As a large-scale force, Listening Wave Pavilion was a semi-secluded sect, but right now, it was crowded like a marketplace. This was one of the locations of the Refinement Path Convention's 7th round. At this time, another round of competition had just ended. Everyone was discussing and exclaiming, countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wore a black robe and a mask, he was still in the same appearance as before, he walked down the stage silently. Many people's gazes followed him as he moved. The other group of people stared at the ranking on the wall with shock in their eyes. Right now, the first place was engraved with Fang Yuan's name. Demonic Path Goo Cultivator Fang Yuan obtained first place for the 7th time in a row. Amazing, too amazing, this is the performance of at least a master-level Goo Master. With his strength, he has a high chance of passing the most famous nightmare of the Refinement Path Convention, the 8th round. When can I have such strength? In the crowd, Hong Yi looked at Fang Yuan's departing figure as he felt a sense of yearning. For some reason, others disliked Fang Yuan's demonic cultivation style, but as a righteous path disciple of Universal Life Academy, Hong Yi did not dislike Fang Yuan from the bottom of his heart. Although Hong Yi's luck was good and he had huge potential, he was too lacking in ability, he was eliminated in the 2nd round. Do you think Fang Yuan can fight his way into the finals like this? Young man, you are already looking forward to the finals? It's too early. Chapter 845. Amidst everyone's discussions, Fang Yuan slowly walked out of Listening Wave Pavilion. Everywhere he went, the crowd would unconsciously make way for him. Even though Fang Yuan was a demonic path Goo cultivator and was hated by the righteous path, Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment was admirable. Especially in this special environment of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. During this special period, even demonic cultivators could openly enter the righteous path's territory. Goo masters had a mentality of only using Goo refinement as a hero. At the entrance of Listening Wave Pavilion, Several Gu masters from various forces were shouting and selling information. Their business was booming. Extra, extra, the latest information is the most complete result list of this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It even has the results of the 7th round. Do you want to know the 100 great Gu refinement experts who have the highest chance of becoming the champion? Then come and take a look. 1 image Gu, the lowest price is 50 yuan stone. The price is very low, it will last until it is sold out. A famous Wisdom Path Gu Master's deduction of this Central Continent sect ranking competition, as well as the grudges between the 10 great ancient sects. 1 information for only 10 yuan stone. Cheap and good price. To think that the 7th round's result would be released so quickly. Fang Yuan heard this and was moved. But when he saw the attire of this Gu Master selling information, he understood. This Gu Master selling the 7th round's result was wearing the attire of Lightning Information Sect. Lightning Information Sect was a super force created by a Gu Immortal. It naturally could not compare to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Lightning Information Sect's founder, Milan Guang, was originally a Lightning Path Gu Immortal of Wind Cloud Manor. Because he violated the sect rules, his cultivation was crippled. He was expelled from the sect. To maintain his livelihood, he was forced to cultivate Information Path. Combining his Lightning Path cultivation experience, he created many unique Information Path Gu worms. The results were even better than before. His development was even more prosperous. The Lightning Information Sect he created, after over 100 years of development, had already become a first-rate sect in Central Continent that specialized in Information Path. Even the 10 great ancient sects sometimes bought information from Milan Guang. Fang Yuan walked to this Gu Master and threw 10 yuan stone to him. Give me 1. The Lightning Information Sect Gu Master hurriedly received the yuan stone and looked at it, recognizing Fang Yuan. Ah, sir. Are you Sir Fang Yuan? It is this lowly one's good fortune to be able to inquire of this lowly one. How could I dare to accept money from sir? Sir, please take it back. This report will be given to you for free. After that, he presented the 10 pieces of yuan stone to Fang Yuan with both hands. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Just take it as a reward. That Gu Master smiled flatteringly. Then this lowly one thanks Lord for the reward. Sir, this is the information you wanted. On behalf of the Electric Information Sect, I thank you for purchasing our information. If you can squeeze out some time from your busy schedule to accept my sect's interview, the Lightning Language sect that I belong to will also offer immortal materials. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He received the Information Path Gu worm from the Gu Master and walked forward. Take care, Lord. The Gu Master saw Fang Yuan's rejection and did not dare to persuade him anymore. After all, Fang Yuan was a demonic path rank 5 Gu cultivator. He stood on the spot and watched Fang Yuan leave. Only when Fang Yuan disappeared into the crowd did he turn around. He continued to sell information loudly. Fang Yuan walked. He split a portion of his consciousness and inspected the Information Path Gu worm from earlier. This Information Path Gu. It was only rank 1, the cost of refining it was extremely low, it was not worth mentioning. The important thing was the information inside. It was worth 10 yuan stone. Fang Yuan inspected it and found that in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, there were over 8,000 Gu Masters who won 7 rounds in a row. These people were able to pass 7 rounds, they were basically quasi-master level. Of course, among them there were some who were extremely lucky and had weaker strength. But the strength here was only relatively speaking, they were not at Hong Yi's level. People like Hong Yi had already been eliminated in the first 3 rounds of the competition. Initially, there were hundreds of thousands of people who signed up for the competition. Most of these people were Central Continent Gu Masters, but there were also people from Southern Border and the other 4 regions. After 7 rounds, there were only over 8,000 people left, there were less than 10,000, this showed how shocking the elimination rate was. And among them, there were over 400 people who got top 3 in 7 rounds in a row. These people were at least refinement master level geniuses. Even though 400 was a huge number in the context of Central Continent, these people were only a small portion. They were at the top of the pyramid of refinement path attainment. In any path, master level people were rare. And refinement path was harder to become proficient in compared to other paths, there were even fewer masters. Among these 400 people, there were still over 80 Gu Masters who got first in 7 rounds in a row. Undeniably, these 80 people were the focus of attention, they were the center of attention. Fang Yuan's name was among them. According to the evaluation of experts, his name was only above average. This was the result of Fang Yuan's high profile. It showed how intense the competition in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was. There were all sorts of people. It was not easy to stand out among these refinement path elites. Of course, this ranking was more of a guess. It did not represent the true standard of Gu refinement. The contents of the first 7 rounds were not enough to gauge Fang Yuan's limits. At the same time, Fang Yuan's origin was mysterious. Even if others wanted to guess, they could not. Because of these reasons, Fang Yuan's position was in the 30s. Fang Yuan carefully looked at this ranking. He soon found many familiar names. Firesmith Dragon Chief, Fang Huai, Tianmin Mie, Feng Kim Hong, Yumu Chun, LV Pinean, Du Ping Tan, Chu Wen. These people's names had a high status in Fang Yuan's previous life. Undeniably, they were all heroes among people. They were lined up like stars in the sky. Even Fang Yuan felt a sense of dazzling brilliance. Among these people there are many stars from the 5 regions' chaotic war. Some might not be outstanding now, but they will become immortals in the future. Some will even reach refinement path Grandmaster realm in their lifetime. Fang Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Fang Yuan was now a refinement path quasi-Grandmaster. He was only a step away from Grandmaster realm. But don't underestimate this step, it was actually very far away. He needed a qualitative breakthrough. Actually, Fang Yuan's refinement path talent was very ordinary. If his talent was lacking, he would use hard work to make up for it. Fang Yuan used his previous life's accumulation to forcefully raise his refinement path attainment level, surpassing master level and reaching quasi-grandmaster level. He had cultivated for over 500 years, but he was only at quasi-grandmaster level. Wasn't he too useless? Look at Xianxia. He was already a refinement path master at such a young age. The importance of talent in this was undeniable. But there was one more point. Xianxia was a refinement path Gu master. He put most of his effort into it. As for Fang Yuan, be it in his previous life or this life, he cultivated refinement path on the side. In his previous life he spent over 300 years cultivating blood path for the last 200 years, while in this life he cultivated strength path. One was a main path while the other was a secondary path. The amount of effort invested was like heaven and earth. If Fang Yuan did not cultivate blood path and strength path, he might not have lived until now. He was not as lucky as Xianxia to have a master protecting him. And it was hard to raise attainment level. The higher one went, the harder it was. Before the Dream Realm changed the situation of the 5 regions, to raise attainment level, one could only rely on their own hard work and talent. It could be said that it was not easy for Fang Yuan to reach quasi-grandmaster attainment level in refinement path. With my strength, it will be difficult to get into the top 10 of this refinement path convention. And to benefit from the infallible inheritance, I need to get at least 6th place. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had grown from a small scale. Initially, it was only a way for the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to compete for the infallible inheritance. They used refinement path duels to determine the winner and the loser. They would fight for the greatest benefits for themselves and their sections. But later on, because the infallible inheritance had too many benefits, it was helpful to the recovery of Fate Gu. Celestial Court took over. Strictly speaking, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were the representatives of the Celestial Court's internal organizations. Celestial Court was the boss behind the scenes of the 10 great ancient sects. With the boss taking over, the 10 great ancient sects could only accept it and cooperate with him. With the Celestial Court behind the scenes, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention started to become famous. Its influence spread to the whole world. Now, every Refinement Path Convention would attract Gu Refinement Path geniuses from the other 4 regions to participate. According to the results of the previous conventions, the top 3 in the finals are all Refinement Path Grandmasters. There are even some quasi-great Grandmasters. The quality of every Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was different, but in the top 10, most of them were Refinement Path Grandmasters. Only the 7th place had some Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster Gu Masters. Sometimes, there were not many geniuses. There were only 3 or 4 Refinement Path Grandmasters in the top 10, then Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmasters could enter the top 6. But sometimes, there were too many geniuses. There were 7 or 8 Refinement Path Grandmasters in the top 10, then there were few Quasi-Grandmasters who could enter the top 10. In this convention of Fang Yuan's, the quality was neither high nor low. There were about 5 Refinement Path Grandmasters. My greatest skill is still Blood Path Gu refinement methods. But now, I do not have many Blood Path Gu worms. If I use those Blood Path refinement methods, it will give Crane Gate an excuse to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. If I want to enter the top 6, I need to use my methods. Fang Yuan thought as he made up his mind. 16 days later, Central Continent. Anzu Earth Trench, Demon Expelling Sect. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force. It had 3 Gu Immortals in the upper echelon. Its sphere of influence stretched for millions of li, covering dozens of large forces, hundreds of mid-sized forces, tens of thousands of small forces, as well as countless ant-like Gu Master families. As one of the locations of the 8th round, Demon Expelling Sect's headquarters had the qualifications to do so. Tens of thousands of Gu Masters swarmed in on this day, to watch the exciting Gu Refinement showdown. Of course, the true competition venue had limited space, it could only hold over 1,000 people. These 1,000 people were naturally not ordinary Gu Masters. But in the several large squares that could accommodate ordinary spectators, Demon Expelling Sect had already made appropriate arrangements. Once the 8th round starts, there would be a video in the air, displaying it at the same time. Chapter 846. Fangjing and another Crane Gate elder led over 10 disciples into the competition venue. Unspecified currency outside the venue, there were buzzing noises. Over 1,000 Gu Masters were sitting on the surrounding platforms, discussing in low voices while waiting for the 8th round to begin. But because there were too many people, even the slightest sound of conversation became very noisy when it was gathered together. It's Crane Gate's elder and disciple. Once they saw Fangjing's group, the surrounding Gu Masters could not help but look at them. Their discussions also became hushed. Compared to the large and small forces, the people of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were like princes walking among commoners. That young man is actually wearing Crane Gate's elder's robe. Am I seeing things? Lower your voice, he is a rank 5 Gu Master, his aura is genuine. What are you making a fuss about? It's not like there aren't Gu worms that can maintain youthful looks. Look, it's myriad Dragon Doc's disciples and elders. At the next moment, everyone's gazes were attracted to another group of people. This group of Gu Masters had twice the number of Crane Gate's members. They were led by 4 elders, and there were also many elite disciples among the disciples. Myriad Dragon Doc. The Crane Gate elder's gaze froze when he saw this. Myriad Dragon Doc, one of the 10 great ancient sects, had been in the limelight recently. The reason was because of Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend might only be a rank 6 Gu Immortal, but his battle strength was extremely outstanding. After 2 years of closed cultivation, he comprehended the immortal killer move Lightning Deity. After that, he came out of his closed cultivation and roamed Central Continent, challenging countless Gu Immortals along the way. He won most of the time with few draws. There were few defeats. The more Vicious Lightning Fiend won, the greater his momentum. Because of the duels, he obtained a lot of resources, causing the number of lightning deities in his hands to increase instead of decreasing. There were already 3 of them now. Before he had lightning deities, Vicious Lightning Fiend already had an impressive battle record of fighting rank 7 Gu Immortals to a draw. Now that he had 3 lightning deities, his battle strength rose even further, surpassing ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals. In his battle record, many rank 7 Gu Immortals had lost to him. With rank 6 cultivation level, defeating a rank 7 Gu Immortal was a very rare thing. What was especially precious was that Vicious Lightning Fiend defeated rank 7 Gu Immortals again and again. He was in the limelight for a while. His sect Myriad Dragon Doc's reputation also rose greatly. It was to the extent that the whole of Central Continent's Gu Immortal world started to faintly acknowledge Vicious Lightning Fiend as the number 1 person with rank 6 battle strength in Central Continent. Some of the Myriad Dragon Doc elders who were fond of fighting were even more excited. They directly shouted that Vicious Lightning Fiend would be the next Shirley, the next Fengjioge. After Vicious Lightning Fiend heard the news, he immediately replied and berated, "Shirley is one thing, but Lord Fengjioge is not someone I can compare to. Don't say such things in the future." In other words, Shirley could still challenge him. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was a rank 7 Gu Immortal of Combat Immortal Sect. He had outstanding battle strength. However, he was firmly suppressed by Fengjioge, unable to turn the tables. Fengjioge, this freak, was hard to come by even in thousands of years. The 10 sects of Jianghu state had been beaten by him so badly that they could not help but admire and fear him. He won a series of challenges. This boosted Vicious Lightning Fiend's arrogance, and he began to openly challenge Shirley. Combat Immortal Sect's people were naturally indignant. However, Shirley, who had an irritable and direct temperament, strangely maintained his silence. This instead boosted Myriad Dragon Doc's morale. They felt that Shirley had no confidence in dealing with Vicious Lightning Fiend, and was acting like a coward. Of course, anyone who was slightly familiar with the inside information would know that Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge was only a probe by Myriad Dragon Doc towards Combat Immortal Sect. Combat Immortal Sect had discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and also discovered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, they had already started to secretly attack it. Because they wanted to draw Gu Immortal's battle strength from all over the place, this huge movement had already been faintly sensed by the other 9 sections. But these secrets were usually only known by Gu Immortals. Thus, when these elders and disciples of Myriad Dragon Doc saw Fangjing's group, they were extremely arrogant. "Oh, it's Crane Gate's people. What are you doing here? Are you here to see how your elders will fail? It's no use, our Myriad Dragon Doc's Lord Dragon Chief will definitely be the final victor, there is no doubt about this." Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu masters started mocking and ridiculing the moment they spoke. The competition between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was especially intense. Both sides were not on good terms. Especially when Crane Gate had been weak for a long time, Myriad Dragon Doc's people, who had become stronger, looked down on Crane Gate even more. Crane Gate's disciples could not help but feel sullen, but they could not retort. They maintained their silence and brushed past Myriad Dragon Doc's people, eventually sitting at their arranged seats. "TSK, a bunch of cowards," someone said in disdain. Someone even mocked, "Haha," as expected of Crane Gate's style. Crane Gate's people's expressions became even more unsightly. The spectators saw this and had many doubts. Someone asked, "Crane Gate and Myriad Dragon Doc are both part of the 10 great ancient sects. Why is Myriad Dragon Doc so arrogant?" Immediately someone answered, "There are strong and weak sects among the 10 great ancient sections. Crane Gate is weaker than Myriad Dragon Doc, this is publicly acknowledged. Besides this, Myriad Dragon Doc's participating Gu Master is too strong, it is that refinement path Gu Master known as Firesmith Dragon Chief." What? Firesmith Dragon Chief is actually Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu Master, isn't he a lone cultivator? Hee, didn't you see the information dug out by Lightning Information Sect? This Firesmith Dragon Chief violated the sect rules in his early years and was chased out by Myriad Dragon Doc. He is participating in this Refinement Path convention to obtain a ranking and return to Myriad Dragon Doc. So that's it. It is said that this Firesmith Dragon Chief is already a Refinement Path Grandmaster. Such a person is actually eagerly requesting to return to Myriad Dragon Doc. The rallying power of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is truly huge. Meanwhile, at Crane Gate's side, Fangjing and the other elders were also quietly discussing. Fangjing asked, "I wonder what are the chances of our sect's elder Yen Tang winning this competition?" Fangjing's Gu refinement ability was not good. He barely passed the 4 questions after going through the training. He successfully registered. But in the end, he was eliminated in the first round. Fortunately, this was a large competition. This was the most open competition, outsiders were not allowed to watch. Fangjing was also an elder of Crane Gate. His status could be said to be noble. This time, Elder Yen Tang was participating in the competition and he had eaten so much food and wine from the other party, he had to come and watch and cheer for Elder Yen Tang. When Fangjing asked this, the Crane Gate elder sitting beside him frowned deeply and sighed, "Elder Fangjing, you know our Elder Yen Tang mainly cultivates Fire Path, he only cultivates Refinement Path on the side. As for the other party, Firesmith Dragon Chief, he mainly cultivates Refinement Path while cultivating Fire Path on the side. This difference is huge." Fangjing still did not understand. He asked again, "Even so, with Elder Yen Tang's Gu refinement attainment, he should be able to get into the top 3. Sigh. The Crane Gate elder shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Elder Fangjing, you don't understand. After the 7th round of the Refinement Path Convention, the competition after that is a cruel single elimination system. Look at this demon-expelling sect competition stage in front of you. Only one Gu Master can win and advance to the next round." What? It's actually like this. Fangjing was shocked. After a few breaths of time he reacted. After all, he had experienced many setbacks, his mind had changed. Since the opponent is so strong, then why doesn't Elder Yen Tang go to another competition venue? This Refinement Path Convention does not prohibit participants from moving around. Elder Fangjing, you are right to think this way. After all, you can advance. Retreating is also a tactical victory. But unfortunately, the other competition locations were also occupied by Gu refinement experts. Moreover, Elder Yen Tang was arranged here. This is also the decision of Crane Gate's higher-ups. At the end, the Crane Gate elder purposely lowered his voice and whispered. Fangjing was shocked. If he still did not understand now, he would be an idiot. So the Crane Gate's higher-ups have already abandoned Elder Yen Tang? Their goal is to probe Firesmith Dragon Chief's ability? In a daze he thought of his master, Master Tenshiro, who had once analyzed this to him. Elder Yentang was isolated in Crane Gate, so he invited you to drink, wanting to form a political alliance with you. Because he was isolated, he was chosen to be abandoned. Elder Yentang must be filled with unwillingness. What if I am abandoned one day? Thinking of this, Fangjing suddenly recalled the painful scene of him being in the blood pool, with blood vines growing all over his body. Whoosh! The nightmarish memory surfaced again. Fangjing's body shook as he sucked in a breath of cold air. What's wrong? The elder beside him asked in concern. Nothing. Fangjing wiped his forehead with his hand, and at once, his palm was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. He did not dare to think too much. His heart was flustered and hesitant. At this time, the elder's voice resounded in his ears. Participants enter the arena one by one. The competition is about to begin. Fangjing quickly raised his head and looked, only to see over 100 Gu masters slowly entering the arena. Fangjing quickly found Elder Yentang in Crane Gate. The latter was expressionless, but his gaze was filled with indignation and helplessness. Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was dressed in a red robe, had an arrogant expression as he looked around, not concealing his disdain and contempt towards the surrounding competitors. A bunch of weaklings. I will definitely win this round. Quickly start. Firesmith Dragon Chief did not mind, laughing heartily as he urged demon expelling sects hosting Elder. The surrounding refinement path Gu masters, however, did not dare to retort due to Firesmith Dragon Chief's formidable strength. Even Elder Yentang in Crane Gate clenched his fists, his face filled with anger, but he remained silent. Myriad Dragon Doc will win. Win. Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief will win. Myriad Dragon Doc's group shouted excitedly as if they were injected with chicken blood. Their attitude was arrogant, but the surrounding spectators could only sit quietly and watch this happen. Damn it, this is too damn it. Fangjing had the temperament of a youngster after all. He gritted his teeth and felt indignant in his heart. I hate my lack of strength. I really hope someone will appear at this time and defeat this Firesmith Dragon Chief, and beat down the arrogance of these Myriad Dragon Doc people. As if responding to the hope in his heart, a figure quietly appeared. At first he did not attract any attention, but when he stepped onto the arena, countless gazes were immediately cast towards him. Black robe. Mask. Rank 5 demonic cultivator. It was Fang Yuan. Why was he here? Chapter 847. Fang Yuan's appearance was out of everyone's expectations. According to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention's rules, from the 8th round onwards, only one Gu master could advance to the next round. Thus, it gradually became a custom. The whole of Central Continent's competition locations were turned into territories, and every powerful refinement path Gu master was like a fierce beast occupying a territory. Unless forced to, no ferocious beast would cross the boundary to challenge another ferocious beast. This was absolutely not a wise move. The more they advanced, the more glory they would obtain, and the more rewards they would obtain. Fighting in advance was like a fisherman reaping the benefits. Thus, when many Gu masters saw Fang Yuan's appearance, they could not help but guess. Does Fang Yuan have some enmity with Firesmith Dragon Chief? The exorcism sect elder in charge of this competition felt strange, but showed no expression. Fang Yuan's appearance was in accordance with the convention's rules. As long as one entered any venue within the stipulated time, their results would be recognized. Thus, even if others wanted to obstruct him, they could not do so under everyone's watchful eyes. This person is called Fang Yuan? Don't tell me he is our sect's famous who immortal blessed land's owner? Crane Gate's disciples also started guessing. Speaking of which, that Lord Fang Yuan of our sect is really mysterious. I have not seen his true appearance even till now. Sigma, W is identical to WW. This is Fang Yuan? Not possible. Central Continent is so big, it is not like there are no Gu masters with the same name. The agreement between Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong has already spread far and wide. Our Crane Gate has many exemption quotas. It is enough for Fang Yuan to rest and build up his strength. He can only participate after the 10th round. Crane Gate's disciples discussed. Many people secretly looked at Fangjing's expression. Fangjing's lips were tightly pursed. His face was pale and his hands were tightly clenched in his wide sleeves. They were blood brothers. As soon as Fang Yuan appeared, Fangjing's instincts told him that this was his biological brother. Fangjing was caught off guard. At this moment, the shadow of his childhood descended upon him, enveloping him once again. It was as if a pair of black hands were tightly gripping his neck. Fangjing found it difficult to breathe. Ever since he woke up from that coma, the nightmare that he had been trying his best to avoid came back to him again. The 10,000 Dragon Dock people shouted arrogantly. The cheers couldn't help but slow down and gradually weaken. Fang Yuan had previously displayed formidable refinement path attainments, obtaining first place in 7 rounds consecutively, the same result as Firesmith Dragon Chief. The elders and disciples of 10,000 Dragon Doc had no choice but to admit that Fang Yuan was a terrifying opponent. I heard that this Fang Yuan has the same result as our Firesmith Dragon Chief. 7 consecutive first-place matches. Is he the one who bet with Feng Kim Hong? If it's really that person. That is the owner of who Immortal blessed land, he is extremely rich. So what? Look at the rankings. Firesmith Dragon Chief is ranked 7th. What is Fang Yuan's rank? There are only 30 of them. That's right, he came this time. He is simply asking to be humiliated. I believe that Firesmith Dragon Chief can definitely defeat him. Although 10,000 Dragon Docs people said so, the other spectators did not think so. Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack. He displayed a very strong aggressiveness. Fang Yuan was clearly not an idiot this time, he had crossed the border to attack. He clearly had confidence and trump cards. Fang Yuan did not play according to the rules, causing Firesmith Dragon Chief to be shocked, angry, and doubtful. So Firesmith Dragon Chief probed, Crane Gate Fang Yuan. You came here. Are you hoping to reap early failure? Firesmith Dragon Chief really wanted to ask, why did you come here? Can't you just squat in your territory and advance in peace? You're really stupid. While he was reprimanding, he was also feeling somewhat gloomy inwardly. I have no grudge with you, why did you come here to disturb me? You still have Feng Kim Huang's duel. Is it because I look easy to bully? Once he said that, the commotion outside the stage became even louder. What, this Fang Yuan is actually someone from Crane Gate? Isn't he a demonic path Gu cultivator? It should be, Firesmith Dragon Chief personally confirmed it. How can it be fake? This is huge news. I did not expect him to be a disciple of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. This is really unexpected. But why did he come here? Did Crane Gate clash with Myriad Dragon Doc in advance? I have never heard of any conflicts. Even the hosting elder's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan became the focus of everyone's attention. Brother. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, his face was pale as paper, and his body was covered in cold sweat unknowingly. His breathing was labored and weak, as if he had just exercised intensely and was about to collapse. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on Fang Yuan, no one noticed his sorry state. In the aperture, Master Tenshuru consoled him, but there was little effect. The gazes of the other Crane Gate disciples brightened as they excitedly stared at Fang Yuan. Some even stood up unconsciously. Fang Yuan had never officially appeared in Crane Gate headquarters. But his legend had spread far and wide in the whole of Crane Gate. He was mysterious and powerful, there were countless rumors about him. It was said that because his talent was too outstanding, he was taken in as a personal disciple by a Gu Immortal the moment he ascended the mountain. This was, of course, just a rumor, pure speculation and completely unreliable. But Crane Gate's higher-ups could not refute the rumor. Once the truth was revealed, would the reputation of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects still be preserved? Moreover, the Crane Gate disciples were more willing to believe the evidence in front of them. The greatest evidence was Fang Jing. Fang Jing had a great aptitude, but now he had rank 5 cultivation and was a sect elder. From this, it could be inferred how outstanding the elder brother's aptitude was. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Feng Kim Hong and obtained who Immortal blessed land? At this moment, the Crane Gate disciples craned their necks. Their gazes were glued to Fang Yuan. The suspicions and curiosity in their hearts had accumulated to the point of overflowing their chests. I really want to see Lord Fang Yuan's true appearance. He should look similar to Elder Fang Jing. Sigh, why is he wearing a mask? But this is the competition venue, anyone who uses investigative goo will be chased out. The disciples conversed excitedly. The Crane Gate elder finally realized something was wrong with Fang Jing, asking with concern, Elder Fang Jing, what's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? It's nothing, it's nothing. Fang Jing seemed to be startled, quickly replying. Why does Elder Fang Jing seem to be afraid of Fang Yuan? Don't tell me the relationship between these two brothers is not good? The Crane Gate elder's eyes flashed with a strange expression. A strange expression flashed past his eyes. Fang Yuan's eyes were hidden behind the mask. He first slowly looked around, pausing on Fang Jing, before slowly looking at Firesmith Dragon Chief. He lightly smiled, breaking the long silence. His voice was somewhat hoarse as he proudly announced to the surrounding people. That's right, I am Crane Gate's Fang Yuan. Ah, it's true. Elder Fang Yuan, you can do it. Elder Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng are the two heroes of our sect. The ones with the most intense reaction were the people from Crane Gate. Some of the disciples almost jumped up in excitement. They felt proud and had a strong sense of honor for the sect. After being suppressed by the group of people from the 10,000 Dragon Dock at this time, they had obtained justice, and they felt a kind of exhilaration. What are you so proud of? That's right. What is there to be proud of? Myriad Dragon Dock's people quickly refuted. Fang Zheng's eyes flashed with hatred. He gritted his teeth and said to his companions, "Don't compare me with my brother." In the ears of the bystanders, it had a different meaning. Did you hear that? Elder Fang Zheng has such talent, but he admits he is weaker than Lord Fang Yuan. That's right, rumor has it that Fang Yuan is a Gu immortal seed. He is fully nurtured by the higher-ups. The Crane Gate disciples suppressed their voices as they talked, but their voices were not low at all. You. Fang Zheng's expression turned ashen when he heard these words. He felt an intense dizziness. Myriad Dragon Dock's expression also became even more unsightly. The smell of gunpowder became even more intense. A Myriad Dragon Dock elder snorted and softly cursed. I want to see what kind of dejected expression you will have when you lose. Outside the arena, the other Gu masters had already become props that were ignored by others. Fang Yuan continued to stare at Firesmith Dragon Chief, purposely raising his voice. Firesmith Dragon Chief, I came here naturally to defeat you. Defeating those incompetent people is too boring for me. You are a slightly better opponent, you can add some brilliance to my path of advancement. So bring out your true strength, don't hold back. I remember your strongest method is that crazy deity's blazing flame? Take it out and fight, that way I can feel a little more satisfaction after defeating you. Hearing Fang Yuan's words of challenge, be it outside or on the arena, all the Gu masters had the same feeling, arrogant, too arrogant. Earlier, everyone had already felt that Firesmith Dragon Chief was arrogant, but now that they saw Fang Yuan, they realized that the saying there is always someone better than you was not wrong at all. Look at this Fang Yuan, this is the true insolent master. Firesmith Dragon Chief was inwardly shocked. He even knows my trump card. This is impossible, I have never shown it in public. How did he know? After the shock, Firesmith Dragon Chief's anger rose. He shouted without showing weakness. Good, since you are so arrogant, let me teach you a lesson. I will let you understand what true pain is. At the same time he shouted in his heart, I am a grand rank 6 Gu immortal who has passed 2 heavenly tribulations, I am only 1 step away from rank 7, why would I be afraid of a weakest immortal zombie like you? Kid, you are too arrogant, I will ruthlessly step on you and make you lose all face. Blindly challenging me will be your biggest regret in your life. Chapter 848. As if he could hear Firesmith Dragon Chief's inner voice, Fang Yuan continued to ridicule and even increased the intensity. Yes, this is the expression in your eyes, this is the emotion. Be angry, only then can you take out your full strength to fight me. Only then would I be a little interested in such an opponent. Remember, you must take it out, otherwise you will be the shame of Myriad Dragon Dock. Ah. Seeing Fang Yuan pointing at Firesmith Dragon Chief and speaking in such an arrogant manner. At once, the Gu masters on and off the stage were speechless. Wasn't this too arrogant? Myriad Dragon Dock's group gritted their teeth, they were arrogant, but Fang Yuan was even more arrogant than them. Firesmith Dragon Chief was trembling with anger, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan with eyes spewing fire. Different from what others imagined, Fang Yuan had a bold appearance, but he was actually very vigilant in his heart. Different from the outside world's information, this Firesmith Dragon Chief did not cultivate refinement path, but turned to cultivating fire path. He was a refinement path Gu master when he was in Myriad Dragon Dock. He had indeed been expelled from the sect, but because of a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a fire path Gu immortal's inheritance. During this period of time, he luckily became a fire path Gu immortal, and eagerly entered Myriad Dragon Dock's embrace. Myriad Dragon Dock naturally would not let go of a Gu immortal battle strength, they had already secretly taken him in. It was just that it was the refinement path convention, and seeing that he had Grandmaster attainment in Gu refinement, they quickly called him to participate in the convention. They wanted to seize the first few places and obtain more benefits for the sect. This Firesmith Dragon Chief's refinement path attainment far exceeds mine. He was the second place in this convention in my previous life. His refinement path Grandmaster attainment cannot be underestimated, especially in the 10th battle. He suppressed 3 quasi-grandmasters who were refining Gu at the same time. His ferocious might was overwhelming. Such an enemy. I have to attack him in advance. If I let go of this chance according to my previous life's memories, he would be almost unstoppable. However, although Firesmith Dragon Chief was already a Gu Immortal, he did not make it public and hid his identity from mortals. His Gu Immortal cultivation could not be concealed from other Gu Immortals, but everyone knew about it and no one exposed him. Gu Immortals maintained a sense of mystery. It was helpful to maintain their rule. There was another reason. If he lost to a mortal in the Refinement Path Convention, it would be too embarrassing. Why would Gu Immortals lose to mortals? Mortals defeating Gu Immortals was a common occurrence in the past Refinement Path Conventions. Because Gu Refinement was not about fighting and killing. It's a technical job. The main reason was that Immortal Gu were unique, they were too hard to refine. Without Immortal Gu as a benchmark, when Gu Immortals compete with mortals, they could only rely on refining Mortal Gu. Everyone could refine Mortal Gu. To a large extent, the difference between Immortals and mortals could not be seen. Thus, normally speaking, Gu Immortals who participated in the Refinement Path Convention would not expose their identities. Let's begin. Feng Yuan urged the Exorcism Sect Elder. Hurry up and begin. Firesmith Dragon roared. He could not wait to trample this arrogant Feng Yuan under his feet. The Exorcism Sect's Elder endured the pressure from the two, clenched his teeth and insisted, according to the rules, it's not time yet. It was not good to start the competition. 3 breaths left. 3, 2, 1. All right. Activate the Isolation Gu formation, close the entrance and reveal the test questions. The first 7 rounds of the Refinement Path Convention. Because there were too many participants, they could only take turns to compete. Now it was the 8th round. The number of participants was greatly reduced. Every venue only held 1 round. The Gu Masters who missed this opportunity, they could only concede and give up. The Gu worms used to store the test questions were also very particular. This kind of information path rank 5 Mortal Gu was the work of the Celestial Court. It had extraordinary concealment abilities. The questions were not stored in the database, but were controlled by the Heavenly Court in real time. When the test questions were about to start, the real test questions would be sent over. Once the test questions were shown, there was silence inside and outside the venue. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the test questions. For a moment, the venue was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. 8th test question. The requirement is to refine a rank 5 sound path Gu. The person who successfully refines it and is the fastest will be the winner. He can proceed to the next round. All other Gu masters will be eliminated. Materials given. Immortal Soul Grass, Forget Worry Rock, 1 rank 4 Apathy Gu, 6 rank 3 Mute Gu, 2 rank 4 Sinking Gu. No other materials allowed. Gu refinement recipes given. 6 different Gu recipes for Silence Gu, 3 different Apathy Gu recipes as well as 1 Hook Gu recipe. Everyone frowned. The difficulty of this test question was almost 10 times higher than the 7th round. Not only were there 10 different Gu recipes, the Gu master had to be able to choose the most suitable ones for themselves. Moreover, there was a limit to the materials provided. They were not allowed to use their own materials. But these materials did not meet the requirements of any of the Gu recipes. That was to say, the Gu master had to reverse refine Apathy Gu, Mute Gu or Sinking Gu to obtain more Gu refinement materials. Using these materials they could refine the rank 5 sound path Mute Gu. Alternatively, the participating Gu masters could use wisdom path methods to combine these Gu recipes and modify them. According to the provided materials, they could deduce the Gu recipes that fit the requirements. That worked too. But of these 2 methods, the first one was naturally the most effective. Thus, the second method required extremely high wisdom path attainment. Gu masters who could reach this step and also possess such deep wisdom path attainment were quite rare. More importantly, this competition also had to consider the time. Whoever could refine it first would be the winner, the others would be eliminated. This way the mental pressure would be huge. Especially at the final juncture, some Gu masters might not be able to bear the mental pressure and make a mistake. Firesmith Dragon Chief almost vomited blood when he saw this question. What the hell was this question? Firesmith Dragon Chief almost cursed. He was a Fire Path Gu Immortal and was most proficient in refining Fire Path Gu worms. This Sound Path Gu worm was clearly not within his expertise, and several of the crucial Gu refinement materials could not be processed using fire refinement. This was quite embarrassing. Feng Yuan had clamored for Firesmith Dragon Chief to use his strongest Gu refinement killer move, Crazed Deity's Raging Flames. Firesmith Dragon Chief was furious and planned to use this killer move to ruthlessly humiliate Feng Yuan. But with this question, how could Firesmith Dragon Chief use Crazed Deity's Raging Flames? Burn it for fun? This question was a great counter to Firesmith Dragon Chief. For example, he could only display 80% of his Gu refinement attainment. Even for Gu Immortals, there were areas they were good at and bad at. This question happened to be the area Firesmith Dragon Chief was least proficient in. Of course, Refinement Path Grandmaster attainment was not just for show. Firesmith Dragon Chief could definitely successfully refine the Gu. But the crucial point was the unexpected appearance of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's true strength was enough to threaten Firesmith Dragon Chief. Between experts of the same level, a slight decrease in strength could determine the outcome, not to mention Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was weakened by 20%. This fellow has picked a good time. His luck is really damn good. No, I must defeat him. Firesmith Dragon Chief swore inwardly and glanced at Fang Yuan. At the next moment, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Fang Yuan had already started refining. How could this be? How could he be so fast? After all, the Gu recipe and materials given in this question did not match. The Gu master could either reverse refine the Gu worm and modify the materials, or they could combine the Gu recipe and deduce a new one. In short, they had to refine the rank 5 silence Gu. Thus, this required the Gu master to think deeply and deduce in their own minds, considering the possible failures in the refinement and reverse refinement, thus combining many plans and organizing the most refined Gu refinement plan. This process of thinking was extremely important. The plan they thought of had to have low risk. If the risk was too high and there were too many failures, the consumption of materials would increase. If they did not have enough for the next refinement and could not use their own materials, they could only admit defeat. While demanding low risk, they also had to spend less time. If you spent too much time, others would have already finished, and even if you succeeded, you would be eliminated. It was very difficult to have both low risk and low time consumption. They needed to think carefully and constantly compare and arrange, only then could they choose the best plan. Even a refinement path grandmaster like Firesmith Dragon Chief estimated that he would need half an incense's time to think. But this Fang Yuan, why did he start refining Gu right from the start? Are you kidding me? Is he really so confident? Fool, to do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. He should calm down and think carefully. The competing Gu masters glanced at Fang Yuan a few times, concentrating their attention and starting to think deeply. Fang Yuan took the lead, his progress extremely fast. The other Gu masters had not started refining Gu, he was the only one doing it in the whole field. Naturally, most of the Gu masters' gazes were focused on him. Praises spread out. It's really a dazzling technique. Proficient, too proficient. This is simply an instinct. But is this really good? Haste makes waste. Fang Yuan naturally knew the logic of haste makes waste, but he also knew the content of this test. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after he became a Blood Path Gu Immortal, he had also had the idea of participating in the Refinement Path Convention. Why? Because during the Refinement Path Convention, even demonic path members could participate openly, and even wanted criminals could openly register. The righteous path would not hunt them down. At that time, Fang Yuan did not have a single Immortal Gu. He was trying his best to gather the Immortal materials to refine Immortal Gu. The whole process was extremely difficult. In comparison, although he had an immortal zombie body now, his financial situation was many times better. Chapter 849. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when Fang Yuan set his sights on the Bone Refinement Convention, only a dozen years had passed since the previous Refinement Path Convention. In order to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan had started preparing more than 80 years in advance. Every day he would take some time out to practice day and night. During this practice process, Fang Yuan brought out the spirit of a youth taking the college entrance exam in his previous life on Earth, facing a mountain of questions and a sea of questions. He would collect all the questions of the previous conventions, and while practicing bitterly, he would try to figure out the intention of the question setter. He easily obtained all the questions. There were people in Central Continent who specialized in selling this information, and this kind of goods had always been selling well. Could be seen that smart people were everywhere. Thinking back to those dark days where he trained bitterly, it was truly unbearable. But speaking of which, Fang Yuan's true refinement path foundation was also during that period of time. Without that period of time, he would not have his current refinement path quasi-grandmaster attainment. Thus, Fang Yuan not only remembered the contents of this convention, he also remembered the previous conventions, and even remembered the future conventions. With such a huge advantage, so what if his refinement path attainment was inferior to Firesmith Dragon Chief? Of course, this method had a flaw. That was the butterfly effect. Fang Yuan's rebirth had changed the original trajectory of many things. Igniting a tree might cause the whole forest to burn. A skilled swimmer would drown, a skilled rider would fall. Would the advantage Fang Yuan was relying on become his own failure because of the changes in this life's questions? This was entirely possible. But it was only a possibility. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, this possibility was not high. Fang Yuan decided to take a risk. He won the bet. The contents of the questions did not change. Time passed at a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow. The intense Gu refinement scene. The situation gradually became clear. Fang Yuan took the lead, ahead of Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was in second place. His whole body was emitting a confident aura as he methodically refined Gu, maintaining a huge lead from beginning to end, causing the competitors who were desperately chasing after him to feel despair. The Gu masters outside the arena gradually saw some clues. They could not help but praise, Fang Yuan is actually so quick-witted. He did not think much and actually designed this Gu refinement plan. Amazing, his plan not only ensured the speed of the Gu refinement and reduced the number of steps, it also allowed for more mistakes. Even if we fail a few times, he can try again with the extra materials. Of course. Fang Yuan's plan was the most outstanding Gu refinement plan that countless refinement path Gu masters came up with after this refinement path convention in his previous life. They tried it out and finally came up with it. Even more people sighed at Fang Yuan's Gu refinement method. Fang Yuan's Gu refinement method. It stood out too much. Such a number was like an innate ability. This was definitely something that needed to be tempered 1,000 times. This time, when refining the silence Gu, it involved many methods that were rarely used, but he was actually able to do it so easily. It's even more difficult to imagine those common methods. That was only natural. Fang Yuan had prepared for this 8th match for a long time. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they were specially trained to refine silence Gu. The whole process was repeated over and over again. He practiced at least 200 times. Most importantly, he is emitting an aura of confidence from inside out. He is confident in his success like the probability of failure in the Gu refinement. It is as if the probability of failure never existed in his mind. This is the aura of a refinement path master. The famous 3 elders of refinement path in history were like this. That's right, watching him refine Gu is like watching a dazzling performance. His heart is so strong, it is as if victory is already in his pocket. His advantage is too obvious. Even if Fang Yuan fails once or twice, he can snatch the final victory from Firesmith Dragon Chief. Under the witness of countless gazes below and on the stage, Fang Yuan was not in any danger. He obtained victory with an enormous advantage. During the entire process, Fang Yuan firmly suppressed the other competitors. Even Firesmith Dragon Chief was left in the dust. Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief failed. He was eliminated just like that? Myriad Dragon Docks people could not believe the result in front of them, muttering absent-mindedly. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. Crane Gates people stood up and shouted, cheering wildly. Only Fang Jing was still sitting. He looked at his brother on the stage. The black-robed figure had already shrouded his whole body. I am afraid I have no hope of taking revenge in this life. At this moment, Fang Jing's dejection reached its peak. He could no longer muster up any fighting spirit. Although there was deep hatred, Fang Jing felt weak all over as he looked at Fang Yuan. He was powerless to reverse the situation. Firesmith Dragon Chief stared fixedly at Fang Yuan with his pair of bull eyes. He was unconvinced. He was unresigned. He had not even used his strongest killer move. This damned question made him feel like his hands and feet were tied. But he had to admit that Fang Yuan had quick thinking. He actually thought of such an outstanding Gu refinement plan in such a short period of time. Is this Fang Yuan really an immortal zombie? Could the information have been wrong? Immortal zombies were weak at thinking. The results of Fang Yuan's thinking made Firesmith Dragon Chief, an ordinary Gu immortal, feel ashamed of his inferiority. At once, Firesmith Dragon Chief started to doubt Fang Yuan's identity as an immortal zombie. The match had already ended. Fang Yuan slowly walked down the stage. He did not provoke or humiliate Firesmith Dragon Chief again. This made the latter secretly sigh in relief. Since he had already won, there was no meaning in provoking and humiliating the other party. If Firesmith Dragon Chief provoked Fang Yuan to challenge Fang Yuan, then wouldn't Fang Yuan be shooting himself in the foot? Eventually, Firesmith Dragon Chief led Myriad Dragon Docks group and left dejectedly. Fang Yuan received the winner's reward from Evil Expelling Sect. It was a large number of immortal materials of various types, but the quantity of each type was rather small. Starting from the 8th round, the rewards far surpassed the previous 7 rounds. There were large numbers of immortal materials, immortal Gu recipes and so on. If not for this, how could Fang Yuan have treated the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention as a way to gather immortal materials in his previous life? Fang Yuan put away these immortal materials and rejected Evil Expelling Sect's invitation to stay as a guest. Along the way he gradually arrived at Evil Expelling Sect's mountain. At the mountain entrance, a group of people was already waiting at Crane Gate. Lord Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, Elder Yen Tang and 2 other elders of Crane Gate respectfully welcomed him. Fang Jing was helpless as an elder, he also stood out, but he stood behind the 2 elders expressionlessly and did not take the initiative to greet them. Greetings, fellow sect members. Under the mask, Fang Yuan's gentle voice could be heard. This made the people of Crane Gate very excited. Fang Yuan's arrogance earlier made them feel that Fang Yuan was difficult to get along with. But now that Fang Yuan's voice was gentle, they immediately felt that Fang Yuan's attitude towards fellow sect members was different from outsiders. Fang Yuan first looked at Elder Yen Tang. In the competition just now, this elder had also participated in the competition. Fang Yuan casually pointed, your Gu refinement attainment is not shallow but your plan has several flaws. These flaws should be dealt with like this, for example the first one. Elder Yen Tang heard this and felt even more admiration towards Fang Yuan, he quickly thanked him. The disciples behind him had bright eyes, they were filled with admiration and praise. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards Fang Jing at this time, his voice suddenly turned cold, he said with a tone of exasperation and disappointment. My brother, what is with your expression? Are you afraid I will scold you? Your performance as always disappoints me. You did not even pass the first round of the Refinement Path Convention, you are simply throwing my face. The atmosphere became tense, the disciples secretly stuck out their tongues, thinking, Fang Yuan is so fierce to his brother. The 2 elders of Crane Gate came to a realization, it seemed that the relationship between these 2 brothers was quite cold. Fang Jing showed hatred on his face, he snorted and was about to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand, attacking in front of everyone. Fang Jing was a rank 5 Gu master, he was already at the peak of mortals. But firstly he was an enslavement path Gu master, most of his battle strength was on the Crane group, and secondly he did not expect Fang Yuan to disregard the situation and attack him in front of everyone's eyes. Fang Yuan's attack had been planned for a long time. Not only did he use several mortal killer moves, he even used a wisdom path killer move from Dongfang Naganori. While the people of Crane Gate were in a daze, Fang Yuan had already succeeded, he restrained Fang Jing on the spot from a distance. Fang Jing, you disappoint me. You are still roaming outside like this, why don't you cultivate in peace? With such strength you still dare to show off outside, where is your sense of propriety? Your parents died early as your brother, I have to fulfill the responsibility of a father and teach you well. Since you are interested in refinement path, from today onwards, you will follow me, I will impart my refinement path insights to you. You must cultivate hard until I am satisfied. Fang Yuan shouted. I don't need you to care about me. I am already an elder of Crane Gate, I have grown up. Fang Jing shouted, showing an unruly and rebellious expression. But in fact his heart was cold. He was no longer under his control, the words he shouted were not what he wanted to say. This was a wisdom path killer move from Dongfang Naganori, it directly controlled Fang Jing's mind and created false thoughts, making Fang Jing's body accept them and act according to the thoughts. This was similar to enslavement path Gu masters controlling wild beasts. But the difference was that enslavement path Gu masters could only control one type of beast group, the wild beasts had simple thoughts. And controlling humans, the thoughts of humans were complex and changeable, it was very difficult. Fang Yuan was a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had to use several killer moves to deal with a rank 5 Gu master like Fang Jing, he could only capture him in one move. No. Save me, someone save me. Master, master. Fang Jing shouted anxiously in his heart. But the spirit incubating flea did not respond. Fang Yuan had already cut off Fang Jing's connection with his aperture. Fang Jing stared fixedly at Fang Yuan, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had never expected Fang Yuan to be so crazy, daring to attack here. This was simply insane, he did not place Crane Gate in his eyes at all. Chapter 850. Hadn't Fang Yuan already formed an alliance with the Crane Gate? Why would he dare to attack the people in the Crane Gate? Fang Jing knew more inside information than the other elders and disciples. Back then Fengyang and Sang Yu joined hands to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land but failed. Because of the benefits of Guts Gu, they reached an agreement and signed an alliance agreement. Naturally, there was a clause in the alliance that stipulated that members of both factions were not allowed to attack each other. This was also one of the reasons why Fangjing felt safe. Fang Yuan slowly withdrew his hand. Fangjing could neither move nor scream. He had no power to resist at all. An invisible force lifted him up and sent him to Fang Yuan's hand. The people at the crane gate were dumbfounded. What terrifying strength! Elder Fangjing has rank 5 cultivation level, but he was taken down without any resistance. Although Fangjing is an enslavement path Gu master, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Fang Yuan had displayed an unbelievable method, shocking these people in an instant. Fangjing roared internally, "Are you guys just going to stand there and watch the show? Come and save me. He's no longer my brother. He killed uncle and aunt. He killed the entire clan. He's a demon. He's a big demon." At the same time, Fangjing shouted, "I'm not going to your place, why should I listen to you? You want to discipline me again? I am the master of my own life. I have my own goals. How can you understand my dreams? I can fight on my own. I can surpass you." He was the living embodiment of a rebellious youth who refused to be controlled. When Fangjing heard his own shouts, he was utterly disheartened. Fang Yuan sighed and said to the people at the crane gate, "During this period of time we have to be careful. This good-for-nothing brother of mine has caused you trouble." "It's no trouble. It's no trouble at all." The people at the crane gate quickly waved their hands. Fang Yuan nodded and said, "I will bring Fangjing to my side. He needed to be disciplined for a period of time. I've already informed the sect master about this matter. You can just go back and send a message." Fang Yuan was full of lies. Fang Yuan didn't even know what the sect leader looked like. The two elders let go of the last layer of hesitation. Regarding Fang Yuan's matter, in order to protect the sect's reputation, Crane Gate had been weaving lies. In the end, Fang Yuan used this lie to deceive the people at the Crane Gate. Fang Yuan carried Fangjing with one hand and walked away. The Gu masters on the side of the road saw this. They were all very surprised. However, since the Crane Gate did not say anything, why would they do anything? And the target was the refinement path expert that everyone was familiar with, Fang Yuan? Some demon-expelling sect Gu masters were worried and went to ask. Elder Yentang smiled and explained, "It's not a big deal. Lord Fang Yuan and Elder Fangjing are blood brothers. Right now, the elder brother is disciplining his younger brother." The demon-expelling sect Gu masters were convinced and left. The Crane Gate Gu masters watched as Fang Yuan left. Many disciples looked at Fangjing with envy. Someone said emotionally, "Although Lord Fang Yuan's tone is cold, he is actually very caring towards his only blood brother." That's right, with such a refinement path grandmaster nurturing him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Say, the last time Fangjing accepted a sect mission, he returned as a rank 5 elder. Now that he is brought away by Big Brother, will he become a refinement path grandmaster when he returns? It can't be. That's too exaggerated. Even so, with such an expert's guidance, he will definitely benefit immensely. Sigh. Why don't I have such a big brother? A disciple's words struck a chord in everyone's heart. If they knew now. Fang Yuan captured Fangjing, it was just a preparation for possession. Who knew what kind of expression he would have? Slap. Fang Yuan threw Fangjing to the ground. Fangjing struggled, shouting in his heart, "Fang Yuan, you demon, what do you want to do to me? You made an alliance agreement with Crane Gate, you cannot kill me, the elder of Crane Gate." Fang Yuan laughed, "I did not kill you, why are you so agitated? My good brother, just stay here obediently." Fangjing showed fear on his face, shouting in his heart, "Fang Yuan is not my master, Master Tenchiru, he can actually know my inner thoughts." Fang Yuan smiled proudly, looking at Fangjing, "Your so-called master is only a soul now. Even if he is alive, he is only a rank 5 Gu master at his peak." Fang Yuan said, grabbing at the air, taking all the mortal Gu on Fangjing's body. The spirit incubating flea was trembling slightly. This was Master Tenchiru's strong resistance. But how could he resist? If it was on Qingmao Mountain, 100 Fang Yuan would not be Master Tenchiru's match. But now, Fang Yuan was no longer the same as before, he was a rank 6 Gu immortal. And Master Tenchiru had become a soul. "Fang Yuan, even if you don't kill us, capturing us is a violation of the alliance agreement. Capturing us as captives is also a violation of the rules of the alliance. You will definitely suffer a severe backlash from the alliance. I advise you to let us go. You are a Grand Gu immortal, how can you make things difficult for mortals like us? Aren't you afraid that this will ruin our relationship with Crane Gate? Don't think Crane Gate cannot deal with you. The foundation of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is not something you can imagine." Master Tenchiru shouted from inside the spirit incubating flea, He knew Fang Yuan could hear him. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. "Ha, Master Tenshuru, I have to thank you. If you did not attack Qingmao Mountain, I would not have coincidentally reached this stage today. What can Crane Gate do after I capture you? Since you know so many secrets, you should know that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are restraining each other. Everything is based on benefits. Tell me which is more important, the unique Guts Gu or the two of you?" Master Tenshuru was speechless. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a dark light. He mobilized countless Gu worms and formed a soul path killer move. "Now tell me everything you know." Soul search. 2 hours later, Fang Yuan walked out of this underground prison. The cell door behind him slammed shut with a loud bang. Fang Yuan's red eyes shined with light as he muttered, "Master Tenshuru Guyue's generation, blood path true inheritance." Through the soul search, he learned about the grudges between Master Tenshuru and Guyue's generation. He also learned many secrets of Crane Gate. This Master Tenshuru, is he Fingyang's right-hand man? If I capture him, will he Fengyang come to ask for him? This is quite troublesome. He did not want to possess me, he wants to help Fangzheng. This Master Tenshuru is a person with perseverance. Fang Yuan did not hold back his praise. Although he was a demon overlord, he could still look at and admire this kind of self-sacrificing and persevering to one's own principles. The same rice feeds different people. Different people had different perseverance in life. Towards such people with different values, Fang Yuan could accept and even admire them. If he did not have such an aspiration, he would not have his current accomplishments. If that is the case, Kanyang Laojun also sent the possession method he obtained from Dongfang Naganori back to Crane Gate. Master Tenshuru's memories were not of much help to Fang Yuan. He was only a mortal Gu master. The secrets he knew about Crane Gate were very shallow. Fang Yuan could not make much use of them. As for Fangzheng, Fang Yuan did not let him go, he searched his soul. Fang Yuan planned to keep this brother locked up forever. If he had no choice, Fang Yuan would have to use a plan to possess Fangzheng and revive. But this way he would lose his second aperture. All his strength path Dao marks would vanish. He would need to undergo tribulation again. The losses were huge. Second aperture Immortal Gu was refined using many precious immortal materials. Lifespan Gu was included. It could be said that Fang Yuan could not refine second aperture Immortal Gu in a short period of time. Lifespan Gu was hard to find. Even if he found it, with Fang Yuan's current situation, he would probably use it to increase his lifespan. If possible, I should try not to possess Fangzheng. But if my identity is exposed and I have not revived, I can only possess him. My current target is still the refinement path convention. After getting into the top 6, I will be able to benefit from the infallible inheritance and obtain a chance to refine Gu for sure. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. What was infallible? It meant that the Gu refinement would never fail. Once he got into the top 6, he would be transported to a secret blessed land. Fang Yuan planned to refine the Immortal Gu change form there. This was a rank 6 transformation path Immortal Gu. Once he obtained it, Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face would rise by leaps and bounds. It would no longer be the painful version that could only conceal the aura of northern plains. As for the Immortal Gu recipe of change form Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had it long ago. He had to thank the land spirit of Langia for this. Long ago, when Fang Yuan had just obtained Wisdom Gu, he had made a transaction with the land spirit of Langia, helping the land spirit of Langia perfect the Immortal Gu recipe. Fang Yuan benefited from this. Not only did he get out of his financial predicament, he even obtained a large number of Immortal Gu recipes. And the Immortal Gu recipe of change form Immortal Gu was one of them. As for the immortal materials needed to refine change form Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had almost finished preparing them. Almost half of the immortal materials were obtained from the Northern Plains auction. As for the other half, Fang Yuan asked He Lulan to use her blessed land to communicate with jewel yellow skies. Using the other immortal materials that Fang Yuan had left, he sold or exchanged them. He carried out many transactions and accumulated a lot of them. Only a small portion was left, but after Fang Yuan's 8th round, he obtained immortal materials as a reward. In the following rounds, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack again and again. Using the advantage of his rebirth, he defeated these people one by one. At once, Fang Yuan was in the limelight. Forces of all sizes and countless Gu immortals focused their attention on him. Everyone else conformed to the rules and occupied their own territories, advancing safely. Chapter 851. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, 12th Round. The competition was at its most crucial moment. There were only 2 people in the audience. One was dressed in a black robe, he had a muscular body and a mask, he was controlling the fire in front of him, it was Fang Yuan. The other was dressed in a white robe, his hair was white like snow, there was a vertical line on his forehead, it was Fang Huai. This is a contest between two sides. Fang Huai is amazing, he used 3 refinement path killer moves in a row, he actually reduced the gap greatly. Even so, Fang Yuan still has an advantage. He is too amazing, he is truly the #1 person in this competition in terms of quick thinking. In this Gu refinement he has been leading from the start. There are still variables. Be it Fang Yuan or Fang Huai, they both have one use of the ability. As long as they use it, they can reduce a portion of their immortal material. Be it the audience or the audience, they were all discussing. At this point in the competition, the other Gu masters had already been eliminated, only Fang Yuan and Fang Huai were left. Fang Yuan's gaze was calm, he was concentrating on controlling the fire in front of him. Fang Huai. He even had the time to glance at Fang Huai on his right, observing his opponent. Fang Huai was also a Gu Immortal, he was 3rd in this competition in his previous life. He was a Wood Path Gu Immortal. Looking at the entire competition, this was the most disadvantageous to him. Fang Yuan came to challenge him, attempting to eliminate him in advance. But who could have thought that Fang Huai would suddenly use 3 refinement path killer moves in one go? There was even an immortal level consecutive path killer move among them. He immediately closed the gap between him and Fang Yuan. This caused the outcome of this Gu refinement competition to be filled with suspense again. As expected of 3rd in my previous life. So troublesome, ugh. Suddenly Fang Yuan's expression changed. The fire in front of him. With 2 flaps, half of the blue peacock's head had melted. Suddenly, it turned into ashes and fell onto the floor tiles. This? Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. Oh no, I encountered the probability of failure. He immediately reacted and grabbed towards his right, where the last blue peacock was. But just as he killed the blue peacock and threw its head into the fire, Fang Huai's voice could be heard. I will use my authority to deprive Fang Yuan of the Gu refinement material, Blue Peacock. The elder in charge of the scene. He immediately responded, approved. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue peacock beside Fang Yuan was extracted and left Fang Yuan's side. The audience was in an uproar. Each person only has 2 blue peacocks. Fang Yuan wanted to use the peacock's head to refine a Gu, but he failed once. There was originally a 2nd blue peacock left, but in the end this material was taken away. Beautiful, what a beautiful choice. Fang Huai's timing is too good. This time Fang Yuan is in trouble. That's right. Fang Yuan has clearly reached the last few steps. But without the crucial materials he could only change the Gu recipe and take a big detour to approach the destination. As for Fang Huai, he was not far from Fang Yuan to begin with. If he can catch up this time he might be able to eliminate Fang Yuan. Is Fang Yuan going to be eliminated? After realizing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Recently Fang Yuan had been taking the initiative to attack. Eliminating Gu refinement experts time and time again, his strength was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The outside world's estimation of his strength was rising. Most people thought that Fang Yuan had already reached refinement path grandmaster attainment level. In fact, a small portion of people felt that the strength Fang Yuan displayed had already surpassed refinement path grandmaster level, reaching quasi-great grandmaster attainment level. It was fine if it was refinement path grandmaster, but the evaluation of refinement path quasi-great grandmaster was a bit too high. Paths were divided into 4 levels: ordinary, master, grandmaster, and great grandmaster. There were only 3 refinement path great grandmasters in history. They were called the 3 elders of refinement path. They were long-hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan, and old immortal Kongju. Quasi-great grandmaster was second only to the 3 elders of refinement path. Only 4 people in Northern Plains had reached this level. They were Yao Huang, Murong Shuexiang, Lady Wanshou, and Lady Miao Li. These 4 were known as the current 4 elites of Northern Plains refinement path. In terms of refinement path attainment, it was impossible for Fang Yuan to be on the same level as Yao Huang, Murong Shuexiang, Lady Wanshou, and Lady Miao Li. But it was not surprising that people made such guesses. The strength that Fang Yuan displayed was truly too strong. His familiarity with the questions allowed him to leave the second place far behind. How can one's shoes not get wet when walking by the river? This time, Fang Yuan attacked to eliminate Fang Huai, but he finally kicked a steel plate. Ah! Many people were gloating. That's right, he is too arrogant. I could not stand him for a long time. Fang Huai did well. This Fang Huai is too despicable, Lord Fang Yuan. You need to do your best. Many Crane Gate disciples cheered for Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan captured Fang Jing and brought him back, Crane Gate did not react. It was as if they had tacitly approved of this matter. Fang Yuan, I will definitely win this round. Fang Huai laughed heartily. He was full of confidence. It was as if he had already obtained the fruits of victory. Is that so? Fang Yuan sneered. He grabbed the headless peacock corpse beside him. There were 2 living blue peacocks among the goo refinement materials. Fang Yuan killed one of them and took its head, but he failed. The second peacock was taken away. The headless peacock corpse in his hands was left behind by the first one. Fang Yuan opened his 5 fingers. A thick blood-colored fog gushed out of his palm. In a few breaths of time, the fog enveloped the headless peacock corpse. The outside world could not see the situation inside. This is the evil blood refinement technique again. Humph, this is not the first time Fang Yuan has used the blood refinement technique. Why is such a person an elder of Crane Gate? One of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Crane Gate, has also started to fall? Many Gu masters saw this scene and started to shout. Someone even shouted, why is such a person not on the Demon Judgment Board? Fang Yuan openly used the blood refinement technique again and again, causing Crane Gate to suffer a lot of pressure. What do you know? Blood refinement is blood refinement, it is just a method. Using it righteously is righteous, using it evilly is evil. Everything depends on the Gu master himself. A Crane Gate disciple was indignant. He retorted loudly. But immediately an elder leading the group berated him. Shut up. Don't speak nonsense. This disciple could only lower his head and sit down resentfully. After a while, the blood fog dissipated, only 20% of the headless peacock corpse was gone. But there was a blue peacock's head. This is a blood path Gu refinement killer move. It is so mystical, it can collect corpses and turn them into materials. Other paths also have this method of turning materials, but isn't this speed too fast? Everyone's gazes were attracted again. Fang Yuan threw this peacock's head into the fire. It was thrown into the fire. Under the burning of the fire, the peacock's head started to melt. Moreover, the melted bits and pieces went into the embryonic Gu worm at the bottom of the fire. After a while, the bird's head completely melted and went into the embryonic Gu worm. Fang Yuan moved on to the next step. The outcome has been decided. Seeing this, someone sighed. That's right, these last few steps have no risks. If there are no accidents, Fang Yuan has already won. The possibility of that accident earlier was very low. The possibility of an accident happening again is even lower. It's almost impossible. To think that Fang Huai was not able to stop Fang Yuan. Just as everyone was sighing, Fang Huai was laughing inwardly. That's it, that's it. You think you have victory in your grasp. I have already achieved my goal of taking away your blue peacock and stalling for time. With my final refinement path killer move, I will surpass you and become the final victor of this match. Fang Yuan, I still have to thank you. You came to me on your own accord, I defeated you and all the Gu masters you defeated before. Haha, this is amazing. Right at this time, Fang Yuan spoke. I want to use my authority to take away one of the other party's materials. The hosting elder immediately responded, please speak. Fang Huai was slightly shocked before smiling coldly, thinking, take it away as much as you want. Fang Yuan glanced at Fang Huai, his gaze was calm as water. Take away his Gu refinement material, bull-eye bead. Fang Huai's cold smile froze. The hosting elder, however, was dazed. The audience was perplexed. The bull-eye bead was an important material. Didn't Fang Huai already use it and fuse it into the incomplete Gu worm? Fang Yuan wanted to take away a Gu refinement material that the other party had already used. This was not allowed by the rules. But Fang Yuan persisted. He said to Fang Huai directly, Fang Huai, are you not going to take out the bull-eye bead that you are hiding in your fire? Are you going against the rules of this competition? Fang Huai's face was filled with disbelief. He had hidden the bull-eye bead, it was his unique method, but Fang Yuan actually sensed it? The bull-eye bead was an important Gu refinement material. Fang Huai had prepared a long time ago to use this refinement path killer move to ensure victory. Without the bull-eye bead, Fang Huai was like a housewife without rice. How could he win against Fang Yuan? But if he did not take it out, he would not be able to deceive others. Even if he managed to deceive them for now, if Fang Yuan objected and the refinement path convention investigated, Fang Huai's reputation would be ruined. Thus, Fang Huai had to take it out even if he did not want to. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he gritted his teeth and took out the bull-eye bead from the fire. Here you go. He threw the bull-eye bead on the ground in anger. He then dispersed the Gu refinement flame and left. This was no doubt admitting defeat. The audience came to a realization. They went into an uproar again. Fang Yuan ignored these voices. He calmly refined the goo worm in his hand and obtained the final victory. I finally won. This way it will not be a problem for me to enter the top 6. Fang Yuan bathed in everyone's shocked, praising, admiring and jealous gazes. He was expressionless, but he let out a breath of turbid air in his heart. Thankfully I have my previous life's memories. I know this trump card of Fang Huai's, otherwise he would have won. He looked glorious on the surface, but he was under huge mental pressure. He was only a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Even with the advantage of rebirth, it would be very difficult to eliminate these experts. Firesmith Dragon Chief's situation was a special case. Fang Yuan's victory over these people was not like what the outside world thought of him as having a great advantage. Chapter 852. Central Continent, Celestial Court. The sky was clear and bright. The palace group carved from white jade was shining with a sparkling light. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord slowly pushed open the door of the discussion hall. He walked into the hall with the help of a walking stick. At once, the 20 or so Gu Immortal wills in the hall turned around and looked at him. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, we have troubled you for the last 100 years. After completing this part of the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu, please go to sleep. Celestial Court needs a doyen like you. There were no unexpected situations in this refinement path convention, right? The Gu Immortal wills broke the silence and spoke. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord opened his turbid eyes, and after slowly looking around, his gaze fixed on a will sitting on a high seat. At the next moment Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. Lian Jiusheng, it is time for you to wake up. This Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is about to reach its end. We need to make some preparations to repair fate. Lian Jiusheng's will nodded and slowly stood up. Next he spoke. To repair fate, just me and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord are not enough. We need the strength of 2 rank 8s. I wonder who can help? My main body is suppressing the immemorial desolate beast group in Falling Heavenly River. I cannot help. Although I have been asleep for a long time, my soul is still researching the rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe. It has already reached the crucial point. Let me do it. Maybe after I wake up I can encounter some eerie winds from the depths of the earth. The wills conversed for a while before 2 wills decided to wake up. Then let's do this. Lian Jiusheng's will nodded at Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord and flew into the sky. Following his footsteps, there were also 2 other wills. These 3 wills flew into the sky and entered the heavenly gate. Shortly after they vanished. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned around and left. Behind him, the discussion hall's door slowly closed. 3 days later. Central Continent, Hairy Foot Mountain. 4 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above Hairy Foot Mountain. They concealed their rank 8 Gu Immortal auras and looked down at the mountain below them. They were 4 Gu Immortals from Central Continent's Celestial Court. Hairy Foot Mountain. The white-haired Lian Jiusheng sighed. Unknowingly, another 100 years have passed in Central Continent. Let's get started. This time I don't have much time. I still have many things to do. Bai Qin Tian urged. All right. Then let me make the first move. Bai Tsang Shui was the only female immortal among the 4. She stretched out her hands and instantly white mist floated in the surrounding 1,000 miles. Immediately after, Bai Qin Tian opened his eyes wide and 2 pillars of light shot out from his eyes towards Hairy Foot Mountain. This Hairy Foot Mountain looked very ordinary. The mountain was small and it was lacking in resources. Even the surrounding small and medium-sized forces were too lazy to occupy it. However, at this moment, being shown on by Qin Tian's signature Immortal Killer move, it showed a mystical effect. The air fluctuated violently, creating countless ripples. The entire Hairy Foot Mountain trembled slightly. Bai Qin Tian's Immortal Offensive Killer move was terrifying to begin with. At this moment it was completely ineffective. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was the third to act, followed by Lian Jiusheng. The 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals each made a move, but it was far from enough. The Gu Immortals had expected it. Thus the second and third rounds continued. Finally, at the 6th round, Lian Jiusheng gave a light shout. With a crucial attack, the quantity finally caused a qualitative change. It produced results. Hairy Foot Mountain vanished. A blessed land appeared in front of the 4 Gu Immortals. This is the infallible blessed land that contains the infallible inheritance. Lian Jiusheng sighed. Bai Qin Tian took a few glances and smiled. There are more mortal failure Gu than before. It seems that the scale of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is getting bigger. Bai Tsang Shui took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on her forehead. Every time we open this place we have to expend so much effort. Lian Jiusheng, can't you just take this blessed land completely? It is difficult, you know that the owner of this blessed land is a refinement path great expert who went against Renzu. Lian Jiusheng sighed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord nodded. The Celestial Court has already taken over this blessed land for thousands of years, but can only take 30 invincible Dao marks from it. Every time the infallible inheritance accumulates to the limit, there will be 36 invincible Dao marks. We took 30 in advance, the remaining 6 Dao marks can only be left for those who participate in the competition, even if they want to take them, they cannot. Lian Jiusheng added, this blessed land is very special, it is perfectly round and has no entrance. It is not that we Gu immortals cannot break this blessed land, but if we forcefully destroy it, we will not be able to recreate the beauty of this blessed land. We can only do this for fear of harming the innocent. To take over this blessed land, not only do we need refinement path Gu immortals, we also need rule path great experts to cooperate with us. Unfortunately, be it refinement path or rule path, there are very few who can cultivate to rank 8. The 4 were silent for a while before Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. Thankfully, Fate Immortal Gu has been repaired, it can display 50% of its power. Compared to before, there is a qualitative change. We can find more Fate fugitives and speed up the repair of the Immortal Gu. Speaking of which, how many fugitives did we find this time? Have they been executed? Bai Qintian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord replied, we found a few, southern border and northern plains are too far away, the 2 from central continent are already dealing with them. The legends of Renzu, recorded that Renzu climbed a giant tree and walked out of ordinary abyss, but left behind his daughter, boundless forest Samsara. Renzu wanted to save her, but there was nothing he could do. He had extraordinary achievements, he could not enter ordinary abyss again. Renzu saw that going around in circles was not a solution. He decided to set off again to find a way to save his eldest son, verdant great son, and his 4th daughter, boundless forest Samsara. Once again he set out on his journey and began the path of his life. On this day he met a hairy man on the road. The hairy man stopped him, looking very happy. Oh Renzu, I have been looking for you for a long time. Renzu was puzzled. I don't know you, why are you looking for me? The hairy man explained, it is like this, Renzu, I am the leader of the hairy men in the world. My Gu refinement attainment cannot be matched by hairy men. But recently I encountered difficulties in refining Gu. I want to refine success Gu, but I am not sure if it is a success or a failure. Renzu wanted to continue on his way. But he thought to himself, if this hairy man leader really refined success Gu. If I use this success Gu, won't I be able to save my eldest son or my 4th daughter? Thus, Renzu stopped and communicated with the hairy man. Then why are you looking for me? The hairy man carefully took out a Gu. This Gu was like an ordinary rock, covered in thick fur. The hairy man said, I don't dare to touch it. If it is success Gu, then so be it. If it is failure Gu, I will lose myself the moment I touch it. But Renzu, you are different. You can walk on your own path of life, that proves that you have self-Gu. Once you have self-Gu, even if you encounter failure Gu, you will not lose yourself. Thus, I want you to appraise it for me. Renzu was overjoyed. So that's it. I can help you, but if it is success Gu, please give it to me. I need it urgently. The hairy man said, sure. No problem. Renzu stretched out his hand and touched the Gu worm. He made a wish to this Gu worm, please bring my 4th daughter, boundless forest Samsara, to my side. At the next moment, the Gu worm shattered. Failure. The hairy man had a dejected expression. It seems that I refined failure Gu. Courage Gu flew out of Renzu's body. Oh Renzu. You are a failure. I want to leave you. Saying so, Courage Gu left Renzu and flew away. The hairy man became excited at this moment. But no matter, I can still modify the Gu recipe. Oh Renzu. Wait for a while, I will refine it again. Renzu wanted to chase Courage Gu and make it return. But Renzu wanted success Gu even more to save his children. He thought about it. He decided to wait for the hairy man leader and watch him refine the Gu. The hairy man refined the second Gu. He handed it to Renzu to inspect. Renzu touched it and made a wish. The Gu worm shattered again. This is still failure Gu. The hairy man shouted, feeling very dejected. Faith Gu flew out of Renzu's body. Oh Renzu, you are a failure, you are not worth my time. Saying so, the Faith Gu left Renzu and flew away. Renzu stomped his feet and wanted to chase, but the hairy man pulled him back. Don't be anxious, I have thought it through, I will definitely refine success Gu this time. Renzu saw that the faith goo had flown far away and he could not chase it. He sighed and said, "Oh hairy man, quickly refine it, I will trust you one last time." The hairy man's third goo worm was still failure goo. Strength goo flew out. "Oh Renzu, you are a failure, you are not worthy of having me." Saying so, it left. Renzu had a bitter expression. He knew it was useless to chase, he could only watch as strength goo flew away. But at this time the self goo in his heart flew out and bit the strength goo. Strength goo screamed as a piece of it was bitten off. It ran even faster. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Renzu and the hairy man were dumbstruck. Self goo flew back slowly and said to Renzu proudly, "Any failure has value. Oh Renzu, I have experienced repeated failures and absorbed them to become stronger. Just now, I bit strength goo, from now on, you have your own strength. I can actually become even stronger, I can devour any goo worm and obtain their full power." Renzu was shocked. The hairy man leader slapped his thigh and shouted, "I know how to refine success goo, it is through failure. The more failures I have, the closer I am to success. I understand, I understand." He cheered as he flew away, leaving Renzu. According to the research of the Celestial Court's goo immortals, this infallible blessed land belonged to the hairy man leader. Hairy Foot Mountain was the hairy man leader's former residence. After this hairy man leader died, he left behind an inheritance. Collect the failures of others and refine them into failure mortal goo. After accumulating enough mortal goo, one could condense success Dao marks. After the Celestial Court found out, they took down most of the inheritance and used it as a foundation to activate the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, helping the infallible inheritance accumulate failure mortal goo. They then used the extracted success Dao marks to repair fate immortal goo.